Sign Chapter 80 to Chapter 157. Arhat level of cultivation is really difficult. It took me a year to reach the peak of the second heavenly layer. Suqin sighed softly, his expression slightly emotional. At this moment, Suqin's true essence was like a river, constantly surging in his body, and his qi and blood were like an endless ocean. At this level of martial Tao, it was completely out of the scope of human beings. It was easy to destroy Hui City. Since I'm at the peak of the second heavenly layer, I can consider breaking through. Suqin thought silently. Arhat had 9 layers of heaven, and the gap between each layer was far greater than the 9 grades of martial Tao. But there's no rush, take it slow. I'll wait for a while before breaking through. Suqin's thoughts flew, and he did not choose to break through rashly. Compared to the cultivation of the 9 grades of martial Tao, Arhat level involves the control of the power of heaven and earth, and needs to be more cautious. When he was at the 9th grade of martial Tao, even if there was a problem in cultivation, Suqin could rely on his strong body to withstand it. But the cultivation of Arhat level. If something went wrong, the impact on Suqin would be great. In this case, even if Suqin thought that he was at the peak of the second heavenly layer, he still needed some time to recuperate and adjust his state. Anyway, Suqin was different from those old immortals who were close to the end of the Shouyuan. He still had more than 700 years, and he was not in a hurry. 3 months later. Suqin had adjusted his state to the best. I can break through. Suqin sat cross-legged in the forbidden area of the back mountain. In an instant, the true essence was running according to the past Amitabha Sutra. Walala. The whole forbidden area of the back mountain once again set off a storm of qi of heaven and earth, and continued to spread in all directions. Suddenly, a storm of qi of heaven and earth appeared again in the sky above the Shaolin Temple. However, the disciples of the Shaolin Temple were obviously used to it and did not make a fuss for the first time. After all, in the past few years, there would be a phenomenon every once in a while. Even the timid disciples were not surprised. The Venerable One has broken through again. No matter how numb the court heads were, there was still a trace of shock in their hearts. Didn't the ancient books of the Shaolin Temple record that the cultivation of the Venerable Arhat was as difficult as ascending to heaven? Why was it that when it came to Suqin, breaking through seemed as easy as eating and drinking? Back Mountain Forbidden Area. As the boundless heaven-earth essence qi surged towards Suqin, one glazed golden core after another was stuffed into Suqin's mouth like jelly beans. Suqin's breakthrough was also coming to an end. A moment later. 3rd layer of heaven, I've finally succeeded. Suqin opened his eyes, a trace of joy appearing on his face. The breakthrough this time was still the same as before. There weren't any great waves, and there weren't any accidents. This feeling of power. Suqin took a deep breath. After reaching the peak of the 2nd celestial layer, his strength was more than twice as strong as when he first entered the 2nd celestial layer. Suqin could clearly feel the huge power in his body, as if it could break the void in front of him. Of course, Suqin knew in his heart that this was an illusion after the surge of power. Not to mention the 3rd celestial layer Arhat, even the invincible 9th celestial layer Arhat couldn't break through the void. After breaking through and stepping into the 3rd celestial layer Arhat, Suqin didn't have any complacency. He was still addicted to cultivation day after day. During this period, Abbot Huiwen officially announced that Xianxia was this generation's Buddha of the Shaolin Temple. Regarding this title, no one in the younger generation of the Shaolin Temple had any objection. Over the years, they had watched Xianxia step by step become a martial artist in the Middle Realm. Naturally, they were convinced. One must know that even the Jin generation, which was 1 generation higher than the Xian generation, was mostly hovering in the lower realm, let alone the Xian generation. Except for Xianxia, the other disciples of the Xian generation were basically between the 9th and 8th grade. Not to mention the middle realm, there wasn't even a 7th grade. In addition, Xianxia often received guidance from the Venerable in the back mountains forbidden area. In the entire Shaolin Temple, no one thought that Xianxia was not worthy of being the Shaolin Temple's Buddha. On this day, Xianxia came to the back mountains forbidden area and asked to see Suqin. Venerable. This disciple is preparing to go down the mountain and enter the world in a month. Xianku stood respectfully in front of Su Qin and said in a low voice. Go down the mountain and enter the world? Su Qin looked at Xianku with a smile on his face. Yes. Xianku said seriously, it is recorded in the Buddhist scriptures that there are great temptations and great risks in the secular world, but only by experiencing the secular world can one cross the sea of suffering and reach the other side. This is your business, as long as you decide to do it, then do it. Su Qin shook his head and said indifferently. In fact, even if Xianku did not plan to go down the mountain and enter the world now, in a few years, Su Qin would let him go down the mountain. What did the Shaolin Temple rely on as a martial arts sect in the world? Buddhist scriptures? Buddhism? Don't joke. The Shaolin Temple stood tall in the world and was the head of the 4 Buddhist temples. It had always relied on strength. Without strength, the Shaolin Temple would have been destroyed many times over. If you want to improve your strength, you can't just immerse yourself in hard work. More importantly, you have to go down the mountain and travel, and verify with the martial artists in the world. This was also the reason why the Shaolin Temple sent disciples down the mountain every generation. One was to promote the reputation of the Shaolin Temple, and the other was to train the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. It was not only the Shaolin Temple, but also the major sects in the world. For example, thousands of years ago, the youngest disciple of perfected Zhang of the Wudong Mountain went down the mountain and challenged the heroes of the world. Thank you, Venerable One. Xianku heard that Su Qin had no objections and quickly replied. You may leave. Su Qin waved his hand and said. Yes. Xianku immediately left the forbidden area in the back mountain respectfully. Late at night. The full moon hung high in the sky. The sign and opportunity has refreshed. Su Qin's figure flashed and appeared outside the Bodhi court. The Bodhi court was the place where the Shaolin Temple's pills were produced. It could be said to be one of the most important places in the Shaolin Temple. There were a large number of patrolling monks guarding it 24 hours a day. However, with Su Qin's strength, even if he walked in front of these patrolling monks, they wouldn't be able to notice him. System, sign in. Su Qin stood in front of the Bodhi court and said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the 9 Revolutions Whirling Pill. 9 Revolutions Whirling Pill? Su Qin's eyes lit up. The 9 Revolutions Whirling Pill was the same as the glazed golden core. It was a sacred pill on the level of Arhat. However, the medicinal power of the 9 Revolutions Whirling Pill was several times that of the glazed golden core. If the glazed golden core was like a slow stream, then the 9 Revolutions Whirling Pill was like a surging river. This was also the reason why Su Qin had been taking the glazed golden core all these years and not the 9 Revolutions Whirling Pill. This was because Su Qin's previous physical body couldn't withstand the violent medicinal power of the 9 Revolutions Whirling Pill. Now that I have stepped into the 3rd heavenly layer, can I try to take the 9 Revolutions Whirling Pill? This thought flashed through Su Qin's mind. Outside the Bodhi court. Su Qin's mind was in turmoil. Forget it. For now, the glazed golden pill is the most suitable for me. If I take the 9 Revolutions Whirling Pill rashly, I might be able to absorb it, but I will definitely waste a large portion of its medicinal properties. It's not worth it. Su Qin shook his head. After all, he had less 9 Revolutions Whirling Pills than glazed golden pills. He had less than 500 pills in total. He had to use them sparingly. According to the ancient records in the Shaolin Temple, compared to Arhat's 1st to 3rd heaven, the 4th heaven will undergo some kind of qualitative change. It won't be too late to take the 9 Revolutions Whirling Pill then. Su Qin was in a good mood. He turned around and returned to the forbidden area in the back mountain. Time passed slowly. A month later. Before Xianku left the mountain and entered the world, he came to the forbidden area in the back mountain to bid farewell to Su Qin. Venerable One. I'm leaving today. Xianku looked a little disappointed. Although he had been prepared for this, it was not until now that he realized how lively and lovely the plants and trees in the Shaolin Temple were. However, entering the world to cultivate was something Xianku had to do as the Arhat of the Shaolin Temple. Perhaps other disciples could find excuses, but Xianku could not avoid it. I've taught you for so many years. Let me give you a small gift before you leave. Suqin sat cross-legged, raised his right hand, and took out an exquisite wooden sword the size of a palm. The wooden sword was very ordinary. It seemed to be carved from the most common wood in the Shaolin temple. Thank you, venerable one. Xianku liked the wooden sword very much. He wore it around his neck and hung it in front of his chest. You may leave. Suqin waved his hand. Yes. Xianku respectfully left the forbidden area in the back mountain. It's been so many years. Suqin felt a little emotional. The little acolyte in his teens was now ready to leave the mountain and enter the world. With that wooden sword, there shouldn't be any danger. Suqin thought casually. The palm-sized wooden sword that Suqin gave to Xianku was naturally carved by him casually. However, Suqin had left behind a strand of sword intent within the wooden sword. That sword intent was formed with the Dharma sword art as the foundation. Once Xianku was in danger of death, this sword intent would be activated. And with Suqin's current strength, if the sword intent in the wooden sword is really stimulated, even if he can't kill a legend, he can kill a grade 1 great grandmaster. This was also a life-saving measure that Suqin had left for Xianku. After all, Xianku had entered the secular world to cultivate, not to die. Even if they really encountered a life-and-death crisis, they couldn't really let Xianku die. However, Suqin didn't think that Xianku's life would be in danger. The Shaolin Temple is a great sect, and Xianku is the current Buddha. Once he really leaves the mountain and enters the world, the various sects and forces will more or less give him some face. Even if they don't have a good impression of the Shaolin Temple, it is impossible for them to kill Xianku. After all, what's the point of killing Xianku? In addition to completely angering a great sect like the Shaolin Temple, what other benefits can there be? After Xianku left the back mountain, he went straight out of the Shaolin Temple. Outside the Shaolin Temple, the sky was high and the ground was wide. Xianku walked all the way, and when he encountered injustice, he saved people, and when he encountered people who died unjustly, he chanted sutras. After a period of time, Xianku also met many disciples of other sects in the Jianghu. These disciples were basically the same as Xianku. They entered the world to temper themselves and prove themselves. Among them was Xianxia, the youngest disciple of perfected Zhang of the Wudong sect. It was said that Xianxia finished the Tai Chi mental path on Wudong Mountain before he was 10 years old, and directly alarmed perfected Zhang, who had been in seclusion for many years. Xianxia had entered the world a few years earlier than Xianku. He had already been in the Jianghu for a while and had even earned the title of Little Perfected Master. Other than Xianxia, there were also disciples of other great sects in the Jianghu. These disciples all came from the righteous sects, and what they did in the world was basically chivalrous. Little monk, I heard that an arhat appeared in the Shaolin Temple. Is it true? Xianxia, who was wearing a Taoist robe, asked in boredom. He had always been carefree and unrestrained. Other than perfected Zhang, he was not afraid of anyone. Namo Amaba. Xianku put his palms together and did not answer. Before entering the world, Abbot Huiwen had told Xianku not to reveal any information about Suqin. Xianxia, stop teasing Xianku. A girl next to him glared at Xianxia and said unhappily. Hee. Lu Rume, why are you speaking up for the little monk? Do you like him? Xianxia teased. You? The girl named Lu Rume drew her long sword and slashed at Xianxia. A faint sword chi swept past. Xiangxia's body suddenly flashed and he took a few steps back. You crazy woman, you really dare to attack? When the others saw this scene, not only did they not come forward to mediate, but they also watched the show. They were all disciples of the righteous sects, and naturally knew when to stop. Whether it was Xianxia or Lu Rume, they stopped after testing the waters a little. They would not really fight. At the same time, inside a villa, several silhouettes stood there quietly. These figures were obviously powerful martial artists, especially the leader, a man with a hooked nose. His aura was surging and enveloping the surroundings. He was a grade 1 great grandmaster. Villa Lord, we have investigated clearly. Wudong Mountain's Taoist Jing's prodisciple, Xianxia, will pass by here tomorrow. At this time, a man in black walked in and knelt down in front of the hooked nose man. Is this true? The hooked-nosed man's eyes lit up and he immediately asked. According to the route, unless they go back the way they came, they will inevitably pass by here. The man in black said without hesitation. That's good. That's good. The hooked-nosed man laughed wildly, and his expression became colder and colder. Daoist Zhang, 30 years ago, you killed my son, causing my bloodline to end. Now, I will kill your youngest disciple as a sacrifice to my son's soul in heaven. The hooked-nosed man said word by word. The rest of the people present immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the hooked-nosed man. Villa Lord, what if we kill Xianxia and provoke Daoist Zhang to come out for revenge? A figure standing next to the hooked-nosed man asked. Haha. The hooked-nosed man shook his head. Don't worry, if it was somewhere else, there would be too many people, and I wouldn't dare to kill Xianxia. But here. When the hooked-nosed man said this, a smile appeared on his face. If we kill Xianxia here, no one will know. The hooked-nosed man's face was full of confidence. With his strength as a grade 1 great grandmaster, if he wanted to kill Xianxia, he would have done so long ago. The reason why he waited until now was to wait for a foolproof opportunity. And now, the opportunity had finally arrived. The next day, Xianku and the disciples of the other sects walked through a wasteland and stopped in front of a villa. Let's go in and rest for a while. Someone couldn't help but suggest. Most of them were martial artists in the middle realm. Although they had internal strength to protect their bodies, it was impossible for them to really go without sleep. Okay. Zhang Xiao glanced at the villa and nodded in agreement after confirming that there was no problem. Wait a minute. At this time, Xianku suddenly spoke. Let's not rest here. Xianku was silent for a while and said. When Xianku looked at this villa just now, he always had an inexplicable feeling of fear. Although Xianku didn't know why, he also realized that this was a warning from his Buddha's heart. Not resting here? Zhang Xiao was slightly taken aback and looked at Xianku, frowning. What do you mean? I don't know, I just feel that this villa is very dangerous. Xianku shook his head and explained. Regarding the warning from the Buddha's heart, it was a mystery. He didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say what he felt. Dangerous? Zhang Xiao looked back at the villa again. In that case, let's not stop and leave directly. Zhang Xiao thought for a while and immediately said. When the others heard this, although they were a little dissatisfied, they didn't say anything. For martial artists like them, even if they were a little tired, they could still support themselves. However, just when Xianku and others were about to leave, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Hee, since you're here, did you ask me if you want to leave? A man with an aquiline nose slowly walked over. The moment the aquiline nose man appeared, dozens of men in black quietly surrounded Xianku and others. Trouble. Zhang Xiao looked dignified. At this moment, how could he not know that his group had fallen into a trap? May I ask who you are? My master is Wudong Daoist Zhang. Zhang Xiao reported his name without hesitation. The aquiline-nosed man not far away gave Zhang Xiao an extremely dangerous feeling. Although Zhang Xiao did not know how strong the hook-nosed man was, it was obvious that he was far stronger than him. Under such circumstances, Zhang Xiao naturally wouldn't think of challenging them. He directly reported his background, which was more direct than anything else. The others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. In their opinion, Immortal Zhang of Wudong Mountain was famous all over the world. Once the other party knew that they were related to Immortal Zhang, they would definitely let them go. However, when the hook-nosed man heard the words Daoist Zhang, not only did he not show any fear, he even laughed heartily. Daoist Zhang? The one I killed was Daoist Zhang's disciple. The hook-nosed man laughed wildly. Men, take them down. Immediately, dozens of men in black rushed up without hesitation. Suddenly, a Lao Dao priest in a Taoist robe appeared and grabbed Zhang Zhao's shoulder, trying to escape. Martial uncle? Why are you here? When Zhang Xiao saw the Lao Dao officer, he was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. The Lao Dao officer was his martial uncle, a second-level supreme power master of Wudong Mountain. Zhang Xiao himself didn't expect to see his martial uncle here. Ha 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 ha, I found you long ago. The hook-nosed man not far away sneered, raised his right hand and pressed toward the Lao Dao officer. Buzz. A powerful force pierced through the air and landed on the old Daoist's body. Puff. The Lao Dao officer's face immediately turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a few steps back and almost sat on the ground. You should be Xianxia's protector, right? The hook-nosed man looked at the Lao Dao officer and said slowly. With Xianxia's identity, how could there be no one to protect him when he went down the mountain? The hook-nosed man didn't make a move just now because he was waiting for these people to come out. And you, all of you, come out. The hook-nosed man turned his eyes and looked at the others. Hey. May I know who you are? If I remember correctly, we don't know you. One after another, figures came out from the dark and looked at the hook-nosed man and asked in a deep voice. Indeed, I don't know you. The hook-nosed man's face showed a trace of coldness, but since you are here, then go to hell. In an instant, the aura of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster erupted. The expressions of the upper realm martial artists who were hiding in the dark to protect their disciples changed greatly. They flew out one after another and fell to the ground. Can't even withstand a single blow. The hook-nosed man smiled contemptuously. With his strength as a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, suppressing these protectors was as simple as drinking water and eating. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the major sects suddenly felt their hands and feet go cold. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that their family's elders would not even be able to withstand a single blow from that hook-nosed man. You guys go. Run as far as you can. At this moment, the Lao Dao officer of Wudong Mountain suddenly shouted. When these words came out, everyone sobered up. Yes. The most important thing now is not to stand in place and wait, but to escape alive. Run? A trace of ridicule appeared on the hook-nosed man's face. How can these disciples, who are not even in the upper realm, escape from the hands of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster like him? Let's go. Xianxia retreated to Xianku's side and quickly said, Martial Uncle just told me that he will use a secret technique to delay that person for a while. We should take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Then let's run together. Lu Rumei said with a trembling voice. She is of noble birth. When has she ever been frightened like this? It is already good that she can still stand at this moment. Okay. Xianku nodded. At this moment, although he was in crisis, Xianku felt unprecedentedly sober. Just as Xianku's voice fell, the aura of the Lao Dao officer of Wudong Mountain suddenly soared and he rushed towards the hook-nosed man. A secret technique? The hook-nosed man shook his head and took a step forward. He appeared beside the Lao Dao officer and suddenly punched. Boom! The Lao Dao officer's face suddenly turned as white as paper and he fell to the ground and fainted. This? Zhang Zhao's face was extremely ugly. Lu Rumei next to him was so scared that her legs trembled. They didn't expect that the Lao Dao officer who used a secret technique would still be so weak. I'm not going to play with you anymore. The hook-nosed man's face showed impatience. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Xianxia. Don't worry, you won't die so easily. I will let you taste the most extreme torture in the world before I send you down. The hook-nosed man looked at Xianxia with eyes full of cruelty. It's over. Zhang Zhao's face was ashen. At this moment, his internal strength was sealed by the hook-nosed man. He couldn't even commit suicide. As for you, I have no enmity with you, but you saw something you shouldn't have seen. The hook-nosed man turned his gaze and looked at Xianku and the others. He raised his left hand and terrifying internal strength surged. He wanted to smash Xianku and the others into meat paste. What to do? What to do? The other disciples were already scared out of their wits and subconsciously ran in all directions. Even their elders in the upper realm died here, let alone them, the younger generation? Lu Rumei's face was also pale. She was so scared that she hid behind Xianku and closed her eyes, waiting for death. Little monk Xianku, I didn't expect that I would die with you. Lu Rumei muttered to herself. With death at hand, Lu Rumei suddenly felt relaxed. Namo Amida. If I don't go to hell, who will? Xianku stepped out and rushed towards the hook-nosed man. Although Xianku knew that he was going to die, but at this moment, between dying on his knees and dying standing, he obviously chose the latter. "You little bald donkey, your courage is not bad." The hook-nosed man shook his head slightly and said, "But it's a pity, in front of me, courage is meaningless." The hook-nosed man's expression was cold. His left hand suddenly changed and a terrifying pressure quickly shrouded the field. Boom! Xianku felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his consciousness began to blur. Am I going to die? Scenes appeared in Xianku's mind, and finally stopped on Suqin, who was sitting cross-legged in the back mountain. At last, I have seen the Venerable for the last time. Just as Xianku calmly welcomed death. The palm-sized ordinary wooden sword that he had been wearing around his neck and hanging in front of his chest quietly began to vibrate. Kacha! The wooden sword moved without wind, floating in the void, the tip of the sword pointed upwards, and slowly slashed towards the hook-nosed man. What is that? The hook-nosed man was a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster and immediately noticed the palm-sized wooden sword on Xianku's neck. Not good. The hook-nosed man felt a sense of life and death crisis in his heart and was about to retreat. However, at this time, the palm-sized wooden sword on Xianku's neck slashed down. Tear. An extremely illusory sword intent condensed from the void and slashed towards the hook-nosed man. No one can describe the sharpness of this sword. When this sword slashed out, it was as if even the void was cut in two. In the eyes of the hook-nosed man, he only saw a sword intent permeating the air. This sword intent crossed a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant and easily cut through the hook-nosed man's internal strength and directly cut him in two. The remaining sword intent swept through and penetrated the villa behind the hook-nosed man. Rumble. A smooth fracture suddenly appeared in the middle of the huge villa, and it continued to crack and spread. The entire villa was divided into two in an instant. This is? Everyone who saw all this was suddenly stunned and their minds went blank. This. Many sect disciples who were preparing to flee were suddenly stunned when they saw this scene. They never dreamed that the hook-nosed man who easily suppressed many upper-realm martial artists would be cut in two so easily. That sword light just now. The Laodao cultivator of Wudong Mountain had just woken up from his coma when he saw the sword light that destroyed everything. Under that sword light, the void, heaven and earth's essence chi seemed to have been cut off. Everything in the world was overshadowed by that sword light. Even if Senior Brother personally made a move, it would be impossible for him to make such a move. The Laodao cultivator of Wudong Mountain muttered to himself. He looked lost as if he was still immersed in the sword light just now. I survived? Xianxia fell to the ground with a thud, but he didn't feel any pain. Instead, his face was filled with ecstasy. Just now, the hatred of the hook-nosed man towards him was almost overflowing. Xianxia didn't need to think to know that if he really fell into the hands of the other party, he would definitely beg for death. I was almost hit by that sword light just now. Xianxia still had lingering fear. Unlike the others who saw the sword light from a distance, Xianxia, who was caught in the hook-nosed man's hand just now, almost looked directly at the sword light coming towards him. According to the power displayed by the sword light just now, Xianxia almost didn't need to think to know that once he was touched by the sword light, he would be no different from the hook-nosed man. The Manor Lord is dead? The hook-nosed man's men trembled and their faces were full of fear. Although they didn't know what happened to the sword light just now, the hook-nosed man really died in front of them. What should we do now? Several men in black looked at each other and suddenly wanted to retreat. Without the hook-nosed man, their strength was greatly reduced. Not to mention killing this group of sect disciples, if they were not careful, they might even be killed. Let's go. These men in black made a decision almost instantly. If the hook-nosed man was still alive, they naturally wouldn't dare to disobey the orders of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. But now that the hook-nosed man's body was cold, if they didn't leave now, when would they? What if that sword light came again? Wouldn't all of them die here? Whoosh! 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 Instantly, these black-clothed men disappeared one after another. At this moment, the disciples on the scene did not pay any attention to these black-clothed men. Their gazes were all fixed on Xianku. this is? Xianku was also at a loss. He was just waiting for death. With the strength of the hook-nosed man, killing a middle-realm cultivator like him would be too easy. The Venerable One gave me a wooden sword? Xianku lowered his head and looked at the wooden sword still hanging around his neck. At this moment, the wooden sword had once again returned to its normal state. However, there were a few faintly discernible cracks on the edge of the wooden sword. Just when Xianku was in a daze, the other sect disciples walked over cautiously and stopped 10 meters away from Xianku. They looked at Xianku curiously, as if they wanted to say something but didn't dare to. They are all heaven's chosen of their respective sects. Although they don't know what happened to the sword light just now, they obviously know that it has something to do with Xianku. Little Wa. Xianku, what happened just now? At this moment, Xianxia, who had almost recovered, walked over and looked at Xianku and couldn't help but ask. As soon as these words came out, many sect disciples' eyes lit up and their ears pricked up. They wanted to hear what Xianku had to say. What happened? Xianku blinked and didn't know what to say. The wooden sword was given to him by the Venerable. That sword light just now could only be left in the wooden sword by the Venerable. Suddenly, a low voice sounded. Xianxia, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The Lao Dao disciple of Wudong Mountain quickly walked over and glared at Xianxia. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the Lao Dao disciple bowed deeply to Xianku. Thank you for your help. We of Wudong Mountain will remember it. If anything happens in the future, we will definitely repay you. The Lao Dao disciple's words came from the bottom of his heart. These words were not said to Xianku, but to show goodwill to the existence who had just slashed out the sword light. The Lao Dao disciple was a second-grade Supreme Power Master. In addition, he stayed with Zhenren Zhang of Wudong Mountain all year round. Whether it was eyesight or other things, he was naturally far from a young disciple like Xianxia. Based on the sword light just now, the Lao Dao disciple could conclude that the rumor that the real Arhat had walked out of the Shaolin Temple was probably true. Except for the high and mighty Venerable Arhat, who could slash out such a powerful sword light. When the elders of the other sects saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They immediately bowed deeply to Xianku, or to be precise, to the palm-sized exquisite wooden sword hanging around Xianku's neck. Next, because of the hook-nosed man, many sect disciples were naturally not interested in continuing to travel around the world. Under the urging of their elders, they hurriedly returned. Especially the Lao Dao disciple of Wudong Mountain. At this moment, how could he not know that the hook-nosed man came for Xianxia? As for the disciples of the other sects, they were probably implicated by Wudong Mountain. Wudong Mountain is famous in the world, and Zhenren Zhang is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster standing at the peak of the world. But now, they almost failed. How could the Lao Dao disciple not be angry? Thinking of this, the Lao Dao disciple hurried back to Wudong Mountain with Xianxia to investigate the origin of the hook-nosed man and why he had a grudge with Wudong Mountain. Shaolin Temple. Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Just when the palm-sized exquisite wooden sword hanging around Xianku's neck slashed out, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. The sword intent was activated? Su Qin's eyes were thoughtful. In the wooden sword he gave to Xianku, there was a sword intent condensed from the Dharma sword technique. This sword intent was left by Su Qin. Even if it was far away, once it was activated, Su Qin could roughly feel it. Did he encounter a life and death crisis? Su Qin's expression remained unchanged, and he thought silently in his heart. Only when Xianku encountered an unstoppable force will the sword intent in the wooden sword be stimulated. The crisis has passed. Su Qin carefully felt for a while and whispered to himself. The sword intent he left in the wooden sword could slash out 3 times. Now that Su Qin felt that the wooden sword was completely immersed after the first slash, he knew that Xianku was almost safe at this moment. Otherwise, the remaining sword intent in the wooden sword would have continued to slash out the remaining 2 slashes instead of being immersed. However, what on earth could cause a life and death crisis for Xianku? Su Qin was slightly curious. Others may not know, but Su Qin, as the Venerable Arhat, can see everything in the Shaolin Temple with his divine sense. Just when Xianku left the Shaolin Temple and entered the cultivation world, the Dharma quartz had also disappeared from the Shaolin Temple. Obviously, the Dharma court's head was ordered by Abbot Huiwen to secretly follow Xianku to protect him. It should be known that in addition to Abbot Huiwen, a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, the Shaolin Temple only has 2 Grade 2 Great Grandmasters. To be able to spare one to protect Xianku is already extremely important. In fact, if it weren't for Abbot Huiwen being unable to leave and having to stay in the Shaolin Temple, he would have wanted to protect Xianku. Because Xianku is too important to the Shaolin Temple. But even so, with a Grade 2 Great Grandmaster protecting him in the dark, Xianku still stimulated the sword intent in the wooden sword. Because of this, Su Qin was a little interested. However, although Su Qin was a little curious, he didn't care very much. What a pity. Whether it's the sword intent or divine sense, they all come from me. If one day I fall, these sword intent and divine sense will quickly dissipate as if they have no source. Su Qin sighed softly. This is also the reason why the Shaolin Temple has been in decline for thousands of years and many venerable Arhat have come out. Perhaps when Arhat was alive, the Shaolin Temple was famous in the world and no one dared to provoke them, but once venerable Arhat passed away, everything was different. No matter what happens, my own strength is still the most important thing. Su Qin sighed. If he was strong enough to have an immortal golden body like Buddha, indestructible for all eternity, then what in the world would be able to stop him? Thinking of this, Su Qin once again immersed himself in cultivation. Since entering the third heaven, Su Qin's cultivation speed had obviously slowed down a little, but the slow here was equivalent to the 9th level of martial arts. Compared to the venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple or the martial arts legends of Jianghu, Su Qin's cultivation speed was still so fast that it was shocking. Whoosh! Suck! As Su Qin breathed in and out, the yuan qi of the entire back mountain shook along with his breathing. Time passed slowly. One day later, in the Dharma court, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads gathered together again. Huiju sent a letter. Xianku was ambushed by a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster on his journey. Abbot Huiwen looked at the court heads and said in a deep voice. Huiju is the Dharma court head and belongs to the Hui generation of disciples, along with Abbot Huiwen. The Dharma court had secretly followed Xianku out of the Shaolin Temple. The other disciples may not know, but the court heads present are clear about it. This is also the result of the discussion between the court heads and Abbot Huiwen. Although the Shaolin Temple is a great sect and ordinary forces do not dare to provoke the Shaolin Temple, but it is better to be safe than sorry. With Xianku's potential, coupled with Su Qin's guidance, he may not be able to achieve the venerable Arhat, but he can at least reach the height of the Mengyuan imperial teacher and Taoist Zheng in the future. How could the Shaolin Temple not have a backup plan for such a rare genius? However, the court heads had never expected that Xianku, who had entered the secular world to cultivate, would still encounter danger despite all their preparations. Grade 1 Great Grandmaster? Which Grade 1 Great Grandmaster dared to kill the Shaolin Temple son of Buddha? The warrior monastery head was furious and stood up abruptly. The other court heads also had ugly expressions. In their view, in the face of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster's attack, Xianku should not have survived. After all, no matter how great one's potential is, it still takes time to accumulate. Don't worry, Xianku is fine. Abbot Huiwen glanced around and said. Fine. The court heads' eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't figure out how Xianku, with his strength in the middle realm, managed to save his life from a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. Before the Venerable left, he gave Xianku a wooden sword. It was this wooden sword that released a shocking sword intent and killed the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. A smile appeared on Abbot Huiwen's face. Wooden sword? Killed a Great Grandmaster? The court heads looked at each other, the shock in their hearts could be imagined. They were very clear about Su Qin's strength. Not to mention a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, even a Grade 1 Great Perfection would be vulnerable in front of the Venerable. But what the court heads did not expect was that Su Qin only relied on a wooden sword to kill a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster from an unknown distance. Is he still human? Although the Venerable Arhat is invincible, a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is not an ant. The Venerable is the reincarnation of Buddha. How can we peek into his methods? After a long while, the head of the disciplinary hall murmured in a low voice, his eyes filled with awe. It's time to sign in. Suqin leisurely came to the scripture pavilion, his thoughts fluctuating. During this time, in order to make up for the consumption of the glazed golden core, Suqin has been signing in at the Bodhi court and has not come to the scripture pavilion for a long time. System, sign in. Suqin said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the array diagram essence gathering Holy Land. Array diagram? Essence gathering Holy Land? Suqin's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what the sign-in thing was. It should be some kind of heaven and earth array. Suqin thought silently. After entering the martial Tao realm of venerable Arhat or legend, one can comprehend the heavens and earth and master the power of heaven and earth. Some venerables Arhat have created some heaven and earth arrays. The effects of these heaven and earth arrays are different, some are inclined towards concealment, some are inclined towards suppression, and some are inclined towards healing. For example, the demon-subduing tower of the Shaolin Temple and the stone gate of the place where Tu Arahan died are all protected by heaven and earth arrays. In the past 20 years, Suqin has also signed in dozens of heaven and earth array diagrams. Now, this essence-gathering Holy Land must also be some kind of heaven and earth array. Just as Suqin was thinking, everything about the essence-gathering Holy Land flooded his mind. After a while, Suqin suddenly opened his eyes. I didn't expect it to be a heaven and earth array that gathers world's essence chi. Suqin was very satisfied. This was the first time he obtained this kind of heaven and earth array. One must know that martial Tao cultivation, under the upper realm, doesn't rely on world's essence chi, but once one reaches the upper realm, one needs to use world's essence chi to cleanse the body. At this time, the importance of world's essence chi will be revealed. The richer the world's essence chi, the greater the benefits to martial artists. Even if an ordinary person stays in a place with rich world's essence chi for a long time, they will not get sick and their lifespan will be prolonged. Shaolin Temple is a great martial Tao sect in the world, and it has produced venerable Arhat, so the place where it is located naturally has sufficient world's essence chi. However, this world's essence chi is more than enough for ordinary martial artists, but in the eyes of venerable Arhat Suqin, it is not enough. Outside the scripture pavilion, Suqin was constantly sensing the essence-gathering Holy Land array. However, if I want to arrange this array, I need 999 jade stones. Suqin frowned slightly. No matter what kind of heaven and earth array it is, it needs a medium to arrange it, and the essence-gathering Holy Land is no exception. 999 jade stones. Suqin thought for a while and prepared to let Abbot Huiwen gather these materials. The Shaolin Temple, as a great sect, has thousands of disciples. It is absolutely easy to find the 999 jade stones that Suqin needs. Time passed slowly. Suqin's task immediately attracted the attention of Abbot Huiwen and the court heads. This is the first time Suqin has ordered them to do something, so how can Abbot Huiwen and the others dare to slack off? On this day, Xianku finally returned to the Shaolin Temple. Xianku's return naturally caused some shock in the Shaolin Temple, including Abbot Huiwen. After the court heads met Xianku, they asked him to come to the back mountain forbidden area to see Suqin. In the back mountain forbidden area. Greetings, Venerable. Xianku respectfully said to Suqin. This time, if it were not for the wooden sword given by the Venerable, Xianku would have died in the hands of the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. It can be said that Suqin not only taught Xianku the Tao, but also saved his life. Do you have any doubts? Suqin just glanced at Xianku and said. Maybe Abbot Huiwen and the court heads can't see anything, but Suqin's divine sense can observe the details. Even if it is not as good as the Buddhist divine sense, it is not something that Xianku can hide. Venerable. Xianku hesitated for a while, then bowed his head and said, Disciple does have doubts. During this time, Xianku has seen all kinds of things in the world, and while he was deeply enlightened, the doubts in his heart also became stronger. Tell me about it. Suqin looked at Xianku again and said slowly. Yes. Xianku took a deep breath, paused, and continued, Venerable One, when I entered the world this time, I realized that all living beings are doing it for profit. There are even some who would do anything to achieve their goals, and even commit atrocities. Disciple doesn't know whether this kind of behavior is right or wrong. If it is wrong, why no one can change it? Xianku raised his head and looked at Su Qin, his tone full of doubt. Right or wrong? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face, and he said, all kinds of things in the mortal world are mysteries. It is the law of the world, there is no right or wrong, just like wolves eating sheep, and sheep eating grass. You are not involved, you are not a wolf, and you are not a sheep. The reason why you insist on right or wrong is only because of your mind. Su Qin's words were like a bronze bell, every word shook Xianku. It was like a blow to the head, pulling him out of his doubts. There is no right or wrong. It is just a mind. Xianku. His eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he had seen through something, and his whole body suddenly became transparent. Thank you, Venerable One, for pointing this disciple out. Xianku once again bowed deeply to Su Qin, and said respectfully, you may leave. Su Qin waved his hand and said, yes. Xianku bowed and left. Sigh. At such a young age, why do you have to think about philosophy? Su Qin shook his head. If it was an ordinary person, even those eminent monks, a holy monk, they may be stumped by Xianku. Even if they are not, it is impossible to give Xianku a clear answer. But who is Su Qin? He has lived 2 lives, and all kinds of ideas about his previous life are deeply engraved in his mind. How can he be stumped by Xianku? However, after this, there is no more karma in his heart, and he is expected to enter the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm before the age of 40. Su Qin thought and judged in his heart. A 40-year-old Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, although far from being comparable to Su Qin, but looking at the whole world, he is still a top genius. In the future, if he has enough opportunities, he can even touch the bottleneck of Arhat. Of course, even if everything goes well, it will take 100 or 200 years for Xianku to get close to the bottleneck of Arhat. And with Su Qin's current cultivation speed, in 100 or 200 years, even if he does not completely transcend the Arhat level, he will at least reach the invincible 9th heavenly layer of Arhat realm. I hope you can grow as much as possible before the scripture pavilion and the Bodhi court are exhausted. Su Qin thought silently. Little sister should be doing well in Chang'an, right? Su Qin raised his head slightly, looking in the direction of Chang'an City, and suddenly thought. Since entering the Arhat realm, Su Qin quietly returned to Zhangzhoujian City once. However, when Su Qin arrived there, he learned that his family Su had moved to Chang'an. After Su Qin learned about this, he did not worry too much about the safety of his family Su. Chang'an City is under the control of the Emperor of Tang. With Prince Li Sheng, how could his family Su be in trouble? Besides, Li Sheng has now been conferred the title of Crown Prince by the Emperor of Tang. As long as the Emperor of Tang is alive, his family Su will be safe. In addition, his little sister is wearing the jade pendant Su Qin gave her, which contains a strand of Su Qin's divine sense. Through this strand of divine sense, even if Su Qin can't know what she has experienced, he can roughly judge his little sister's state. Divine sense is different from sword intent and saber intent. Whether it's sword intent or saber intent, they are but a strand of Su Qin's power, but divine sense is a strand of essence that Su Qin has separated from himself. To put it simply, if the sword intent and the wooden sword Su Qin gave to Xianku were to erupt, Su Qin could only be sure that the sword intent had erupted. However, Su Qin did not know why the sword intent had erupted, or what kind of enemy Xianku was facing. But divine sense is different. If the divine sense in Su Yueyun's jade pendant were to erupt, even if Su Qin is far away, he can roughly sense the situation on Su Yueyun's side. Over the years, through his connection with the jade pendant, Su Qin is very sure that Su Yueyun is very safe, both physically and mentally. I still have to cultivate. Outside the continent, in the depths of the endless ocean, there are still unknown martial arts legends. Even though my current strength has reached the 3rd heaven, and I can dominate this continent, I am still not invincible in the entire world. There are still experts of the same level. Su Qin calmed down, swallowed a glazed golden elixir, slowly closed his eyes, and immersed himself in cultivation. At the same time, in Chang'an City, in a luxurious palace, song and dance celebrated the peace and harmony, and the guqin played. At the head of the palace sat a man in a brocade robe. At this moment, the man looked gloomy, obviously suppressing some kind of anger. A moment later. What does father mean? He actually made that bastard the crown prince? The luxurious man slammed his hand on the table, his anger soaring to the heavens. As soon as the brocade-robed man finished speaking, all the singers who were performing and dancing knelt on the ground in fear, not daring to raise their heads. Prince Chen, be careful with your words. A middle-aged man who looked like a strategist hurried over and whispered, His Majesty personally issued an imperial edict to confer the title of Crown Prince, and then he sent eunuch Xiao to bring Prince Xing to the East Palace. His Majesty is determined. The strategist quickly said, if Prince Chen's words reach His Majesty's ears, and eunuch Xiao's ears. As soon as he said this, the brocade-robed man's face changed. He looked at the singers who knelt on the ground and dared not raise their heads, and his expression gradually calmed down, and said, Men, drag them away. Yes. Suddenly, dozens of soldiers in black armor walked out from the dark and dragged the terrified singers away. Then what should I do now? Watch that bastard sit on the throne. Prince Chen clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. Over the years, as the Emperor of Tang grew older and older, the conflict between him and the other princes grew bigger and bigger. But even so, Prince Chen was still willing to accept it. Because he knew that he had hoped to sit on the throne. But now, with the Emperor of Tang's conferment, the crown prince had a master. How laughable was the competition between the princes. If it was another prince who was conferred the title of crown prince, even if Prince Chen was unwilling, he would not be filled with resentment like now. But Li Xing. In Prince Chen's view, Li Xing was just a bastard who jumped out from a corner. It was already a great blessing to enjoy the treatment of an imperial heir, and now he dared to touch the throne? Prince Chen, don't panic. The middle-aged man who looked like a strategist looked around and said in a low voice, It's still too early to talk about the throne. Oh? Prince Chen's eyes lit up, and he stared at the strategist. What do you think? Prince Chen. His Majesty is old. Even with eunuch Xiao's protection, there are many things that cannot happen according to his wishes. The middle-aged man who looked like a strategist said meaningfully. Hearing this, Royal Highness Chen narrowed his eyes. You're right. Royal Highness Chen looked at his advisor with a smile on his face. Father, he's old. Shaolin Temple. Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Su Qin sat cross-legged and looked at the thousands of top-grade jade stones in front of him. These top-grade jade stones were sparkling and translucent, priceless. If they were placed in the outside world, it would cause a commotion. However, at this moment, these jades were placed in front of Su Qin like stones. The Shaolin Temple is really efficient. Su Qin was quite satisfied. Yesterday, he had instructed Abbot Huiwen to collect jades. Today, these jades had appeared here, and the quantity was much more than the 999 jades. Since the jades are all here, let's start setting up the heaven and earth formation. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and everything about the essence-gathering Holy Land formation slowly flowed into his mind. Although Su Qin was very familiar with the essence-gathering Holy Land formation after the system's infusion, familiarity was familiarity. However, it was his first time setting up a formation, so he still had to be cautious. If something went wrong in the process, these jade stones would be wasted. Time passed. Su Qin embedded each jade stone in a special position in the back mountain forbidden area, and finally used his divine sense to pry the heaven and earth essence chi in a radius of tens of miles. This was the key to the heaven and earth formation. Whether it was the jades or other mediums, they were all just supplementary materials. The true determinant of whether the formation could be formed was whether the person setting up the formation had sufficient divine sense. Generally speaking, only Venerable Arhat or martial arts legend-level divine sense could pry the heaven and earth essence chi. Wang. As Su Qin's divine sense continued to guide, the jades embedded in the back mountain forbidden area bloomed with a misty light. Then, endless heaven and earth essence chi rushed in from all directions. Suddenly, 999 jades bloomed with a misty light again, constantly guiding the heaven and earth essence chi in a radius of tens of miles. Whoosh! Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, the heaven and earth essence chi in the entire back mountain forbidden area condensed into a mist, constantly circling the back mountain and slowly spreading in all directions. At this moment, All the Shaolin Temple disciples opened their eyes wide and looked at the back mountain forbidden area subconsciously. "Look, there seems to be a mist in the back mountain," a Shaolin Temple disciple exclaimed and said loudly. Over the years, although there had been strange noises in the back mountain forbidden area, most of them were the gathering of heaven and earth essence chi and would soon disappear. But now, there was a mist that lingered for a long time, like a fairyland. This was the first time they had seen it. What happened? Why is there a mist in the back mountain? A disciple subconsciously approached the back mountain forbidden area and asked curiously. Huh? Wait, is there something wrong with this mist? A Shaolin Temple disciple subconsciously took a breath of the faint mist, and his face changed slightly. The mist he inhaled was only a trace of the infinitely diluted mist that floated out of the back mountain forbidden area. But even so, this Shaolin Temple disciple felt an icy cold aura permeating his body, which was very comfortable. I feel it too. This mist is good stuff. I feel that the injuries I suffered from cultivation are getting better. Could it be that this fog is really immortal chi? Many Shaolin Temple disciples were in disbelief and were discussing. At this moment, compared to the disciples' disbelief, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were even more shocked to the extreme. This mist. Is it condensed from heaven and earth essence chi? The warrior monastery head was stunned and said with a trembling voice. They were at least martial artists in the upper realm. After experiencing the cleansing of heaven and earth essence chi, they naturally knew the benefits of heaven and earth essence chi to martial artists. The other court heads glanced at each other, and their faces were also full of shock. Why don't we go see the venerable and ask what's going on? After a while, the disciplinary court head couldn't help but say. At this moment, the movement of the mist in the back mountain was too big. Even if they knew that Su Qin didn't want to be disturbed, they had to bite the bullet and go up. Back mountain forbidden area. Su Qin sat cross-legged. If the essence chi outside the back mountain was only condensed into mist, then here, the mist was about to form a substance. In such an environment, Su Qin only felt that the true essence in his body was running a lot faster. No wonder many venerable arhat and legends like to comprehend these heaven and earth great arrays. It turns out that there are such great benefits. Su Qin only felt that every piece of flesh in his body was cheering. Suddenly. At this moment, Su Qin's eyes moved and looked outside the back mountain forbidden area. They're here too? Su Qin's divine sense shrouded the area and naturally found Abbot Huiwen and the court head standing outside the back mountain forbidden area hesitantly, not knowing whether to come in or not. Come in. Just as Abbot Huiwen and the court heads looked at each other and stopped outside the back mountain forbidden area, a calm voice sounded in their ears. The venerable has agreed to let us in. The warrior monastery's court head looked happy and carefully walked into the back mountain forbidden area. Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads followed closely behind. And as they continued to walk in, Abbot Huiwen and the others increasingly felt the extremely rich essence chi of heaven and earth. Finally, they walked into the depths of Buddha Mountain in the back mountain forbidden area and saw Su Qin sitting cross-legged, surrounded by white mist. As he breathed, it was long and profound, almost like a Buddha. Greetings, Venerable One. Abbot Huiwen and the others bowed. Get up. With Su Qin's words, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads dared to straighten their backs a little, but even so, they still lowered their heads and did not dare to look directly at Su Qin. Venerable, I wonder about the mist in this back mountain. Abbot Huiwen carefully organized his words and asked tentatively. In Abbot Huiwen's heart, the young monk sitting cross-legged in front of him was no longer a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, but the venerable Arhat, the reincarnation of Buddha, destined to break the limits of the world in the future. Mist? It's just a little thing I made. Su Qin didn't care. The mist in Abbot Huiwen's eyes was just a vision produced by the condensation of world's essence chi. It was not the same as the real mist at all. Little thing. The court heads looked at each other and felt as if they were dreaming. They had just quietly inhaled the mist outside the back mountain, so they could clearly perceive that the mist helped them. Especially the court head of Arhat, he spent most of his energy on external cultivation when he was young, which led to some internal injuries in his body. These internal injuries accumulated. Maybe nothing would happen now, but when the court head of Arhat's chi and blood really declined, it would really break out. The court head of Arhat also had a headache about this, but there was nothing he could do. These internal injuries were deep in the bone marrow. Unless he stepped into grade 1 and completed the transformation of his body, it would be difficult to get rid of them. But now, after inhaling a few breaths of the mist, the court head of Arhat felt that these internal injuries in his body were slowly getting better. Although there was still a long way to go before he fully recovered, at least it would not continue to deteriorate. However, for him, the mist was comparable to an elixir, but in Suqing's mouth, it was just a little thing not worth mentioning. This made the court heads feel very emotional, and for a while, they didn't know what to say. They were all martial artists in the upper realm, and they were exposed to world's essence chi every day. Of course, they recognized that the mist was condensed from world's essence chi. However, even though he recognized it, when he actually saw it and even absorbed it into his body, he still felt incredulous. "Since you're here, I have something to say." Suqing glanced at Abbot Huiwen and the court heads and said lightly, "Every day, some of the fog will spread to the outside of the back mountain. You can choose some disciples to absorb it. Once the heaven and earth elemental formation of the elemental gathering Holy Land was set up, it would attract the heaven and earth elemental chi within a radius of tens of miles at all times. The chi of heaven and earth was compressed by the heaven-earth formation and became solid. But there was still a small part of it that leaked out of the formation. That was the fog that the disciples of the Shaolin Temple saw. Compared to the true yuan chi of heaven and earth gathered by the essence gathering Pure Land, the mist was far inferior. It was on a completely different level. But for the Shaolin Temple's middle realm disciples and even the upper realm court heads, it had a great effect. Nourishing the body, improving cultivation, and so on. Suqing reminded Abbot Huiwen and the others of this matter based on the principle of not wasting anything. Anyway, Suqing didn't care about the mist. Even if he didn't say it, the mist would naturally dissipate into heaven and earth. Instead of that, it was better to help the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. However, what Suqing didn't expect was what kind of monstrous waves his words set off in the hearts of Abbot Huiwen and the court heads. One must know that the mist was not like some pills that would disappear after eating it. According to their guess, the mist should be able to be produced continuously. After absorbing it today, it will still appear tomorrow. What does this mean? This means that this is an inexhaustible treasure. Thank you, Venerable. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads bowed deeply to Suqing. At this moment, there was nothing but gratitude in their hearts. Go out. Suqing opened his mouth and said. Now that the elemental gathering Holy Land formation had just been completed, before he had the time to settle down and experience it, Abbot Huiwen and the others came to find him. Now that he had explained everything, Suqing naturally asked them to leave. Yes. Abbot Huiwen and the others respectfully left. What a pity. This kind of formation that gathers the chi of heaven and earth involves the operation of the chi of heaven and earth. Every once in a while, I have to personally maintain it. Otherwise, after 20 years at most, the effectiveness of the formation will continue to decline. After 100 years, it will completely become a useless formation. Suqing thought silently in his heart. The heaven and earth formation that gathers the chi of heaven and earth was not the same as the heaven and earth formation that conceals or suppresses. The latter only needs to cover a very small area. In this small area, the fluctuations of heaven and earth are small and do not need to be constantly adjusted, so it can exist for a long time. Especially the concealment-type heaven and earth formation, which can be maintained for almost 1,000 years. For example, the secret chamber where Tuo Arahan passed away was not discovered by Suqing until 900 years later. And the formation can still avoid the detection of Suqing's divine thought after 900 years. But the elemental gathering Holy Land formation is different. It involves the chi of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles. Such a large area of chi of heaven and earth will change almost immediately. And once the chi of heaven and earth changes, the elemental gathering Holy Land formation will naturally change accordingly, otherwise it will gradually lose its effectiveness. While thinking, Suqing closed his eyes and immersed himself in cultivation. At this moment, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads walked out of the back mountain forbidden area. Abbot Huiwen stopped and looked back at the slowly spreading fog. Even if this fog can only last for 50 years, it can ensure the prosperity of the Shaolin Temple for 300 years. Abbot Huiwen sighed and said softly. 50 years? 300 years of prosperity? The other court heads were shocked and looked at Abbot Huiwen in disbelief. They had overestimated the influence of the fog on the Shaolin Temple, but from Abbot Huiwen's words, it seems that the importance of the fog is far beyond their imagination. You don't believe me? Abbot Huiwen glanced at the court heads, shook his head and continued, I have just estimated that if we cultivate under this fog, in 10 years, the number of martial artists in the upper realm will double, and in 20 years, at least 2 Grade 1 Great Grandmasters will be born. In 50 years, the number of Great Grandmasters in our temple will reach 8 to 10. With so many Great Grandmasters, the number of powerhouses born in our temple will only increase. If this continues, I am afraid that 300 years of prosperity will not be enough. Abbot Huiwen said slowly. The other court heads were already dumbfounded by what they heard. Especially when they heard that in 50 years, the number of Grade 1 Great Grandmasters in the Shaolin Temple will reach 8 to 10. This is a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. In today's world, I am afraid that only the various countries have such a number of Great Grandmasters, right? To read the unmodified content, please go to Vinegar Studies. When Abbot Huiwen talked about the influence of the fog in the back mountain, the court heads were shocked. They instinctively questioned Abbot Huiwen in their hearts, but on second thought, it seems that Abbot Huiwen's words are very reasonable. With the fog in the back mountain, 50 years later, as long as there are no major changes, the Shaolin Temple is very likely to produce 8 to 10 Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. Hurry back and arrange for the disciples to absorb the fog. Otherwise, today's fog may dissipate. The Dharma court head glanced at the court heads who were still in shock and said. When these words came out, the court heads woke up from their daze. Not only do the disciples need to absorb the fog, but they also need the fog to nourish themselves. Especially the court heads of the Arhat court and the warrior monastery, who were originally at peak Grade 3, and now with the help of the fog, they can step into Grade 2 in one go. Thinking of this, everyone became excited. Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Half a day later. Suqin sat cross-legged, and the endless Xianxia mist poured into his body like a dragon. Hula. Hula. Every time Suqin breathed, it was like a certain mythical beast was breathing. The endless Xianxia mist faintly formed a vortex and was absorbed by him. The effect is good. At this time, Suqin slowly opened his eyes, looking satisfied. At this moment, the world's essence qi around him is almost 100 times more than the world's essence qi in other places. Suqin can greatly improve his cultivation speed here. Coupled with the endless supply of glazed golden cores, to some extent, Suqin's strength is improving every moment. However, it is more difficult than I thought to break through from the 3rd heavenly layer to the 4th heavenly layer. Suqin frowned slightly. Even in this cultivation environment, Suqin still couldn't see where the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer was, as if there was no upper limit to this realm. I'm still too weak. If I were Arhat of the 9th heaven, I would be able to cover an area of 1,000 miles or even 10,000 miles with my enormous divine sense. Then, the elemental energy of the world within a radius of 5,000 kilometers will be gathered here. That will most likely truly be comparable to an immortal's abode. Suqin sighed. The essence-gathering Holy Land formation was also divided into different levels. As for the lowest level ones, they could cover an area of several miles. Next, it would cover a radius of tens of miles, then hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, and tens of thousands of miles. If a venerable who had just entered the realm of Arhat came here, he would only be able to gather the natural energies within a radius of a few miles. However, at this moment, Suqin had already reached the 3rd layer of the heavenly layer, and his spiritual sense was far superior to that of Arhat, who was at the 1st layer of the heavenly layer. Therefore, the essence-gathering Holy Land that he set up naturally reached the 2nd level, covering an area of dozens of miles. It's a pity that the essence-gathering Holy Lands can't be stacked on top of each other. Otherwise, I would like to set up a few more. Suqin shook his head. But it can be done now. At least, my cultivation speed is definitely much faster than that of the previous Venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple. In fact, since ancient times, I'm afraid that no martial arts legend has ever had the same conditions as me. Suqi nodded slightly. He wasn't dissatisfied. It should be known that throughout history, perhaps some martial arts legends had obtained a large formation similar to the pure land of essence gathering that could gather the chi of heaven and earth. However, it was unlikely that any of them would be willing to continuously consume a precious elixir like the glazed golden pill. Not to mention that Suqin also had the Sutra of the Past Dhamma, a supreme scripture that could almost endlessly refine the natural energies. Let's cultivate, don't bite off more than you can chew. Suqin closed his eyes again and circulated the Sutra of the Past Dhamma in his body. Late at night. The full moon hung high in the sky. Suqin stopped cultivating. Time to sign in. Suqin walked out of the back mountain and came to the Sutra Pavilion. System, sign in. Suqin said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the Pearl Demon subduing Supreme Divine Art. Prompt, the Taoist connotation here is about to run out, and it will become a non-repeatable sign in place. 2 consecutive cold, mechanical sounds sounded in Suqin's ears. Pearl Demon subduing Supreme Divine Art? A non-repeatable sign in place? Suqin raised his head and looked at the scripture pavilion, his thoughts inexplicably complicated. Since Suqin entered the Shaolin Temple for nearly 30 years, he had signed in front of the Sutra Pavilion countless times. But now, the Sutra Pavilion that had accompanied Suqin for many years was finally exhausted by Suqin. The Taoist connotation was exhausted, and he could no longer sign in. Although the exhaustion of the Taoist connotation of the demon subduing tower had already reminded Suqin that even an ancient temple like the Shaolin Temple that had been passed down for thousands of years didn't have endless Taoist connotation. But when this day really came, Suqin was still filled with emotions. The Taoist connotation of the Sutra Pavilion is gone, and the Bodhi Court is probably going to be gone soon. Suqin thought silently in his heart. Although the Bodhi Court was an important place of the Shaolin Temple, in terms of Taoist connotation, it shouldn't have much more than the Sutra Pavilion. In addition, Suqin wouldn't sign in the Sutra Pavilion in the future, all the sign-in opportunities would probably be used in the Bodhi Court. No matter how much Taoist connotation there was in the Bodhi Court, it couldn't withstand Suqin coming once a day. When I can't sign in the Bodhi Court anymore, it's time to go out. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated. Although he had stayed in the Shaolin Temple for almost 30 years, he didn't feel any burden about leaving. The main reason was that Suqin thought that he had left enough for the Shaolin Temple. Not only did he help Xianxia complete the Buddha's heart, but he also often gave him pointers, saving him from many detours. It was equivalent to cultivating a future grade 1 great perfection for the Shaolin Temple. In addition, Suqin also left the essence-gathering Holy Land array in the back mountain forbidden area. This kind of array that gathers world's essence chi, even without Suqin's maintenance, can last for 20 years. After 20 years, it will decline, and it won't be completely destroyed until 100 years later. This doesn't include Suqin's many times secretly helping the Shaolin Temple solve countless life and death crises. The grievances have been settled. The karma has been settled. Just as Suqin was thinking, bits and pieces of information about the Pearl Demon subduing Supreme Divine Art poured into Suqin's mind. After a while, Suqin opened his eyes. Not bad. Suqin nodded slightly. The Pearl Demon subduing Supreme Divine Art is a pure offensive divine art. It can condense 24 pearls with one's own true essence to suppress all demons and monsters. More than 1,000 years ago, a certain Shaolin Venerable Arhat once used this divine art to kill a certain demon path legend. Although it is said that a legend is often not seen in several eras, whether it is a legend or Venerable Arhat, they both have a shoyuan of 500 years, which is far longer than an era. Therefore, if one is lucky enough, one can often see several legends coexisting in the same era. Of course, if one is unlucky, it may be impossible for a legend to be born in several eras. Condense. Suqin raised his right hand and condensed a pearl according to the operation method of the Pearl Demon subduing Supreme Divine Art. This pearl spun in a circle, faintly revealing a palpitating aura. It's time to go back. Suqin carefully sensed it and was quite satisfied. In terms of power, this divine art is probably in the top 200 divine arts that Suqin has obtained in so many years. It is rare. To read the unmodified content, please go to Vinegar Love Literature Learning Soon. Suqin returned to the back mountain forbidden area. Although the Descending Demon Pearl Supreme Divine Art is a good divine art, Suqin did not spend much effort on it. After all, Suqin knows that no matter what divine art it is, it depends on one's own cultivation. Time passed slowly. Suqin once again returned to his peaceful days. Sign in, cultivation, heaven and earth, and occasionally giving pointers to Xianxia. Of course, Suqin only gave a little pointers to Xianxia, and did not choose the path for Xianxia to walk in the future. In martial Dao cultivation, especially when one reaches the grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm, those who are similar will live and those who are similar will die. Every grade 1 Great Grandmaster can only achieve their own transformation and become a peak grade 1 if they walk their own path. Xianxia has a Buddha's heart and is born intelligent. Even a grade 1 Great Perfection martial artist cannot affect him. But Suqin is different. As a venerable arhat at the third heavenly layer, his every move will have an indelible impact on Xianxia. Perhaps these influences are good for Xianxia, but they may also be bad. Therefore, Suqin simply let it go, and only give a few pointers when Xianxia has doubts. Everything else is left to develop. Just when Suqin was immersed in cultivation again, many disciples of the Shaolin Temple have also undergone significant changes. The back mountain is filled with fog, and every disciple who has been in the temple for more than 10 years can cultivate near the back mountain. Under the fog, even the martial artists in the middle realm and lower realm who have not been exposed to the world's essence Qi can feel their body being nourished and gradually becoming stronger. On this day, patrolling monk Xinji had just returned from cultivation near the back mountain when he saw several other disciples whispering about something. "What are you talking about?" Xinji walked over and asked casually. At this moment, Xinji was still amazed by the effect of the fog in the back mountain. As a disciple of the Jin generation, Xinji had been in the temple for decades. Naturally, he was qualified to practice in the forbidden area of the back mountain. At first, Xinji didn't think much of it. He thought that the fog was useless. But with this period of cultivation, Xinji could clearly feel the changes in his body. Xinji could even faintly feel that his body's blood vitality had become vigorous once more. How unbelievable was this? One had to know that a martial artist's vitality would gradually increase from birth until it reached a peak and then fell back down. Perhaps it was because he practiced martial arts that his peak was extended for a period of time. However, if there were no other major breakthroughs, the decline of a martial artist's qi and blood would be irreversible after a period of peak. Originally, Xinji was in such a situation. His qi and blood had already begun to decline. If there were no accidents, his strength would not improve at all in the future, and his achievements in this life would stop here. But now, Xinji actually felt that his qi and blood were slightly flourishing. That mist. In Xinji's mind, the fog that covered the sky and covered the earth appeared again. While Xinji was deep in thought, the disciples who were whispering to each other quickly looked up at Xinji and said, "Brother Xinji. Brother Xinji, we are talking about the Venerable in the back mountain." A disciple looked around, lowered his voice, and said in a respectful tone, "The Venerable?" Xinji frowned and looked at the disciples. "Is the Venerable someone you can talk about?" "Brother Xinji, we definitely don't mean to disrespect the Venerable. We are just curious about what kind of person the Venerable is." The disciple who spoke at the beginning quickly replied, for fear that Xinji would think that he disrespected the Venerable. "I don't think you dare." Xinji glanced at the disciples and shook his head. "You don't have to think about what kind of person the Venerable is. Just remember that the height of the Venerable is no longer something that mortals like us can understand." At the same time, on Wudong Mountain, many Wudong Mountain disciples were gathered in front of an ancient hall. Many disciples had already gone down the mountain to travel the world, and some were even thousands of miles away from Wudong Mountain. But at this moment, these disciples were all standing here as if waiting for something. "Is Master coming out of seclusion?" A Wudong Mountain disciple's voice trembled as he looked at the ancient hall in the distance and whispered. "That's what Martial Uncle said." Xianxia also stood next to him and replied in a low voice. Why did Master come out of seclusion? The second Wudong Mountain disciple looked at Xianxia and asked solemnly. Taoist Zhang could suppress the world for decades without leaving Wudong Mountain. This disciple couldn't understand why Taoist Zhang would announce his exit at this time. Xianxia thought for a while and tentatively said, "Some time ago, I went down the mountain to travel the world, but I met an enemy of Wudong Mountain. This enemy was a grade 1 great grandmaster and wanted to kill me." Xianxia paused and continued, "Maybe Master knows about this and wants to come out of seclusion to avenge me?" "Impossible." The Wudong Mountain disciple who just spoke shook his head and said, "Master is in seclusion to break through the supreme Tao. Ordinary things can't disturb Master. If you die, Master may come out of seclusion to avenge you, but since you are not dead, there is still room for redemption. Master will at most order us to go down the mountain to find out the truth. It is impossible for him to come out personally." When these words came out, the other Wudong Mountain disciples immediately nodded. Although Taoist Zhang is protective, nothing happened to Xianxia. In this case, Taoist Zhang will definitely not come out of seclusion for this matter. While many Wudong Mountain disciples were waiting. Click. The door of the ancient hall was quietly pushed open. A man in a Taoist robe with simple facial features slowly walked out. His skin was like jade, his eyes were clear, and his age could not be seen. His movements were meticulous, as if he had a strange charm. As soon as the Taoist priest came out, many Wudong Mountain disciples bowed and shouted, "Welcome back, Master. Welcome, Ancestor." Their voices shook the sky and spread for several miles. After a while, Taoist Zhang looked around and said, "Get up." This Taoist Zhang, who was known to suppress the world, did not have a trace of a martial artist's aura, as if he was an ordinary person. "Master, did you make a breakthrough?" A Wudong Mountain disciple couldn't help but ask. When the other disciples heard this, their expressions changed and they stared at Taoist Zhang closely. If Taoist Zhang really took the step in the legend, then Wudong Mountain would continue to suppress the world for 300 years. Breakthrough? Taoist Zhang smiled and shook his head. "How difficult is the mythical road? Even if I cultivate in seclusion for another 100 years, I won't be able to break through." Then why did Master come out of seclusion this time? The disciple who spoke at the beginning asked carefully. "Go down the mountain." Taoist Zhang raised his head and looked in the direction of the Shaolin Temple. He said softly, "Seeking Tao." To read the unmodified content, please go to Vinegar Literature Learning Down the Mountain. Seeking the Tao. Taoist Zhang's tone was flat, but when he said the word "seeking the Tao," there was a hint of expectation. Seeking the Tao? Many Wudong Mountain disciples looked at each other, not knowing what he meant. In their eyes, Taoist Zhang is the Tao of the world. Why would they need to go down the mountain to seek the Tao? Only Zhang Xiao and the other disciples' expressions changed slightly, as if they thought of something. If there is a rumor that the Shaolin Temple has venerable arhat, in the eyes of most martial artists, it is doubtful. But after experiencing the scene of going down the mountain, Zhang Xiao and the other disciples knew that the Shaolin Temple does have venerable arhat. If it is not venerable arhat, who can kill a grade 1 great grandmaster from thousands of miles away with an ordinary wooden sword? This time, Taoist Zhang came out of seclusion because he heard the news. This time, if I don't return, Wudong Mountain will be closed for 20 years. Taoist Zhang looked into the distance, and under the gaze of many Wudong Mountain disciples, he walked down the mountain step by step. Shaolin Temple. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were overjoyed. In just a few months, among the disciples cultivating near the back mountain, there were 3 who entered the upper realm. How rare is this? Even in a great sect like the Shaolin Temple, upper realm martial artists are enough to serve as court heads. If it was in the past, it would take at least 10 or 20 years for the Shaolin Temple to produce 3 upper realm martial artists. But now, it was completed in a few months. How can this not make Abbot Huiwen and the court heads happy? The more martial artists there are in the upper realm, the more likely it is for a grade 2 and grade 1 great grandmaster to appear. Once the number of grade 2 and grade 1 great grandmasters reaches a certain number, it can in turn guide a large number of disciples with potential. This cycle will form, and the Shaolin Temple will become stronger and stronger. Don't get carried away. These 3 upper realm disciples are the accumulation of our temple in the past years. They are all at peak grade 4 and are only one step away from the upper realm. Now, with the help of the fog, I was able to make a breakthrough. But it's impossible to give birth to an upper realm expert in such a short time. The head of the Dharma court said slowly. As soon as he said this, the other court heads who were immersed in joy immediately calmed down. Huiju is right. Abbot Huiwen nodded slightly. Although he was just as happy, he had also thought of this point. The reason why the Shaolin Temple was able to produce 3 upper realm experts in just a few months was mainly because of their previous accumulation. If he wanted to continue this smoothly, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Abbot, I should be breaking through soon. At this moment, the warrior monastery's head couldn't help but ask. You want to break through? Abbot Huiwen looked at the head of the warrior monastery in surprise. One must know that the head of the warrior monastery is a grade 3 martial artist. If he breaks through, he will enter grade 2. Today, in addition to Su Qin, the Shaolin Temple only has 1 grade 1 martial artist, Abbot Huiwen, and 2 grade 2 martial artists, including the head of the Dharma court. Now, if there is 1 more grade 2 martial artist in the warrior monastery, the foundation of the Shaolin Temple will naturally increase greatly. Just when Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were rejoicing, a disciple of the Shaolin Temple hurried in. Abbot, court head, someone is asking for an audience. The disciple of the Shaolin Temple panted. Asking for an audience? Abbot Huiwen frowned slightly. Who is it? He said he is from Wudong Mountain, surnamed Zhang. What? The court head's pupils shrank. Wudong Mountain? Surnamed Zhang? No matter how incredible it was, the court head subconsciously thought of Taoist Zhang on Wudong Mountain. Let's go out and have a look. Abbot Huiwen looked solemn and immediately got up and walked out of the Shaolin Temple. The other court heads looked at each other and immediately followed. Soon, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads arrived outside the Shaolin Temple. At this moment, a man wearing a Taoist robe with simple facial features was standing there quietly. Sure enough, it's Taoist Zhang. The court heads were shocked and still couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that Taoist Zhang of Wudong Mountain was standing outside the Shaolin Temple at this moment. Taoist Zhang. Abbot Huiwen took a breath, stepped forward, and asked solemnly. Although he is a grade 1 great grandmaster, in front of Taoist Zhang, who has been a peak grade 1 for decades, he is still not enough. Abbot. Taoist Zhang's eyes were calm and gentle, looking at Abbot Huiwen and slightly nodded. I don't know why Taoist Zhang came to the Shaolin Temple. Abbot Huiwen didn't beat around the bush and asked bluntly. When Lao Dao was young, he wandered the Jianghu and was fortunate enough to observe half of the 9 yang divine art of your temple. Taoist Zhang did not answer Abbot Huiwen's question. Instead, he answered his own question. This half of the 9 yang divine art is of great help to Lao Dao. Speaking of this, Taoist Zhang stretched out his right hand and took out a book. Lao Dao has nothing to repay you with, but this Tai Chi Heart Sutra. Tai Chi Heart Sutra. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were stunned. Tai Chi Heart Sutra is the work of Taoist Zhang. Even among the many disciples of Wudong Mountain, only a few have learned the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. But now, Taoist Zhang gave the Tai Chi Heart Sutra to the Shaolin Temple? Taoist Zhang, please take it back. Since the 9 yang divine art has leaked to the Jianghu, it has nothing to do with the temple. Thinking quickly, Huiwen rejected the Tai Chi Heart Sutra without hesitation. Although the Tai Chi Heart Sutra is good, it walks the path of Taoism. Even if the Shaolin Temple got it, it would be useless. On the contrary, Taoist Zhang even gave the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. Obviously, he was after something big. Taoist Zhang shook his head slightly and did not take back the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. Other than that. Speaking of this, Taoist Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. Lao Dao came here to seek an audience with the Venerable One of your temple. Seek an audience with the Venerable One. Abbot Huiwen's face changed. Taoist Zhang, I'm afraid you're late. The Venerable One has already said that he won't see anyone. Abbot Huiwen was silent for a while and said slowly. It's okay. Lao Dao can wait. Taoist Zhang was extremely carefree. Wait. Abbot Huiwen frowned. If Taoist Zhang, the master of Wudong, was still blocking the door, wouldn't it be a great loss of face for the Shaolin Temple? Taoist Zhang, please go back. Abbot Huiwen sighed softly. Since you know that the Venerable One is in charge of our temple, aren't you afraid that the Venerable One will attack you? Abbot Huiwen's words were a warning. Ask in the morning, and you can die in the evening. A smile appeared on Taoist Zhang's face. As long as you let me see the Venerable One, Lao Dao's life is yours. Taoist Zhang's eyes were clear, and his face was serious. This? Abbot Huiwen looked at Taoist Zhang with a solemn expression. In that case, the Shaolin Temple can only ask for advice from Taoist Zhang's Tai Chi path. Abbot Huiwen slowly channeled his inner force and looked directly at Taoist Zhang. Taoist Zhang wanted to see the Venerable One, but with the Venerable One's status, who could see him just because they wanted to? If anyone could see the Venerable One, where would the Venerable One's face be? Where would the Shaolin Temple's face be? With the Venerable One's kindness to the Shaolin Temple, even if Abbot Huiwen knew that he was far from being a match for Taoist Zhang, he would still try his best to stop him. When the other court heads saw this scene, they also channeled their inner force secretly, ready to attack at any time. Just when Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were at daggers drawn, a sigh of relief came. A sorrowful sigh could be heard, sounding both benevolent and boundless. Heaven and earth were drawn out, and time passed quickly. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were shocked and subconsciously looked in the direction of the back mountain. Taoist Zhang did the same. He raised his head slightly and looked at the back mountain. However, when Taoist Zhang looked, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The back mountain, which was originally calm and serene, suddenly became tall, filling up his entire field of vision. At the highest point of all vision, a figure sitting cross-legged appeared. This figure was like the Buddha in the center of the Pure Land, sacred, compassionate, solemn, and pure. Only I was supreme. That is? Taoist Zhang's mind was shaken. He only felt that his vision began to blur, and his thoughts kept falling. To read the unmodified content, please go to Vinegar Lu when Shui the light of Buddha lingered, spreading in all directions. At this moment, Taoist Zhang felt as insignificant as an ant, looking up at an all-powerful Buddha. Supreme. Majestic. Unrivaled. Plop. Taoist Zhang's thoughts fell into darkness, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Venerable One. Thank you for your help, Venerable One. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads barely recovered from the shock and bowed deeply in the direction of the mountain. After a while, all the visions gradually dissipated. Venerable One, the strength of the Venerable One is getting more and more unimaginable. Abbot Huiwen sighed and said with emotion. So far, Abbot Huiwen has seen Su Qin make a move twice. The first time was when the demon lord attacked the Shaolin Temple, and the second time was when Taoist Zhang asked for an audience. If the first time Su Qin made a move, Abbot Huiwen felt that it was as vast as the heavens and earth, suppressing everything. But now, Abbot Huiwen felt as if it was an endless void, embracing and containing everything. Although the heavens and earth were vast, they were ultimately limited, but the void was endless. Of course, Su Qin had made a move more than twice, such as breaking into the Dharma court to save Abbot Huiwen, and restoring the Buddha's heart for Xianxia. But in Abbot Huiwen's view, these were not real moves. Yes. The court heads next to him nodded in agreement. The means of the Venerable One were indeed incredible. Ordinary martial artists, even if they were grade 1 great grandmasters, or even peak grade 1 like Taoist Zhang, could fight against tens of thousands and dominate the world. They could barely accept it. However, Su Qin's Buddhist aura was pervasive and the vision was rampant. This was already the legendary ability of the gods and Buddhas. If it weren't for the Venerable One, we might not be Taoist Zhang's opponent. The warrior monastery's court head whispered. Although the Shaolin Temple's foundation had increased greatly, not only did it have 2 more level 2 martial artists, but it also had a level 1 holy monk like Abbot Huiwen. In addition, there were also thousands of Shaolin Temple disciples. However, if he wanted to rely on these to block Taoist Master Zhang, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With Shinran. Zhang's strength, once he used his full strength, the destructive power produced by his every move would definitely make people's hearts palpitate. The reason why a peak grade 1 great grandmaster can shake the world and surpass grade 1 great grandmasters is because of their absolute strength. Otherwise, why would the Devil Lord dare to attack Xiaoshi Mountain and threaten to destroy the Shaolin Temple several years ago? The court heads looked at each other, rejoicing in their hearts. At this moment, the head of the commandment yard seemed to have discovered something and could not help but ask, "Abbot, how should we deal with Xinren Zhang?" The head of the commandment yard had just finished speaking. The other court heads and Abbot Huiwen remembered and looked at Taoist Master Zhang, who had fallen to the ground. The Dharma court head braced himself and cautiously approached. He glanced at him and said, "He's not dead, he just fainted." The court heads looked at each other and suddenly felt that it was a bit tricky. Since the Venerable has shown mercy, let's send him back to Wudong Mountain. After a long time, Abbot Huiwen slowly said, "Yes. I agree." The other court heads heard this and nodded slightly. In their eyes, if Su Qin had the intention to kill, Taoist Master Zhang would have died long ago. How could he just be in a coma now? Since Taoist Master Zhang is not dead, it means that the Venerable has shown mercy. In this case, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads will naturally follow Su Qin's instructions. Let's do this. I will send Taoist Master Zhang back later. Abbot Huiwen made a decision immediately. Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Taoist Master Zhang. Su Qin sat cross-legged, and a trace of emotion flashed in the depths of his eyes. Once upon a time, Taoist Master Zhang was a big shot that he could only look up to. Am I already so strong? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he silently thought in his heart. Taoist Master Zhang, who was once unattainable, couldn't even bear a trace of his aura at this moment. However, in terms of fighting strength, Taoist Master Zhang is stronger than the Demon Lord. Su Qin compared Taoist Master Zhang and the Demon Lord and came to the conclusion that Taoist Master Zhang was better. In fact, whether it is Taoist Master Zhang or the Demon Lord, they are both peak grade 1 great grandmasters who have transformed twice. In any era, they are enough to be called dazzling. But unfortunately, they met Su Qin. However, Taoist Master Zhang's Tao of Tai Chi is a bit interesting. If he has enough opportunities in the future, he may be able to undergo a third transformation and reach grade 1 great perfection. Su Qin speculated in his heart. Su Qin's evaluation of Taoist Master Zhang is already high enough. So far, Su Qin only thinks that Xianxia is likely to undergo a third transformation and enter the realm of grade 1 great perfection. This is also because Xianxia has a complete Buddha's heart and often receives guidance from Su Qin, the Venerable Arhat. Taoist Master Zhang can reach this step by himself, which is already a peerless talent. As for whether Taoist Master Zhang can go further, Su Qin can't judge. Every Venerable Arhat or legend has a different way of breaking through, and grasping the chi between heaven and earth is even more impossible to judge. Wudong Mountain. Taoist Master Zhang was not sent by the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. On the way, Taoist Master Zhang had already woken up from a coma. After a short silence, Taoist Master Zhang let the escorting disciples of the Shaolin Temple go back, and returned to Wudong Mountain alone. Along the way, Taoist Master Zhang's mind kept flashing the scenes he saw in the Shaolin Temple, especially the last moment of his memory, when he saw the figure of a real Buddha. Soon, Taoist Master Zhang returned to Wudong Mountain. When the disciples of Wudong Mountain saw Taoist Master Zhang, they were overjoyed and surrounded him, looking at Taoist Master Zhang with concern. "Master, are you all right?" A Wudong Mountain disciple couldn't help but ask. It's really that at this moment, Taoist Master Zhang's expression was a bit strange. His whole person was in a trance, as if he was still immersed in some kind of emotion. "I'm fine." "How could I not be fine?" Taoist Master Zhang shook his head and smiled bitterly. This time, when he went down the mountain, nothing happened to him, not even a trace of injury, but only Taoist Master Zhang knew in his heart that he may not be able to get rid of the shadow of that godlike figure in his life. "Master, what did you see in the Shaolin Temple?" Zhang Xiao squeezed in front of Taoist Master Zhang and asked carefully. Before Taoist Master Zhang left, he only said that he wanted to go down the mountain to seek the Tao, which made the disciples of Wudong Mountain puzzled for a long time. But Zhang Xiao guessed that Taoist Master Zhang probably went to the Shaolin Temple to seek an audience with the Venerable. "What did I see in the Shaolin Temple?" Taoist Master Zhang repeated in a low voice, and a trace of ridicule appeared on his face. Lao Dao has always thought that even a real martial arts legend would need a few moves to defeat and kill me. But now. Daoist Master Zhang slowly raised his head and looked deeply in the direction of the Shaolin Temple. Lao Dao, I was a frog in a well. Shaolin Temple. Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Su Qin sat cross-legged. The entire Back Mountain Forbidden Area was shrouded in white mist. This mist was the real essence gathering Holy Land array. For Su Qin it was nothing, but in the hearts of many disciples of the Shaolin Temple, it was tantamount to a holy land for cultivation. Finally, I'm close to the peak of the third heavenly layer. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. After this period of day and night cultivation, Su Qin finally reached the peak of the third heavenly layer. It is said that the fourth heavenly layer after the third heavenly layer will have some kind of qualitative change. Su Qin stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. In the 9 grades of martial Dao, every 3 grades is divided into the lower realm, middle realm, and upper realm. This division is not just a division of grades, but also because the martial artists in the upper realm and the martial artists in the middle realm and the martial artists in the lower realm have some kind of change. For example, below the upper realm, martial artists only need to polish their body and internal strength. But if you want to enter the upper realm, you need to let go of the barrier between the body and heaven and earth, and let the heaven and earth's essence Qi wash the body. This step is very critical. Who knows how many 4th grade martial artists have fallen because of this? But only in this way can you really enter the upper realm. The same is true for Arhat from the 3rd heavenly layer to the 4th heavenly layer. I thought that it would take at least a few years to enter the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer, but with the heaven and earth array gathering essence Qi, as well as the glazed golden core, plus the past Amitabha Sutra, refining essence Qi, it's actually close so quickly. Su Qin's thoughts were fluctuating. He had to say that the essence gathering Holy Land array did help Su Qin a lot, at least it shortened his accumulation time. In that case, just directly enter the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. Su Qin made up his mind. Stepping into the peak of the 3rd heaven was not a breakthrough. As long as Su Qin was cautious, there would not be any danger. In addition, Su Qin had the Millennium Bodhi heart protecting him at all times. Unless Su Qin was courting death, it was impossible for any accident to happen. Just as Su Qin was immersed in cultivation once again. Rumble. The boundless Qi of heaven and earth in the entire back mountain began to gather towards him. After all, the origin Qi of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles had already been gathered in the back mountain after the origin gathering Holy Land's formation. Time passed slowly. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, Su Qin had been immersed in cultivation except for the daily check-ins where Su Qin would go out. As he continued to inhale and exhale Yuan Qi, the aura in Su Qin's body became more and more complete, as if it had merged with the surrounding void. Could something have happened to the Venerable One? Xianxia stood outside the back mountain and muttered to himself. Usually, Su Qin would occasionally give him some pointers. But during this period, Xianxia had not even seen Su Qin's face, let alone give him pointers. Xianxia did not care about pointers. What he was worried about was whether something had happened to the Venerable One. Although in Xianxia's eyes, Su Qin was no different from a real Buddha, who would have thought that an accident would happen before it happened? Just as Xianxia was hesitating about whether to go in, the entire back mountain forbidden area fell silent. Then, the endless fog shrank and rushed into a certain location in the depths of the back mountain. This is? Xianxia was slightly stunned. As the Arhat of the Shaolin Temple, he naturally knew that the so-called fog was condensed from the Qi of heaven and earth. According to what Xianxia knew, ever since the fog appeared outside the back mountain, there had never been a day where it disappeared completely. Could it be that something has really happened to the Venerable One? Xianxia's expression changed. At this moment, tap, tap, tap. A series of light footsteps were heard. Xianxia looked up instinctively. He saw Su Qin walking outside step by step. Venerable One. Xianxia was overjoyed. He immediately walked to a spot not far away and bowed deeply. Rise. Su Qin did not even look at Xianxia as he said lightly. At this moment, the true essence in Suqing's body was circulating endlessly as if there was no end to it. It kept rising and condensing. I've finally reached the peak of level 3. Suqing sighed softly in his heart and looked down at Xianku. Do you have any doubts about your cultivation recently? Suqing paused for a moment and continued, in the future, if I'm not in the Shaolin temple, you have to rely on yourself for everything. As soon as Suqing said this, Xianku's originally happy expression suddenly froze. Venerable One, are you going to leave the Shaolin temple? Xianku was silent for a while before he mustered up the courage to ask. Suqing looked up at the sky and said slowly, of course. Can the Venerable One take me with you? Xianku immediately said eagerly, I can do anything for the Venerable One. If I leave, why would you follow me? Suqing shook his head and said slowly, I have my path to walk, and you have yours to walk. Besides, it's not like we won't meet again. When you achieve Arhat in the future, you can come to me. A smile appeared on Suqing's face as he looked at Xianku. If Xianku really has the opportunity and perseverance in the future to get rid of the fate of the previous holders of the Buddha's heart and step into the realm of Arhat, Suqing doesn't mind accepting him as a disciple. Yes. Venerable One, I will work hard. Xianku clenched his fists and said seriously. Seeing Xianku's expression, Suqing smiled and took a step forward, disappearing on the spot. When Suqing appeared again, he was already in front of the Sutra Pavilion. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, many disciples of the Shaolin Temple were constantly entering and exiting, but they all subconsciously ignored Suqing, as if Suqing didn't exist at all. Suqing quietly walked into the Scripture Depository Pavilion. He walked around the first floor and muttered to himself, System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received 9 revolutions whirling pill *100. Prompt, the Tao accumulation here is about to run out, and it will become a place that cannot be repeatedly signed in. As expected, the Tao accumulation has been exhausted. Suqing was silent in his heart. In fact, before signing in today, Suqing vaguely realized that this was probably the last time he would sign in. In the Shaolin Temple, the Tao accumulation of the Sutra Pavilion and the Bodhi Court should not be much different. Now that the Tao accumulation of the Sutra Pavilion has been exhausted, even if the Bodhi Court still has some left, it won't last long. However, the last 109 revolutions whirling pills will definitely be able to compensate for the previous hundreds of sign-in rewards. Suqing's thoughts turned, and his mind entered the system space. When he saw the extra 109 revolutions whirling pills in the corner, his mood suddenly became better. One must know that even with Suqing's savings in the past 30 years, he only has about 609 revolutions whirling pills now, and this was saved by him scrimping and saving. Now that there are suddenly 100 more pills, Suqing is naturally in a good mood. Not bad, not bad. 109 revolutions whirling pills, even if I eat one every day, it will be enough for me to use for half a year. Suqing nodded slightly. The medicinal power of the 9 revolutions whirling pill is even stronger than the glazed golden core. Even the current Suqing needs 10 days to half a month to digest a complete 9 revolutions whirling pill. If he really takes it, these 109 revolutions whirling pills are enough for Suqing to use for several years. It seems that in the Scripture Pavilion, the Bodhi Court, and the Demon Subduing Tower, there is a high chance of getting good things in the last check-in. Suqing's eyes were thoughtful. For example, the last check-in in the Demon Subduing Tower allowed Suqing to obtain the Demon Subduing Seal, which can restrain all the demon path martial artists in the world. Even an existence like the Devil Buddha will be reduced to ashes under the suppression of the Demon Subduing Seal. Among them, although the Devil Buddha has been suppressed for more than 900 years and his strength has been greatly reduced, the power of the Demon Subduing Seal cannot be ignored. There is also the Scripture Pavilion. Suqing's last check-in obtained the Pearl Demon Subduing Supreme Divine Art. This divine art is an offensive divine art. It can condense 24 pearls and suppress the enemy. It is enough to rank in the top 200 among the many divine arts obtained by Suqing. It's time to leave. Suqing continued to stay in the Scripture Pavilion for a while, then turned and returned to the back mountain forbidden area. Dharma Court. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were discussing Buddhist scriptures and martial arts. This has always been their habit. They will not be complacent. The warrior monastery's court head was even more delighted. Yesterday, he just broke through the bottleneck and officially entered the second-grade Grandmaster realm. Now our Shaolin Temple has 3 second-grade Grandmasters and 1 first-grade Grandmaster. Even among the martial arts sects in the world, we are not weak. The Arhat court head said. Compared to the difficult situation of the Shaolin Temple decades ago, the court heads at this moment felt like they were dreaming. All of this is because of the Venerable. Abbot Huiwen sighed and said slowly. Indeed. If it wasn't for the Venerable One, my Shaolin Temple would have been destroyed a long time ago. The other court heads immediately nodded in agreement. Perhaps the disciples who had just entered the Shaolin Temple did not know, but as old people who had lived for decades, of course, they knew how much the Venerable had helped the Shaolin Temple. Just as Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were about to continue their conversation, a voice suddenly rang out. A calm and leisurely voice suddenly sounded in their ears. All of you, come to the back of the mountain. Abbot Huiwen was shocked. It's the Venerable One. The Venerable asked me to go to the back mountain. The court heads reacted, a trace of doubt flashing across their faces. The Venerable One personally asked them to go to the back of the mountain. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, even if the Venerable One had something to tell them, he would only inform one person. With this thought in mind, even the hot-tempered warrior monastery head realized that something was wrong. Don't think too much about it. Since the Venerable One asked us to go, let's go. Abbot Huiwen shook his head, slowly got up, and walked towards the back of the mountain. The other court heads heard this, looked at each other, and also followed behind Abbot Huiwen. Soon, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads came to Suqin. Greetings, Venerable One. Abbot Huiwen bowed slightly and said respectfully. Greetings, Venerable One. The other court heads did the same. Get up. Suqin waved his hand and said casually. I asked you to come this time because I have something to say. Suqin's eyes were calm, and said lightly, Today, I will leave the Shaolin Temple and travel the world. As soon as these words came out, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads' expressions instantly froze. No need to say anything else, I have decided on this matter. Suqin looked at them and said. Yes. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads said in a low voice with a gloomy look on their faces. The Shaolin Temple had been open for thousands of years, and the previous Venerable Arhat would choose to travel the world for a period of time. Therefore, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads could not bear to part with him, but they could accept it. After all, for the Venerable Arhat, traveling the world was also a kind of cultivation. If they stopped him, it would be tantamount to destroying the Venerable's cultivation. No one dared to bear such a sin. After I leave, no one is allowed to come in here. Suqin paused for a moment, and then continued. He had set up the Pure Land of Energy Gathering formation in the back of the mountain, and did not intend to take it back when he left. After all, Suqin could set up such a formation as long as there were enough jade stones. As for why Suqin did not allow others to enter here, it was because the concentration of yuan qi here was too high. If martial artists below the Venerable Arhat cultivated here, they would probably explode in an instant from the huge amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth. Suqin didn't want to be surrounded by blood when he came back here again. Yes. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads nodded. The back of the mountain was where the Venerable secluded himself. Even if Suqin did not mention this matter, they would still list this place as a forbidden area. Venerable, when will you come back? At this time, the warrior monastery court head could not help but ask. He asked this question from the bottom of his heart, and there was no utility in it at all. When will you come back? Suqin smiled and did not reply. For Suqin, even if he did return to the Shaolin Temple in the future, he would do so quietly and without alerting anyone. Okay, you can all go down. After Suqin finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. This time, Suqin asked Abbot Huiwen and the court heads to come over only to inform them. After all, he had also stayed in the Shaolin Temple for nearly 30 years. Even if he really wanted to leave, he would not leave without saying a word. Yes. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads finally bowed deeply to Suqin before turning and leaving the back of the mountain. What should be left behind has been left behind, what should be done has been done, it's time to leave. Suqin touched his eyebrows and thought silently in his heart. For the Shaolin Temple, or for any great sect in the world, the most important thing is always the people, not the inherited divine arts and the like. For example, in the Shaolin Temple, even if the scripture pavilion recorded countless divine arts, if it were not for Suqin, there would not even be a grade 1 great grandmaster in this generation. Half a day later, Suqin quietly left the Shaolin Temple. Outside the Shaolin Temple, the sky is high and the ground is wide. Suqin walked hundreds of meters in one step, slowly heading in a certain direction. Ha 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 ha. After being in the cage for a long time, I have returned to nature. Every time Suqin took a step, a section of thick black hair grew. After just a few steps, his black hair spread over his shoulders. His eyes were bright and his skin was like jade. He did not look like an old-fashioned monk at all. Whether it is venerable arhat or a legend, even a severed limb can be reattached, not to mention growing hair again. Chang'an City is the ancient capital of 10 dynasties. It has a long heritage and has more Dao accumulation than the Shaolin Temple. It should be my next sign in place. It just so happens that my family Su is there now. Suqin stopped and thought for a while before rushing towards Chang'an City. Chang'an City. At this time, it was the Shengyuan festival. Fireworks bloomed, setting off the beauty of Chang'an City. On the stargazing tower, the Emperor of Tang invited the officials to a banquet, drinking wine while admiring the fireworks. The princes were here, and so was Crown Prince Li Sheng. The Shengyuan festival. I don't know if I can see the next Shengyuan festival. The Emperor of Tang looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. Your Majesty must have a long life. How can you not see the next Shengyuan festival? The officials hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. Haha. The Emperor of Tang glanced at the crowd, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. My officials are right. I'm just lamenting. Yunyang, I feel that father's health has deteriorated again. Crown Prince Li Sheng stole a glance at the Emperor of Tang and whispered to Su Yueyun next to him. Su Yueyun heard this, and her pretty face changed slightly. She shook her head and said, You can't say this outside. Crown Prince Li Sheng sighed softly. How could he not understand this logic? All the officials said that His Majesty had a long life, but he felt that His Majesty's health had deteriorated. If this was heard by someone and spread, it would have a great impact on his position as the Crown Prince. However, Li Sheng was really concerned about the Emperor of Tang's health. Although Li Sheng had only known the Emperor of Tang for a few years, he could feel that the Emperor of Tang was sincere to him. He made him the Crown Prince because he really wanted to pass the throne to him. The Emperor of Tang treated him like this. How could Li Sheng have the heart to publicly lie to the Emperor of Tang? His Majesty sees things much more clearly than you. Su Yueyun hesitated for a moment and then said in a low voice, In court, who is loyal and who is not loyal, the Emperor knows better than you. For now, you just need to take care of your own matters and do your best to stabilize your position as the Crown Prince. As for other matters, don't think too much about it, because it's useless even if you think about it. Su Yueyun looked around and said quickly in a low voice. Ever since she and Li Sheng had entered the Eastern Palace, the Emperor of Tang had often come to visit them. Although Su Yueyun and the Emperor of Tang had not spoken much, she could tell that this old man, who had one foot in the coffin, seemed to have a clear understanding of the situation in the imperial court and could see things more clearly than anyone else. Very soon, the Emperor of Tang seemed to have lost interest and hurriedly ended the banquet. The officials returned to their respective manners. Su Yueyun hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and said to Li Sheng, My father and mother are waiting for me in the manor. I won't go back to the palace for now. All right. Crown Prince Li Sheng nodded. During the Shengyuan festival, Su Yueyun wanted to go back to the Su mansion to gather with her family for a while. How could he stop him? I won't go, so as not to disturb you. Crown Prince Li Sheng said very sensibly. No matter what, he was the Crown Prince of the imperial court. If he went back to the Su mansion with Su Yueyun, the family Su would not be able to celebrate the Shengyuan festival. After the two parted, Su Yueyun went to the Su mansion. Since Su Huiyun was conferred as the crown princess, the family Su became relatives of the imperial court and was rewarded with a mansion by the Emperor of Tang. This mansion was the current Su mansion. "Father, Mother, I'm back." Su Huiyun got out of the jade carriage and walked toward the Su mansion. "Yuner, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The head of the family Su, Su Shimin, came over and said with a smile. Mother Su also stood up with a smile on her face. "Little sister, you're back." The two brothers of the family Su waved at Su Huiyun and greeted her. They quickly sat down and prepared to chat while eating. "Little sister, His Majesty asked you to go to the stargazing tower to enjoy the fireworks. It must be beautiful, right?" The eldest brother of the family Su, Su Sungho, said with a face full of envy. The stargazing tower was the tallest building in Chang'an City. It was said that one could see the entire Chang'an City from the top and take in all the beautiful scenery. "Beautiful?" Su Huiyun shook her head. "I think it's the most beautiful to watch the fireworks from here." "Alright, Qinghao, it's not easy for your little sister to come back. As her brother, don't always mention these things." Su Shimin glared at Su Sungho. "Father, it's okay." Su Huiyun smiled and said. "Oh right, little sister." At this time, the second brother of the family Su, Su Qingyu, asked curiously, "Do you like that jade pendant?" "I think it's quite ordinary." Su Qingyu glanced at the jade pendant hanging on Su Huiyun's waist, his face full of doubts. In his opinion, that jade pendant was extremely ordinary, not even worth 10 coins. Not to mention that Su Huiyun was the crown princess. Even if she was only the daughter of the family Su, there was no way she would treat it as a treasure. "This jade pendant, huh?" Su Huiyun looked down and shook her head. "I don't know why I like it. In short, the first time I saw it, I wanted to wear it." Su Huiyun paused and continued, "I feel that as long as I wear this jade pendant, I can always be safe and happy." Su Huiyun's words made Su Qingyu helpless. "Little sister, you've been deceived. There's no jade pendant in this world that can keep people safe and happy." Su Qingyu was about to say a few more words, but when he saw Su Shimin staring at him fiercely, he immediately shrunk his head and didn't dare to continue. The family chatted as they ate. After they finished eating, Su Sungho suggested that they go outside and take a look at Chang'an City's market. This suggestion was obviously approved by most people. The family Su group walked out of the Su mansion and came to the market. They admired the fireworks that kept blooming under the night sky while looking at the street vendors hawking their goods. How great would it be if third brother could be here? Su Huiyun thought of something, and her expression was obviously downcast. The Shengyuan festival was supposed to be a family reunion, and no one could be missing. But now their family Su was obviously missing Su Qin. "I've already persuaded the county governor to ask for him from the Shaolin Temple, but then a certain venerable arhat seemed to have appeared in the Shaolin Temple." Su Shimin sighed softly and said. Originally, when Su Huiyun became the crown princess, their family Su would be riding on the coattails of the royal family. Su Shimin was planning to get Su Qin out of the Shaolin Temple. At first, he and the county governor had a good discussion. The county governor patted his chest and assured him that everything would be fine. But later, a venerable arhat walked out of the Shaolin Temple and killed the devil lord who attacked Xiaoshi Mountain. His name shocked the world, and the county governor never mentioned this again. Although Su Shimin was unwilling to accept this, there was nothing he could do. Because he was also a martial artist, and he knew the meaning of arhat. At this moment, even the Emperor of Tang wouldn't dare to order the Shaolin Temple, let alone a mere county governor. "There will be a way in the future." Su Huiyun forced a smile and said. At this moment, Su Huiyun was walking when she suddenly slipped and lost her balance. Coupled with her low spirits, she forgot to adjust her strength and was about to fall to the ground. "Yuner!" Su Shimin immediately noticed the abnormality and rushed forward to support Su Huiyun. However, suddenly, a slender figure walked towards them, and actually rushed in front of Su Shimin to support Su Huiyun. "Watch where you're going." The slender figure walked with his back to the light. Whether it was Su Huiyun or the rest of family Su, they couldn't see his face clearly. After the slender figure helped Su Huiyun steady, he walked in the opposite direction of family Su. Thank you. Su Yueyun instinctively wanted to thank him. But in the next moment, Su Yueyun was stunned. A sense of closeness that seemed to come from the depths of his blood rushed to his heart. Wait a minute. Su Yueyun suddenly turned around and shouted at the slender figure who was about to leave. Su Shimen and the rest of family Su saw Su Yueyun's reaction and also looked at the slender figure in confusion. The slender figure paused, as if hesitating, but finally slowly turned around. Under the curtain of stars, fireworks bloomed. It was beautiful. The slender figure slowly turned around, facing the starlight, and smiled at Su Yueyun and the rest. Little sister, long time no see. End of Volume 1. Chang'an City was filled with fireworks. Su Qin stood there with his hands behind his back. His eyes were calm as he looked at Su Yueyun and family Su with a smile on his face. Su Qin's main purpose in coming to Chang'an City was to find a new sign in place, and to meet family Su. You are? Su Yueyun's eyes widened when he saw Su Qin. He felt that the man in front of him was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. When Su Qin entered the Shaolin Temple, Su Yueyun was only 3 years old. Almost 30 years had passed, and his childhood memories were blurred. You are Qiner? Su Shimen asked with a trembling voice. Unlike Su Yueyun, Su Shimen recognized Su Qin the moment he saw him. When Su Qin entered the Shaolin Temple, he was still 10 years old, and his eyebrows had grown a little. Even after 30 years, Su Shimen could still see the shadow of the 10-year-old Su Qin. Qiner? Its third brother? Su Sungho and Su Qingyu looked at each other in disbelief. It's me. Su Qin said lightly. It's really third brother. Third brother, when did you arrive in Chang'an? The two family Su brothers immediately ran to Su Qin and looked him up and down. They were half surprised and half happy. Qiner, what is going on? Su Shimen strode forward and looked at Su Qin in disbelief. Su Sungho and Su Qingyu also looked at Su Qin curiously. I stayed in the Shaolin Temple for almost 30 years. I didn't want to stay any longer, so I left. Su Qin said calmly. I don't want to stay here anymore. Su Sungho and Su Qingyu looked at each other in disbelief. The Shaolin Temple was a great martial arts sect in the world. A few years ago, it was rumored that the Venerable Arhat was in charge of it. How could such a behemoth let its disciples go so easily? Qiner, tell me honestly. What's going on? Did you commit a crime and escape? Su Shimen's expression kept changing. Finally, he asked solemnly. This was also what Su Shimen was most worried about. He was afraid that Su Qin would go astray. With the current foundation of the Shaolin Temple, if Su Qin really makes a big mistake in the Shaolin Temple, who can protect him? Father, if I really made a mistake, would I be able to walk out of the Shaolin Temple? Su Qin shook his head and said. When Su Shimen heard this, his expression immediately eased. Indeed. He was a little worried just now. What kind of place was the Shaolin Temple? Without the abbot's permission, would Su Qin be able to walk out? Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that today's Xiangyuan festival would be the day our family reunited. Su Shimen was in a good mood. Little Qin, how did you know that our family Su moved to Chang'an? Su Sungho asked curiously. This? Su Qin had already thought of an answer. I went back to Yan City and heard from the people there that you are here. I see. Su Shimen nodded slightly. The fact that the family Su moved out of Tsangzhou was not a secret. He just had to ask anyone to find out. Little Qin, this time our family Su is successful. Guess who my little sister married? The Crown Prince. Our family Su is now a relative of the Emperor. Su Qingyue became complacent and immediately shared this matter with Su Qin. Third brother. Su Yueyun stood up, her pretty face was also full of joy. The few of them chatted for a while. Su Sungho and Su Qingyu asked questions here and there. After this conversation, everyone no longer had any doubts about Su Qin's identity. If it was a coincidence that there were two people in the world who looked similar, Su Qin obviously knew everything about the family Su. If Su Qin did not mention some things, even Su Sungho and Su Qingyu would have forgotten. Third brother, so many years have passed. Why do you look so young? Su Huiyun looked at Su Qin with some envy. After all, Su Qin was sent to the Shaolin Temple when he was 10 years old. Now, almost 30 years had passed. Logically speaking, Su Qin at this age should be middle-aged and have experienced the vicissitudes of life. But now, Su Qin had bright eyes, long black hair, and jade-like skin. He was even more energetic than a 20-year-old youth. The other members of the Su family also noticed this and clicked their tongues in wonder. Maybe the Shaolin Temple's lamp and Buddha statue can slow down aging? Su Qin thought for a while and said. Although the Venerable Arhat could keep his youth forever, ordinary people could also live a long life if they stayed away from worldly disputes. I'm afraid that's the case. Su Shimen sighed. Su Qin's words made sense. But how many people in the world could give up everything in the world and be willing to stay away from the lamp and Buddha statue? Little Qin, I heard that there's an Arhat in the Shaolin Temple. You've been in the Shaolin Temple for so long. Have you seen him? Su Sungho suddenly thought of something and asked with interest. For them, the Venerable Arhat was too far away from being a martial arts legend. If it weren't for Su Qin, they wouldn't even mention him. Su Shimen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Qin, have you seen the Venerable Arhat? What kind of person is he? Su Shimen lowered his voice when he said this, as if he was afraid that the Venerable Arhat in the Shaolin Temple would hear him. Su Qin thought for a moment and said seriously, nothing special. He's about the same as me. Su Sungho heard this and said after a while, Little Qin, you're really good at joking. The other family Su people also chuckled. They thought that Su Qin probably hadn't seen the Venerable Arhat in the Shaolin Temple. Qin, don't say such things in the future. The Venerable Arhat of Buddhism is very powerful. Maybe one day he'll know what you're saying. Su Shimen reminded Su Qin with a serious expression. They walked for a while and returned to the Su mansion. By the way, Qin, what are you going to do this time? Su Shimen asked after a moment of hesitation. With the current status of the family Su, even if Su Qin didn't do anything, they could still support him for a lifetime. However, Su Shimen was born as a martial artist and hated those rich kids who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. Therefore, Su Sungho and Su Qingyu joined the army early. Little Qin, you should join the army too. I can recommend you to the general. Su Sungho immediately suggested. That's not good. Little Qin doesn't have the talent for martial arts. If he really joins the army, not only will it be difficult for him to be promoted, but he will also be looked down upon. Su Qingyu shook his head and rejected. The rules in the army were very simple. Whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. With Su Qin's weak appearance, he would definitely be bullied. Su Huiyun hesitated for a while and couldn't help but say, Can I ask His Highness to let third brother work in the palace? His Highness is short of manpower now. Third brother can go to the East Palace as a counselor. Don't worry, it's just a title. He won't have to do anything. Hearing Su Huiyun's words, Su Sungho and Su Qingyu both nodded. The salary of a counselor to His Highness the Crown Prince would definitely be good. At least it would be much better than being a soldier in the army. Qin, what do you think? Su Shimen was also quite satisfied. He looked at Su Qin and asked tentatively. No matter where he went, he always had to listen to Su Qin's wishes. If Su Qin didn't want to, the family Su didn't want to force him. The Imperial Palace. Su Qin slightly raised his head and looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace. In the end, Su Qin agreed to Su Huiyun's suggestion. His purpose for coming to Chang'an City this time was to find a new place to sign in. Looking at the entire Chang'an City, only the palace in the Imperial City could have a large amount of Taoist connotation. After all, Chang'an City was the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties. After thousands of years, the outer city had been rebuilt countless times. Only the Imperial City had remained to this day. With Su Qin's current strength, unless there was a martial arts legend in the palace, sneaking in would be as simple as eating and drinking. But in any case, it was good to have an identity that could conceal his identity. At least Su Qin would have a reason to enter and leave the palace freely in the future. Okay. I'll tell His Highness when I go back tonight. Su Huiyun was very concerned about his third brother's matter. After returning to the Eastern Palace, he mentioned this matter to Crown Prince Li Sheng. And Crown Prince Lixing naturally agreed without hesitation. One had to know that since Su Qin was Su Yueyun's third brother, which meant that he was Lixing's brother-in-law. If a family member wanted a job, of course, he would not refuse. The next day, Su Qin officially moved into the Eastern Palace. And in order to please Su Qin, his brother-in-law, Crown Prince Lixing even arranged the right spring square in the Eastern Palace for Su Qin. As expected of the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties. Whether it's the layout or other aspects, it's almost perfect. Su Qin stood in the attic of the right spring square and looked at the entire imperial city. He nodded slightly in his heart. Compared to the vicissitudes of the Shaolin Temple, the imperial palace was another kind of majestic and domineering. Every corner revealed the supremacy of imperial power. I hope it won't disappoint me. A trace of anticipation flashed in Su Qin's eyes. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Su Qin visited a small part of the palace. Sure enough, it was as Su Qin expected. He could also sign in at the palace. And to Su Qin's surprise, there were far more check-in locations in the imperial palace than in the Shaolin Temple. In the Shaolin Temple, the only places that could repeatedly sign in for Su Qin were the Demon Subduing Tower, the Scripture Pavilion, and the Bodhi Court. But in the palace, there were at least 5 places where Su Qin could repeatedly sign in. The reason why he said at least was because the palace was too big. There were still many places where Su Qin didn't sign in, so he had to use them at least. So far, Su Qin had signed in at the Longevity Hall, Stargazing Tower, Taiji Palace, White Jade Square, Crop Altar, and so on. For example, in the Temple of Immortals, Su Qin signed in and obtained a copy of the Longevity Secret Art. The art of longevity was a Taoist secret art. It was said to be able to refine one's qi to become immortal and prolong one's life. Every 100 years or hundreds of years, there would be news of a lucky person who obtained the art of longevity and was able to prolong one's life by decades or hundreds of years. The only pity is that the threshold for entering the longevity secret art is too high. It requires a kind of physique that is close to the Tao. It is precisely because of this that one can be extremely close to the profound meaning of the unity of heaven and man in the longevity secret art. However, how rare is a physique that is close to the Tao? 1 in a million people is even rarer than a grade 1 great grandmaster. In other words, even if others get the longevity secret art, it is very likely that they won't be able to enter it. But Su Qin is different. With the system's infusion, the so-called threshold of the longevity secret art can be ignored. On the night of obtaining the longevity secret art, Su Qin had already entered the longevity secret art. In the following month, Su Qin relied on his arhat level and quickly cultivated the longevity secret art to great accomplishment, extending his life by 200 years. 200 years of Shouyuan. Su Qin's face was full of joy. 200 years of Shouyuan, plus the 800 years of Shouyuan of Venerable Arhat, as long as there are no accidents, Su Qin can live for more than 1,000 years. This is based on the premise that Su Qin will not make any progress in the next 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Su Qin's face was filled with emotion. The Empire of Tang has only been around for more than 500 years. Su Qin alone is equivalent to the Empire of Tang. Not bad, not bad. Su Qin was very satisfied. The only regret is that the threshold for entering the longevity secret art is too high and cannot be popularized. Even if Su Qin himself has cultivated it to great accomplishment, he can't let others learn this Taoist secret art. In addition to obtaining the longevity secret art at the Long Life Temple, Su Qin also obtained the star attraction technique outside the stargazing tower. The star attraction technique can draw the power of billions of stars for one's own use. It can be used to kill enemies and protect oneself. Of course, the star attraction technique has very high requirements for the user. At least a peak first-grade condensed divine sense is qualified to cultivate it. And even a peak first-grade condensed divine sense can only draw 1 or a few stars at most. The effect is not too great. It has the same effect as the lunar body refining art. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The lunar body refining technique can gather the power of the lunar body, and the star attraction technique can draw the power of the stars. Perhaps others think that the moon is the moon and the stars are the stars, and the two are not the same thing at all. But Suqin knows that even the moon and the sun in the sky are just one of the billions of stars. The difference between them is nothing more than distance. Other than that, Suqin also obtained the white jade true body at the white jade square, the innate spirit liquid outside the crop altar in the imperial palace, and so on. The white jade true body is a body refining technique similar to the invincible Vajra divine art of the Shaolin temple. Suqin is not interested in it. With his current physical body, even if he cultivates the white jade true body to great accomplishment, there won't be any improvement. But the innate spirit liquid of the crop altar made Suqin happy for a long time. Innate spirit liquid is a magical liquid born from heaven and earth. It is extremely rare. Usually, only venerable arhat or martial arts legends can find 1 or 2 drops when they travel the world and are very lucky. But the effect of the innate spirit liquid is also very significant. It can greatly improve the cultivation progress of arhat level. After Suqin obtained the innate spirit liquid, he tried to swallow a drop. As a result, his strength skyrocketed. If Suqin didn't suppress it in time and wanted to wait until he had complete confidence to break through, he would have probably broken through to the 4th heavenly layer arhat realm by now. A drop of innate spirit liquid is probably comparable to 10 glazed golden cores, and it's the kind that doesn't take time to absorb. Suqin exclaimed in his heart. One must know that even with the past Amitabha Sutra, Suqin needs several days to completely absorb each glazed golden core. But the innate spirit liquid is different. Not only is it 10 times more effective than the glazed golden core, but it also saves Suqin a lot of time. This in and out, the improvement of Suqin's strength is simply terrifying. Sure enough, more people still need to come out and run around. If I continue to stay in the Shaolin temple, when can I get these treasures? Suqin couldn't help but smile. I can't slack off, nor can I be satisfied with this. There are still many places in the palace that I haven't signed in yet. Suqin gathered his thoughts and thought silently in his heart. Although with his strength, it wouldn't take long for him to walk around the palace, he only had one chance to sign in every day. He needed to do it one by one. Calculating the time. It will take about half a year to sign in every place in the palace? Suqin estimated in his heart. On this day, Su Huiyun asked Suqin to have dinner with her and Crown Prince Li Sheng. Suqin didn't refuse. Anyway, today's sign-in opportunity had been used up, and he had nothing to do for the time being. Soon, Suqin came to Qing'an Hall. Qing'an Hall is the place where the Crown Prince lives in the East Palace. When Suqin arrived, Crown Prince Li Sheng and Su Huiyun had been waiting for a long time. Third brother, come here quickly. Crown Prince Li Sheng waved at Suqin. He didn't have the dignity of a crown prince at all when facing Suqin. Instead, he was very amiable, as if he was a real relative. Third brother, how have you been in the palace recently? Can you get used to it? After Suqin sat down, Su Huiyun asked with concern. Although everything in the palace was good, it was too oppressive and cold. This was also the reason why Su Sungho and Su Qingyu would rather join the army. For some people who like to be lively, working in the palace is tantamount to being in prison. That was why Su Huiyun asked this question. How have you been? Suqin quickly flashed through his mind, innate spirit liquid, longevity secret, white jade true body, star attraction, and many other treasures. Finally, he nodded and said seriously, very good. Third brother, just get used to it. Crown Prince Li Sheng nodded slightly and said with a smile, I was just talking to Yun Yang, third brother, can you adapt to the palace? At this point, Crown Prince Li Sheng patted his head and hurriedly said, third brother, hurry up and eat. Today's meal was meticulously prepared by the palace's imperial chef. You can't eat it normally. Crown Prince Li Sheng immediately introduced them. Suqin didn't have any requirements for this. Ever since he had attained the fruit of Arhat, he had long reached the realm of immortality as a chi eater. He did not need to replenish his energy through food. However, not needing to eat did not mean that Suqin could not eat. At this moment, a palace maid walked in hurriedly. Your Highness, His Majesty is here. As soon as he said this, Crown Prince Li Xing's expression changed slightly. Imperial Father is here? Crown Prince Li Xing was just about to get up to greet him. The Emperor of Tang had already strode in and waved his hand directly. No need to salute, I'm just here to take a look. As you wish. Crown Prince Li Xing hurriedly gave his seat to the Emperor of Tang and sat on the side. This little brother is? The Emperor of Tang turned his gaze and looked at Su Qin. Crown Prince Li Xing immediately replied, Your Majesty, he is Yun'er's third brother. He has only recently returned to Chang'an. I haven't seen him before. It turns out to be someone from the family Su. The Emperor of Tang nodded and did not ask much. However, when Su Qin looked at the Emperor of Tang, his brows wrinkled. Because Su Qin clearly felt that the Emperor of Tang's body had long been depleted to the extreme. Logically speaking, even if he was a martial artist in the upper realm, he should be dead. Is it him? Su Qin glanced at a purple-clothed eunuch standing beside the Emperor of Tang. With Su Qin's eyesight, he naturally saw that this eunuch was a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. Moreover, he was a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster whose body and divine sense had both transformed. Unfortunately, Su Qin just glanced at the purple-clothed eunuch and did not look at him anymore. Although this purple-clothed eunuch has completed the transformation of his body and divine sense, but because of his incomplete body, he will not be able to achieve the transformation of his body for the rest of his life. If the Demon Lord or Taoist Zhang had a slight possibility of entering Grade 1 Great Perfection, then this purple-clothed eunuch has completely cut off this hope. Life-linking secret technique? Su Qin opened, eyes of truth, and instantly understood why the Emperor of Tang was still alive even though his body was so depleted. With the Emperor of Tang's body, he should have died long ago, but he was pulled back by the purple-clothed eunuch with a secret technique called life-linking secret technique. In other words, the Emperor of Tang was not consuming his own vitality at this moment, but the vitality of the purple-clothed eunuch. In a way, the longer the Emperor of Tang lives, the less Shouyuan the purple-clothed eunuch has left. Perceiving this, Su Qin looked at the purple-clothed eunuch with a higher degree of respect. Even if it is a close relative, there are very few people who can exchange their life for another's. What's more, with the strength of the purple-clothed eunuch, no one can force him to use this secret technique. But it's meaningless. Su Qin shook his head slightly. This life-linking secret technique is extremely complicated and consumes a lot of energy. For every year that the Emperor of Tang lives, the purple-clothed eunuch's vitality will be consumed for 3 to 5 years. Moreover, Su Qin could see that even if the purple-clothed eunuch was willing to use his own vitality to help the Emperor of Tang prolong his life. But at this moment, the Emperor of Tang will not live for long. Just as Su Qin was thinking, the Emperor of Tang has sat down. Not bad, Xing'er, your wine is rare. The Emperor of Tang's eyes suddenly lit up and was about to take a sip. Your Majesty, take care of your body. Crown Prince Li Xing was anxious and immediately advised. Take care of my body? Is my body not good? The Emperor of Tang put down the wine cup, frowned, and looked at Su Qin who was sitting silently. You are Yun'er's third brother, tell me, how is my body? Su Qin looked up at the Emperor of Tang, nodded and then shook his head. Oh? What do you mean? The Emperor of Tang asked with interest. Do you really want to know? Su Qin said casually. Of course. The Emperor of Tang nodded. Su Qin was silent for a while and said, I don't have long to live. As soon as these words came out, the whole Chang'an hall suddenly fell into a dead silence. Even Crown Prince Li Xing also opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Qin in disbelief. He never thought that Su Qin would dare to say such words in front of the Emperor. Your Majesty, he just didn't mean. Crown Prince Li Xing was about to plead for Su Qin. At this moment. Ha 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 ha. The Emperor of Tang suddenly laughed. Interesting. It's really interesting. A trace of ridicule appeared on the Emperor of Tang's face. I didn't expect that the words that all the civil and military officials dared not say, would be said by a young man. The Emperor of Tang laughed for a while, coughed a few times, and his mood was obviously a little depressed. Come. The Emperor of Tang's voice just fell. Your Majesty. A little eunuch came up and stood respectfully on the side. Courage to speak, reward. The Emperor of Tang took a deep look at Su Qin, got up and left Qing'an Hall. As you wish. The little eunuch bowed slightly and left Qing'an Hall. Soon after, he returned and said loudly, His Majesty's decree, reward 100 taels of gold and a piece of jade pendant. Crown Prince Li Sheng and Su Yueyun looked at each other and didn't react for a long time. In Qing'an Hall. Crown Prince Li Sheng blinked. Originally, when Su Qin said that the Emperor of Tang was dying, he was ready to welcome His Majesty's anger. But the result? After all, His Majesty was not angry, and instead gave a reward? This. Crown Prince Li Sheng only felt extremely incredulous. Third brother, what's the matter with you? Su Yueyun barely broke free from the shock. What you just said about His Majesty, is it true? I stayed in the Shaolin Temple for so long and learned some medical skills. Su Qin casually found a reason. From the Emperor of Tang's complexion, he is indeed dying. When Su Yueyun heard this, he subconsciously looked at Crown Prince Li Sheng, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. So much so that Su Yueyun and Crown Prince Li Sheng did not notice that Su Qin called His Majesty the Emperor of Tang, not His Majesty. His Majesty is the title of a subordinate to a superior, and it implies submission. But the Emperor of Tang, it was a kind of equal, and even meant that he did not care at all. After coming out of Qing'an Hall, Su Qin walked slowly on the road of the imperial palace. The Emperor of Tang is a bit interesting. Su Qin thought of the 100 taels of gold and the jade pendant that the Emperor of Tang rewarded him. But he's still dying. Su Qin shook his head slightly and did not pay attention to it. Even if there is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster to prolong the Emperor of Tang's life at all costs, it is useless. Next, Su Qin once again resumed his life of the past month. The imperial palace is quiet, and Su Qin is backed by the crown prince. As long as he does not take the initiative to cause trouble, almost no one dares to trouble him. Late at night. The full moon hung high in the sky. Long before I left the Shaolin Temple, I was already at the peak of the third heaven. The reason why I have suppressed my breakthrough until today is because I feel that there is a great risk in advancing from the third layer to the fourth layer. Su Qin sat cross-legged as he thought to himself. Arhat's breakthrough from the third heaven to the fourth heaven involved some kind of qualitative change. It was not as simple as the breakthrough from the first heaven to the second heaven or the second heaven to the third heaven. Let's wait a little longer and see if I can get the Nining Sutra. Su Qin slowly got up and walked out of the pavilion. He looked up at the sky. When he was at level 9, Su Qin tempered his body with the Vajra unbreakable force and the Taiyin body refining technique. With the power of Yang and the power of Yin, his body transformed to a new level. It even made Su Qin and Shu Yuan soar. Now, Su Qin has entered the realm of Arhat. Before he breaks through to the fourth heaven, he wants to do it again according to what he did when he was at level 9. However, for the current Su Qin, the Vajra unbreakable force and the Taiyin body refining technique have long lost their effect. I'm afraid that only the combination of the 9 powers of the 9 Yang divine force and the 9 powers of the Nining Sutra will be useful. Unfortunately. As for the 9 Yang divine art, Su Qin had already obtained it from signing in at the Shaolin Temple. But the Nining Sutra? No hurry. Take it slow. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Although the current martial arts doesn't have to walk the path of yin and yang coexistence, Su Qin noticed through the eyes of truth that he is most suitable for the coexistence of yin and yang. Pure infinite yang or infinite taiyin may not have any problems in a short time, but the later the cultivation, the hidden dangers will gradually be revealed. At that time, there will be no turning back. By the way, today's sign and opportunity has been refreshed. Where was the place I signed in last time? Su Qin took a step and disappeared. When Su Qin appeared again, he was already standing in front of a huge temple. The ancestral temple of the Empire of Tang? Su Qin's eyes were calm as he slowly walked in. Huh? Su Qin seemed to notice something, and his eyes instantly focused on an old man guarding the entrance of the ancestral temple. The old man's hair and beard were white, and he stood there trembling as if he would be blown away by the wind at any time. The ancestral temple was huge, but only this old man was guarding it. I didn't expect the Empire of Tang to have so much heritage. Suqing glanced at the old man with a thoughtful expression. This old man may be hiding from everyone in the palace, even the peak grade 1 eunuch in purple clothes. But in Suqing's eyes, he directly discovered the other party's details. Impressively, he is also a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. However, for Suqing, not to mention a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, even a grade 1 great perfection is nothing. Let's sign in at the ancestral temple first. Suqing took a step forward and directly entered the ancestral temple. The light in the ancestral temple is extremely dim, but every corner is clean and tidy. Obviously, someone comes to clean every day. System, sign in. Suqing said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the Emperor-level world suppression art. A mechanical and cold voice sounded in Suqing's ears. Emperor-level world suppression art? Suqing raised his eyebrows. The next moment, everything about the Emperor-level world suppression art poured into Suqing's mind. The Emperor-level world suppression art is an Emperor-level divine art. When cultivated to the extreme, one can enter the legend realm. It is said that the founder of the Empire of Tang cultivated the Emperor-level world suppression art, and finally unified the world. With the help of the country's luck, he stepped into an incredible realm in one fell swoop, and finally crossed the sea in search of the longevity opportunity. Although it is of no use to me. But the concept can be used for reference. Suqing carefully comprehended for a while, his thoughts fluctuating. At Suqing's realm, he is no longer limited to a single Dao. Instead, he integrates hundreds of Daos and walks his own path. Not bad. It's a very interesting cultivation technique. Suqing slightly nodded and made an evaluation of the Emperor-level world suppression art. The Empire of Tang's founder. Suqing's gaze turned and looked at the highest place of the ancestral temple, the wooden tablet that belonged to the Empire of Tang's founder. Although the founder of the Empire of Tang finally crossed the sea and his life or death is unknown, the emperors of Tang still worship the founder here. I'm borrowing your place to tell you something. Suqing's mind moved, and a stick of sandalwood flew over and fell into the incense burner. Buzz. The sandalwood incense burned without wind, and smoke rose into the air. It's time to go back. Suqing's figure disappeared. Half an hour later, the old man guarding outside the ancestral temple wobbled into the ancestral temple. Founder, you've been gone for 500 years. The old man sighed softly, picked up a stick of sandalwood, and with a pious expression, prepared to put it into the incense burner to worship the founder. This was what he did every day. For 60 years, ever since he guarded the ancestral temple, he had never stopped. However, the next moment, he was stunned. Although there was no change in the incense burner in front of him, the old man could still smell a trace of burning sandalwood. This trace of smell was very faint and almost undetectable. Even normal people would subconsciously ignore it. But in the old man's eyes, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. In an instant, the old man's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his bent waist was instantly straightened. Someone has been here? The old man suddenly raised his head and looked around. Extreme shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. Someone has been here? Inside the ancestral temple, the old man's heart was in turmoil. The world only knew that the purple-robed eunuch Zhao in the palace of the Emperor of Tang was a peak rank 1. But in fact, other than eunuch Zhao, he, the temple keeper who had guarded the ancestral temple of the Empire of Tang for decades, was also a peak rank 1. The Empire of Tang had been established for more than 500 years, and its founder was a martial arts legend. Although he eventually crossed the sea and no one knew whether he was alive or dead, the Empire of Tang's foundation was still unfathomable. On the surface, eunuch Zhao was in charge of everything, but in the dark, the temple keeper watched coldly from the sidelines. However, the fact that the temple keeper was a peak rank 1 was related to the foundation of the Empire of Tang. Even the Emperor of Tang did not know. Not only that, but the temple keeper was different from eunuch Zhao. Eunuch Zhao was loyal to the Emperor of Tang. For the Emperor of Tang, he was willing to give up his life. But the temple keeper was different. The temple keeper was not loyal to the Emperor of Tang, but to the Empire of Tang. As long as the Empire of Tang still existed, and the person sitting on the throne was surnamed Li, the temple keeper would not appear. Impossible. Who in the palace can sneak into the ancestral temple without being noticed? The temple keeper's scalp went numb as he stared at the incense burner in front of him. He had been guarding outside the ancestral temple and did not notice anyone sneaking in. But now, he smelled a wisp of sandalwood on the incense burner in the ancestral temple. What did this mean? This meant that someone had walked into the ancestral temple in front of him and put a piece of sandalwood on it openly? How was this possible? One had to know that he was a peak rank one. With him standing guard outside, even if an ant crawled in, he would know like the back of his hand. But someone had sneaked in and put a piece of sandalwood on it. Despite such a huge commotion, the temple keeper, who was close at hand, was unaware of it. If not for the lingering smell of sandalwood, he might not even know that someone had snuck in today. Could it be a grade 1 great perfection? The temple keeper's thoughts raced, but in the end, he shook his head and denied this idea. The strength of a grade 1 great perfection is certainly higher than that of a peak grade 1. However, the temple keeper is a peak grade 1 who has transformed twice. Even if he is not as strong as a grade 1 great perfection, it is unrealistic to say that a grade 1 great perfection can treat the ancestral temple as nothing in front of him. Things have gotten troublesome. A true dragon has come to the palace. The temple keeper murmured. Although he did not know who had infiltrated the ancestral temple, he could vaguely sense that the other party did not have any ill intentions. After all, in the eyes of the guardian of the temple, unless the great ancestor who crossed the sea 500 years ago returned, the entire palace of the Emperor of Tang would be at the mercy of the other party. However, in reality, the Emperor of Tang's palace was still the same as before. Right Spring Square. Su Qin's figure appeared silently. Right. After lighting the sandalwood just now, I ignored it. If the peak grade 1 temple keeper returns to the ancestral temple at this time, maybe he will notice something? Su Qin touched his chin, and in the blink of an eye, he was too lazy to think about it. For Su Qin, even if the temple keeper really found out that someone had entered the ancestral temple, so what? With his trivial peak grade 1 strength, it is impossible to find Su Qin by following that aura. However, with the innate spirit liquid, there is no need to rearrange the grand array. Su Qin thought silently. The main function of the essence gathering Holy Land array is to gather the world's essence chi within a few miles to achieve the effect of improving the cultivation speed. But now, after obtaining the innate spirit liquid, Su Qin does not need the world's essence chi at all. All the consumption during cultivation can be provided by the innate spirit liquid. As a treasure born in heaven and earth, the innate spirit liquid is pure in nature. There is no need for Su Qin to refine it, it can be absorbed by him naturally. Just in terms of cultivation quality, the innate spirit liquid is far superior to the world's essence chi. Of course. What Su Qin doesn't care about is the essence gathering Holy Land array that gathers tens of miles. If one day, Su Qin can arrange the essence gathering Holy Land array that gathers the world's essence gathering Holy Land array that covers thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, or even the entire continent, then it will be a different story. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If the world's essence chi within tens of thousands of miles is really gathered in one place, then the terrifying effect is definitely not worse than the innate spirit liquid, or even better. In the following time, Su Qin spent most of his time signing in at the imperial palace. Occasionally, he would be called by his little sister, Su Yueyun, to eat the meals carefully prepared by the imperial chef. Sometimes, he would also run into the Emperor of Tang. Ever since Su Qin's shocking words last time, the Emperor of Tang obviously thought more highly of Su Qin and often asked some questions. Su Qin was a little impatient with this and usually just casually said a few words to muddle through it. He came to the Emperor of Tang's palace to sign in, not to answer the Emperor of Tang's questions. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. In these 2 months, Su Qin has signed in at least half of the Emperor of Tang's palace and gained a lot. On this day, Su Qin was walking slowly in the imperial palace. With the identity of a counselor and the brother-in-law of Crown Prince Li Xing, Su Qin can basically go in and out of the Eastern Palace. Even outside the Eastern Palace, as long as he doesn't get close to some important places of the imperial palace, he won't be questioned. just as Su Qin was thinking about where to sign in today. Suddenly, a group of people walked over quickly. From the clothes of these people, it was obvious that they weren't from the Empire of Tang, and there were eunuchs from the imperial palace leading the way. In addition to the eunuchs, there was also a small team of the imperial palace's forbidden army following them. They seemed to be protecting this group of people, but in fact, they were secretly monitoring this group of people. Nanming diplomatic mission? Su Qin glanced at them casually and found the words on the clothes of this group of people, and he roughly confirmed their identity. In this world, many countries existed side by side. Among them, the Empire of Tang was the most prosperous, occupying the vast central plains. And the area south of the Empire of Tang, near the sea, was ruled by Nanming. This generation of Ming Emperor was a man of great talent and vision, and he was in the prime of his life. Since he ascended the throne, he had purged the imperial palace and gathered power. Now that 20 years had passed, the entire Nanming was like an iron bucket, and it was a thorn in the side of the Empire of Tang. In addition, Ming Emperor also established the Genie Guard organization to investigate the various countries and collect information from the world. Even the Ming Yuan Empire, which occupied the endless grasslands in the north, had spies from the Genie Guard. However, even if the various countries were at daggers drawn, and the rulers of each country couldn't wait to kill each other the next day, they still had to maintain the basic face. Every once in a while, the Empire of Tang and Nanming would have diplomatic missions. The main purpose of these diplomatic missions was to maintain the relationship between the two countries, or to pass some information. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and his divine sense swept through. Huh? Su Qin seemed to have found something, and his eyes fell on the group of Nanming diplomatic mission again, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Interesting. Su Qin's gaze faintly swept over several people in the Nanming diplomatic mission. These people were very inconspicuous, and their heads were slightly lowered, as if they were afraid of offending a certain noble in the imperial palace. But only Su Qin noticed that these people vaguely revealed a trace of killing intent. This killing intent was extremely hidden and hidden deep in their hearts. Even a peak grade 1 great grandmaster like Eunuch Zhao may not be able to detect it. But unfortunately, this group of people met Su Qin. Venerable Arhat's divine sense is meticulous. Although it is not as good as Buddhism's divine sense, this group of people wanting to hide from Su Qin is tantamount to wishful thinking. Killing intent? They are still hiding their strength? This group of people from the Nanming diplomatic mission came to the Emperor of Tang's palace for other purposes. Su Qin's eyes were thoughtful. It is impossible for the Ming Emperor not to know that these people have sneaked into the Nanming diplomatic mission. All of this was ordered by the Ming Emperor. In other words, the Ming Emperor may be preparing to attack the Empire of Tang? In fact, it is not wrong for the Ming Emperor to have such a plan. Now that the Emperor of Tang is in his old age, although he has appointed a crown prince, all the princes have different thoughts. The situation is chaotic. If the Ming Emperor does not take advantage of this opportunity to take action, he would be a hero of a generation. The battle between two countries is not open and aboveboard. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. These people are preparing to assassinate the Emperor of Tang? Su Qin guessed in his heart, but he does not think that this possibility is very high. The Emperor of Tang is always guarded by Eunuch Zhao. These assassins have hidden killing intent. If they do not take action, Eunuch Zhao may not find out. But once they are ready to take action, they will leak their aura. With the ability of a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, these people will probably die in an instant. It was impossible to pose any threat to the Emperor of Tang. If the Emperor of Tang could be assassinated so easily, he would have died a long time ago. With Ming Emperor's methods, it was impossible for him to be so shallow and crude. But what does this have to do with me? Even if there were really assassins from Nanming causing trouble in the palace, as long as it doesn't affect the Eastern Palace, it has nothing to do with me. No matter how chaotic it is outside, I just need to sign in on time. Su Qin pondered for a while, then stopped thinking about it. How could the Emperor of Tang's palace not be able to deal with a few foreign assassins? When Su Qin returned to the Right Spring Square, he found that a palace made from the East Palace had been waiting outside for a long time. Young Master Su, His Highness wants you to go to Chang'an Hall. The palace maid bowed slightly to Su Qin and said in a low voice. Got it. Su Qin looked at the sky and probably knew that Crown Prince Lixing wanted to invite him to taste the meal carefully prepared by the imperial chefs. Soon, Su Qin came to Chang'an Hall. Sure enough, the table was already filled with fragrant delicacies. Third brother, sit down quickly. Crown Prince Lixing smiled at Su Qin. After they ate for a while, Su Qin looked at Su Yueyun and asked casually, after so many years, you haven't given birth to any children? When Su Qin said this, Su Yueyun's face changed. Crown Prince Lixing, who was eating happily, also had a dim look in his eyes. Third brother, I'm not in good health. The imperial doctors have seen me many times, but they can't do anything. After a long time, Su Yueyun opened her mouth and said. In fact, Su Yueyun had not given birth to any children for so many years, which had long caused dissatisfaction among the court officials. There were even officials who came forward to impeach her. The imperial family valued the continuation of children the most. If Su Yueyun, as the crown princess, did not have the ability to give birth to children, it would even affect the stability of the crown prince's position. If the emperor of Tang had not suppressed it, this matter would have been blown out of proportion. Yuner, don't worry, there will definitely be a way. Crown Prince Lixing looked at Su Yueyun and could not help but comfort her. Su Yueyun heard this and shook her head slightly. A way? If there was a way, how could it have been delayed until now? Over the years, who knew how many imperial doctors had seen Su Yueyun? Even the personal imperial doctor of the Emperor of Tang had personally checked Su Yueyun and finally concluded that the yin qi had entered her body too deeply and there was no way to reverse the situation. Fortunately, the imperial doctor was only loyal to the Emperor of Tang and did not spread this matter around. If you believe me, you can let me take a look. Su Qin glanced at Crown Prince Lixing and Su Yueyun's expressions and said casually. Let third brother take a look? Su Yueyun's face was full of doubts. Although he trusted Su Qin very much, what was the use of Su Qin taking a look when even so many imperial doctors had no clue? Yuner, take a look at third brother. At the side, Crown Prince Lixing seemed to have thought of something and immediately urged. He suddenly remembered that some time ago, Su Qin had only taken a glance at the Emperor of Tang's conclusion that he did not have long to live. Although he did not know whether Su Qin's words were true or not, at least the Emperor of Tang did not blame him at that time. Okay. Su Yueyun nodded. Then, Su Qin put his hand on Su Yueyun's pulse. In fact, he had already used his divine sense to scan Su Yueyun's body inch by inch. The reason why he still needed to check the pulse was nothing more than to further confirm. Yin qi has entered the body. Su Qin put down his hand and shook his head. As soon as these words came out, Su Yueyun's eyes were obviously disappointed. Crown Prince Lixing next to him also sighed softly in his heart. He remembered very clearly that the Emperor of Tang's personal imperial doctor also said the same thing. Then the next sentence was powerless to reverse the situation. However, the next moment, Su Qin said lightly, it's a small problem. After signing in at the Shaolin Temple for almost 30 years, in addition to countless secret manuals, Su Qin also obtained many medical books. In a way, Su Qin's medical skills at the moment were definitely not inferior to any imperial doctor in the world. Even compared to those imperial doctors, Su Qin could use his divine sense to completely heal the most minute parts. Therefore, for other imperial doctors, Su Yueyun's yin qi had entered the body and was powerless to reverse the situation. But in the eyes of Su Qin, it was just a small problem. What? As soon as Su Qin's voice fell, Crown Prince Lixing suddenly opened his eyes wide and almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Third brother, what did you just say? Su Yueyun also couldn't believe it and looked at Su Qin in disbelief. I said I can cure it. Su Qin paused for a moment and continued, give me a pen and paper. Someone. Quickly bring the pen and paper. Crown Prince Lixing immediately stood up and quickly said to the eunuch who was waiting next to him. Yes. The eunuch hurriedly left. Soon after, he brought the pen and paper and respectfully placed it in front of Su Qin. Su Qin casually wrote a dozen herbs to form a prescription and then put the pen aside. Boil the soup according to the herbs on the prescription and drink a bowl in the morning and a bowl in the evening every day for 30 days. Su Qin said lightly. In fact, this prescription was just on the surface. When Su Qin checked Su Yueyun's pulse just now, he used his true essence to remove most of the yin qi in his body. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yueyun's body couldn't bear it, Su Qin could completely cure it on the spot instead of using this prescription to slowly remove the remaining yin qi. This prescription. Su Yueyun muttered to herself as she picked up the prescription with trembling hands. If she was still skeptical of Su Qin's words at the beginning, then now, as Su Qin wrote down the prescription, Su Yueyun believed most of it. Although Su Yueyun and Su Qin haven't seen each other for almost 30 years, but just by getting along with each other during this time, Su Yueyun knows that Su Qin isn't the kind of person who likes to talk big. Since Su Qin said so, he must be very confident. Third brother, thank you. Crown Prince Lixing's eyes were a little red. If possible, who didn't want to have a descendant? It's okay. It's just a small matter. Su Qin waved his hand and said casually. Helping Su Yueyun get rid of the yin qi was really nothing for Su Qin. It was as simple as eating and drinking. Okay. I'll go back first. Su Qin got up and walked out of the hall. Crown Prince Lixing immediately followed and only stopped to return after sending Su Qin out of the right spring square. Shenzhen Hall. Crown Prince Lixing hurried back. Yuner, have you passed down the prescription? Crown Prince Lixing asked anxiously as soon as he saw Su Yueyun. It's already been done. Su Qin Yueyun was obviously a little nervous. She looked at Crown Prince Lixing expectantly and said, will it work this time? It'll definitely work. Crown Prince Lixing nodded seriously. At the same time, in a mansion somewhere in Chang'an City, a middle-aged man in a white robe sipped his tea and looked in the direction of the palace. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, a chubby man who looked like a rich merchant carefully walked in and stopped not far from the white-robed man. Greetings, Lord Town Guardian. The chubby merchant had a cautious look on his face, as if the white-robed man in front of him was some kind of wild beast. If an intelligence officer of the Tang dynasty was here, he would be shocked to hear the words Guardian Envoy. This was because the Guardian was a high-ranking official of the Nanming Embroidered Uniform Guard, second only to the commander. Even in the entire Embroidered Uniform Guard organization, there were only 3 Guardians. Each of them had a high position and power, causing the court officials to tremble in fear. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a person like the town councillor to take the risk and enter the Empire of Tang alone, let alone sneak into Chang'an City. If the town governor fell into the hands of the Empire of Tang, Nanming would not only lose a town governor, but also countless intelligence agencies and even the spy network that Nanming had set up in the Empire of Tang. With the status of the town governor in the Embroidered Uniform Guard, if he casually revealed anything, it would be enough to cause the entire Nanming to suffer heavy losses. Get up. The white-robed man's eyes didn't even lift as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Yes. The chubby businessman stood respectfully to the side. After a moment, the white-robed man suddenly asked, how's it going? Your Excellency, our people have already mixed in with the diplomatic corps and entered the palace. The chubby businessman immediately said. Good. The white-robed man nodded slightly and said indifferently. In his eyes, sneaking into the palace was just the first step. He didn't need to pay too much attention to it. Your Excellency, may I ask if His Majesty's target this time is the Emperor of Tang? The chubby businessman saw that the white-robed man was in a good mood and asked cautiously. In his view, for the Southern Ming Empire to let the white-robed man, a town envoy, personally take such a risk, they must have a big plan. And in the entire imperial palace, there was nothing more beneficial than assassinating the Tang Emperor. Once the Emperor of Tang died, the Empire of Tang would be in chaos. At that time, Nanming could take advantage of the situation and march all the way north to Chang'an City. Thinking of this, the chubby businessman's eyes flashed with a trace of heat. If things were to develop according to this trend, they would be able to establish an everlasting merit. For so many years, Nanming had been suppressed in the south by the Empire of Tang and couldn't expand to the north. If they took this opportunity to open the door to the Empire of Tang, with the current Ming Emperor's great talent and great strategy, They might be able to sweep across the world and unify the world. Assassinate the Emperor of Tang? The white-robed man glanced at the chubby businessman and said, with the protection of the purple-robed eunuch, the Emperor of Tang won't die. Speaking of this, the white-robed man shook his head slightly. For so many years, although Nanming and the Tang dynasty often had diplomatic relations on the surface, no one knew how many times they had fought in secret. Naturally, they knew how terrible the purple-robed eunuch was. Then? The chubby businessman was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he asked tentatively, "Are you going to assassinate those princes?" Except for the Emperor of Tang and the princes, the chubby businessman couldn't think of anyone who was worth the visit of the guardian of the brocade guards. Princes? The white-robed man smiled and said, "His Majesty can't wait for those princes to bite each other. How can he bear to let them die? You don't have to guess. The target of the brocade guards this time is the crown prince." The white-robed man took another sip of tea and said lightly, "The crown prince?" The chubby businessman was slightly stunned. As far as he knew, the current crown prince of the Empire of Tang was established by the Emperor of Tang despite the opposition of many ministers. He had no foundation in Chang'an City. The chubby businessman even suspected that the crown prince was deliberately promoted by the Emperor of Tang as a means to deceive others. "You don't understand." The white-robed man's tone was calm. "His Majesty knows the Emperor of Tang too well. This old fox won't do anything meaningless." Also, the brocade guards found a more interesting piece of information. 30 years ago, the Emperor of Tang met a palace maid. A year later, they gave birth to a son. However, the Empress was jealous at that time, and the palace maid died not long after the child was born. At that time, the court was unstable. The Emperor of Tang needed the power of the aristocratic families behind the Empress, so he could only send the palace maid's child to the common people. Not long ago, a son of the royal family who returned from the common people was made the crown prince. The white-robed man looked at the chubby businessman, and a trace of deep meaning appeared on his face. "Don't you think it's a coincidence?" "What do you mean, guardian?" The chubby businessman's thoughts turned quickly, and he asked subconsciously. "The death of the crown prince is not only a blow to the Emperor of Tang, but also stimulates the other princes. Because the mountain above them is gone, they can fight each other legitimately again. And this is the scene that His Majesty likes to see the most." The white-robed man said slowly, "In a few days, the crown prince and the crown princess will leave the palace through the Black Tortoise Gate and go to the family Su. Your people can take action before then. Remember, you must not let the crown prince reach the Black Tortoise Gate alive." The white-robed man said. Whether it was the East Palace or the Black Tortoise Gate, there were a large number of palace guards. But between the East Palace and the Black Tortoise Gate, there was an empty area. The palace's defensive forces couldn't be said to be without, but they were definitely the least. It was also the place where they had the highest chance of succeeding in the assassination. And once the crown prince walked out of the Black Tortoise Gate, he would definitely be protected by the Forbidden Army. In that case, they would have no chance. "Yes." The chubby merchant bowed and said. "In front of the Weiyang Palace." Su Qin stopped and looked up at the palace in front of him. "This should be the first time I signed in here." Su Qin thought for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. Su Qin said in his heart, "System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received this Sunflower Manual." "Sunflower Treasure Book?" Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and his expression was quite helpless. As early as when he was living in the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin had heard of the Sunflower Treasure Book. In fact, in other aspects, the Sunflower Treasure Book is definitely above the vast majority of martial arts in Jianghu. But if you want to cultivate the Sunflower Treasure Book, there is a prerequisite. If you want to cultivate this art, you must castrate yourself first. Moreover, the biggest hidden danger of cultivating the Sunflower Treasure Book is that because the body is incomplete, it is impossible to complete the transformation of the body. The purple-clothed eunuch beside the Emperor of Tang was like this. Of course, even with such a big flaw, the Sunflower Treasure Book is still worthy of the name of evil art. After all, how many martial artists in the world can touch the transformation of the body of a peak grade 1 great grandmaster? Instead of worrying about this, it's better to master powerful strength first. It's a pity. I wasted a sign and opportunity. Suqin shook his head slightly, feeling a little regretful in his heart. According to one sign and opportunity per day, Suqin still has more than 970 years of Shouyuan, and he can sign in a total of less than 400,000 times. Every time he uses it, he will have one less chance. However, although I can't use the Sunflower Treasure Book, it has some merits regarding the operation of an internal force. What kind of insight does Suqin have? With his current realm, who knows how much higher than the founder of the Sunflower Treasure Book? With just a casual glance, he could perceive the true merits of the Sunflower Treasure Book. Not bad, not bad. It's not like I didn't gain anything. Suqin nodded slightly and prepared to return to the right spring square. In the next few days, Suqin basically comprehended the golden Buddha that symbolized the complete inheritance of Buddha's palm. Moonlight shone. Suqin sat cross-legged. Buddha's palm has a total of 9 styles. Now I can only comprehend one style. As for the other 8, I can't comprehend them for the time being. Suqin rubbed his eyebrows and thought silently in his heart. In fact, Suqin was also aware that the golden body of Buddha in the primal aperture at mid-brows would not impart to him the remaining 8 clans. With Suqin's current strength, withstanding one move of the Buddha's palm was already his limit. As for more, it was basically impossible. It was like a bottle that could only hold 1 bowl of water, but if you wanted it to hold 10 or 100 bowls of water, the only result would be that the bowl would explode. There's no rush. Take your time. Anyway, what I have the most is time. Suqin was not greedy. Now that he had mastered so many unique skills, even if he couldn't comprehend the Buddha's palm, he could comprehend others. Besides, even if there was only one move of the Buddha's palm, it would be enough for Suqin to comprehend for a long time. However, the Empire of Tang is worthy of being a powerful country. In addition to the 2 great grandmasters in the Imperial Palace, there are so many grade 1 great grandmasters. Suqin turned his gaze and looked at the Emperor of Tang Palace. During this time, while he was signing in, he also swept through the heritage of the Emperor of Tang Palace. In the Emperor of Tang Palace, there are 23 grade 1 great grandmasters. What kind of terrifying number was this? It must be known that any grade 1 great grandmaster can establish a great sect and move unhindered in a region. But the Emperor of Tang Palace actually has 23 of them? And this is just the number of grade 1 great grandmasters in the Imperial Palace. In the border army of the Tang dynasty, there must be other grade 1 great grandmasters guarding it. Conservatively speaking, the Empire of Tang has no less than 30 grade 1 great grandmasters, and may even be close to 40. It's just that Suqin thought about it and felt that it was normal. Perhaps grade 1 great grandmasters are very rare in the whole world, but if all the grade 1 great grandmasters in the world are gathered together, the number will be very considerable. The Empire of Tang occupies the vast and rich Central Plains and has countless cultivation resources and people. It is easy to cultivate some martial Dao powerhouses. Of course, even if the Empire of Tang is so powerful, its limit is to cultivate some grade 1 great grandmasters. As for the peak grade 1 and even venerable Arhat and legends, it is impossible to cultivate them. The next day, Crown Prince Li Xing asked Suqin if he wanted to leave the imperial palace with them and return to the Su residence. Suqin thought for a while and nodded in agreement. He hasn't gone back for a while, and now is the right time to take a look. After a while, Suqin let Crown Prince Li Xing and Su Yueyun meet up. Su Yueyun's complexion was obviously much better. Obviously, Suqin's prescription was effective. After chatting for a while, they walked out of the East Palace and prepared to go to the Black Tortoise Gate. When leaving the Imperial Palace. Huh? Suqin suddenly stopped and looked at the Nanming diplomatic mission coming towards him. Third brother, what's wrong with you? They are Nanming's diplomatic mission. Su Yueyun thought that Suqin was curious and explained. However, before Su Yueyun could finish, the group of Nanming diplomatic mission that was slowly walking towards them suddenly exploded. Kill. In an instant, a bone-chilling killing intent spread out and shrouded them. Not good. There are assassins. Crown Prince Li Xing was shocked and instinctively stood in front of Su Yueyun. Protect the Crown Prince. Protect the Crown Prince. At this time, some of the confidants that Crown Prince Li Xing has trained over the years reacted and surrounded the Crown Prince and Su Yueyun. Can't even withstand a single blow. A cold-looking man in the Nanming diplomatic mission unsheathed his long saber. With a flash of the saber, many of the Crown Prince's confidants fell to the ground. We have to hurry. A sense of urgency suddenly rose in the cold-looking man's heart. Although this was an unguarded area of the imperial palace, they had made such a big commotion that a large number of forbidden army would arrive in at most 5 seconds. In other words, they had to kill the Crown Prince in 5 seconds at the latest. Otherwise, if a large number of forbidden army arrived, killing the Crown Prince would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As for what would happen after 5 seconds. For all the Nanming assassins present, since they dared to assassinate the imperial palace, they did not expect to return alive. Die. The cold-looking man's saber flashed and slashed at Crown Prince Li Xing from afar. Your Highness, run. At this time, one of the Crown Prince's confidants rushed over and pushed him down, barely dodging the saber. However, the Crown Prince dodging the saber did not mean that the saber had disappeared. The dazzling saber flashed and disappeared, slashing at a figure behind the Crown Prince. The cold-looking man frowned and looked at the spot where the saber flashed and saw a man standing there quietly. It's him? The cold-looking man recognized him immediately. As an assassin, before the assassination, he had already memorized all the information about Crown Prince Li Xing. This man with Crown Prince Li Xing should be Crown Princess Su Yueyun's third brother. Su Qin. Fine. I'll kill you first, then the Crown Prince. There's still time. The cold-looking man's eyes flashed with madness, and the saber flashed brighter and faster. Die. The cold-looking man looked at Su Qin as if he was looking at a dead man. However, just as the cold-looking man was about to kill Su Qin and immediately attack Crown Prince Li Xing, Su Qin, who had been standing there motionlessly, raised his head slightly and looked at the cold-looking man. The cold-looking man subconsciously looked at Su Qin. However, when he looked around, he felt as if he had arrived at a dark void. This is? The cold-looking man's expression froze, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. All he saw was dreamy and deep, as if there was a dark vortex spinning slowly. At the end of his vision, the cold-looking man saw 9 suns in the sky. At first, the 9 suns were extremely far away, but in an instant, they expanded and burned fiercely. Finally, they burned the void and swallowed everything. The Emperor of Tang's palace. The Crown Prince was assassinated. The originally harmless Nanming diplomatic mission suddenly erupted, and a chilling killing intent filled every inch of the air. Almost in an instant. The vice-commander of the Forbidden Army guarding the Black Tortoise Gate suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the Crown Prince's location. The vice-commander is a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster and is responsible for guarding the Imperial City. He is extremely sensitive to auras, let alone this kind of killing intent. Not good. There is a problem with the Crown Prince. The vice-commander of the Forbidden Army's expression was extremely ugly. Although the Crown Prince was some distance away from the Black Tortoise Gate at this moment, if something really happened to the Crown Prince, His Majesty will hold him accountable. The life and death of the Crown Prince is related to the foundation of the Empire of Tang. At that time, even if he is a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, he will inevitably be punished. Send some people and come with me. The vice-commander of the Forbidden Army took a step forward, his whole person turned into a phantom, and rushed towards the place where the killing intent emerged. The vice-commander of the Forbidden Army's reaction speed was already very fast. When he noticed the killing intent, it took him a moment. When he moved, it took him another moment. Then, from the Black Tortoise Gate to the Crown Prince's location, it took him 3 seconds. From the beginning of the assassination to the arrival of the vice-commander of the Forbidden Army, only 5 seconds passed. What can you do in 5 seconds? For ordinary people, blinking a few times is equivalent to a dozen seconds. However, for the vice-commander of the Forbidden Army, these 5 seconds felt like years, and he was burning with anxiety. The vice-commander of the Forbidden Army was very clear that to be able to assassinate the Crown Prince in the Emperor of Tang's palace, there must be a very careful plan. If there is no certain certainty, these assassins hidden in the imperial palace will not take action. Since they took action, it means that these assassins feel that the assassination will succeed. Your Highness the Crown Prince. I hope you can hold on until I get there. The vice-commander of the Forbidden Army's thoughts turned quickly, and the internal strength in his body almost boiled. The next moment, the vice-commander of the Forbidden Army rushed over and was about to take action to suppress the assassins. He saw a scene that he would never forget. The assassins, who had been brimming with killing intent, shuddered. Then, their bodies began to burn. Before they could even scream, they were reduced to ashes. This is? The deputy commander of the Forbidden Army trembled in shock. Before he had rushed over, he had thought of countless possibilities. He had even considered the possibility that the Crown Prince had died at the hands of the assassins. But the only thing he didn't expect was the scene in front of him. It would be understandable if these assassins were smashed into meat paste or chopped in half. However, for them to spontaneously combust and turn into ashes was beyond the imagination of the Forbidden Army's vice-commander. Crown Prince Li Sheng and his confidants were also stunned. A moment ago, they were facing a life-and-death crisis, and could have died at the hands of these assassins at any time. But now, such an unbelievable scene was happening. At this moment, large numbers of the Forbidden Army began to arrive. The deputy commander of the Forbidden Army suppressed the shock in his heart and shouted, "Protect His Highness the Crown Prince." No matter what happened, the safety of the Crown Prince had to be the top priority. "Third brother, are you okay?" Su Yueyun barely recovered from her shock. She tugged at Su Qin's arm and asked in a low voice. "I'm fine." Su Qin shook his head and glanced at the ashes left behind by the assassins. Long before the Nanming diplomatic mission entered the palace, he had already discovered that these Nanming diplomatic mission had other plans. However, at that time, Su Qin felt that as long as these assassins didn't affect the Eastern Palace, or him and his little sister, the Crown Prince, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. In the entire palace of the Emperor of Tang, Su Qin only knew a few people, including Su Yueyun and Li Sheng. As for the others, Su Qin didn't care about the lives of the princes and eunuchs. But what Su Qin didn't expect was that the target of these assassins was actually Crown Prince Li Sheng. Ming Emperor. Su Qin's expression didn't change. Deep in his eyes, he was deep in thought. "Third brother, it's okay. It's all over now." Su Huiyun thought that Su Qin was scared out of his wits and hurriedly comforted him. "Nanming diplomatic mission? Damn it." At this time, the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army had a rough idea of what had happened. He knew that these assassins who suddenly attacked were from the Nanming diplomatic mission. "Your Highness, I will personally escort you back to the Eastern Palace." The deputy commander of the Forbidden Army bowed to Crown Prince Li Sheng. "Okay." Crown Prince Li Sheng was also feeling uneasy. He was not in the mood to leave the palace. He immediately returned to the Eastern Palace with Su Yueyun, Su Qin, and the others. The Eastern Palace was where the Crown Prince lived. It was usually patrolled by large numbers of the Forbidden Army. It was impossible for assassins to use the identity of a diplomatic mission to assassinate him. It could even be said that no diplomatic mission from any country could even enter the Eastern Palace, let alone assassinate him. A moment later, in the Immortal Palace, the Emperor of Tang listened to the report of the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army. His expression was impassive. The Immortal Palace was the bedroom of the Emperor of Tang for generations. It meant longevity and longevity. "I understand. You may leave." The Emperor of Tang waved his hand and said softly, "As you wish." The deputy commander of the Forbidden Army breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Crown Prince was not dead and the assassins were all killed, the matter seemed to have been resolved satisfactorily. But such a big mistake had occurred in the Imperial Palace, openly allowing assassins from other countries to assassinate the Crown Prince. As the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army guarding the Xuanwu Gate, he had to bear some responsibility. And now, the Emperor of Tang had asked him to leave. Obviously, he was too lazy to pursue the matter. After the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army left, the Emperor of Tang's face gradually darkened. Ming Emperor, how dare you? Do you really think I don't dare to fall out with you? A trace of anger appeared on the Emperor of Tang's face. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Eunuch Zhao, dressed in purple, walked out and bowed. The assassination of the Crown Prince is a matter of great importance. At this moment in Chang'an City, there must be someone important enough in Nanming to command the overall situation. Now that the assassination has failed, the news has not been leaked yet. Why don't we take the opportunity to capture that person? Eunuch Zhao said slowly. That's right. The Emperor of Tang was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. If they could capture a big shot in Nanming, it might have a great impact on the war between the Empire of Tang and Nanming. Leave this matter to me. As long as the person is still in Chang'an City, he will not be able to escape. Eunuch Zhao paused, then continued, Isn't your Majesty curious about who saved His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? According to the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army, when he arrived, the assassins were burned to ashes. Obviously. Before he arrived, someone had already made a move. The person who made the move was able to quietly burn all the assassins to ashes. His strength is probably beyond that of an ordinary grade 1 great grandmaster. Even if he is not as good as Eunuch Zhao, he is not far behind. Curious? The Emperor of Tang heard this, shook his head, and said lightly, Everyone has secrets. My son has grown up. It is normal for him to have his own secrets. Why should I be curious? To read the unedited content, please go to Vinegar Literature and Learning. After Su Qin and the others returned to the East Palace, they found that the number of Forbidden Army in the East Palace had increased by several times. Obviously, the assassination of the Crown Prince made the Emperor of Tang realize that even in the Imperial Palace, it was not absolutely safe. In addition, Su Qin also noticed that everyone who had experienced the assassination, including the Crown Prince and the Crown Prince's confidants, were temporarily unable to leave the palace. The reason given by the Forbidden Army was that the palace was conducting a strict investigation, and they might encounter assassins if they went out at this time. But Su Qin obviously saw the problem. This time all the assassins were from the Nanming diplomatic mission. Logically speaking, the reason should have been found, and there was no need to investigate the palace. Because the assassination originated from Nanming, it had nothing to do with the palace. But the Emperor of Tang still gave the order. The only possibility was that he did not want the assassination to spread at this time. It seems that the Emperor of Tang, that old fox, is planning something again. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and in the blink of an eye, he had guessed most of the Emperor of Tang's purpose. However, although Su Qin was aware of these things, he was not interested in them. For Su Qin, all schemes were as fragile as thin paper in the face of absolute strength, unable to withstand a single blow. Instead of focusing on these, it was more convenient to improve his strength. As for the large number of Forbidden Army in the East Palace, everyone was forbidden to enter or leave. Maybe this was useful to others, but how could it stop Su Qin? 2 hours later. Su Qin's figure flashed, easily passing through the heavy guards and quietly leaving the East Palace. Let's sign in at Taiji Palace today. Su Qin's mind moved, and he appeared in front of Taiji Palace. Taiji Palace was the place where the Emperor of Tang and all the civil and military officials discussed politics. Logically speaking, it should have a lot of Dao accumulation. System, sign in. Su Qin looked up at the majestic Taiji Palace and said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received Nining Sutra. Nining Sutra? A smile emerged on Su Qin's face. He had been signing in at the Imperial Palace for almost half a year, and he finally managed to sign in this absolute in technique. It was said that the Nining Manual was a unique skill created by someone who was in charge of the Imperial Palace in the previous dynasty. It was said that it could condense 9 kinds of in forces. In terms of level, the Nining Manual was completely above the lunar body refining art. The Taiyin body refining art could only gather the power of Taiyin. When cultivated to the limit, one could only gather the power of Taiyin. However, the Nining Sutra could condense a total of 9 types of in energy. The difference between them was clear at a glance. Not bad, not bad. If I still can't sign in, I'm prepared to use other ultimate in techniques instead. Su Qin nodded slightly. In his speculation, the Nine Yin scripture and Nine Yang divine art were the most suitable, but it didn't mean that Su Qin only had the Nine Yin scripture as a choice. After signing in for so many years, Su Qin didn't know how many ultimate Yin cultivation techniques he had obtained, and among them, there were some that were comparable to the Nine Yin scripture. Just as Su Qin was thinking, all kinds of information about the Nine Yin scripture poured into Su Qin's mind. After a while, Su Qin opened his eyes, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. After going back, I will start to cultivate the Nine Yin scripture, and then temper my body with the Nine Yang divine art. Let's see if I can achieve the fourth transformation of my body. Su Qin thought silently. From grade 9 to Venerable Arhat, Su Qin's body had transformed 3 times. The first time was when he used Invincible Vajra Divine Art and Lunar Body Refining Art to enhance his body to the level of a grade 1 Great Grandmaster. The first time was in the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple, where he strengthened his body with the power of the seal left by Tuoerahan. The third time was when Su Qin broke through to the Arhat realm. At the final leap, his body, divine sense, and internal strength all burst forth. Since these 3 transformations, even if Su Qin entered the 3rd heavenly layer, and his strength skyrocketed, he still couldn't achieve the effect of transformation. Now, Su Qin is fusing Nine Yang divine art and Nine Yin scripture together to see if he can transform his body like when he was in grade 9. Just as Su Qin was about to return to the East Palace, his expression suddenly changed and he looked at a certain position in the Imperial Palace. 6 grade 1 Great Grandmasters left the Imperial Palace? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. When the 6 grade 1 Great Grandmasters left the Imperial Palace, they tried to conceal their aura, but they could hide it from outsiders, so how could they hide it from Su Qin? Interesting. Is the Emperor of Tang going to make a move? Su Qin guessed in his heart. In the entire Imperial Palace, only the Emperor of Tang can order 6 grade 1 Great Grandmasters at the same time. Under the strict blockade of the entire Imperial Palace, outsiders can't enter, and the people inside can't go out. For these 6 grade 1 Great Grandmasters to leave at this time, there is no other possibility other than following the orders of the Emperor of Tang. At the same time, in a mansion in Chang'an City, the white-robed man looked up at the sky and frowned. As the guardian of Nanming's bright gown guard, the white-robed man has a high position and power. If it were not related to a certain plan of the Ming Emperor, it would be impossible for him to come to Chang'an City in person. It must be known that Chang'an City is the capital of the Empire of Tang. Who knows how much of the Empire of Tang's heritage is hidden there? Even if the white-robed man is confident, he is not sure that he will succeed and retreat. But the white-robed man has no choice. If the Ming Emperor asked him to come, then he must come. Even if he dies, he must die in Chang'an City. It should be about time. Why hasn't the news come out yet? The white-robed man only felt a faint palpitating illusion. At this moment, the chubby businessman ran in and respectfully said, "Greetings, Guardian. What the hell is going on?" The white-robed man looked at the chubby businessman and frowned. "Is there a fight in the Imperial Palace?" "Lord Town Guardian. I don't know. I haven't received any news yet." The chubby businessman was also very puzzled. "No news?" The white-robed man frowned. "Did the Crown Prince leave the Black Tortoise Gate?" When the chubby businessman heard this, he immediately replied, "No." When these words came out, the white-robed man's expression changed slightly. It shouldn't be. According to previous intelligence, the Crown Prince will accompany the Crown Princess back to the family Su at this time of year. The white-robed man muttered to himself. Maybe he was delayed by something? The chubby businessman couldn't help but guess. No. The more the white-robed man thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. There was no delay in the past years, but this year it was delayed? If the assassination had really started, the Imperial Palace wouldn't be so peaceful, unless someone deliberately concealed the news and delayed the time. The white-robed man's mind raced, and finally his face turned pale. Not good. There's a change. The white-robed man immediately got up and prepared to leave Chang'an City. However, the white-robed man hadn't gone far. Then, he felt 6 terrifying auras appear and envelop him from all directions, sealing off all corners of the mansion. I was wondering who it was. So it's those mad dogs of the Imperial Secret Guards. The gate of the mansion was pushed open, and a feminine eunuch in a red eunuch uniform slowly walked in. To read the unmodified content, please go to Vinegar Studies Red-Clothed Eunuch. The white-robed man's expression was extremely ugly. In the Emperor of Tang's palace, the eunuchs who can wear red official robes are basically grade 1 great grandmasters. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, although eunuch Hong next to imperial concubine Li is grade 2, he was still given a red official robe. But such examples are relatively rare. And at this time, the white-robed man could feel that the 6 auras that enveloped the entire mansion were all grade 1 great grandmasters. I didn't expect it to be the guardian of the genie guard. The red-clothed eunuch immediately recognized the white-robed man's identity. Although the Southern Ming Empire's embroidered uniform guard was feared by the other countries, it wasn't as if the other countries didn't put up any resistance. Especially the Tang Empire, which had investigated the upper echelons of the embroidered uniform guard thoroughly. The Emperor of Tang has good means. The white-robed man smiled, and his expression suddenly calmed down. You want to break your heart and commit suicide? The red-clothed eunuch who walked in smiled disdainfully, took a step forward, and appeared beside the white-robed man, and then gently pressed his 5 fingers. Wang. The white-robed man only felt his vision begin to blur, and his heart that was about to break began to slowly recover. You? Before the white-robed man could speak, he fell into a coma. East Palace. In the right spring square. Su Qin sat cross-legged, and the true essence in his body slowly circulated according to the 9 Yin Taoist scripture, condensing the extreme Yin force. After a long time, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, with Su Qin as the center, the temperature within a radius of tens of meters dropped rapidly, as if he had instantly arrived at the Arctic ice field. Huh? Su Qin frowned. Suddenly, the originally falling temperature continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. This 9 Yin Taoist scripture is a bit interesting. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently in his heart. Compared to the 9 Yang divine art, the 9 Yin Sutra was even more bizarre. It was the complete opposite of the 9 Yang divine art. However, isn't this what I want? A smile emerged on Su Qin's face. With his current body that had undergone 3 transformations, ordinary Yin and Yang energy was completely useless. It couldn't even affect Su Qin's body, let alone improve it. In 2 days at most, I will be able to cultivate the 9 Yin Sutra to the great accomplishment stage and gather the 9 types of Yin energy. Su Qin calculated in his mind. If an ordinary cultivator wanted to cultivate the 9 Yin true scripture to the Desheng realm, they would not be able to do so without dozens of years or even hundreds of years. Moreover, this was based on the premise that the cultivator's aptitude was innately compatible with the 9 Yin true scripture. But Su Qin was different. As the venerable Arhat of the third heaven, he had a commanding position. Coupled with the system's instilling of all the essences of the 9 Yin Sutra, even 2 days felt long to Su Qin. The next day, Su Qin arrived at Qing'an Hall. Third brother, you're here. Crown Prince Li Xing walked over with a face full of joy. After Yin Yang drank the medicine prescribed by third brother, her body has obviously improved. Even the imperial physician by father's side found it unbelievable. Crown Prince Li Xing looked at Su Qin with eyes full of gratitude. Is that so? Su Qin did not feel much. Helping his little sister Su Yueyun to get rid of the Yin Qi was as easy as lifting a finger. It was not a big deal at all. That's right. Do you still remember the assassination yesterday? Crown Prince Li Xing suddenly thought of something. He looked around and whispered. What's wrong? Su Qin asked casually. When I went to see father in the morning, I felt that father seemed to be in a good mood. It should have something to do with the assassination of the Nanming diplomatic mission yesterday. Crown Prince Li Xing told him his guess. Although the Emperor of Tang did not tell him clearly at that time, he did give him a few reminders. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. It seems that the 6 grade 1 great grandmasters who left the imperial palace yesterday caught a big fish. Otherwise, according to the Emperor of Tang's temperament, if he did not really have a big harvest, he would not behave like this. Next, Su Qin chatted with Crown Prince Li Xing for a while. In fact, it was mainly Crown Prince Lixing who was talking, and Su Qin just listened casually. And Crown Prince Lixing mostly talked about the imperial court, such as which minister came forward to impeach him. Obviously, although the Emperor of Tang was persistent and he successfully sat on the position of Crown Prince, it was obvious that this position was not very stable and had even been questioned by many. If you become the emperor in the future, what do you want to do? Su Qin listened for a while and asked casually. Although Lixing carried nearly 1/10 of the Empire of Tang's destiny, as long as he does not die, the future throne will basically be Lixing's. But Su Qin also wants to know what Lixing plans for the future. Third brother, you must not say this kind of thing outside in the future. Father Emperor's health has just improved. Crown Prince Lixing said quickly. Su Qin heard this and shook his head slightly. Su Qin is very clear about the Emperor of Tang's health. If it weren't for a peak grade 1 great grandmaster who was willing to exchange his life for his life, he would have died long ago. But even so, the Emperor of Tang will not live for long. Even Venerable Arhat has a Shouyuan limit, let alone an emperor. The improvement in Crown Prince Lixing's eyes was nothing more than a momentary recovery. Half an hour later, Su Qin returned to the right spring square again. It's almost time. Strive to cultivate the 9 Taoist scripture to great accomplishment, and then complete the 4th transformation of the body in one go. Su Qin sat cross-legged, slowly closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. At the same time, Naming's capital. Inside the imperial palace, Ming Emperor sat high on the dragon throne, looking at the intelligence in his hand. The assassination failed? Ming Emperor whispered to himself, his voice did not fluctuate, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Reporting to your majesty. In addition to the failure of the mission, the stronghold of the brocade-gowned guards in Chang'an, as well as the town governor, have all lost contact. The commander of the brocade-gowned guards, wearing a flying suit, said with cold sweat on his head. Oh? Not only did the assassination fail. Even the people were captured alive? Ming Emperor put down the intelligence in his hand, looked at the commander, and said lightly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I deserve to die. The commander of the brocade-gowned guards knelt on the ground with a thud and said in a trembling voice. In Nanming, the name brocade-gowned guards was like a ghost. Many people were in awe and fear. Even the princes and ministers in the imperial court were afraid of the brocade-gowned guards. But only the commander himself knew that the so-called brocade-gowned guards was just a dog under Ming Emperor. If this dog was useful, Ming Emperor would not be stingy with rewards. But if it was useless, he would change it for another dog. Perhaps the brocade-gowned guard still existed, but no one knew whether he was the commander or not. I will go to Chang'an personally and prepare for the assassination. The commander of the brocade-gowned guards touched the ground with his forehead and said quickly. No need. After a long time, Ming Emperor's voice slowly came, since the first assassination failed, there is no need to try again. Ming Emperor paused for a while and continued, I remember that some time ago, a prince of the Empire of Tang wanted to contact me and cooperate with me. To read the unmodified content, please go to vinegar/literature as soon as Ming Emperor finished his words. The commander of the brocade guards, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately replied, Your Majesty, there is such a thing. At that time, the Emperor of Tang had just appointed the crown prince. This prince was not reconciled, so he contacted Nanming and wanted to use the power of Nanming to ascend to the throne. The commander of the brocade guards said. Now you reply to him. Ming Emperor leaned slightly on the dragon throne and said calmly, I agree. As soon as these words came out, the commander of the brocade guard's expression changed. Helping the Emperor of Tang's prince ascend to the throne was not in Nanming's interest. For Nanming, the more chaotic the Empire of Tang was, the better. If a new emperor ascended to the throne and unified all forces, it would be a disaster rather than a blessing. I know what you are thinking. Ming Emperor glanced at the commander of the brocade guards and said softly, I only agreed to let him ascend to the throne, but no one can guarantee how long he can sit on the throne. As you wish. I will contact him right away. The commander of the brocade guards' heart skipped a beat and said hurriedly. When the commander of the brocade guards completely left, Ming Emperor, who was sitting high on the dragon throne, slowly stood up and walked out of the hall. The Empire of Tang, haha. The Emperor of Tang's palace. Right Spring Square of the East Palace. Suqin sat cross-legged. His aura flowed, but it did not leak out at all. After a while, Suqin slowly opened his eyes. It's finally done. Suqin raised his left hand. 9 wisps of extreme force were constantly circling and colliding between his fingers, emitting waves of palpitating waves. When the 9 manual is fully cultivated, I can turn the surrounding dozens of meters into an extremely cold ice domain with a raise of my hand to restrict and suppress the enemy. It's quite interesting. Suqin sensed it carefully and nodded slightly. Compared with the extreme yang of the 9 yang divine skill, which could burn and burn everything, the 9 manual was more like a spring breeze and drizzle, silently moistening things. Oftentimes, the enemy would be corroded by the power of the 9 before they even knew what was happening. But no matter if it's 9 or 9 yang, they're all just means to me. What's truly important is the tempering of the body by the supreme yang energy and the supreme yin energy. Suqin's eyes lit up. Now that both the 9 divine technique and the 9 yang divine technique had been completed, it was time to prepare for the transformation of his physical body. Let's leave the palace first and find a random place to talk. Suqin sat cross-legged, his thoughts fluctuating. Thinking of this, Suqin restrained his aura and stepped out of the imperial palace and Chang'an city. This place is not bad. Suqin found a valley more than 20 miles away from Chang'an city. This valley was surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters. Vaguely, it was the place where the yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered. Here it is. Suqin floated into the valley. Let's set up a heaven and earth formation first to prevent anyone from disturbing us. Suqin's mind moved, and a hidden heaven and earth formation enveloped the entire valley. With Suqin's strength, even during the breakthrough period, no foreign objects could disturb him. But it was better to be as quiet as possible. Anyway, Suqin still had dozens of such heaven and earth formations. If he wanted to set them up, he could do it with a thought. It was not troublesome at all. After setting up the heaven and earth formation, Suqin found a random place in the valley and sat cross-legged. Although there are no martial arts legends on this continent, there are martial arts legends outside the continent and in the endless deep sea. Suqin thought silently. He was not in a hurry to start. Instead, he adjusted his state and tried to achieve the transformation of his physical body in one go. For example, the founder of the Empire of Tang, and the ancestors of other countries, were more or less related to the existence of martial arts legends. These martial arts legends crossed the sea in search of longevity. They might come back at any time. If I don't have enough strength to deal with them by then, I'm afraid I'll be at a disadvantage. Suqin suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Let's begin. Suqin raised his hands. 9 wisps of supreme yang energy wrapped around the 5 fingers of his right hand, and 9 wisps of supreme yin energy wrapped around the 5 fingers of his left hand. If he wanted yin and yang to coexist and reach the level of tempering his physical body, he had to use the eye of truth to observe his own body. This was also the reason why no martial artist in this world was like Suqin, who strengthened his body with the power of supreme yang and supreme yin. It was not that they did not want to, but they did not dare. Although the powers of yin and yang coexisted, they also restrained each other at the same time. Once they coexisted in the body, if there was any carelessness, the balance between the two would be broken, and the result would be extremely tragic. Only Suqin could observe everything in his body with the eye of truth at all times and maintain the balance of yin and yang, so he was not afraid of this. Otherwise, if it were any other martial artist, even a martial arts legend, they would have a headache and even be seriously injured if they were not careful. Buzz. Just as Suqin slowly urged, the 9 wisps of supreme yang and supreme yin energy between his 10 fingers began to spread and spread at a moderate pace. Suqin only felt his body go numb and limp, as if he had been struck by lightning and sunk deep into a sea of thunder. At this moment, if anyone was here, they would be shocked to find that Suqin's body was full of 2 completely opposite forces. These 2 forces constantly collided and slowly merged, and finally gave birth to a trace of inexplicable aura that constantly merged into Suqin's body. As expected, The power of yin and yang still has a miraculous effect on the body. Suqin felt the gradual improvement of his physical body and was overjoyed. This degree of improvement almost made Suqin think that he had returned to the time when he advanced by leaps and bounds. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. At this moment, the aura on Suqin's body gradually calmed down. It's about time. If I continue, I'm afraid my body will be damaged. Suqin knew the principle of gradual improvement and immediately stopped cultivating. I'll come back tomorrow. Suqin breathed a sigh of relief and got up to return to the East Palace's right spring square. In the following time. In addition to signing in every day, Suqin would take 2 hours to temper his body here. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Until a month later. In the valley. Suqin sat cross-legged, and wisps of extreme yin and extreme yang forces constantly collided and lingered in his body, and finally slowly merged, giving birth to a new inexplicable aura that seeped into Suqin's body. I've reached my limit. Suqin slowly opened his eyes, and his thoughts fluctuated. In fact, as early as 10 days ago, Suqin had already felt that the transformation of his body had begun to slow down, but until today, this transformation had completely stopped. Although Suqin felt that it was a pity, he had already expected this. Now, how strong is my body? Suqin stretched out his right hand and exerted a little force. Suddenly, a faint golden color flashed on the surface of his skin. This faint golden color was not the same bronze color as the invincible Vajra divine art. It was more like the golden color of the Buddha golden body in the depths of Suqin's eyebrows. Golden body? So my current physical body already has some of the power of the golden body? Suqin inexplicably exclaimed in his heart. To read the unmodified content, please go to Vinegar Literature Learning outside Chang'an City. In a valley somewhere. Suqin sat cross-legged, carefully feeling the difference between his body and before the transformation. My strength has increased by at least 2 to 3 times. A smile appeared on Suqin's face. He was very satisfied. He now had a feeling that without the help of true essence and divine will, he could punch through a small hill with just the strength of his body. It was incredible. One had to know that at his level, even the slightest increase in strength was extremely difficult, let alone increasing it explosively by several times. Many venerable Arhat martial arts legends were stuck in the same place for decades, unable to make any progress. Suqin, who had entered the venerable Arhat realm for less than 10 years, had already stepped into the third heaven and transformed his body 4 times. It was unprecedented, at least not on this continent. In addition to strength, my defense has also improved greatly. Suqin raised his left hand, pulled up his sleeve, and revealed his slender arm. Then, he casually swung his right hand, and a subtle sword light flashed and fell silently on his left arm. The power of this subtle sword light was completely restrained. If it was in the outside world, it could easily cut down a section of the city wall and destroy the city. But at this moment, when it landed on Suqin's slender arm, it only left a barely visible white mark. And after this white mark appeared, it disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it was restored to its original state. Not bad, not bad. Suqin nodded slightly. According to Suqin's guess, his body at this moment was enough to block the attack of a martial artist who had just entered the martial arts legend realm. In other words, even if Suqin stood there motionless and let a first heaven legend attack him, it would be like a breeze blowing on his face. He would not care at all. Most importantly, through this transformation, a trace of the metal element has been born. Suqin's eyes turned slightly and fell on his arm again. He saw faint traces of gold flowing on the surface of his skin. The metal element was immortal. Regardless of whether it was the Buddhist golden body or the Taoist Dharma body, when cultivated to the extreme, they were all related to the metal attribute. The trace of metal element in Suqin's body was enough to prove that Suqin was on the right path and that he was searching in the right direction. Unfortunately, these strands of gold attribute are too little. If I want to attain the level of that golden Buddha in my ancestral aperture, then I have to transform at least 100 times before there's hope? Suqin rubbed his forehead and sighed. However, although Suqin felt a little regretful, he was not depressed. He had enough time now. With a lifespan of 1,000 years, even if he improved a little every 10 years, it was more than enough. My current fighting ability should be comparable to a martial arts legend of the fourth heaven, right? Suqing's thoughts fluctuated as his eyes lit up. Realms were realms. Killing was killing. Some martial artists were good at attacking. They were often able to defeat those who were stronger than them and fight those who were stronger than them. Of course, if the difference in realms is very big, such as a grade 1 great grandmaster fighting against a grade 3 martial artist, even if the grade 3 martial artist is good at attacking, the grade 1 great grandmaster can easily suppress him. Throughout the world, there are very few martial artists who can defeat those who are stronger than them. Not even 1 in a million people can do it. Every one of them is blessed by luck and will have extraordinary achievements in the future. Now that the transformation of my body is complete, it's time to prepare for the breakthrough to the fourth heavenly layer. Suqing's eyes narrowed as he made a decision in his heart. Originally, he was already at peak third heavenly layer. The reason why he delayed until now was nothing more than waiting for his body to transform. Now that he has done it, he naturally has to prepare for the breakthrough. At the same time, outside the imperial palace, inside the Qin palace, Prince Sun, who was wearing a brocade robe, had a gloomy face. Imperial father has already begun to beat me. Prince Sun's face was extremely ugly. Some time ago, Prince Sun discovered that some of the ministers who supported him were transferred away one after another. They were either far away from the imperial court or sent to remote areas. If it was 1 or 2 of them, it may be a coincidence, but with more than a dozen of them in a row, if Prince Sun still can't react, he would be really stupid. Why? Why does imperial father like that bastard? Prince Sun's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was full of unwillingness. Even if the Emperor of Tang is an old age, he is still the emperor and the master of the Empire of Tang. If he wants to suppress a prince, it's just a matter of a thought. Prince Sun even guessed that if it weren't for the Emperor of Tang still holding a trace of father-son affection, he would have been transferred to a remote corner to be an idle prince. At this moment, a middle-aged counselor hurried over. Your Highness. Your Highness. The counselor walked not far from Prince Sun and quickly said, There is news from Nanming. Nanming? Prince Sun's spirit shook. All of you can leave now. Prince Sun glanced at the maids on both sides and lightly said, Yes. Suddenly, only Prince Sun and the middle-aged counselor were left in the hall. What did Nanming say? Prince Sun took a deep breath and stared at the counselor. Your Highness. Ming Emperor has agreed to support Your Highness to sit on the throne. The middle-aged counselor carefully said. Oh? Prince Sun's face lit up. What he was most worried about was that Nanming would look down on him as a prince. But now that Ming Emperor has agreed, it's clear that he is ready to bet on him. What are the conditions? Prince Sun calmed himself down and asked. As the Prince of the Empire of Tang, Prince Sun naturally knows that there is no such thing as a free price in this world. Even relatives can scheme against each other, let alone between 2 countries. Ming Emperor said that after Your Highness ascends to the throne, he needs to send 800,000 sets of armor to Nanming and borrow the Northern Song dynasty. The middle-aged counselor bowed and said, 800,000 sets of armor? Prince Sun's face changed. The Empire of Tang's armor is world-famous. Together with the Mengyuan Empire's cavalry, they are known as the 2 major weapons of war. Nanming has been coveting them for who knows how long. Unfortunately, only the Empire of Tang knows about the craftsmanship of the armor. Even if Nanming gets some armor from the battlefield, it's useless. Prince Sun expected Nanming to want the armor, but he didn't expect the other party to ask for such an exorbitant price. As for borrowing the Northern Song dynasty, it doesn't matter. Tell Ming Emperor. I agree. Prince Sun gritted his teeth and said after thinking for a long time. As long as he can ascend to the throne, let alone 800,000 sets of armor, even if the price is higher, Prince Sun can only agree. Because he has no choice. Since he chose the path of fighting for the throne, only by living can he have everything. Your Highness. The middle-aged counselor hesitated and said, Ming Emperor's means are unfathomable, Your Highness must be careful. The middle-aged counselor couldn't help but say. I naturally know. Prince Sun slowly got up and paced back and forth a few steps. Okay. You can go now. During this time, don't make any moves. Prince Sun sat back down and looked at the middle-aged counselor and said in a deep voice. Yes. Go to vinegar #lu #air #when #shui Imperial Palace. When Su Qin returned here, he didn't return to the Right Spring Square immediately. Instead, he went to the crop altar. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received innate spirit liquid. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Innate spirit liquid? Not bad, not bad. Su Qin nodded slightly. In terms of effectiveness, the innate spirit liquid is definitely the most suitable treasure for Su Qin at this stage. Soon. Su Qin returned to the Right Spring Square. The Right Spring Square was a residence that Crown Prince Li Xing specially gave to Su Qin. It was larger than the Su mansion, and the environment inside was also good. Su Qin lived comfortably there. In the afternoon, Su Yueyun asked the maid to invite Su Qin to Qing'an Hall. Since the assassination attempt on the Imperial Palace, Su Yueyun has been staying in the East Palace and can't go anywhere. Fortunately, Su Qin was there and they could chat occasionally. When Su Qin arrived at Qing'an Hall, not long after, the Emperor of Tang also came over. No need to salute. Here, I am not the Emperor. The Emperor of Tang waved his hand and said indifferently. Crown Prince Li Xing and Su Yueyun looked at each other and could only bite the bullet and sit at the same table as the Emperor of Tang. After they ate for a while, the Emperor of Tang suddenly glanced at Su Qin and asked casually, "How long has little brother family Su been in Chang'an?" "Less than a year." Su Qin didn't even raise his eyes and replied casually. Perhaps for others, the Emperor of Tang is a high and mighty emperor who controls the life and death of hundreds of millions of people in the Empire of Tang. But in Su Qin's eyes, the Emperor of Tang is just an old man who is about to die. Less than a year. The Emperor of Tang nodded slightly, as if he had thought of something. Suddenly, he changed the topic and asked, "I heard that Yun'er's body was cured by family Su? Such medical skills, I truly admire you." The Emperor of Tang sighed with emotion. Others might not know about Su Yueyun's recovery, but how could it be hidden from the Emperor of Tang? After the Emperor of Tang finished speaking, his eyes fell on Su Qin. He was actually quite curious about Su Qin, not only because Su Qin dared to say that he would not live long, but also because Su Qin always exuded an aloof temperament. One had to know that any man at Su Qin's age would want nothing more than to make a name for himself. But Su Qin was different. At least, the Emperor of Tang did not see any desire for power or wealth in Su Qin. And according to the Emperor of Tang's understanding, there were only two kinds of people in the world who had such a mentality. One was the kind of great saint and great sage who had truly seen through the world. The other was a brat who had never experienced the benefits of power. "Do you want to ask me about my body?" Su Qin did not want to waste time with the Emperor of Tang, and asked directly. "I do have that thought." The Emperor of Tang's expression did not change as he admitted it. Ever since he knew that Su Yueyun was cured by Su Qin, he had this thought. One had to know that Su Yueyun's body was something that countless imperial doctors could do nothing about. Even the old imperial doctor by the Emperor of Tang's side could not do anything. But in the end, it was cured by Su Qin? I've already said it last time. You don't have long to live, just wait for your death. Su Qin looked at the Emperor of Tang again and shook his head. The Emperor of Tang's body was not seriously injured, but his origin was seriously damaged. Coupled with the fact that Shou Yuan's great limit was approaching, he was basically dead. If it was just a loss of origin, Su Qin would have a solution, but Shou Yuan's great limit. Shou Yuan's great limit is the law of heaven and earth, just like the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon. There is no other way except to become a grade 1 great grandmaster and extend Shou Yuan's lifespan. Su Qin's words made Crown Prince Li Xing and Su Yueyun's faces turn white again. This time, Su Qin not only repeated, "You don't have long to live," but also added the words, "Just wait for your death." Ha 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 ha. Little brother family Su is really interesting. When the Emperor of Tang heard Su Qin's words, not only was he not angry, he even laughed. If it was decades ago, the Emperor of Tang might have been angry when he heard Su Qin's words, but now, his body is constantly damaged, and he has long looked down on life and death. Over the years, the Emperor of Tang was tired of listening to flattery, but now listening to Su Qin's truth, he had a very special feeling. It was as if at this moment, he was no longer the emperor of the Empire of Tang, but an ordinary old man. In fact, you don't have to think so much. Even a legend can only live for hundreds of years as Shu Yuan. Su Qin said sincerely. For example, he only has 970 years left as Shu Yuan. Although he can live dozens of times longer than ordinary people, he will still die of old age. Martial arts legend. The Emperor of Tang was slightly stunned, and then smiled again. Little brother family Su. With your ability, it's a bit unfair to stay here all day. Why don't you join the Imperial Hospital and chat with me? After the Emperor of Tang finished laughing, he asked casually. As soon as he said this, Crown Prince Li Sheng and Su Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. The Emperor of Tang's words obviously meant to promote Su Qin. The Imperial Hospital in the palace was independent of any institution in the palace. It only listened to the orders of the Emperor of Tang. Although it seemed to have no power, it actually had a very high status. No need. Su Qin directly refused. Okay. The Emperor of Tang did not force Su Qin. After a few more words, he got up and left. After the Emperor of Tang had completely walked out, Crown Prince Li Sheng and Su Yuan hurried to Su Qin. Third brother, you're really... Crown Prince Li Sheng did not know what to say. Su Qin and the Emperor of Tang spoke in such a tone. If it were anyone else, they would have been dragged out and beheaded hundreds of times. But Su Qin was completely fine, and the Emperor of Tang valued him very much. Not long after the Emperor of Tang left, Su Qin was also ready to go back. A moment later, Su Qin returned to the Right Spring Square. This is also my temporary residence. Why don't I set up a heaven and earth formation so that I don't know when someone comes by when I'm not here? Su Qin sat cross-legged and fell into deep thought. After signing in at the Shaolin Temple for almost 30 years, Su Qin had obtained dozens of heaven and earth formations. These formations had different uses and were biased towards different aspects. Now Su Qin only needed to choose one of these dozens of formations. Which heaven and earth formation should I choose? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The essence-gathering Holy Land formation, no need. This formation is mainly used to gather essence chi of heaven and earth. It's too noisy, and I don't need it. The demon-subduing formation, no, this formation's evil chi is too strong. Although it won't affect me, I'll get tired of it after a long time. The Sumeru Meson formation, this formation's requirements for materials are too high. I can't get them in a short time. One by one, the heaven and earth formations flashed through Su Qin's mind. Finally, he decided on a certain formation. The Five Elements Chaos formation, creatures under Arhat will be confused after entering, and time and space will be reversed. Requires 120 jade stones. Please go to vinegar #lu #air #when #shui you're the one. 5 Elements Reversal Array. Su Qin made a decision in his heart. This heaven and earth array completely met Su Qin's needs. Under the cover of the array, even if outsiders entered the Right Spring Square, they would completely lose their sense of direction and would only go around in place. And Su Qin, as the owner of the array, would also know immediately if someone broke into the array. Moreover, the 5 Elements Reversal Array didn't require many jade stones, only 120 pieces, and it was also very simple to set up. With Su Qin's strength, it was enough to complete in a few seconds. Just as Su Qin was signing in and cultivating, the imperial court was in turmoil. The Emperor of Tang knew that his end was near and had begun to pave the way for Crown Prince Li Sheng. In fact, the Emperor of Tang had been doing this for decades, but in the past, it was mostly done step by step and it was difficult for outsiders to notice. But now the Emperor of Tang didn't intend to hide it, or it could be said that it couldn't be hidden at all. If he wanted the crown prince to smoothly ascend the throne and sit firmly on it, some people must be completely cleaned up. For several days, a large number of civil officials and military generals were imprisoned on various charges every day. These civil officials and military generals were basically completely on the side of a certain prince. If it was before, the Emperor of Tang wouldn't be so ruthless. For these officials who had already taken sides, at most, he would transfer them away and exile them. But now, the Emperor of Tang knew that his time was running out. In addition, he had been in charge of the imperial court for decades, and no one dared to disobey the imperial edict. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that the old emperor sitting on the throne was actually so ruthless in his methods. Suddenly, the entire Chang'an city was turbulent, and the civil and military officials in the imperial court were even more terrified, fearing that they would be within the scope of the Emperor of Tang's purge. And Su Qin also heard about all this. He often strolled around the imperial palace and occasionally heard the palace maids and eunuchs chatting about which fourth-rank official was imprisoned today, and which third-rank official would return to his hometown tomorrow. There were no secrets hidden in the imperial palace, not to mention a major event that alarmed the entire court. After Su Qin found out about this, he was too lazy to care about it. The Emperor of Tang did all this for the sake of Crown Prince Li Sheng. There was no conflict with Su Qin. He just needed to watch quietly. Half a month later, in the imperial court, the Emperor of Tang personally called the princes over. In front of the court officials, the Emperor of Tang asked the princes if they wanted to live in a prosperous and stable fief outside Chang'an City. As soon as he said this, the princes' faces all turned pale. The Emperor of Tang's words were clearly intended to send them outside so that Crown Prince Li Sheng could smoothly ascend the throne. The other officials looked at the princes sympathetically. After half a month of purges, most of the officials in the imperial court had been replaced. The remaining officials who had not been replaced were either very capable and had never taken sides, or had always listened to the Emperor of Tang's orders. "Father, you can't be so heartless." A prince suddenly knelt on the ground and looked at the Emperor of Tang with red eyes. "I'm also your son. My mother is the empress. By right, the position of crown prince should be mine." Tears streamed down the prince's face. Among the princes, the one with the greatest chance of inheriting the throne was none other than him. But unfortunately, since Crown Prince Li Sheng came to Chang'an, everything changed. Not only did he lose his power, but even the empress was directly imprisoned in the cold palace. "The empress?" The Emperor of Tang sneered. "Take him away and send him to his fief. Without my order, he is not allowed to step into Chang'an." "As you wish." Immediately, the Forbidden Army came in and dragged the princes out. Seeing this scene, the remaining princes immediately realized that they couldn't do anything about it. They could only helplessly leave Chang'an and head to their fief. Seeing this scene, Prince Sun's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He could see the Emperor of Tang's determination. At this time, no matter what he said, it would be impossible to change the Emperor of Tang's mind. After this meeting, everyone knew that the prince's power was gone. Crown Prince Li Sheng was the future the Emperor of Tang. As for the Emperor of Tang, after personally sending away the princes, his body became much weaker. Most of the time, he was lying on the dragon bed with eunuch Zhao accompanying him. As for state affairs, it was up to Crown Prince Li Sheng to discuss with the officials. Fortunately, Crown Prince Li Sheng often came into contact with these matters in the past few years. The Emperor of Tang also deliberately cultivated this aspect, so there wasn't much of a mess. During this period, Su Huiyun often complained to Su Qin that Crown Prince Li Sheng saw him a lot less. However, Su Huiyun knew what to do. He understood that Crown Prince Li Sheng was facing a major event in the Empire of Tang. If he didn't handle it carefully, it would cause turmoil in the Empire of Tang and cause countless people to suffer. "Third brother, let's go home today. I haven't seen Dad in a long time." Su Huiyun found Su Qin and said. "Okay." Su Qin nodded. It just so happens that he has nothing to do now. Today's sign-in opportunity has also been used. Going back to the family, Su won't delay anything. Soon, the two returned to the Su mansion under the escort of the Forbidden Army. Since the last assassination in the Imperial Palace, Crown Prince Li Sheng and Su Huiyun would be accompanied by the Forbidden Army whenever they went out, not giving any chance for assassins to assassinate them. "Yuner, you're back?" When Su Shimin saw Su Huiyun and Su Qin, he immediately ordered the servants to go out and prepare. "Dad, where are big brother and second brother?" Su Huiyun returned to the Su mansion in a much better mood and casually asked. The two of them. Su Shimen shook his head. There have been too many changes in the army recently. Qinghao and Qingyu are very busy. I see. Su Huiyun nodded. The emperor of Tang has been cleaning up the imperial court for half a month. Who knows how many civil and military officials have been replaced. Naturally, the army was also deeply affected. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to inform the two of them. They should be back by now. Su Shimen opened his mouth and said. The army that Su Sungho and Su Qingyu were in was in Chang'an City, very close to the Su mansion. Just as Su Shimen was speaking. Dad, little sister is back? Su Sungho and Su Qingyu strode into the Su mansion. What's wrong with being so casual? Yuner is now the crown princess, you should be careful. Su Shimen frowned. As soon as he said this, Su Sungho and Su Qingyu immediately shrunk their heads. Alright, Dad, we're all family. Su Huiyun didn't mind and said with a smile. Just as they were talking and laughing, Su Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at a jade pendant on Su Sungho's body. This jade pendant was crystal clear and was obviously a priceless item. Su Sungho hung it on his body, probably to show off. However, in Su Qin's eyes, the surface of the jade pendant was faintly covered in black gas. This black gas kept spreading and condensing, emitting a gloomy and evil aura. This is Nanjiao's witchcraft? Su Qin frowned slightly, his thoughts fluctuating. Please go to vinegar #lu #air #when #shui. Although martial arts were the mainstream in this world, other than martial arts, there were also traces of the existence of other extraordinary powers. For example, witchcraft and curses. Most of the witchcraft and curses came from Nanjiao. Nanjiao was located in the southwest, and there were many undeveloped areas. It was ruled by a sect called moon worship. Even the king of Nanjiao was a disciple of moon worship. The leader of moon worship was a master of witchcraft and curses. He was extremely powerful. There was once a grade 1 great-grandmaster who didn't believe it and wanted to sneak into moon worship, but he was scared away by an inexplicable aura. Witchcraft and curses were unpredictable and often killed people without leaving a trace. However, witchcraft and curses had a fatal flaw, which was that they were controlled by qi and blood. People with strong qi and blood could almost ignore most witchcraft and curses. Martial artists, on the other hand, had a strong qi and blood, which was the nemesis of all witchcraft and curses. This was also the reason why the moon worship was holed up in Nanjiao. Su Qin didn't expect to see traces of witchcraft in Chang'an City. Su Sungho noticed Su Qin's gaze and immediately picked up the jade and said, Little Qin, have you also noticed the extraordinary thing about this jade pendant? It's strange. When I went out this morning, this jade pendant happened to fall at my feet. At this point, Su Qinghao said proudly, it seems that when one's luck is good, it's unstoppable. According to my judgment, this jade pendant is worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. Su Sungho said. The value of silver in the Empire of Tang was very high. Usually, a normal family of 4 would only spend a few taels of silver a year. 1,000 taels of silver was enough for a person to buy a house in Chang'an City and live the life of a rich man. Even for today's family Su, 1,000 taels of silver was not a small amount. Su Huiyun glanced at the jade pendant in Su Sungho's hand and nodded. Indeed, the material of this jade pendant is very good. It can be said to be rare. What kind of treasures had she not seen in the palace? When he first saw the jade pendant, he was sure that it was valuable. Picked it up? A cold look appeared on Su Qin's face. He was almost certain that someone was targeting Su Sungho. Not to mention the value of this jade pendant, just the witchcraft curse on it was not something an ordinary person could do. Su Sungho's picked up was probably just his own wishful thinking. There's something wrong with this jade pendant. Su Qin said directly without any hidden dangers. Is there a problem? Su Sungho was shocked. When he picked up the jade pendant, he also had doubts in his heart. However, at that time, he subconsciously felt that he was lucky and didn't think too much about it. At this moment, when he heard Su Qin's words, his face suddenly became serious. Little Qin, take another look. Su Sungho immediately took off the jade pendant and handed it to Su Qin. Suqing took the jade pendant and looked at it carefully. Regarding the witchcraft curse, he had only seen a few descriptions in the Sutra Pavilion of the Shaolin Temple. As for the real witchcraft curse, it was the first time that he had seen it. Suqing gently stroked the jade pendant, opened the eyes of truth, and slowly poured his divine sense into the jade pendant. In an instant, a delicate woman with a thin veil appeared in Suqing's mind. She should be the real owner of the jade pendant. Was the witchcraft curse also placed on it by her? Suqing's thoughts were fluctuating. Su Sengho obviously didn't get this jade pendant by coincidence. It was intentional. The witchcraft curse on the jade pendant was not a direct curse, but a faint sense of control. Someone wanted to use this jade pendant to control Su Sengho. Ever since Suqing came to Chang'an, even if he lived in the East Palace, he would use his divine sense to scan the family Su every once in a while. Therefore, even if Suqing didn't come back today, he would find out about the abnormality of this jade pendant by tomorrow at the latest. No matter what the result was, Su Sengho would not be controlled. But no matter what, someone had made a move on the family Su. Suqing opened the eyes of truth and locked onto the chi left by the delicate veil woman deep in the jade pendant. The next moment, Suqing walked out of the Su mansion, raised his head slightly, and looked at the entire Chang'an city. He saw countless chi permeating the air, far and near, strong and weak. Finally, Suqing looked at the corner of the east side of Chang'an city through the eyes of truth. Got you. Suqing's expression was calm. He raised his right hand, held his fingers like a sword, and gently slashed down. Buzz. An invisible sword essence flashed and disappeared. At the same time, in a room of an inn in Chang'an City, an exotic woman with a thin veil on her face sat quietly on the bed. Saintess. The jade pendant was sent out this morning. Su Sengho of the family Su is now carrying it as a treasure. A white-haired old woman walked into the room, stopped not far from the veiled woman, and whispered. Got it. The veiled woman said softly. Saintess. The white-haired old woman hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, heart control curse is a secret technique of our holy church, and it requires 30% of blood essence to release. It's almost impossible for martial artists below the upper realm to resist its invasion. Is it worth it to use it on Su Sengho of the family Su? The white-haired old woman whispered. In her opinion, Su Sengho was just a 7th-grade martial artist, not even in the middle realm. There was no need to use the heart control curse. It's worth it. The veiled woman glanced at the white-haired old woman. Family Su is the family of the current crown princess. As long as our holy church controls the family Su, it is equivalent to planting a nail in the empire of Tang. At that time, the great cause of our holy church will really take root in the Central Plains. When the veiled woman said this, a trace of fanaticism appeared in her eyes. After that, what should we do with the family Su? The white-haired old woman thought for a while and asked. After that? A smile appeared on the veiled woman's face. After that, Su Sengho and the entire family Su will be sacrificed to the moon god. Moon worship worships the moon and believes that the moon god lives on the moon. Every once in a while, they must sacrifice creatures to the moon god. Yes. The white-haired old woman bowed. Come out with me. The veiled woman slowly got up and was about to walk out of the inn. Suddenly. At this moment. The veiled woman's body stiffened. She could clearly feel that the life origin goo in her body was frantically warning, as if she was facing some kind of life and death crisis. What's going on? What the hell is going on? The veiled woman was frightened, but she couldn't find the source. However, the next moment, when the veiled woman walked to the window and subconsciously looked at the sky, her expression suddenly froze, and her eyes were full of disbelief. This is? In the veiled woman's eyes, an illusory and invisible sword intent seemed to come from outside the sky. It continued to grow, as if supporting the world and filling all her sight. Please go to vinegar #lu #air #win #shwa. What is this? The veiled woman was horrified and hurriedly retreated. In her eyes, this illusory and invisible sword intent was almost superior to everything. Even the moon goddess statue that the moon worship had worshipped for thousands of years paled in comparison. Buzz. An inexplicable aura suddenly appeared around the veiled woman. A large amount of blood essence burned, trying to release some kind of life-saving witchcraft. However, all of this was useless. The sword light that came from the sky slashed down in an instant. When the sword light touched the veiled woman's body, it kept splitting into billions of miniature sword lights, easily cutting every piece of the veiled woman's flesh into nothingness. The white-haired old woman saw this scene and felt her scalp explode. Watching the saintess being erased out of thin air almost made her legs go soft and she fell to the ground. When the veiled woman's body finally turned into nothingness, a dark golden goo worm appeared. Screech! The dark golden goo worm made a sharp screech, and then a large number of miniature sword lights swept over and cut it into nothingness. That is, the saintess's life goo worm? The white-haired old woman trembled, and a fear from the depths of her heart suddenly surged into her mind and filled her heart. The goo worm was the source of Xianxia witchcraft. Everyone, including the moon worshippers, had to use the goo worm to release witchcraft curses. The life goo worm in the veiled woman's body had been passed down for thousands of years. It was one of the oldest goo worms of the moon worship. For thousands of years, the moon worship had encountered many disasters, and even been destroyed and rebuilt several times, but this goo worm seemed to exist forever. But now, the white-haired old woman saw the dark golden goo worm turn into nothingness like the veiled woman. Plop. The white-haired old woman could no longer hold on. She knelt on the ground, her face ashen, and closed her eyes to wait for death. The white-haired old woman couldn't think of how she could survive. Even the goo worm that existed forever had died, let alone her. However, when the infinite miniature sword lights destroyed the dark golden goo worm, they didn't fall on the white-haired old woman. Instead, most of them quickly dissipated in the void. Only a miniature sword light flashed and branded into the white-haired old woman's body. A moment later, the white-haired old woman slowly opened her eyes. I'm not dead? The white-haired old woman found it hard to believe. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that the countless miniature sword lights were not damaged at all after the dark golden goo worm. Logically speaking, the next one to die should be her. I survived. I survived. The white-haired old woman was overjoyed. Although she did not understand why she was able to survive, in the end, she was still alive. Hurry back to the Saint Church. Tell sect master everything that happened here. The white-haired old woman suddenly thought of something and immediately turned to flee. She wanted to rush back to the moon worship center in Nanjiao as fast as she could. Chang'an City was too dangerous. Any random sword light could obliterate everything. Only the moon worship center could give her a little bit of safety. Run. Run. Outside the Su residence, Su Qing's eyes were deep and serene, as if he could see the white-haired old woman fleeing in panic. Since the moon worship center dared to reach out to the family Su, they had to be prepared to face the wrath of Venerable Arhat. The reason why Su Qing did not kill the white-haired old woman was that he wanted to use the white-haired old woman to lead the way and lock onto the location of the moon worship center in Nanjiao. Nanjiao was located in the southwest. Although it was not as vast as the Empire of Tang, it would take Su Qing at least half a month to slowly scan the entire Nanjiao with his divine will to find the location of the moon worship center in such a large area. And half a month? What did a month mean? It meant that there were 15 to 30 sign-in opportunities. It meant that there was the possibility of becoming infinitely stronger. Of course, Su Qing was not willing to give up so easily. Because of this, Su Qing branded a sword light in the white-haired old woman's body. With this sword light locking onto her, even if the white-haired old woman ran to the ends of the earth, Su Qing would be able to find her with a thought. In this way, when the white-haired old woman returned to the moon worship center, Su Qing would only need to spend half a day to make a trip there. Just as Su Qing was deep in thought, everyone from the Su family also walked out of the mansion. Third brother, what are you doing out here? Su Yueyun asked curiously. She had just heard that there was something wrong with the jade pendant, but Su Qing walked out, leaving her confused for a long time. Yeah, little Qing, you just said that there was something wrong with the jade pendant. What exactly is the problem? Su Sungho also asked. It's fine now. I've already solved it. Su Qing glanced at the family Su, shook his head, and returned the jade pendant to Su Sungho. At this moment, all of the witchcraft curses in the jade pendant had disappeared, and the veiled woman had perished. Now, this jade pendant was just a simple jade pendant. Ah, it's solved? Su Sungho and Su Yueyun looked at each other, confused. They did not doubt Su Qin's words, but this problem was solved too quickly. Forget it. Let's find time to sell this jade pendant. Su Sungho took the jade pendant, looked at it repeatedly, and finally said with disinterest. They chatted for a while, then Su Qin and Su Yueyun prepared to return to the palace. At the entrance of the Eastern Palace, Su Qin wanted to take a walk nearby and separated from Su Yueyun. This witchcraft is quite interesting. Su Qin walked slowly in the Imperial Palace, his thoughts fluctuating. Just through a jade pendant, Su Qin understood what kind of existence witchcraft was. Compared with martial arts training, witchcraft was more inclined to rely on external objects. The foundation of every witchcraft cultivator was not themselves, but the life source in the body. Once the life source is lost, the witchcraft cultivator will be reduced to an ordinary person, or even worse than an ordinary person. Unfortunately, being restrained by blood and qi, witchcraft is destined to not be on the stage. Su Qin shook his head slightly, and no longer thought about it. For ordinary people, witchcraft is strange and unpredictable, and can kill people invisibly, but in the eyes of martial artists, witchcraft is just a small path. Even to deal with Su Sungho, a martial artist in the lower realm, a saintess like the veiled woman had to consume 10% of her blood essence. It can be seen that martial artists are restrained by witchcraft. Unknowingly, Su Qin walked in front of a palace. Music hall? Su Qin raised his head and looked. Music hall is the place where the musicians in the palace of the Emperor of Tang live, and it is dedicated to playing music for the imperial family. Let's see if I can sign in here. Su Qin suddenly thought. No matter which dynasty, music occupies a certain position, and its history is extremely long. System, sign in. Su Qin thought for a while and said in his heart. Song of Death? Su Qin frowned slightly. Based on its name alone, the Song of Death should be a kind of musical composition that belonged to the musical score that was played by musicians and zither masters. Unfortunately, I probably won't need it. Su Qin shook his head slightly. He wasn't a musician at all and had no interest in music. Even if he had a peerless piece of music, he wouldn't spend much energy on it. However, since I've got it, there's no harm in taking a look. With a thought, Su Qin began to accept the system's infusion. Buzz. In an instant, all the secrets about Song of Death flowed slowly in Su Qin's heart. Su Qin only felt a burst of mournful music in his mind, faintly revealing the meaning of transcendence. A moment later, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes. This Song of Death isn't simple. A trace of surprise appeared on Su Qin's face. At first, the weapon thought that the Song of Past Life was just a simple piece of music, but after receiving the system's installation, he realized that the Song of Past Life was not just a piece of music, but a combination of music and martial arts. When playing Song of Death, one could kill with the sound of the zither. It was a bit similar to Shaoli's flying dagger. Within the range of the sound of the zither, anyone whose divine sense was not as good as Su Qin's would die. Su Qin had obtained countless divine skills from signing in at the Shaolin Temple, and there was no lack of such sound wave killing techniques. However, the killing intent revealed was too deliberate. For example, the Shaolin Temple's lion's roar used sound waves as a weapon. There were very few such natural sounds like Song of Death. It could even be said that there was no such thing. Not bad, not bad. Su Qin's face was filled with joy. After that, Su Qin once again returned to his peaceful and leisurely days. Although the palace was far from being as peaceful as the Shaolin Temple, it was about the same for Su Qin. The intrigue in the palace had nothing to do with him. As the brother-in-law of the crown prince, other people were already afraid of Su Qin. Who would dare to take the initiative to provoke him? On this day, Su Qin had just finished signing in. He suddenly felt something and looked toward the direction of the Temple of Immortals. The Immortal Palace was the resting palace of the Emperor of Tang. The Emperor of Tang is dying. Su Qin's gaze was calm. Whether it was the eye of truth or the divine sense, the Emperor of Tang, who was lying on the dragon bed in the longevity hall, was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Looks like we're missing an interesting person. Su Qin shook his head and sighed. Although he had not been in the imperial palace for long, he had interacted with the Emperor of Tang a few times. He felt that the Emperor of Tang was a good person. At least, he treated Su Qin well and rewarded him with a lot of gold and treasures. He even wanted to transfer Su Qin to the imperial hospital. Although Su Qin did not care about these things at all, the Emperor of Tang had good intentions. Of course, Su Qin only felt that the Emperor of Tang was interesting. As for the rest, there was nothing else. The Emperor of Tang's death was completely because Shu Yuan was approaching the end of his life. Under such circumstances, even venerable Arhat or martial arts legend could not save him. It's good that he's dead. Living is torture. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. Although eunuch Zhao, a peak rank 1, was willing to use his own life to keep the Emperor of Tang alive, it did not mean that the Emperor of Tang could live comfortably. Now that he was dead, it was a kind of relief. However, that eunuch Zhao should not be able to live for long. Su Qin's heart skipped a beat. He carefully sensed eunuch Zhao's aura and judged in his heart. Eunuch Zhao was a peak rank 1. Logically speaking, even if he could not live for 200 years, Shu Yuan should still be able to live for 180 or 190 years. Unfortunately, in order to make up for the loss of the Emperor of Tang's body, eunuch Zhao was willing to use his own life to prolong the Emperor of Tang's life. If eunuch Zhao was a peak rank 1 whose body had transformed, he would be able to hold on for a few years with his powerful body. However, eunuch Zhao's body was naturally damaged and could not transform. This caused eunuch Zhao to be close to the end of his life. Now that the Emperor of Tang was about to die, eunuch Zhao would not be able to live for long either. The Emperor of Tang is about to die. He should call the crown prince over to make arrangements for his funeral, right? Just as Su Qin was thinking this, he saw a red-clothed eunuch walk out of the longevity hall. His body turned into a blur, and in a moment, he arrived in front of the Eastern Palace's Qingzhen Hall. Not long after, Crown Prince Li Xing walked out in a panic and quickly headed toward the longevity hall. Inside the longevity hall, the Emperor of Tang leaned quietly on the dragon couch. His face was calm, and he did not look like he was facing death at all. Your Majesty, this old servant is useless. I can't prolong your Majesty's life. Eunuch Zhao knelt on the ground and said softly. You've done enough. The Emperor of Tang forced a smile and said lightly, if it weren't for you, I would have died 10 years ago. At this moment, Crown Prince Li Xing quickly walked into the longevity hall and knelt before the dragon couch. He said in a trembling voice, Father, are you all right? You're definitely fine. I'll get the imperial doctor to come over. Crown Prince Li Xing wanted to stand up, but the Emperor of Tang pressed him down. No need. The Emperor of Tang looked at Crown Prince Li Xing and shook his head. I know my own body. It's already unexpected that I can live until now. When Emperor Li Xing said this, he coughed a few times. After a long time, he continued, before you entered Chang'an, I intended to let your brothers fight for power, win over the officials, and divide the imperial court. Now, I've cleaned up those disloyal officials for you. Those who are left in the court now may not be loyal to you, but they are at least loyal to the Empire of Tang. After I die, you will take over a clean court that belongs to you completely. At that time, you can fulfill your ambitions to your heart's content. However, I may not be able to see that time. The Emperor of Tang's voice lowered when he said this. Father. Crown Prince Li Xing's eyes were red. At this moment, how could he not know what the Emperor of Tang had done for him? Since he was still a commoner, the Emperor of Tang had begun to pave the way for him and completely eliminate the obstacles after he succeeded the throne. However, there's one thing that I've been soft-hearted about. The Emperor of Tang raised his head and stared at Crown Prince Li Xing. I should have killed all your brothers. Only then can you inherit the throne without any future troubles. The Emperor of Tang's tone flashed with a trace of complexity. Even though he had ruthlessly cleaned up the court several times, in the end, he had chosen to exile the princes instead of killing them to prevent future troubles. If they do anything in the future and are unwilling to be trapped in the fief, you don't have to worry. Just summon them back to Chang'an and kill them. The Emperor of Tang sighed softly. As if he had thought of something, his expression softened. In this life, I've done no wrong to anyone, but I've done wrong to your mother. The Emperor of Tang leaned on the dragon couch. A trace of nostalgia appeared on his face. His voice was like a mosquito's whisper. I've done what I promised you. Crown Prince Lixing looked at the Emperor of Tang, whose vitality had completely dissipated. He could not stop his tears and cried, "Father, father! Your Majesty!" Eunuch Zhao raised his head and whispered. The Emperor of Tang has passed away. This news spread like a hurricane throughout Chang'an City and to the surrounding countries at an extremely fast speed. His Majesty passed away? Sigh, if it weren't for His Majesty re-establishing the law of the Tang Empire, my family would have been banished to the border. His Majesty was wise all his life, how could he pass away? Countless people in Chang'an City were mourning in their hearts. The Emperor of Tang has done a lot of practical things in his decades on the throne. Now that he has passed away, the people are naturally grateful for his kindness. At the same time, somewhere in a valley outside Chang'an City, that old guy is finally dead. Prince Sun muttered to himself in shock. The Emperor of Tang had sent several princes to their fiefdoms, but Prince Sun returned halfway and deliberately waited outside Chang'an City. It was for this news. When the Emperor of Tang was alive, he didn't dare to do anything, but now that he is dead, Prince Sun is no longer bound. Prince Sun's thoughts turned quickly, and he finally got up and went to the depths of the valley. The Emperor of Tang is dead. Prince Sun looked at the two figures in the depths of the valley and said respectfully. The aura of these two figures is unfathomable, and they are vaguely integrated with the surrounding void. They are peak grade 1 great grandmasters. The one on the left is dressed in brocade clothes and has an elegant demeanor. He is King Wuyang of Nanming. King Wuyang is the granduncle of the current Ming Emperor. He stepped into the martial Dao since he was a child, and with the countless resources of Nanming, he finally stepped into peak grade 1 and became the foundation of Nanming. In order to sit on the throne, Prince Sun did not hesitate to join forces with Ming Emperor. After Ming Emperor agreed, in order to be foolproof, he directly sent King Wuyang over. In addition, Ming Emperor also sent 8 grade 1 great grandmasters of Nanming to follow him. As for the one on the right, he is an old man in a black robe with a strange and gloomy aura. The old man's name is Xianxia, and he is also a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. However, there are hidden dangers in his cultivation technique, and he needs to drink human blood every once in a while. This time, Prince Sun contacted Xianxia and asked him to help him by providing 20 years of human blood. Although there are some peak grade 1 great grandmasters in the world, each of them is scattered all over the world, and they are too lazy to pay attention to Prince. Xianxia is the only peak grade 1 great grandmaster that Emperor Chen. In order for Xianxia to make a move, Prince Sun had to bear the cost of the other party's blood for the next 20 years. Your Highness Chen, don't forget that the human blood that this old man needs is the blood of martial artists. Xianxia gloomily glanced at His Highness Chen. Martial's blood? Prince's son's Wuyang when he promised, he's martial emperor, Wuyang's Wu's Wuyang's. However, when he thought of the great cause at hand, as long as Xianxia made a move and helped him sit on the throne, he could endure anything. Princess, but the eunuch Zhao in the imperial palace. At this point, Prince Sun stopped and looked at Xianxia and King Wuyang. Don't worry, leave that old thing to me. Xianxia said indifferently. Prince Sun was slightly relieved when he heard this. In the entire imperial palace, the one he fears the most is eunuch Zhao. Because of this, even after getting the support of Nanming King Wuyang, a peak grade 1, Prince Sun was still worried and did not hesitate to ask Xianxia for help. Your Highness Prince Sun, after killing the crown prince, how will you ascend to the throne? At this time, King Wuyang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Although Prince Sun is also a member of the imperial family, now that the crown prince has ascended to the throne, even if Prince Sun kills the crown prince, how can he convince the public? Don't worry. I have contacted the ministers that imperial father has demoted. As long as the crown prince dies, they will be brought back to Chang'an and enter the imperial court. Prince Sun has obviously thought of a way. Since there are ministers who are disobedient, then he can just replace them with a group of obedient ones. Although this will definitely be full of hidden dangers in the long run, at least it can help Prince Sun solve his urgent needs. In that case, let's set off. King Wuyang nodded slightly and looked in the direction of Chang'an City. Outside the Long Life Temple, the civil and military officials knelt on the ground, wearing ribbons on their heads, looking sad. Crown Prince Lixing is the same. Since the death of the Emperor of Tang last night, he has been standing here, staring blankly at the Emperor of Tang in the Long Life Temple. Your Highness, take care of yourself. A eunuch walked to Lixing's side and whispered. I know. Crown Prince Lixing calmed down. He knew that the most important thing now is to take over everything that the Emperor of Tang left for him. Lixing turned slightly and looked at the civil and military officials who were also kneeling on the ground. He was about to speak. Suddenly. At this moment. A roar suddenly came from the imperial city in the distance. What happened? Crown Prince Lixing was shocked and looked in the direction of the imperial city. Soon after, the commander of the Forbidden Army of the imperial city hurried over and bowed slightly to Crown Prince Lixing. Your Highness, Prince Sun is outside, he is coming in. What? Crown Prince Lixing's pupils shrank. After a while, Crown Prince Lixing made a decision. You all come with me. Crown Prince Lixing immediately rushed out of the imperial city. The rest of the officials looked at each other and quickly followed behind Crown Prince Lixing. At this moment, outside the imperial city, Prince Sun stood there quietly. Bat stood under the imperial city. Around him, more than a dozen grade 1 great grandmasters of the Empire of Tang were facing a great enemy. What about eunuch Zhao? That old thing won't make a move. Do you think you can stop this old man? Bat smiled contemptuously with his hands behind his back. Although there are hidden dangers in his cultivation technique and he needs to drink human blood every once in a while, but in any case, he is still a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. How can he be stopped by more than a dozen grade 1 great grandmasters? The reason why he is not killing now is nothing more than being wary of eunuch Zhao. Although in front of Prince Sun, Bat pretended not to care about eunuch Zhao, but in fact, he was extremely cautious. A martial artist who can become a peak grade 1 great grandmaster is not a fool. How can he underestimate an existence of the same level? Just when the two sides were confronting each other, Crown Prince Lixing finally arrived at the imperial city. Li Chen, Father Emperor just passed away, what do you mean now? Crown Prince Lixing glared at Prince Sun and said word by word. Oh? Then I want to know. Prince Sun slowly walked out and looked at Crown Prince Lixing with a cold gaze. You bastard, how can you sit on the throne? Today, I will let Father Emperor know that his choice was wrong. When Prince Sun said this, behind him, the 8 grade 1 great grandmasters of Nanming took a step forward. King Wuyang looked up at Crown Prince Lixing and said indifferently, Your Highness Chen, do you need me to kill him? You are? The moment Crown Prince Lixing saw King Wuyang, he immediately reacted. Nanming's King Wuyang? Li Chen, are you colluding with a foreign country? Crown Prince Lixing did not expect that Li Chen, a prince of the Tang Empire, would actually collude with the southern Ming Empire. The Empire of Tang has been established for 560 years. During this period, there have been many princes fighting for the throne, and even brothers killing each other. But no prince has ever dared to collude with a foreign country. In the law of the Tang Empire, this is a felony of treason. Even if it is a prince, if he violates this bottom line, he will be stripped of his imperial status and then executed. Li Chen, you have to think clearly, what are you doing now? Crown Prince Lixing snapped. Just now, his attention was focused on Bat. But now, as King Wuyang raised his head, Crown Prince Lixing finally realized that the situation was about to get out of control. Now, there is only one peak grade 1. With the background of the Emperor of Tang's palace, Crown Prince Lixing is confident that he can defeat him. But now there is also King Wuyang. The rest of the ministers were also shocked and angry, looking at Prince Sun in disbelief. Hee. Prince Sun was too lazy to pay attention to the crowd. Winner takes all. If he eventually ascends the throne, so what if he colludes with a foreign country? So what if it's a felony of treason? Isn't it still his own decision? King Wuyang, make your move. Prince Sun turned his head to look at King Wuyang and said. Hearing this, King Wuyang chuckled, took a step forward, and disappeared. In an instant, Crown Prince Li Sheng, who was far above the imperial city, suddenly felt a sense of palpitation. Not good. Crown Prince Li Sheng wanted to retreat. But it was too late. King Wuyang had already appeared within 10 meters of Crown Prince Li Sheng. For a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, a distance of 10 meters is covered in an instant. Crown Prince Li Sheng can't hide at all. Your Highness. Your Highness, be careful. A loyal minister was shocked when he saw this scene. He subconsciously wanted to step forward and block in front of Crown Prince Li Sheng. Bang! At this moment, more than a dozen red-clothed eunuchs appeared quietly and surrounded Crown Prince Li Sheng, barely blocking King Wuyang's attack. Oh? King Wuyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the red-clothed eunuchs. These red-clothed eunuchs are all grade 1 great grandmasters. At this moment, they are protecting Crown Prince Li Sheng. Is this the foundation of the Empire of Tang? King Wuyang shook his head slightly and said indifferently. Sorry to trouble you. Crown Prince Li Sheng's expression was extremely grave. Before the Emperor of Tang passed away, he had told him everything about the Emperor of Tang's palace. The Emperor of Tang's palace has a total of 23 grade 1 great grandmasters. These 23 grade 1 great grandmasters only listen to the orders of the Emperor of Tang. Now that the Emperor of Tang has passed away, they are all under the command of Crown Prince Li Sheng. However, although 23 grade 1 great grandmasters seem to be a lot, it is a bit difficult to block 2 peak grade 1 great grandmasters. Whether it was Xianxia Bat or King Wuyang, they were both famous peak grade 1 experts. Unless it was a martial artist of the same level, there was nothing that could move them. As for the army encirclement and suppression, if it was outside Chang'an City, this method could be used. Even if it was a peak grade 1, once trapped in an army of millions, if they did not escape, they would be exhausted to death. But now that they are in Chang'an City, encirclement and suppression is obviously unrealistic. Use an array. Crown Prince Li Sheng said in a deep voice. When the red-clothed eunuchs heard this, they looked at each other and immediately changed their positions, faintly surrounding King Wuyang. On the other side, the more than 10 grade 1 great grandmasters who were fighting Xianxia Bat also stepped in a certain position, intertwining and cooperating with each other to faintly trap Xianxia Bat. This array was left by the founding father of the Empire of Tang. It can gather all the power of the array and exert the combat power of the weak to defeat the strong. Crown Prince Li Sheng does not know whether this array is useful against peak grade 1 great grandmasters. But now, he can only choose to fight. Huh? King Wuyang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. It's a bit interesting. However, if you think you can deal with this king, you are dreaming. Before King Wuyang's words fell, his figure disappeared again and rushed towards the red-clothed eunuchs. At the same time, Su Qin walked slowly to the front of the Long Life Temple. At this time, the Long Life Temple was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The palace maids and eunuchs fled because of Prince Chen's attack on the imperial city. Su Qin slowly walked into the Long Life Temple. It's you? Next to the body of the Emperor of Tang, eunuch Zhao, who was wearing a purple robe, glanced at Su Qin and said lightly, there are 2 peak grade 1 great grandmasters outside the imperial city who are about to enter. Take advantage of the time now and run for your life. Eunuch Zhao closed his eyes. In the past 10 years, in order to prolong the life of the Emperor of Tang, Eunuch Zhao has almost exhausted his vitality. Now, he can't move. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a lamp that has run out of oil. He may die in the next moment. Run for your life? Su Qin smiled and didn't say anything. No matter what, the Emperor of Tang and I were acquaintances. Now that he is dead, I am here to send him off. Su Qin said unhurriedly. The Emperor of Tang? Eunuch Zhao opened his eyes again and looked at Su Qin. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move, he would have already punished Su Qin. Daring to address the Emperor in such a manner is a crime of great disrespect. How do you plan to send His Majesty off? Eunuch Zhao stared at Su Qin with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Su Qin didn't care at all. He casually sat down and looked at the zither in front of him. The zither was dark green in color and had a profound and mysterious feeling. It was placed not far from the dragon bed. Clearly, the Emperor of Tang liked it very much when he was alive. Play rebirth to send him off. Su Qing gently pressed his hands on the strings. You? Eunuch Zhao's expression sank. No matter what, the Emperor of Tang is still the Emperor of the Empire of Tang. Even if he dies, he should be put to rest by a special musician, which is in line with royal etiquette. Su Qing's move was tantamount to looking down on the Emperor of Tang. Just when Eunuch Zhao was about to act recklessly to stop Su Qing's behavior. Dang! Su Qing's right hand gently plucked the zither strings. An ethereal and lonely zither sound slowly spread out. In an instant, wherever the zither sound passed, the air faintly solidified, like a mountain, shrouding everything. This is? Eunuch Zhao's complexion changed greatly, and he looked at Su Qing in disbelief. Outside the imperial city, the situation was gradually coming to an end. The 23 Grade 1 Great Grandmasters in the imperial palace of the Emperor of Tang acted together. With the array left by the founding father of the Empire of Tang, they barely stopped the 2 Peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters, King Wuyang and Yin Jiubat. The 8 Grade 1 Great Grandmasters of Nanming also joined the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to act. Ha 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 ha. Can't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, Yin Jiubat laughed wildly. He raised his hand and sent the 2 Grade 1 Great Grandmasters flying. He took a step and appeared above the imperial city. Little Crown Prince, that Eunuch Zhao hasn't appeared for so long. There must be a problem. In that case, go to hell for this old man. Yin Jiubat's expression was cold. He raised his right hand and slowly pressed it towards Crown Prince Li Sheng. Your Highness! All the civil and military officials exclaimed. Not good. The expressions of the more than a dozen red-clothed eunuchs surrounding King Wuyang changed greatly. They wanted to go back and save Crown Prince Li Sheng, but they were easily stopped by King Wuyang. Li Sheng. Su Huiyun, who had just rushed over, saw this scene and suddenly turned pale with fright. Die, die. If you die, the throne is mine. A cruel smile appeared on Prince Sun's face. Am I going to die? Crown Prince Li Sheng was in a trance. He only felt that the palm pressed down by Yin Jiubat was getting bigger and bigger, almost covering his entire field of vision. Just as Yin Jiubat was about to slap Crown Prince Li Sheng to death and then return to slaughter the group of Grade 1 Great Grandmasters of the Emperor of Tang's palace. Dang! An ethereal and lonely zither sound came in an instant. It was as if the heavens and earth were long and time was rushing. Who is it? Yin Jiubat's eyes suddenly filled with horror. His right hand that was pressing down on Crown Prince Li Sheng seemed to be completely locked and could no longer move. No! Yin Jiubat roared hysterically. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, Yin Jiubat's whole body suddenly exploded, stirring up a mist of blood. This is? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned on the spot, fear in their eyes. Chang'an City. Below the imperial city. Prince Chen, who originally had victory in his grasp, looked as if he had seen a ghost at this time. When Yin Jiubat, a Peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, got rid of the more than a dozen Grade 1 Great Grandmasters of the Emperor of Tang Palace and appeared in front of Crown Prince Li Sheng, Prince Chen looked at Li Sheng as if he was looking at a dead man. Yin Jiubat is a Peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. If he gets close, even an ordinary Grade 1 Great Grandmaster will die, let alone an ordinary person like Crown Prince Li Sheng who doesn't know martial Dao. But the next moment, the Nining bat that had a monstrous aura suddenly exploded, stirring up countless bloody mists. This. Prince Chen was dumbstruck and almost thought that he was hallucinating. This was a Peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. Even if it was Eunuch Zhao in the Imperial Palace, it would take hundreds of moves to determine the winner between him and Yin Jiubat. But now, he suddenly exploded into a blood mist. How incredible was this? Compared to the shock of Prince Chen, Crown Prince Li Sheng, who was closest to Yin Jiubat, was also dumbfounded. What happened? Why is he not dead yet? Crown Prince Li Sheng was ready to close his eyes and wait for death, but not only did he not die, but Yin Jiubat also died. What's going on? King Wuyang's scalp exploded, and monstrous waves were set off in his heart. Although he looked down on Xianxia's need to drink human blood every once in a while, but in any case, Xianxia is a true peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Now that the other party suddenly fell into such a state, the fear in King Wuyang's heart can be imagined. It's over. Let's retreat. King Wuyang glanced at the 8 grade 1 great grandmasters of Nanming and suddenly made a decision in his heart. The Ming Emperor only asked him to help Prince Chen ascend to the throne, not to send him to his death. At this moment, Xianxia's sudden explosion undoubtedly cast a shadow over King Wuyang's heart. If he continues, will he follow in Xianxia's footsteps? The 8 grade 1 great grandmasters of Nanming looked at each other and began to slowly retreat. However, at this moment, clang! Another lonely and ethereal tune of the zither reverberated in the air. The surroundings became quiet and peaceful, yet it was filled with a feeling of transcendence. Everything that had happened in the past vanished into thin air. Only by being reborn in the afterlife would one be able to transcend. Bang! 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 As the zither sound spread, the 8 grade 1 great grandmasters of Nanming exploded and blood sprayed out. Not good. King Wuyang was shocked. It's zither music. King Wuyang finally reacted and looked around in disbelief. It wasn't until this moment that King Wuyang realized that whether it was Xianxia or Nanming's 8 grade 1 great grandmasters, the reason why they suddenly exploded was probably because of the zither music. However, after discovering this, King Wuyang became even more desperate. If it were any other kind of attack, he would know how to block it. But the sound of the zither. Clang! Another guqin sound swept over, shaking the area continuously, ethereal and lonely. God! King Wuyang suddenly stopped and turned to look into the depths of the palace. The next moment. Boom! King Wuyang's body also exploded. Clang! The sound of the zither was lonely and endless, faintly revealing grief and loneliness. It continued to spread and permeate, enveloping the entire Chang'an city. At this moment, the ethereal and lonely sound of the zither echoed in the ears of all the people in Chang'an city, from the old men to the babies waiting to be fed. Above the imperial city, Crown Prince Li Xing and the officials of the imperial court were also immersed in the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither that was fatal to King Wuyang, Xianxia, and the others was like a heavenly sound in the ears of Crown Prince Li Xing and the others. After a while, the sound of the zither slowly dissipated. This is. Crown Prince Li Xing calmed down and looked down at the imperial city. He saw that under the sound of the zither, the 2 peak grade 1 great grandmasters, King Wuyang and Xianxia, Nanming's 8 grade 1 great grandmasters, and Prince Chen's group all exploded. They're all dead. Crown Prince Li Xing was at a loss. Your Highness. Your Highness, are you okay? At this time, a group of ministers hurriedly rushed over and surrounded Crown Prince Li Xing, asking him all kinds of questions. Although the Emperor of Tang has passed away and Crown Prince Li Xing will ascend the throne sooner or later, but at least for now, he is not the Emperor of Tang, so he can only be called Your Highness. More than a dozen red-clothed eunuchs and other grade 1 great grandmasters of the Emperor of Tang's palace also came over. Eunuch Liu, do you know what's going on? Crown Prince Li Xing calmed down and looked at one of the red-clothed eunuchs. This red-clothed eunuch was Eunuch Liu. When Crown Prince Li Xing was wandering among the people, he was secretly protecting him and was a trustworthy person. Reporting back to Your Majesty, this old slave doesn't know. Eunuch Liu was silent for a while and said respectfully. His words were completely from the bottom of his heart. Just now, under the sound of the zither, he was instinctively immersed in the sound. When the sound of the zither dissipated, King Wuyang and the other people of Nanming were already dead. Your Highness. This general guesses that maybe it's because of the zither sound just now. At this moment, the commander of the Forbidden Army said. When these words came out, the other grade 1 great grandmasters nodded slightly. They also had doubts at this time. After all, the zither sound was too strange. Zither sound. Crown Prince Li Xing fell into deep thought. Imperial Palace Ancestral Temple. The temple keeper's bent waist has now straightened, and the aura of a peak grade 1 pervaded his body. Zither sound. the temple keeper looked dignified. His eyes were fixed on the imperial city just now. Especially when he saw Prince Chen colluding with Nanming and leading the enemy in, he was ready to take action. Although the temple keeper is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, he is not loyal to the crown prince, the emperor of Tang, but to the emperor of Tang. If Prince Chen did not collude with Nanming, even if he really killed Crown Prince Li Sheng and ascended the throne, the temple keeper would only watch coldly. He only needs to ensure that the prince of the Tang dynasty is surnamed Li. As for who it is, it doesn't matter at all. But Prince Chen colluded with a foreign country, which is different. However, just when the temple keeper was about to take action, the zither sound rang out. Then, 2 peak grade 1 great grandmasters, 8 grade 1 great grandmasters, and others all died. To kill 2 peak grade 1 and 8 grade 1 great grandmasters with zither sound, I'm afraid it's already the means of a legend. The temple keeper thought silently in his heart. Perhaps the grade 1 great grandmasters in the imperial palace do not understand what happened just now. But as a peak grade 1, the temple keeper naturally knows the meaning. Who is it? The temple keeper's thoughts turned quickly. Is it the one who entered the ancestral temple last time? In a flash, the temple keeper suddenly thought of something. Some time ago, the temple keeper was guarding the ancestral temple outside, but when he came in, he found that someone had sneaked into the ancestral temple without his knowledge and lit a stick of sandalwood. At the same time, inside the Long Life Temple, Su Qin's expression was calm and deep, and he slowly took his hand away from the azure zither. Inside the Long Life Temple, the music lingered in the air. After Su Qin finished playing the song Rebirth, he was ready to go back. He came here with the intention of sending Emperor Li Sheng off on his last journey, and also to clean up the cultivators outside the imperial city. Now that his purpose has been accomplished, Su Qin will naturally not stay for long. You? Eunuch Zhao's eyes widened as he looked at Su Qin in disbelief. Although he was like a lamp that had run out of oil and his life force was almost exhausted, his divine sense was still there. He could clearly feel that with the sound of the zither, the auras of the 2 peak grade 1 great grandmasters and 8 grade 1 great grandmasters outside the imperial city quickly disappeared. I didn't expect that His Highness the Crown Prince would marry the sister of a legend. At this moment, how could Eunuch Zhao not understand Su Qin's strength? His tone was complicated, but there was relief in it. A legend? Su Qin stopped and looked down at Eunuch Zhao. Your Majesty, you can go with peace of mind. Eunuch Zhao turned his head with difficulty and whispered to himself. His aura was getting weaker and weaker, and finally dissipated completely. Passed away? Su Qin shook his head slightly. He was not surprised. In order to extend the life of the Emperor of Tang, Eunuch Zhao constantly exhausted his life force. After the death of the Emperor of Tang, he could not hold on for long. It was extremely difficult for him to even move. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to let the 2 peak grade 1 great grandmasters outside the imperial city without doing anything. Now that he passed away, it was completely normal. You're quite loyal. Su Qin shook his head slightly, and evaluated Eunuch Zhao in his heart. Most of the martial artists in this world are unruly, especially the peak grade 1 great grandmasters. They basically won't act easily. They all want to take the last step and live a carefree life for 500 years. But Eunuch Zhao is different. For Eunuch Zhao, the Emperor of Tang's life is far more important than him. Among the peak grade 1 great grandmasters in the world, he is obviously very different. Nanming. Inside the palace, Ming Emperor sat upright on the dragon throne, deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard walked in respectfully and bowed. Your Majesty. Oh? Ming Emperor raised his head slightly, looked at the commander of the brocade guards, and asked casually, the Emperor of Tang has passed away. Granduncle should have arrived at the palace of the Emperor of Tang by now, right? Yes, Your Majesty. The last message I received from King Wuyang was that he joined forces with Ingio Bat to attack the Emperor of Tang's palace. The commander of the embroidered uniform guards immediately replied. That would be great. With Granduncle and E9 Bat joining forces, even if that Eunuch Zhao is here, it's useless. Ming Emperor's tone was flat but full of confidence. Your Majesty. Hesitating, the commander couldn't help but ask, Your Highness asked for 800,000 sets of armor from Prince Sun. Isn't that a bit too little? The commander of the embroidered uniform guards looked puzzled. Although 800,000 sets of armor could definitely make the Empire of Tang cut off a piece of meat, compared to them, Prince Sun had no choice at all. Not to mention 800,000 sets of armor, even if it was 1 million sets, Prince Sun could only agree, 800,000 sets of armor? Ming Emperor smiled, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. These 800,000 sets of armor are just to make him feel at ease. My purpose is not a mere 800,000 sets of armor, but the Empire of Tang. At this point, Ming Emperor suddenly stood up and said word by word, Do you think I asked Granduncle to go to the Emperor of Tang's palace just to help the Emperor of Tang's son sit on the throne? Your Majesty, what do you mean? The commander of the embroidered uniform guards was shocked and couldn't help but ask. When the news from the Emperor of Tang's palace comes back, you will know. Ming Emperor paced slowly and didn't say much. Just when the commander of the embroidered uniform guards was secretly guessing, an imperial bodyguard hurriedly rushed in. Your Majesty, the news from the Emperor of Tang's palace came. The imperial guard knelt on one knee on the ground, and cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. Oh? A smile appeared on Ming Emperor's face. The commander of the embroidered uniform guards next to him was also full of curiosity. From the tone of Ming Emperor just now, it was obvious that he had a plan. Now that the news came back, he was naturally a little curious. Read it. Ming Emperor leaned slightly on the dragon throne and said lightly. Yes. The Imperial Guard braced himself and read. King Wuyang and 8 first-class Imperial Guards were all buried outside the Emperor of Tang's palace. No one survived. There was dead silence. After the Imperial Guard finished reading, he felt that the surroundings were quiet for a moment. Plop. The Imperial Guard trembled and knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. After a long time, Ming Emperor's voice slowly sounded, Has the information been confirmed? At this moment, Ming Emperor's voice was slightly hoarse, as if he was suppressing something. In fact, when he asked this question, he already had the answer in his heart. It involved a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster in Nanming and the death of 8 Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. If it was not confirmed in every possible way, who would dare to send this information back? Reporting back to Your Majesty, it has been repeatedly confirmed. The Imperial Guard said in a trembling voice. You can go. Ming Emperor waved his hand and seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. King Wuyang was the foundation of Nanming. Now that he died in the Emperor of Tang's palace, it was definitely an unprecedented blow to the entire Nanming. Not to mention that in addition to King Wuyang, there were also the 8 first-class Imperial Guards of Nanming. You can also go. Ming Emperor glanced at the commander of the embroidered uniform guards kneeling on the ground and said in a low voice. Yes. The commander of the embroidered uniform guards quickly retreated, not daring to mention the plan that Ming Emperor had just mentioned. Even King Wuyang was dead. No matter how many plans there are, they will dissipate like flowers in a mirror and the moon in the water. What happened in the imperial palace of the Empire of Tang spread throughout the world at lightning speed. Originally, the death of the Emperor of Tang and the ascension of the Crown Prince had attracted the attention of various countries. Now that Nanming was involved, it attracted the attention of countless forces. Everyone was watching the development of the Emperor of Tang's imperial palace with the attitude of watching a play. Many people were not optimistic about the Crown Prince. Prince Sun has the support of Nanming and Ingiobat, and 2 peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters behind him. What can the Crown Prince use to resist? But with the fall of the 2 peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters outside the Emperor of Tang's imperial palace, the world was completely shaken. This is a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. How could he fall just like that? Just when the world was shocked by what happened outside the Emperor of Tang's imperial palace, Su Qin had returned to the Right Spring Square and continued his leisurely life. For Crown Prince Li Sheng, Su Qin's actions were tantamount to saving the imperial court and the hundreds of millions of people of the Empire of Tang. If Prince Sun ascends the throne, he will definitely clean up the current civil and military officials. Coupled with Nanming adding fuel to the fire, the empire of Tang will soon fall into decline. But in Su Qin's eyes, it was just playing the song reincarnation, which was nothing at all. Late at night, Su Qin's figure appeared in front of the imperial tomb. It seems that after being in the imperial palace for so long, I have never signed in at the imperial tomb. Su Qin stopped and looked at the imperial tomb of the Emperor of Tang in the distance, and suddenly thought. The imperial mausoleum was the place where the emperors of the Empire of Tang were buried. It was majestic and had experienced the vicissitudes of life since the establishment of the Empire of Tang. System, sign in. Su Qin thought for a moment and said in his heart. Although the Emperor of Tang's mausoleum only had a history of 500 to 600 years, with his status in the Empire of Tang, he should have gathered some Dao accumulations. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received True Dragon Aura. A mechanical and cold voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. True Dragon Aura? Su Qin was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, the magical use of True Dragon Aura surged in Su Qin's mind. So this is the True Dragon Aura? Su Qin raised his right hand and saw wisps of golden aura flowing between his fingers. These golden auras gathered and scattered, and the outline of a dragon was faintly revealed. The True Dragon Aura was a special kind of aura. It was nurtured in the body for a long time and had the effect of stabilizing and improving one's blood and qi. Even for venerable Arhat and legend, the True Dragon Aura was a rare secret treasure. Perhaps in a short period of time, the True Dragon Aura wouldn't improve one's blood and qi by much, but over hundreds of years of accumulation, it would definitely produce a qualitative change and completely improve one's blood and qi by a level. Not bad. Su Qin's expression was satisfied. At his level, the influence of external objects was getting lower and lower. The True Dragon Aura was one of the few treasures that could directly improve one's combat strength. Ordinary venerable Arhat or legend could use the power of the True Dragon to nurture their body for 400 to 500 years and completely improve their blood and qi by a level. But Su Qin wasn't an ordinary venerable Arhat. His Shouyuan was twice as long as the other venerable Arhats, and it had been a full 1,000 years. Su Qin was looking forward to what would happen if his blood and qi were nurtured by the True Dragon Aura for 1,000 years. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Over the past year, Su Qin finally signed in to the entire palace. Similar to the Shaolin Temple, most of the places in the Imperial Palace didn't have much Dao accumulation. It was only enough to sign in once or several times. But Su Qin still found more than a dozen locations where he could repeatedly sign in. This had completely exceeded Su Qin's expectations. It should be noted that even an ancient temple like the Shaolin Temple, which had been operating for thousands of years, only the Sutras Depository, the Demon Subduing Tower, and the Bodhi Yard could be used by Su Qin repeatedly. But in the Imperial Palace, there were actually more than a dozen places that could be harvested multiple times. This made Su Qin extremely happy. And perhaps because Chang'an City was the ancient capital of 10 dynasties, it had experienced more years of history than the Shaolin Temple. The things that Su Qin signed in the palace were generally of a higher level than the Shaolin Temple. For example, a treasure like the innate spirit liquid, which could increase the level of Arhat without limit, was not something that could be obtained by signing in at the Shaolin Temple. Of course, this was not absolute, but overall. After all, Su Qin signed in at the Shaolin Temple, the strongest divine art, Buddha's palm, and so far, no other divine art was comparable to it. It's almost time to start breaking through and truly step into the 4th heavenly layer. Su Qin sat cross-legged, silently thinking in his heart. As early as in the Shaolin Temple, I was already at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. In less than a year after coming to the Imperial Palace, I completed the 4th transformation of my body. Now after another year of adjustment, I'm afraid that I'm only half a step away from the 4th heavenly layer. It can even be said that I'm infinitely close. Su Qin's eyes lit up. Su Qin was a very cautious person, otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the Shaolin Temple for nearly 30 years. I can break through tonight. Su Qin made a decision in his heart. Next, Su Qin walked out of the Right Spring Square and strolled slowly in the East Palace. Since the death of the Emperor of Tang a year ago, Crown Prince Li Xing moved out of the East Palace not long after, inherited the throne, and moved into the Long Life Hall, the bedroom palace of the past the Emperor of Tang. As for his little sister Su Yueyun, she was also conferred the title of Empress and lived in the Cunning Palace. During this period, many ministers objected. After all, the Empress conferred by the past the Emperor of Tang was generally a woman from a big family, which could play a role in stabilizing the situation of the court, but Su Yueyun was just a daughter of a local family. Logically speaking, conferring the title of concubine was already vast and mighty. As for the Empress, it was simply impossible. However, the new Emperor Lixing insisted on conferring Su Yueyun as the Empress and refused to budge an inch. Under such circumstances, no matter how dissatisfied the civil and military officials of the court were, they could only give in. After all, Lixing was the emperor, the master of the Empire of Tang. At most, the ministers could only persuade him, but if the emperor didn't listen, there was nothing they could do. And in this year, the new Emperor Lixing has also basically adapted to the current life, and has made enough progress in handling government affairs. When Su Qin occasionally scanned the entire palace with his divine sense, he saw that the new Emperor Lixing often dealt with state affairs until midnight, and his travel was extremely simple. Generally, when a new emperor ascends the throne, he will definitely be extravagant and luxurious, but Lixing didn't. Everything was still the same as during the reign of the Emperor of Tang, and there were almost no changes. Su Qin was quite satisfied with this. If Lixing was a wise emperor, the Empire of Tang wouldn't have so many troubles, and he could sign in and cultivate in the palace with peace of mind. Just as Su Qin was thinking, his heart suddenly moved. He saw the new Emperor Lixing walking towards the East Palace with a few accompanying eunuchs. Are they looking for me? Su Qin raised his eyebrows. Since the new Emperor Lixing and Su Yueyun moved out of the East Palace, the huge East Palace had become much quieter. Except for Su Qin, there were only a few eunuchs and palace maids left. The new Emperor Lixing came here specifically to see Su Qin. Soon, the new Emperor Lixing came to the right Spring Square. Your Majesty, do you want this old servant to go in and announce the decree? A eunuch next to him bowed and asked. No need. The new Emperor Lixing shook his head, took a few steps, and waved his hand towards the right Spring Square. Third brother. Su Qin walked out unhurriedly and looked at the new Emperor Lixing. Okay, all of you can leave. I want to stay with the third brother for a while. The new Emperor Lixing glanced at the eunuchs. Yes. The eunuchs respectfully said, then turned and left. Third brother, I've been bored to death this year. The new Emperor Lixing complained to Su Qin. That old man, the Minister of Rights, has been staring at me all day, and the Minister of Revenue has been asking me for money all day long. How can I have so much money? Su Qin smiled and didn't say anything. In the past year, the new Emperor Lixing would talk to Su Qin every once in a while and confide in him about some of his troubles. The two of them chatted for a while as they strolled along the shady path at the side. As a gentle breeze brushed past his face, the new Emperor Lixing's expression was clearly much better. He was the emperor of the Empire of Tang and had the greatest power in the world. But in fact, while an emperor had the greatest power, he also had to bear the heaviest pressure. As Su Qin listened to the complaints of the new Emperor Lixing, he felt more and more that his choice was correct. No matter where it was, whether it was the Shaolin Temple or the Imperial Palace, the more you get, the more you have to give. Now, Su Qin seemed to have no power in the Imperial Palace, but in fact, he was the most leisurely one. Every day, he would sign in, cultivate, wander around, and continue to become stronger. Wouldn't that be wonderful? In the imperial court, the courtiers respect and fear me, but in the past year, factional disputes have gradually appeared. When the new Emperor Lixing talked about this topic, his tone gradually became heavier. In fact, no matter which dynasty, factional disputes were inevitable. However, before Lixing ascended the throne, the Emperor of Tang had already cleaned up the imperial court and infinitely weakened the factional disputes. But after a year, especially after the imperial examination, the factional disputes had begun to appear again. This made the new Emperor Lixing very tired. He allowed the courtiers to fight among themselves, but the premise of all this was to put the interests of the Empire of Tang first. But once a faction was formed, for some courtiers, the interests of their own faction might be greater than the interests of the Empire of Tang. Factional disputes? Su Qing thought for a while and asked casually, why are there factional disputes? It's very complicated to explain. The new Emperor Lixing thought for a while and stopped talking. The talented officials of the Empire of Tang are basically produced through the imperial examination. And the imperial examination is handled by the chief examiner, which leads to the examinees of the imperial examination held by this chief examiner are all under his wing. In this way, when this group of examinees enters the imperial court, they will naturally stand by this chief examiner's side and form their own faction to exclude outsiders. The new Emperor Lixing explained the main source of the factional disputes in a few words. In fact, the Emperor of Tang knew about this. But knowing was one thing, he couldn't solve it. He couldn't possibly cancel the imperial examinations, right? Or, every once in a while, clean up the imperial court like the Emperor of Tang did? Third brother, what do you think of this? Emperor Lixing rubbed his forehead and looked at Su Qing. My opinion? Su Qing pondered for a moment. Since the reason for the conflict between the factions is the head examiner, why don't we just change the head examiner? Su Qing said casually. Change the chief examiner? The new Emperor Lixing's eyes lit up, but they dimmed in an instant. He shook his head and said, the imperial examination involves all the candidates in the world and concerns the inheritance of the Empire of Tang. The chief examiner can only be chosen from the officials in the imperial court. Because only the officials standing in the imperial court have enough influence to convince the examinees. But this way, no matter who it is, they will push that batch of examinees under their wing and form a faction. Emperor Lixing said bitterly. You misunderstood what I meant. Su Qing shook his head and continued, I don't want to change the chief examiner to another official. Not another official? Emperor Lixing was slightly stunned and did not understand. You can be the chief examiner. Su Qing looked at Emperor Lixing and said casually. I'll be the chief examiner. I'll be the chief examiner. I'll be the chief examiner. The more Emperor Lixing thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. The main source of the conflict between the factions was that the examinees of that year would be placed under a certain chief examiner. In the long run, there would be many factions in the imperial court, and factions would naturally form. But if the Emperor of Tang was the chief examiner, all the examinees would be placed under the Emperor of Tang's wing. In this way, there would only be one faction in the imperial court. The conflict between factions meant that there were many factions fighting with each other. But if there was only one faction, what was the point of fighting? Everyone was on the same side. Why would they fight? Under such circumstances, the conflict between factions would naturally disappear. Third brother. You've really reminded me. Emperor Lixing's face was filled with joy. He hurriedly said, I'll go back first. I'll come find you tomorrow. Emperor Lixing anxiously returned to the Palace of Immortals. Su Qing looked at Emperor Lixing's back as he left. His smile gradually faded. It's about time. Su Qing looked at the sky and returned to the right spring square. At this moment, in addition to the 5 elements reversal formation, Su Qing had also set up several other formations in the right spring square. The main purpose of these formations was to suppress the aura and prevent it from leaking out. This way, the commotion caused by Su Qing's breakthrough would not affect the outside world. This would save Su Qing the trouble of running outside every time he broke through. Begin. Su Qing sat down cross-legged and focused. Swoosh! Hundreds of bottles of elixirs appeared. Apart from that, there were more than 100 drops of connate spirit liquid. These were the connate spirit liquid that Su Qing had been accumulating over the past year. His goal was to break through today. The connate spirit liquid was gentle and had obvious effects. Whether it was during normal cultivation or during critical moments, it was extremely effective. There's also this. In front of Su Qing, a pale golden Bodhi heart with mysterious lines faintly appearing on its surface appeared again. It was the Millennium Bodhi heart. During this period of time, Su Qing had been cultivating and comprehending heaven and earth. Therefore, he had deliberately placed the Millennium Bodhi heart back into the system space. Now that he was breaking through, he naturally needed the Millennium Bodhi heart to protect his mind in order to be foolproof. Although Suqin did not think that he would need the Millennium Bodhi heart given his current preparations, it was better than nothing. In the next moment, Suqin slowly closed his eyes. Swoosh! Inhale. As Suqin breathed, the more than 100 drops of connate spirit liquid in front of him immediately turned into flowing water and flowed into Suqin's mouth. At the same time, the other elixirs were also swallowed by Suqin. Suddenly, the true essence in Suqin's body continued to surge and the aura he exuded became more and more terrifying. If it were not for the heaven and earth array, the entire Chang'an city would have been shaken. After swallowing more than 100 drops of connate spirit liquid and hundreds of bottles of elixirs, Suqin's true essence began to surge crazily. Even though the connate spirit liquid was gentle, it was based on the premise that it was taken drop by drop. If Suqin's body had not gone through 4 transformations and even developed a trace of immortal metal attribute, he would have exploded and died. Rumble. Suqin's chi and blood surged like a millstone of heaven and earth slowly rotating. Buzz. At this moment, Suqin's true essence that was constantly circulating seemed to have undergone a transformation and began to transform in a strange direction. The transformed true essence was more powerful and profound, as if it could overwhelm heaven and earth. Time passed slowly. Just as all the true essence in Suqin's body had transformed into that more powerful and profound true essence, Suqin's aura that had been rising suddenly began to shrink, as if it had turned into a black hole and completely sank. In the next moment, Suqin slowly opened his eyes. Is this the Arhat state of the 4-level heaven? Suqin carefully felt the changes in his body and a smile appeared on his face. In the right spring square, Suqin was overjoyed. At this moment, the true essence flowing in his body was several times more than before the breakthrough, and the original true essence had transformed into another type of true essence. This true essence was more powerful and profound, as if it could overwhelm heaven and earth. Not bad, not bad. Suqin was extremely satisfied. When he broke through from Arhat's first heaven to Arhat's third heaven, it only increased his true essence by several times. Now that he had just stepped into the 4th heaven, it had already exceeded this increase. What was even more frightening was that after this breakthrough, Suqin's true essence had undergone some kind of qualitative change, completely transforming into another type of true essence. Compared to the increase in quantity, Suqin was more looking forward to the quality improvement. Let's not worry about the true essence for now. Let's see how much my control of heaven and earth's power has improved after stepping into the 4th heaven. Suqin's mind slowly integrated into the surrounding heaven and earth. Compared to the 9 grades of the martial Tao, the biggest difference between Venerable Arhat and Legends was their control of heaven and earth's power. Among the 9 grades of the martial Tao, even a grade 1 great perfection martial artist could only slightly draw on heaven and earth's power. But if one became Venerable Arhat or Legend, they could completely control heaven and earth's power, and their every move would be like heaven and earth, with vast power. This was also the reason why Venerable Arhat and Legends could ignore the Sea of People tactic. Unless facing a powerhouse of the same level, Venerable Arhat and Legends had nothing to worry about. Wang. Suqin's mind continued to spread until it reached a radius of 20 miles with him as the center. My control of heaven and earth's power has reached 20 miles. Suqin's face was full of joy. When he was at the 1st heaven Arhat, he could control heaven and earth's power within a radius of a few miles, and when he reached the 3rd heaven great perfection, his control of heaven and earth's power increased to 10 miles. Then, no matter how Suqin cultivated, his control of heaven and earth's power was firmly fixed at 10 miles, as if the heaven and earth's power within a radius of 10 miles was the limit of 3rd heaven Arhat. The heaven and earth's power within a radius of 20 miles can increase my strength by more than 10 times. The joy on Suqin's face grew stronger and stronger. The difference between a radius of 10 miles and a radius of 20 miles seemed to be only 1 time, but in reality, it was a world of difference. Whether it was the vastness of the power of heaven and earth or the flexibility of the power of heaven and earth, the two were on completely different levels. No wonder it's said that there will be a qualitative change when a 3rd heavenly layer breaks through to the 4th heavenly layer. From the looks of it now, it's not just a qualitative change. Suqin sighed in his heart. Arhat at the fourth celestial layer is already so powerful, then what about the seventh celestial layer? Or even the 9 heavens? Could it really destroy the heavens and earth? Suqing's thoughts fluctuated. Suqing didn't know if a ninth heavenly layer legend had ever been born on this continent, but for a Buddhist holy land like the Shaolin Temple, which had been passed down for thousands of years, the strongest person that had appeared since its opening was only a sixth heavenly layer Arhat. And according to Suqing's understanding from the ancient books in the Shaolin Temple, the reason why this venerable Arhat was able to cultivate to the sixth heavenly layer was entirely because he found a great opportunity in the depths of the endless ocean. The endless ocean. Suqing raised his head slightly and looked beyond the continent. As early as the animal skin on the Devil Lord's body, Suqing knew that there was probably another world in the depths of the endless ocean. The depths of the endless ocean, although there are great opportunities, there are also great risks. More than 2,000 years ago in the Shaolin Temple, a venerable Arhat went to the endless ocean and never came back. Now, as long as I continue to sign in, I can continue to become stronger. There's no need to go to the endless ocean. Suqing shook his head slightly. Other martial arts legends crossed the endless ocean because their own strength was difficult to improve, or because Shou Yuan was facing the end of his life. They had no choice but to do so to win that glimmer of hope. But Suqing was different. He, Shou Yuan, had plenty of resources and could live for 970 years. Plus, he didn't lack cultivation resources. Why would he risk going to the endless ocean? It was like a crown prince of a certain country who was about to inherit the throne and rule the world, but he wanted to rise from nothing and abandon everything. Wasn't that a fool? Suqing was a cautious person. Of course, he would choose the safest and most secure path. Now, I'll stabilize my realm first. Suqing thought for a while and slowly closed his eyes again. The true essence of the past Amitabha Sutra kept circulating. Time passed slowly. The next day, Suqing stabilized his realm slightly and officially came out of seclusion. Everything in the palace was as usual. Now that the new emperor was diligent in his work, the empire of Tang seemed to be thriving. However, the eastern palace had always been cold and cheerless. But Suqing didn't care about that. He liked peace and quiet, and the current environment of the eastern palace was exactly what he wanted. Time really flies. Suqing slowly paced back and forth, thinking leisurely. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for 30 years. Also unknowingly, he had become Arhat, fourth heaven. Next, Suqing once again returned to his previous life. After becoming Arhat, fourth heaven, Suqing didn't have any feelings of complacency. Because he knew that there was always someone better than him. In the depths of the endless ocean. Just as Suqing was checking in and cultivating every day. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, the new Emperor Li Sheng abolished the chief examiner of the imperial examination system of the Empire of Tang. As the Emperor of Tang, he personally became the chief examiner. In the future, every batch of examinees would no longer be disciples of some minister, but disciples of the emperor. As expected. With the reality of this move, the factionalism in the imperial court eased a lot. The new Emperor Li Sheng knew that this move couldn't completely eradicate the factionalism. Because as long as there were people in the imperial court, there would inevitably be factionalism. But it could slow down the factionalism to a great extent. And to be able to do this, the new Emperor Li Sheng was already satisfied. Late at night, all the civil and military officials hurried to the Taiji Palace. The new Emperor Li Sheng sat on the dragon throne with a gloomy expression. The officials in the imperial court also had solemn expressions, as if something big had happened. After a long time, the Minister of Revenue braced himself and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, where did this news come from? Is it true or false?" As soon as he said this, Emperor Li Sheng suddenly stood up and said in an extremely depressed voice, "Is it true or false?" Emperor Li Sheng took out a piece of paper and read it word by word. "On the night of the full moon, I will borrow the imperial palace. Brother Chuishue and I will discuss the Tao of the sword. White Cloud City Lord Yi Guqing." After Emperor Li Sheng finished speaking, he looked directly at the civil and military officials in the imperial court. "This matter has already spread out, and the whole world knows about it. Tell me, what should I do?" As soon as Emperor Li Xing's voice fell, the complexions of the officials in the imperial court suddenly changed. Although they are not martial artists, they know a thing or two about White Cloud City's city lord Yi Guqing. In the current world, although peak grade 1 great grandmasters are extremely rare, there are some. And among the peak grade 1 great grandmasters, White Cloud City's city lord Yi Guqing is definitely one of the most dazzling ones. In the Taiji Palace, all the civil and military officials were silent. Although peak grade 1 great grandmasters have shaken the world, there are still differences between them. And the White Cloud City Lord Yi Guqing is definitely one of the most powerful peak grade 1 great grandmasters. Because what Yi Guqing cultivates is Sword Dao. Sword Dao focuses on killing and is known as the sharpest. As a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, in terms of attack, Yi Guqing is probably close to grade 1 great perfection who has undergone third transformation. The officials never dreamed that the Empire of Tang would face Yi Guqing, the city lord of the White Cloud City. If Yi Guqing wants other things, even if it is 10,000 gold or the position of king, it is not impossible to negotiate. But if he wants to borrow the Emperor of Tang's palace, the Emperor of Tang's palace is the face of the Empire of Tang. If Yi Guqing is allowed to borrow it, then the Empire of Tang will become the laughingstock of the world in the future and will never be able to raise its head again. The Empire of Tang has been established for more than 500 years, when has it ever suffered such humiliation? Brother Chuexue? Is it Shimen Chuexue? Some officials muttered to themselves, and suddenly their complexion changed again. The rest of the officials obviously realized something, and their expressions were extremely ugly. The only person who can make the dignified White Cloud City Lord call him Brother Chuexue is probably Shimen Chuexue, who is also a peak grade 1 great grandmaster and is known to be close to God. What should we do? The officials felt cold in their hearts. If it was just Yi Guqing alone, with the current foundation of the Empire of Tang, they may be able to resist. But with Shimen Chuexue added. For a moment, all the officials trembled. Emperor Li Xing saw this scene and sighed softly. This is the biggest drawback facing the Empire of Tang today. There is no peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Since the death of the Emperor of Tang, the only peak grade 1 great grandmaster in the Emperor of Tang's palace, eunuch Zhao, also passed away. In the past 2 years, Emperor Li Xing has been trying to cultivate a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, but unfortunately, he has not seen any hope. Even if the new Emperor Li Xing used all the resources of the Empire of Tang, the results were slow. Peak grade 1 great grandmaster involves a transformation of the body, unless there are a few rare treasures, such as the spirit concentration pill and so on. Moreover, even if it was a spirit concentrating pill, it would only be effective when one's spirit was nurtured to the extreme. Otherwise, he could only rely on himself. The influence of external factors was almost negligible. Although the new Emperor Li Xing had vaguely guessed that the existence who had killed Nanming Wen Wang and Yinjiu Bat with zither music back then might be a peerless expert. However, he hadn't seen the other party yet, so he wasn't sure if the other party would attack again. Perhaps this peerless expert just happened to pass by the Emperor of Tang's palace and then left? No matter what, the new Emperor Li Xing would not place his hopes on an uncertain factor. Because he was the Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, don't be impulsive. When the ministers saw the determination on Emperor Li Xing's face, they immediately knelt down and persuaded him bitterly. How could these ministers not know about Yi Guqing's provocation? But in the face of 2 peak grade 1 great grandmasters, who are known as the best in terms of offense, the Empire of Tang simply can't afford such a huge change. Impulsive? This Yi Guqing stepped on my face, and you're telling me not to be impulsive? Emperor Li Xing kept pacing back and forth, his tone was low. Nowadays, the various countries seem to have stopped fighting, but the Empire of Tang occupies the vast and rich Central Plains and is being targeted by many countries. For example, when the Emperor of Tang died 2 years ago, the Ming Emperor sent King Wuyang to test the background of the Empire of Tang. Fortunately, whether it was King Wuyang or Yinjiu Bat, they both died in the imperial city, which deterred the other countries and made them not dare to make any moves. It was for this reason that the world was calm for 2 years. However, if Yi Guqing was allowed to borrow the Emperor of Tang's palace this time, it would be tantamount to exposing the weakness of the Empire of Tang in front of the world. At that time, the Empire of Tang will not only face a loss of face, but also a war launched by the other countries. Since your majesty insists, we can only obey. The minister who had just spoken raised his head to look at Li Sheng, sighed deeply, and bowed. Good. The new emperor, Li Sheng, stopped and looked down at the court. I will recall all the grade 1 great grandmasters in the Empire of Tang back to the palace. In addition, I will mobilize the army near Chang'an City. The new emperor, Li Sheng, sat back down on the dragon throne and calmly gave out orders. In the Emperor of Tang's palace, there are 23 peak grade 1 great grandmasters, but it does not mean that there are only 23 grade 1 great grandmasters in the Empire of Tang. There are also some grade 1 great grandmasters in other places, or in the Tang Empire, there are also grade 1 great grandmasters. Although the grade 1 great grandmasters do not listen to the Emperor of Tang's orders, the Emperor of Tang can pay a price to ask them to act. As for the army near Chang'an City, it is Emperor Li Sheng's biggest deterrent. Even if a peak grade 1 great grandmaster is trapped under the siege of an army of hundreds of thousands, there is a risk of death. At the same time, inside the East Palace, Su Qin walked slowly on the shaded path. Since entering the 4th heavenly layer a year ago, Su Qin's cultivation speed has slowed down again. Sigh. Sure enough, there is no shortcut in martial Dao cultivation, it can only be done step by step. Su Qin sighed softly, his face full of emotion. Even with the continuous consumption of innate spirit liquid, 9 revolutions whirling pill, and glazed golden core, his progress was still so slow. One can imagine how difficult it is to cultivate above the 4th heavenly layer. Of course, the slow in Su Qin's mouth is relative to the speed before the breakthrough. If compared with other arhats and legends, it would definitely be many times faster. However, the palace has not been peaceful recently. Su Qin seemed to have thought of something, and released a huge amount of divine sense, sweeping the entire palace. Su Qin usually does not always cover the palace with his divine sense, but every once in a while. Huh? Night of the full moon? Borrowing the palace? White Cloud City Lord Yi Guqing. Shimen Shui Shui? Su Qin raised his eyebrows, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. In the sweep of his divine sense just now, Su Qin heard these words from more than one palace maid and eunuch. The people in the palace were in a panic, and although many palace maids and eunuchs did not dare to talk about it openly, they were still talking carefully in secret. Interesting. Using the palace as a battlefield to seek a breakthrough? Su Qin shook his head slightly, his face full of confusion. If they really dare to come, just slap them to death. Su Qin walked unhurriedly, thinking casually in his heart. In any case, the Emperor of Tang is now his brother-in-law, and Su Qin also regards the entire palace as his own back garden. How can he let 2 flies fly in front of him? Besides, in the eyes of the current Su Qin, not to mention 2 peak grade 1 sword Dao great grandmasters, even if there are 20 or 200 of them, they are nothing at all. Everyone in the palace was panicking. But Su Qin leisurely came to the crop altar. Logically speaking, the crop altar was a place where the Empire of Tang offered sacrifices to heaven and earth. Ordinary people were forbidden from approaching, but Su Qin was the brother-in-law of the Emperor of Tang. How could the forbidden army guarding the crop altar dare to stop him? It just so happens that today's sign-in opportunity has been refreshed. Let's sign in while I'm at it. Su Qin stood in front of the crop altar with anticipation in his heart. After so many sign-in experiences, Su Qin discovered that the crop altar in the palace should be equivalent to the Bodhi court in the Shaolin temple. It was specially designed for sign-in to obtain treasures that could improve one's strength. For example, innate spirit liquid. System, sign in. Su Qin said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for sign-in successfully. Received Blood Bodhi X3. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Blood Bodhi? Su Qin's mind merged into the system space and soon found 3 Blood Bodhi that had just appeared in a corner. Blood Bodhi was a strange fruit that was as red as blood. According to the system's introduction, Blood Bodhi had the effect of increasing one's strength and healing serious injuries. Can this thing be eaten? Su Qin returned to the right spring square, sat cross-legged, and took out one of the Blood Bodhi from the system space. Suqin carefully looked at the blood bodhi and found that this strange fruit was crystal clear all over. The flesh of the fruit seemed to be flowing with blood. When Suqin held it in his hand, he could even feel a boiling heat like magma and hot blood. It's not blood. Suqin shook his head slightly. Gulp. The next moment, Suqin directly swallowed the blood bodhi in front of him. Well, it's sour and sweet. The taste is not bad, much better than those pills. Suqin chewed the blood bodhi a few times and felt as if he had swallowed a spirit fruit, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. In the end, the juice of the blood bodhi turned into wisps of heat and rushed towards Suqin's limbs and bones. Not bad, not bad. It's about the same as primordial spirit liquid. Suqin carefully sensed and judged in his heart. The help that one blood bodhi provided to Suqin was equivalent to a drop of connate spirit liquid. Apart from that, the biggest difference between the blood bodhi and the connate spiritual liquid was that it was more refreshing. As for the blood bodhi's other use, it could heal serious injuries. Suqin hadn't sensed it yet because Suqin's body had gone through 4 transformations. Coupled with the fact that he had entered the 4th heaven of Arhat, his body was always in peak condition. Even if he suffered any injuries, he could quickly recover. There was no need for the blood bodhi. I didn't expect there to be such a surprise this time. Looks like I can sign in at the crop altar. A few more times in the future. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated. After spending almost a year signing in the entire palace, Suqin found a total of more than a dozen places where he could repeatedly sign in. The crop altar was one of them. While Suqin was signing in silently in the imperial palace. Chang'an City has long been a chaotic place. Countless martial artists from all over the world gathered here, wanting to witness the battle between 2 peak grade 1 sword Dao great grandmasters. One must know that the battle between the White Cloud City Lord Yi Guqing and Shimin Shueishui in the Emperor of Tang's palace has long been famous. Usually, even a battle between grade 1 great grandmasters is very rare, let alone a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Now that there was such an opportunity, it naturally attracted many martial artists. In an inn in Chang'an City, many martial artists from all over the world were eating and chatting. Who do you think is stronger between the White Cloud City Lord and Shimin Shueishui? A thin man asked. It's hard to say. Another old man shook his head slightly and said, whether it is the White Cloud City Lord or Shimin Shueishui, they are both peak grade 1 great grandmasters. The outcome of the battle between the two depends on who is faster. When these words came out, the others nodded slightly. If it were the other 2 peak grade 1 great grandmasters, it would take hundreds of moves or even more to determine the winner. Then Yi Guqing and Shimin Shueishui may only need a few moves. Because swordsmen are indomitable and are good at attacking. With one sword, life and death are basically determined. If you can block it, you will live. If you can't block it, you will die. It is rumored that 2 years ago, 2 peak grade 1 great grandmasters fell outside the Emperor of Tang's palace. Yi Guqing and Shimin Shueishui are fighting again. Will the Empire of Tang reap the benefits? The thin man who spoke at the beginning suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice and continued to ask. Haha. When the old man heard this, he smiled and continued, you don't think that there is a legend in the Emperor of Tang's palace, do you? I did think so at the time. The thin man nodded and said. It should be known that defeating a peak grade 1 great grandmaster and killing a peak grade 1 great grandmaster are 2 completely different concepts. A peak grade 1 great grandmaster is not a fool. If they can't win, they will naturally escape. What's more, 2 grade 1 great grandmasters fell outside the Emperor of Tang's palace at that time. You think too much. The old man shook his head and said, what kind of existence is a legend? If the Empire of Tang has a legend, I'm afraid it would have already been publicized. How could there be no movement until now? When the old man said this, the other martial artists around were thoughtful. Yes. If there is a legend standing behind the Empire of Tang, then the Empire of Tang should have begun to unify the countries. Then how do you explain the 2 peak grade 1 great grandmasters who fell outside the imperial city? The thin man seemed to be unable to figure this out and still asked. It's very simple. The old man calmly said, since the Emperor of Tang ascended the throne 2 years ago, eunuch Zhao has never appeared in the imperial palace. Now, many people are guessing that it was eunuch Zhao who stopped King Wuyong and Yin Jiubat at that time. In the end, both of them died together. There may be other possibilities. But in any case, with the means of Ye Guqing and Shimen Shueishue, as long as there is no old monster like a legend in the Emperor of Tang's palace, there is nothing to fear. The old man slowly said. So that's how it is. The thin man suddenly understood. The Emperor of Tang's palace. Emperor Lixing was sitting on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, many martial artists have come to Chang'an City. Do you want me to order them to be driven out? Minister of War bowed and asked. No need. Emperor Lixing thought for a while and shook his head. The Empire of Tang's current energy should be focused on the night of the full moon. As for the martial artists gathered in Chang'an City at this moment, they are not worth mentioning at all. If the Empire of Tang can block Ye Guqing and Shimen Shueishue, these martial artists will naturally not dare to act recklessly. If the Empire of Tang can't block them, it doesn't make sense to drive those martial artists away. How is the mobilization of the army? Emperor Lixing asked in a deep voice. Reporting back to Your Majesty, they are all waiting outside Chang'an City. They are only waiting for Your Majesty's order to enter the city. Minister of War respectfully said. That's good. Emperor Lixing nodded slightly, his thoughts drifting. No one knows what he is thinking. Time passed slowly. Soon it was the night of the full moon. Emperor Lixing stood on the white jade square. Beside him, there were many red-clothed eunuchs guarding to prevent any accidents. Your Majesty, this place is too dangerous. We can escort Your Majesty out of the city quietly. In this way, even if Ye Guqing and Shimen Shueishue really come, they will not threaten Your Majesty. Eunuch Lu looked at the sky and whispered. No need. Emperor Lixing shook his head. The Son of Heaven guards the country. The king dies for the country. If he can't even guard the imperial palace, then there is no point in being the emperor. Since Your Majesty has decided so, Your Majesty must be safe and sound before this old servant dies. Eunuch Lu said in a deep voice. After a few hours, the sky gradually darkened. A bright moon hung in the sky, releasing bright moonlight. He's here. At this moment, the Forbidden Army commander was shocked and looked at a certain place. He saw a man in white robe standing on top of a palace like an immortal. Just looking at him from a distance, the Forbidden Army commander felt a slight sting in his eyes, as if he was looking at a sharp sword that can cut through everything. White Cloud City Lord, Ye Guqing. The Forbidden Army commander looked extremely shocked. He did not expect that Ye Guqing would be so strong. Just by his aura, it was enough to make him a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, unable to look directly at him. Don't rush to make a move now. Wait for both of them to arrive, then make a move. Emperor Lixing glanced at the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster beside him and said slowly. Yes. The Forbidden Army commander said in a low voice. After a while, Shimen Shueishue also appeared above a palace, facing Ye Guqing from a distance. You're late. Ye Guqing looked at Shimen Shueishue and said faintly. At their level, whether it is about themselves or the outside world, they have already grasped it to the extreme. Yes. I'm late. Shimen Shueishue admitted frankly. 2 years ago, 2 peak Grade 1 fell here. At that time, I thought that a Grade 1 Great Perfection had appeared here. Shimen Shueishue's eyes turned slightly and scanned the Emperor of Tang's palace. But from the looks of it now, there isn't. Shimen Shueishue shook his head slightly. He had been obsessed with the way of the sword since he was young. He had a heart of the sword and could sense any danger that might exist nearby. It was precisely because of his sword heart that he had helped him through countless calamities. However, at this moment, when Shimen Shueishue stood in the imperial palace, his heart of the sword was as calm as ever, without any warning. If there really was a Grade 1 Great Perfection in the imperial palace, then his sword heart should have felt something by now. Although Grade 1 Great Perfection is powerful, as long as it has not transcended the scope of the martial Tao, it cannot escape the perception of the sword heart. Yes. There is no Grade 1 Great Perfection here. White Cloud City Lord, Ye Guqing, lowered his head and glanced at the ground, he said calmly, looks like before we spar with the sword, we'll have to get rid of some ants. With Yi Guqing's eyesight, he naturally discovered many Grade 1 great grandmasters lying in ambush in the imperial palace. Indeed. I think so too. Xianxia nodded. Although he is obsessed with the sword and has nothing else in his heart except for the sword, he is not a fool. It is impossible for him to give others a chance to injure both sides. This time, he and Yi Guqing were discussing the way of the sword. In the end, no matter who survives, they will be seriously injured. At this time, if he was surrounded by a group of Grade 1 great grandmasters, his life would be in danger. In that case, make your move. The long sword behind Yi Guqing suddenly let out a sword cry, and then a terrifying sword light gathered and slashed in the direction of the white jade square. Not good. The Forbidden Army commander found that something was wrong and immediately took Emperor Lixing to retreat in a certain direction. The rest of the Grade 1 great grandmasters did the same. Under the sword light of Yi Guqing, they did not have any thoughts of resisting. The gap is too big. Emperor Lixing also recovered at this moment. In his eyes, Yi Guqing, the White Cloud City Lord standing above the palace, and the other Grade 1 great grandmasters were on two completely different levels. Emperor Lixing has not seen a peak Grade 1 great grandmaster before. Before the Emperor of Tang died, he had seen Eunuch Zhao's methods. But compared with Eunuch Zhao, the White Cloud City Lord in front of him seems to be much more terrifying. Mobilize the army into the city. Also, all Grade 1 great grandmasters start setting up the formation. Emperor Lixing took a deep breath and issued several orders in a row. Whether it is Yi Guqing or Xianxia, neither of them has taken the step to become a legend. Since that is the case, they may be exhausted to death by the sea of people. This is also Emperor Lixing's last confidence. And at this time, White Cloud City Lord Yi Guqing frowned slightly, as if he was frowning at the fact that he had to deal with the Grade 1 great grandmasters below. Brother Yi, the Emperor of Tang's palace still has a lot of heritage. Xianxia's voice just fell. Dozens of Grade 1 great grandmasters stood in a certain position, constantly changing, forming a huge net, trying to trap Yi Guqing and Xianxia. This was also Emperor Lixing's original plan. He does not expect the dozens of Grade 1 great grandmasters to be able to contend against Yi Guqing and Xianxia. He only wants to trap the two for a while, wait for the army to enter the city, and then use the sea of people to exhaust the other party. Heritage? White Cloud City Lord Yi Guqing smiled contemptuously, and slowly pulled out the long sword behind him. Under my sword, everything will be destroyed. The next moment. Wang! A sword light 10 times more terrifying than before condensed, and a terrifying sword intent enveloped the surroundings. At the same time. East Palace Right Spring Square. Suqin slowly opened his eyes. After a year of cultivation, I finally made some progress. A smile appeared on Suqin's face. Then. Suqin seemed to feel something, and raised his head slightly, looking in the direction of the white jade square. They really dare to come? Suqin shook his head. He was immersed in cultivation just now and neglected his perception of the outside world for a while. Since they are here. Then stay. Suqin didn't move. He just raised his right hand and casually released a wisp of sword light towards the white jade square. White jade square. As White Cloud City Lord Yi Guqing pulled out the long sword behind him, the entire white jade square was filled with extremely fierce sword chi. The Grade 1 great grandmasters who had just arranged the great array felt their scalps explode, and they could not continue to follow the array. It's over. Emperor Lixing's heart thumped. The White Cloud City Lord's sword light enveloped the entire white jade square, and naturally included him. Emperor Lixing's original plan was to use dozens of Grade 1 great grandmasters to delay Yi Guqing and Xianxia with the help of the array, and then let the Patriarch army exhaust the other party. But he did not expect that before the army entered the city, they would already be unable to hold on. Kill for me. White Cloud City Lord Yi Guqing slowly waved his long sword, and was about to cut down. Suddenly. It was at this moment. The White Cloud City Lord seemed to feel something, and raised his head and looked in a certain direction in the depths of the imperial palace. However, with this glance, the White Cloud City Lord Yiguqing saw an unforgettable scene. He saw an invisible sword light coming out of nowhere and quickly slashing towards him. The moment he saw this sword light, the White Cloud City Lord Yiguqing felt that the heavens and earth immediately began to turn illusory and became unreal. The same was true for his body, his internal strength, and his divine sense. All that was left was a faint and fearful thought as he faced this extremely pure sword light all by himself. Chang'an City. Imperial Palace. On the White Jade Square. Swish. Yiguqing only saw the sword light coming from a certain position in the Imperial Palace, and he felt that his line of sight was completely occupied by it. Everything became illusory, as if he was in an unreal dream. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared on the long sword in Yiguqing's hand, which continued to spread and spread to the entire sword in an instant. Brother Yi, you? Not far away, Shimin Chuishua's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of Yiguqing's gaze. That is? Shimin Chuishua did not react. The next moment. Then, the sword light swept past. Wang. Yiguqing and Shimin Chuishua's thoughts began to fall, and they fell into boundless darkness. And at this moment, the Grade 1 Great Grandmasters in the White Jade Square looked on helplessly as the two peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters fell from the sky and landed on the White Jade Square. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This? Many Grade 1 Great Grandmasters looked at each other. They were at a loss. They had thought of all possibilities just now, and even thought that they would fall under Yiguqing's sword. However, no one had expected this to happen even in their wildest dreams. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, what should we do now? A deputy commander of the Forbidden Army struggled out of shock and looked at Emperor Li Sheng, and couldn't help but ask. Eunuch Lu, go and take a look. Emperor Li Sheng thought for a moment, and immediately said. As you wish. Eunuch Lu bowed slightly and began to slowly walk towards the place where Yiguqing and Shimin Chuishua fell. The other Grade 1 Great Grandmasters surrounded them. In this way, even if Yiguqing and Shimin Chuishua played tricks, they could quickly react and give a thunderous blow in the shortest time. After a while, Eunuch Lu quickly rushed back and whispered to Emperor Li Sheng, Your Majesty, they are dead. Dead? Emperor Li Sheng was silent. The other Grade 1 Great Grandmasters were also in disbelief. Two peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters of the Sword Dao died just like that? Your Majesty, perhaps it's the senior who took action 2 years ago? At this moment, the commander of the Forbidden Army suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice. As soon as he said this, Emperor Li Sheng's thoughts raced. 2 years ago, Prince Chen colluded with the Southern Ming Empire and fought with King Wuyang and Yin Jiao Bat until two peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters arrived outside the imperial city. At that time, the new Emperor Li Sheng was already in despair. No one in the entire imperial palace could stop the two peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. However, at that moment, the sound of a zither rang out. After the sound of the zither, the song came to an end. The new Emperor Li Sheng vaguely sensed that there was a peerless master in the imperial palace, but he had never seen him before, so he could not be sure. We understand. Emperor Li Sheng looked pensive. Although he did not know why that peerless expert had been staying in the palace, since the other party had saved the Empire of Tang 3 or 4 times, it was obvious that the other party had a lot of goodwill towards the Empire of Tang. Could it be a living ancestor? Emperor Li Sheng guessed in his heart. The Empire of Tang has been established for more than 500 years, and the great ancestor is a legend. It is not impossible for there to be an ancestor hiding in the imperial palace. Okay. You all can leave. Emperor Li Sheng pondered for a moment and ordered. As you wish. The Grade 1 Great Grandmasters looked at each other, unable to hide the shock in their hearts, and retreated one after another. They originally thought that today would be a hard battle, and that many Grade 1 Great Grandmasters would fall, but they did not expect things to develop so quickly. After the imperial palace gradually calmed down, the martial artists who came to Chang'an City early were suddenly puzzled. Although they came to Chang'an City, they could not get close to the imperial palace. They could only feel the aura fluctuations coming from the imperial palace from a distance. The battle between two peak grade 1 great grandmasters, even if it's just a casual aura, is enough to spread throughout the entire Chang'an city. These martial artists did not dare to ask to watch the battle between two peak grade 1 great grandmasters face to face. First, because entering Chang'an city is already their limit. If they want to get close to the imperial palace, are the grade 1 great grandmasters of the Empire of Tang just decorations? Second, even if the Empire of Tang allowed them to enter the imperial palace to watch the battle, no one would dare to do so. The battle between peak grade 1 great grandmasters is so fierce that even a casual aftershock is enough to kill most martial artists. These martial artists came to watch, but no one is willing to entrust their life and death in the hands of others. However, even if they can't watch the battle between two peak grade 1 great grandmasters, just feeling their aura from a distance is enough to benefit them endlessly. However, what made it difficult for many martial artists to understand was that the aura coming from the imperial palace only lasted for a moment before it completely disappeared. What's going on? Yes, are Yi Guqing and Shimin Shueishui going to fight? Could it be that they are lying to us? No, what kind of status do Yi Guqing and Shimin Shueishui have? Since they are going to fight in the imperial palace of the Emperor of Tang, it is impossible for them not to do it. Many martial artists were discussing, their tone puzzled. At this moment, an old man with white hair and beard stood up. Maybe Yi Guqing and Shimin Shueishui have already arrived. The old man with white hair and beard is a martial artist in the upper realm. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding martial artists quieted down. What do you mean? A martial artist couldn't help but ask. The old man with white hair and beard was silent for a long time before he said a sentence. They are here, but whether they can fight or not is another matter. When these words came out, all the martial artists were shocked. At this moment, they all understood what the old man meant. Yi Guqing and Shimin Shueishui may have been suppressed by someone in the imperial palace of the Emperor of Tang the moment they appeared, and they did not fight at all. There is a great terror in the imperial palace of the Emperor of Tang. The old man with white hair and beard finally said slowly. Many martial artists looked at each other, inexplicably shocked. Imperial Palace. Right Spring Square. After Su Qin casually slashed out a sword light, he no longer cared about what happened in the Imperial Palace. With the sword light he just slashed out, not to mention that Yi Guqing and Shimin Shueishui were only peak grade 1 who had transformed twice, even a grade 1 great perfection would not be able to block it. After a year of hard work, I finally took a little step forward. Su Qin sat cross-legged, feeling the changes in his aura. Since Su Qin entered the 4th heavenly layer a year ago, even if he took a lot of innate spirit liquid, blood bodhi, glazed golden core, and other treasures, his strength was still very slow. But just now, he had a breakthrough. If the 4th heavenly layer Arhat realm is divided into 3 levels, then Su Qin has entered the 2nd level at this moment. Not bad, not bad. Su Qin nodded slightly, quite satisfied. Immediately afterward, Su Qin slowly got up and walked out of the Right Spring Square. Although I took a small step. But there is still a distance from peak 4th heavenly layer. Su Qin slowly walked out of the Right Spring Square. His thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently. At this moment, he deeply felt the difficulty of martial Dao cultivation. Even he, who constantly takes various divine pills and spirit medicines, progressed so slowly, let alone the other venerable Arhat and legends. If there is no particularly great opportunity, I'm afraid that they will spend their whole life at the 1st and 2nd heavenly layers, or at most the 3rd heavenly layer. Although there is a distance from peak 4th heavenly layer, according to my current cultivation speed, I can almost reach it in at most 10 years. Su Qin estimated in his heart. Reaching peak 4th heavenly layer in 10 years is based on the premise that Su Qin does not sign in a treasure of a higher level than blood bodhi and innate spirit liquid in the next 10 years. If he signs in a higher level of divine pills and spirit medicines, the 10 years here will be greatly shortened. It's a pity, whether it is innate spirit liquid or blood bodhi, they are all treasures of the Arhat level. Those below Arhat can't take them at all. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Even if it is a grade 1 great grandmaster, if they rashly take innate spirit liquid or blood bodhi, they will only end up exploding and dying. Because the energy in innate spirit liquid and blood body is too huge, far beyond the limit that a grade 9 martial Dao can bear. Time passed slowly. Su Qin returned to his normal life again, signing in every day, cultivating, and occasionally chatting with the Emperor of Tang and Li Xing for a while. As for the family Su, whether it is Su Shimin, Su Sengho, Su Qingyu, or Su Qin secretly used Arhat's true essence to change their muscles and cleanse their marrow. In the martial Dao of this world, having sufficient resources was not enough to create a supreme expert. Apart from resources, comprehension ability and temperament were also indispensable. The reason why the dozens of grade 1 great grandmasters in the Emperor of Tang's palace have such achievements is not only because of the support of the resources of the Emperor of Tang's palace, but also because of their own good perception and good temperament. Among the people of the family Su, Su Shimin's vitality began to decline. Coupled with the loss of his drive, even if Su Qin provided more cultivation resources, it would be difficult for him to enter the upper realm. As for Su Sengho and Su Qingyu, they did not have the heart for martial arts. Similarly, their achievements in martial arts were limited and could not be made up for by cultivation resources. After realizing this, Su Qin did not have much hope for the people of the family Su in the martial Dao, and directly used his true essence to change their muscles and cleanse their marrow. Anyway, even a grade 1 great grandmaster can live for less than 200 years at most. After Su Qin's muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing, the people of the family Su can live for more than 100 years. The gap is not very big. On this day, Su Qin had just finished his cultivation when the Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, and Su Yueyun came to the right spring square with joy. Huh? Su Qin glanced at Su Yueyun, and a smile appeared on his face. Third brother, Yunyang is pregnant. The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing's tone was so excited that he almost danced with joy. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. At first glance when he saw Su Yueyun, he felt another weak life aura in her body. If it weren't for third brother, Yunyang and I are afraid. The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, looked at Su Qin with gratitude. As early as when Su Yueyun first entered the imperial palace, the imperial doctors in the palace found that Yin Qi had entered her body, making it difficult for her to give birth to a dragon child. If it weren't for a prescription written by Su Qin that removed the Yin Qi in Su Yueyun's body, the Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, would have to adopt a child from another imperial family. Although the adopted child is also the blood of the imperial family, after all, it is not his own flesh and blood. There is a difference between being close and distant. Soon, after a few more words, the Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, took Su Yueyun back and prepared to let the imperial doctors brew some tonic soup. In response, Su Qin just smiled. Although Su Yueyun was now in her 30s, if it was an ordinary woman getting pregnant at this age, it would be very dangerous. However, Su Yueyun was a martial artist, and her qi and blood were stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, Su Qin had secretly helped her change her muscles and cleanse her marrow, so it was impossible for anything to go wrong. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. On this day, there were palace maids and eunuchs coming in and out of Cunning Palace. The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, was anxiously waiting. Your Majesty. Her Majesty will be fine. Eunuch Lu could not help but whisper. The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, heard this and did not say anything, only shaking his head. Although the imperial doctors said that Su Yueyun's body was very good and that she had enough qi and blood, there would be no problem giving birth to a dragon child. However, the Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, was still worried. How is it? How much longer? The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, looked at a palace maid who had just come out and asked. This little palace maid was obviously shocked. She did not expect the Emperor of Tang to ask her personally. She stammered, Your Majesty, don't worry, Ma. Her Majesty is doing very well inside. Very well. The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to be a father soon? The Emperor of Tang clenched his fists, full of joy. And at this moment, Su Qin walked out of the right spring square and looked in the direction of Cunning Palace. Little sister. Su Qin took a step and disappeared. When Su Qin appeared again, he was already standing outside Cunning Palace. Your Majesty. Eunuch Lu was about to comfort Li Xing again when he inadvertently glanced at Su Qin, who was standing quietly not far away. This is? Cold sweat quickly emerged on Eunuch Lu's forehead. Because before Su Qin appeared, he didn't notice anything at all. As a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, Eunuch Lu always maintains his perception of the outside world, and no movement can be hidden from him. But just now, from the moment Su Qin appeared until now, Eunuch Lu did not notice anything strange at all. It was as if Su Qin stood there from beginning to end and did not move, like a ghost. What's going on? Eunuch Lu was uneasy, and he almost thought that there was a problem with his cultivation. What's wrong with you? The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, noticed the change in Eunuch Lu and was about to say a few words when he saw Su Qin not far away. Third brother. You're here too. The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, walked in front of Su Qin and immediately said, just now, the palace maid said that it was going well inside. It should be soon. I know. Su Qin nodded. At this moment, a palace maid rushed out and said loudly, Your Majesty, the Empress gave birth to a boy and a girl, a pair of twins. Is Yunar okay? The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, immediately walked into the cunning palace. Su Qin also followed in. Inside the cunning palace, Su Huiyun was lying on the bed with a pale face. The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, was accompanying Su Huiyun at this moment. Third brother. Su Huiyun saw Su Qin, squeezed out a smile and was about to speak. Don't move. Su Qin shook his head slightly, stopped Su Huiyun, and walked to the bed. In the next moment, Su Qin flicked his finger, and a trace of Arhat's true essence merged into Su Huiyun's body, slowly nourishing it. With the influx of true essence into her body, Su Huiyun only felt sleepy and fell asleep in a short while. Russell. Yunyang has suffered. After the Emperor of Tang and Li Xing accompanied Su Huiyun for a while, they focused their attention on the twins next to them. Su Qin also glanced at them. Huh? Su Qin was surprised. These two children were just born and their skin was wrinkled, but when Su Qin glanced at them, he found that the boy was normal, but the girl had a sense of transparency. Martial Dao genius? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Generally speaking, when normal people are born, their meridians are blocked, and the martial Dao cultivation is to slowly open up these blocked meridians. Of course, there are also some people in the world who are born with transparency. If such people embark on the martial Dao, they will advance by leaps and bounds, at least there will be no problem in entering the upper realm. Su Qin didn't expect that Su Huiyun's child would be such a martial Dao genius. However, although Su Qin was surprised, he didn't feel surprised. At Su Qin's level, he has long surpassed the concept of genius. Even a Buddhist heart like Xianxia is nothing in Su Qin's eyes. For martial artists, having superior qualifications will only make them spend less time on the road of martial Dao cultivation, but whether they can reach the end or even complete the transformation, it is useless to rely on qualifications alone. Su Qin stayed for a while and after confirming that Su Huiyun was fine, he prepared to return to the Right Spring Square. As for the Emperor of Tang and Li Xing, they were looking at the twins with joy. Su Qin walked out of the cunning palace slowly and stopped when he passed by the White Jade Square. It just so happens that I haven't signed in today. Su Qin glanced at the White Jade Square and said in his heart, System, sign in. Divine ability? Su Qin's spirit suddenly shook. After signing in for more than 30 years, Su Qin had obtained countless secret manuals, elixirs, natural treasures, and so on. However, there was only one divine ability. It was the Eye of Truth that he obtained from signing in at the Thousand Buddhas Hall. To obtain a divine ability every 30 years, one could see how rare divine abilities were. But now, in front of the White Jade Square, Su Qin once again obtained a divine ability. I didn't expect it to be a divine ability. Su Qin's eyes lit up as his thoughts fluctuated. Rebirth of flesh? The introduction of this ability flashed through Su Qin's mind. Flesh and blood rebirth, as the name suggested, was a divine ability related to the physical body. Even if his physical body was shattered, as long as his vital parts were not injured, he could use this ability to quickly recover. What did this mean? Almost half an immortal body. Although venerable arhat and martial arts legends could regenerate broken limbs, the so-called regenerating of broken limbs was a huge consumption even for venerable arhat and martial arts legends. And it required a lot of time to recuperate, from a few months to a few years or even 10 years. And in the end, it even consumed venerable arhat's origin. But flesh and blood rebirth was different. Not only was the recovery of the physical body far superior to venerable arhat's regenerating of broken limbs, but its speed was also much faster. With this divine ability and his terrifying physical body, Suqin's combat strength would at least skyrocket by a level. Ha 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 ha. With this divine ability, I have one more trump card. Suqin was extremely satisfied. Flesh and blood rebirth could not only be used to kill enemies, but also to cultivate. Before obtaining the flesh and blood divine ability, Suqin cultivated carefully, afraid that he would damage his physical body and plant hidden dangers. But now, with flesh and blood rebirth, even if his physical body was damaged, wouldn't it be solved by using the divine ability to recover once? It's said that above the flesh and blood rebirth, there's another great divine ability, blood rebirth. Suqin's expression was filled with emotion, and he was fascinated. If flesh and blood rebirth still had vital parts and could only be considered half an immortal body, then blood rebirth was almost immortal. As long as there was a drop of blood left, he could quickly recover. It was comparable to gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, had completely stabilized his position on the throne. Through continuously issuing government orders and displaying his strength, he had vaguely brought the Empire of Tang to prosperity. Third brother. On this day, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was still standing outside the Right Spring Square. He waved at Suqin. Next to the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, stood a boy and a girl. They were about 3 or 4 years old. Their big eyes were clear, and they were very cute. This boy and girl were the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, and Su Yueyun's children. Now that 3 years had passed, they had grown up a lot. The boy was called Li Yuan, and the girl was called Li Wan. Suqin walked out slowly. Third uncle. Li Yuan and Li Wan called out in unison. Their big eyes were filled with curiosity. Third brother, Yuan or angered grand tutor again today. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, looked at Li Yuan and said helplessly. Father. Li Yuan obviously knew that he was wrong. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. It's normal for children to be naughty, Suqin didn't care and said casually. Sigh. Of course it's normal for children to be naughty. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, sighed and patted Li Yuan's head, but Yuan can't do that. He's my only son, and he's destined to sit on my throne. Any negligence will cause the people to suffer. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, shook his head slightly. He still valued Li Yuan, and didn't want Li Yuan to make any big mistakes in the future. There will be people to make mistakes in the future. We just need to live well in the present. Suqin looked at Li Yuan and said lightly. That's true. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, thought that it made sense. He wasn't a god. How could he predict what would happen in the future? Third brother, why don't you be Yuan's grand tutor? With your guidance, Yuan will definitely be much better. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, suddenly thought of something and said with interest. He had long realized that the fearless Li Yuan was afraid of Suqin. As long as Suqin was present, Li Yuan didn't dare to do anything overboard. He was as obedient as he could be. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, felt that nothing was too strange. Forget it. I'm used to being free and undisciplined. Suqin rejected without even thinking. He came to the palace to sign in and cultivate, not to teach children how to behave. Besides, Suqin was. So I'm already an uncle. Suqin looked at the Emperor of Tang and Li Sheng's backs as they left and couldn't help but laugh. Unknowingly, he had already been in the Emperor of Tang's palace for 5 or 6 years. In these 5 or 6 years, Suqin had watched the Emperor of Tang and Li Sheng change from an uneasy new emperor to a wise ruler who could dictate the imperial court. Bang! In addition, in the past few years, Suqin has obtained countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spirit pills. What a pity! I'm still a little bit away from reaching the peak of the fourth heaven. Suqin sighed softly as his thoughts fluctuated. No rush. I still have a lot of time, so I can take it slow. Suqin wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he became calmer and calmer. For Suqin, he only needed to sign in step by step and he would continue to become stronger. What was there to worry about? Not only was the palace safe, but no one would disturb him. For Suqin, it was already a holy land for cultivation. In the past few years, I've used most of my sign-in opportunities at the crop altar. I've obtained thousands of blood bodhi and thousands of drops of innate spirit liquid, as well as various other treasures and spirit medicines. According to my current consumption, these are enough for me to use for at least 5 years. Can I place my sign-in opportunities elsewhere? For example, the White Jade Square. Let's see if I can get another divine ability. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated, and he suddenly had a plan in his heart. At the crop altar, there was a 60% chance of getting innate spirit liquid, 30% chance of getting blood bodhi, and 10% chance of getting other things. Moreover, the amount of innate spirit liquid or blood bodhi obtained each time was different. For example, Suqin once received 20 drops of innate spirit liquid, and sometimes he only received 1 drop. As for blood bodhi, it was similar, but Suqin received 12 blood bodhi at most. At the same time, in the longevity hall, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, looked at the information in his hand with a gloomy expression. I can tolerate it if the vassals don't obey the Emperor's orders, but what do they mean by secretly adding fuel to the fire and stopping my orders? The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, said word by word. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. Many officials knelt on the ground and said loudly. Calm down? The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, shook his head slightly and said with a cold expression, if I continue to calm down, this position will be directly given to the kings. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, suddenly stood up and paced back and forth. The vassals of the Empire of Tang had their own troops and were overbearing in their own territories. Li Sheng had long wanted to take action against them. Tell me, how confident are we if we remove the vassals? The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, glanced at the officials and said. Remove the vassals? All the officials were shocked. Removing the vassals was not a joke. The 10 vassals of the Empire of Tang were united. Once Li Sheng touched one of them, it would affect the whole group. At that time, the 10 vassals would rebel together, and the Empire of Tang would be caught in the flames of war. Your Majesty, please be careful about removing the vassals. Some officials begged bitterly. The Emperor of Tang, didn't he know the hidden dangers of the vassals? But why didn't they remove the vassals? It was because they were worried about the consequences of removing the vassals. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, looked at the reactions of the officials and sighed softly in his heart. In fact, he could understand the thoughts of the officials. If the vassals were not removed, the vassals would still stay in their own territories. But once the vassals were removed, the vassals would be forced into a corner. Who could predict what would happen to them? You can all leave. I want to rest for a while. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, waved his hand, lowered his eyes, and sat back on the dragon throne. Since he ascended the throne several years ago, various government decrees have been implemented continuously, which has greatly improved the Empire of Tang. But the more the hidden dangers of the vassals were revealed. If the Empire of Tang wanted to go further and achieve a true prosperity, it must first solve the problem of the vassals. As long as the vassals existed, the Empire of Tang would be firmly imprisoned in place. As you wish. The officials looked at each other and left the immortal palace one after another. After all the officials left, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, returned to the right spring square with a pot of wine. Third brother, I'm here again. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, carried a pot of wine and found Suqin. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, usually did not drink because he felt that wine would affect his thoughts. But today, because of the vassals, he was really depressed and wanted to drink to relieve his worries. Third brother, do you think I'm wrong to remove the vassals? The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, whispered. If he and the 10 vassals compromised, the Empire of Tang could be at peace for a while, but what about after that? The 10 vassals were always a threat to the Empire of Tang. In the future, when the 10 vassals were fully developed and took the initiative to rebel, it would probably be the end of the Empire of Tang. In that case, why not take the initiative to the Empire of Tang? Instead, wait for the vassals to rebel? Removing the vassals is naturally not a problem. Su Qin saw at a glance what the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was worried about. He said casually, "But you need to be prepared for the consequences after removing the vassals." In short, can the Empire of Tang bear the backlash of the 10 vassals? Su Qin's tone was simple, but he directly pointed out the biggest problem of the Empire of Tang. Did they have enough confidence to remove the vassals? Since the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, ascended the throne, the Empire of Tang gradually began to prosper. But to prosper and to prosper were two different things. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, thought for a while and asked, "Third brother, do you think that the Empire of Tang is not capable of removing the vassals?" "You're too anxious." Su Qin shook his head slightly. He had lived in the palace for a long time. Although he was usually too lazy to take care of things, from Su Qin's point of view, the Empire of Tang still needed at least 10 years to accumulate enough foundation before it was qualified to propose removing the vassals. "I'm too anxious." The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was thoughtful, and his forehead gradually overflowed with cold sweat. "Thank you, third brother, for teaching me." The Emperor of Tang bowed deeply to Su Qin and quickly understood that he had neglected one point. That was, he was too anxious. Governing a big country was like cooking a small fish. It needed to be done step by step. If he wanted to achieve it in one step, not only would it not be a good thing, but it might also be a disaster. "It's okay." Su Qin replied casually. He just gave the Emperor of Tang a few words. As for what to do, it still depended on the Emperor of Tang's grasp of the situation. "By the way, third brother." The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, "Yesterday, I went to the National Treasury and found something strange. I still can't figure it out. I invited many people to take a look, but they don't understand it very well." "Third brother, you're knowledgeable. You can take a look." The Emperor of Tang said as he put down his wine glass and took out a wooden box from his arms. This wooden box was extremely exquisite. There were faint dark golden patterns on it. It was extremely extraordinary. Su Qin did not care much at first, but the moment he saw the wooden box, his expression froze slightly. His eyes instantly focused on the dark golden patterns on the surface of the wooden box. "This is heaven and earth array?" The moment Su Qin's eyes fell on the dark golden patterns on the surface of the wooden box, various thoughts flashed through his mind. The wooden box in the hands of the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was relatively ordinary. It was carved out of 100-year-old sandalwood. To ordinary people, it might be worth thousands of gold pieces, but compared to the mysterious dark golden patterns on the surface of the wooden box, it was nothing. In Su Qin's eyes, the dark golden patterns on the surface of the wooden box were like a black hole, constantly concealing all the fluctuations around it. Unless Su Qin saw it with his own eyes, even if his divine sense scanned thousands of times, he would not be able to discover the wooden box at all. To be able to inscribe a heaven and earth array on a mere wooden box, this person's strength is probably far beyond that of Tuo Arahan from 900 years ago. Su Qin's thoughts raced as he thought silently. Before Tuo Arahan passed away, he had set up a heaven and earth array in his secret chamber to avoid being scanned by others' divine sense. But the heaven and earth array that Tuo Arahan left behind was based on the stone door outside the secret chamber. The stone door was a few meters wide, enough to set up a heaven and earth array. But this wooden box was only the size of a palm. To inscribe a heaven and earth array on it was extremely difficult. It was not something that a first heaven arhat could do. At least a third heaven. Su Qin guessed in his mind and became more and more curious about this wooden box. Su Qin wanted to know what kind of treasure was worth a third heaven arhat expert's effort to protect it with a heaven and earth array so that it would not be discovered by outsiders. "Third brother, are you interested in this?" The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, saw Su Qin's expression and asked casually. "A little." Su Qin nodded slightly and said, Ever since Su Qin had transmigrated to the present, he had only met two existences at the level of Arhat. One was Tuoarahan, and the other was the Devil Buddha. Now that he had encountered a third person, how could Su Qin remain indifferent? Since third brother is interested, I'll give it to third brother. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, casually handed the wooden box to Su Qin. By the way, third brother, I heard from the old man guarding the national treasury that this wooden box seems to be related to the great ancestor, but I can't say exactly what it is. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, couldn't help but remind him. Great ancestor? Su Qin narrowed his eyes. When he saw this wooden box, he guessed that it might have been left behind by the great ancestor, the founder of the Empire of Tang, because in the 500 years of the Empire of Tang, only the great ancestor had entered the martial arts legend realm and had the ability to set up the heaven and earth formation. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, said a few more words and left. Su Qin sat cross-legged and looked at the wooden box in front of him quietly. The wooden box had no gaps, as if it was a hole, but when Su Qin gently touched it with his right hand, it suddenly opened. Buzz! An inexplicable wave spread in all directions. If it weren't for the heaven and earth formation in the right spring square, this wave would have spread to the entire palace by now. What a strong divine will. Su Qin frowned slightly and looked at the crystal-clear jade pendant in the wooden box. This jade pendant was transparent, and there was a faint mist rising, but Su Qin felt a lot of divine will waves from the jade pendant. Interesting. Su Qin also released his divine will and approached the jade pendant. Boom. Just when Su Qin's divine will came into contact with the jade pendant, he felt as if he had come to another world. This world was extremely illusory, but in the center, there was a huge figure wearing a dragon robe and standing upright. Why don't you kneel when you see me? The figure in the dragon robe slowly raised his head and looked at Su Qin. In an instant, the entire illusory world suddenly boiled, and endless power gathered and suppressed Su Qin. You dare to attack me with a mere incomplete divine will? In the face of such a shocking scene, Su Qin's expression did not change at all, because he knew that everything in front of him was just an illusion created by the divine will in the pendant. Perhaps a martial artist who had just entered the martial arts legend realm would be shocked. But for Su Qin, a venerable Arhat who was close to level 4 perfected. It was just a reflection of the moon in the water. It would break with a touch. The next moment, Su Qin slowly took a step forward. Suddenly, crack, crack. The entire illusory world seemed to be under some kind of unimaginable pressure, and it began to shatter and dissipate. In a moment, it completely collapsed. In the right spring square, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes and looked at the jade pendant in the wooden box with interest. Why did the great ancestor of the Empire of Tang leave such a huge divine will behind? Su Qin touched his chin, and his eyes were thoughtful. The divine will in the pendant was so huge that Su Qin wondered if the great ancestor of the Empire of Tang had left most of his divine will here. Unfortunately, through the divine will in the pendant, I have confirmed that the great ancestor of the Empire of Tang should have completely fallen. Su Qin fell into deep thought. If the great ancestor of the Empire of Tang was still alive, the divine will in the pendant would definitely not be as stiff as it was just now. Thinking of this, Su Qin shook his head slightly. More than 500 years ago, the great ancestor of the Empire of Tang established the Empire of Tang and crossed the sea. Since then, there had been no news of the great ancestor of the Empire of Tang for 500 years. If the great ancestor is not dead, this divine will is useless to me. But he has completely fallen, and the divine will in the pendant has become an ownerless object. I can completely refine and absorb it. Su Qin's heart was burning. According to Su Qin's estimation, if he could completely refine the huge divine will in the pendant, he could at least improve his divine will by 5% to 10%. With Su Qin's current strength, it was extremely difficult to improve even a little, let alone 5% to 10%. Moreover, compared to the growth of the body and true essence, it was much more difficult to improve the divine will. The great ancestor of the Empire of Tang left such a huge divine will behind. I'm afraid he left a backup plan. If he fell overseas, could he achieve rebirth through this divine will? Su Qin guessed in his heart. This was the only explanation he could think of. For ordinary people, the death of the body is true death. Even grade 1 great perfection is no exception. But in the eyes of many legends and venerable Arhat, the death of the body does not mean complete death. For example, the devil Buddha from 900 years ago abandoned his body and lived for nearly 1,000 years as a demonic will. The great ancestor of the Empire of Tang probably had the same idea as the devil Buddha, leaving such a huge divine will behind as a backup plan after his fall. Unfortunately, even so, the great ancestor of the Empire of Tang still fell, and the divine will he left in the pendant was not activated. Suqin sighed, and he became more vigilant about the depths of the endless ocean. The great ancestor of the Empire of Tang was a third heavenly layer legend. Even he fell in the depths of the endless ocean, and he did not even have time to activate his backup plan. It can be imagined how terrifying the danger he faced was. Suqin's strength is far beyond that of the great ancestor of the Empire of Tang, but there is no guarantee that there is no existence in the depths of the endless ocean that is on par with or even surpasses Suqin. I still have to be cautious. Suqin sat cross-legged, his mind fluctuating. Although he has countless trump cards, including the Buddha's palm, the most powerful divine art of Buddhism, it's better not to use them. If one day Suqin is really forced to use the Buddha's palm, it means that there is no way out. In the end, I'm still not strong enough. If I enter the ninth heaven of Arhat, or transcend Arhat, who in the world can threaten me? Suqin made a decision in his heart. From now on, I have to refine the divine sense in the pendant as soon as possible and transform it into my own strength. Suqin picked up the jade pendant and merged his divine sense into it, slowly refining the huge divine sense inside. Refining divine sense is different from swallowing pills. Even if the original owner of the divine sense dies, it is still something else. If Suqin wants to absorb it without any side effects, he needs to refine it bit by bit. Next, Suqin once again returned to his previous life. However, compared to before, Suqin spent all his time refining the divine sense in the jade pendant except for signing in. At most 2 months, I can almost finish refining it. Suqin judged in his heart. 2 months in exchange for a 5% to 10% increase in divine sense is definitely worth it. And just as Suqin was slowly refining the divine sense in the jade pendant. Third uncle, we're here. Outside the Right Spring Square, a young voice came. Suqin looked up and saw the 2 children of the Emperor of Tang, Li Yuan and Li Yuan, standing outside. Beside Li Yuan and Li Yuan, a personal eunuch and a palace maid were standing with their backs bowed. It was obvious that they were the ones who had brought the 2 of them here. Why are you here? Suqin walked out of the Right Spring Square and asked casually. Third uncle, it's too boring in the palace. Li Yuan said in a clear voice. Why aren't you saying anything? Li Yuan turned around and looked at Li Yuan, who was hiding behind her. He dragged him in front of Suqin and said, Third uncle, father asked us to visit you often. Third uncle. Li Yuan braced himself and said. For some reason, Li Yuan, who had always been fearless and dared to pull on the Grand Tutor's beard, felt fear in his heart when he saw Suqin. The Emperor of Tang. Suqin shook his head slightly. Although he had directly rejected the Emperor of Tang's proposal and didn't want to have too much to do with Li Yuan and Li Yuan, it was clear that the Emperor of Tang still wanted his children to be closer to Suqin. Third uncle, I always feel that your place is so comfortable, more comfortable than any other place in the palace. Li Yuan blinked and said. Really? Suqin didn't feel the slightest bit strange. Li Yuan was a martial arts genius. His innate meridians were clear, and he could faintly feel the fluctuations of heaven and earth essence qi. Suqin's residence, the Right Spring Square, had countless heaven and earth arrays. Although these heaven and earth arrays didn't have the effect of gathering heaven and earth essence qi, they could still attract some essence qi. That was why Li Yuan felt a little different. Do you like martial arts? Suqin glanced at Li Yuan and asked casually. Martial arts? Are you talking about those eunuchs flying around? Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, Of course Wano likes it. If you like it, you can tell your father that you want to practice martial arts. Suqin looked at Li Yuan and said lightly. With Li Yuan's martial arts talent, it would be a pity if he didn't practice martial arts. However, Su Qin didn't intend to teach Li Wan martial arts personally. There were so many martial artists in the palace, and there were even dozens of grade 1 great grandmasters. Su Qin didn't need to do anything. After a while, Li Wan and Li Yuan were taken back by the eunuchs and maids. After Li Wan and Li Yuan left, Su Qin's heart suddenly moved, and he looked up in a certain direction. The brand is about to dissipate. When I finish refining the divine sense, I will take some time to go to Nanzhao. Su Qin's eyes were calm, and he thought silently in his heart. A few years ago, the people of Nanzhao's moon worship tried to control Su Senghe with witchcraft. At that time, when Su Qin found out, he directly killed the person who released the witchcraft, and split a sword light to form a brand on another person, so as to lock his position. Finally, he obediently led the way for Su Qin. Now that a few years have passed, the other party has returned to Nanzhao's moon worship early, and Su Qin should also go there. Since the moon worship dared to reach out to his family Su, they should be prepared to be exterminated. In the past few years, I have seen from many ancient books collected in the imperial palace that the moon god of the moon worship seems to be a bit strange. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. However, although Su Qin was curious in this regard, he was not too worried. The moon god of the moon worship is not simple, but it is impossible for him to reach the level of a legend. Otherwise, moon worship would have already shocked the world. Why would they stay in this small corner of Nanzhao? No matter what it is, I will know when I go and take a look. Thinking of this, Su Qin began to slowly refine the huge divine sense in the jade pendant again. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of inexplicable aura appeared and disappeared in an instant. In front of Su Qin, cracks began to appear on the surface of the crystal-clear jade pendant. After these cracks appeared, they quickly spread and split, covering the entire jade pendant in the blink of an eye. Then, crack! The jade pendant suddenly turned into powder. This jade pendant originally existed to carry the huge divine sense of the great ancestor of the Empire of Tang. Now that the divine sense has disappeared, the jade pendant will naturally disappear. It's about time. Su Qin got up and walked out of the Right Spring Square. Su Qin did not intend to tell anyone about his trip to Nanzhao. With his speed, it would take at most a year to travel from Nanzhao to Chang'an, or even half a day if everything went well. There was no need to tell anyone about such a short time. However, before leaving, Su Qin returned to the family Su and separated a few strands of divine sense to attach to the family Su. When Su Qin was in Chang'an, his divine sense enveloped the entire city at all times, so the family Su was absolutely safe. But now Su Qin was leaving Chang'an and going to Nanzhao. Even if the time was short, it was impossible not to make any preparations. With Su Qin's current strength, even if it was just a strand of divine sense, it was enough to suppress the world. Even if a martial arts legend were to attack, it would be able to delay for a while, enough for him to rush back. As for the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, and Su Yueyun, Su Qin also separated a strand of divine sense to them. Although Su Yueyun had the jade pendant that Su Qin gave her, it also contained a strand of divine sense. But after all, the divine sense in that jade pendant was divided by Su Qin before he entered the martial arts legend realm. It was far less useful than the current divine sense. I'll leave a sign an opportunity. Maybe I can use it at moon worship. Su Qin chose to leave the sign an opportunity of that day. If he could sign in at moon worship, Su Qin would sign in at moon worship. If not, Su Qin could still rush back to the palace before tomorrow. Time passed. Just before dawn, Su Qin walked out of the palace. Nanzhao was located in the southwest of the Tang dynasty and was tens of thousands of miles away from Chang'an City. For ordinary people, it may take 10 years or even decades to cover such a long distance, or even a lifetime. But in Su Qin's eyes, it was only a matter of hours. And this was under the premise that Su Qin was traveling slowly. Otherwise, if he went all out, with the speed of Venerable Arhat, it would take him at most 2 hours. Although Nanzhao was one of the countries, it was far inferior to the Empire of Tang in terms of national strength. Moreover, most of the areas in the territory were undeveloped, and the atmosphere was desolate, and the people were tough. In Nanzhao, moon worship was supreme. Even the emperor of Nanzhao was a disciple of moon worship and performed the etiquette of a father to the moon worshippers. At the same time, outside the 100,000 mountains of Nanzhao, Su Qin stood there quietly, looking into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. There it is? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he silently thought in his heart. According to the location he had locked onto, the sword-light mark he planted stopped in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Thinking of this, Su Qin took a step and disappeared. When he reached the depths of the 100,000 mountains and was more than 20 miles away from the mark he had locked onto, Su Qin slowed down and walked step by step. The reason why Su Qin did this was that he wanted to confirm if there was a place nearby that matched the system's sign-in, and also to check the various auras of the 100,000 mountains with the eye of truth. Although Su Qin didn't think that moon worship was a threat to him, it was always better to be cautious. Just as Su Qin walked along the mountain road unhurriedly, on another mountain road not far away, 5 or 6 figures suddenly walked out. Of these 5 to 6 figures, other than the leader who was a middle-aged man, the rest were all teenagers. At this moment, these young men and women were looking around curiously. Su Qin was not surprised. He had already noticed the presence of this group of people, but the other party did not think so. Especially the middle-aged man. When he saw Su Qin, his expression changed slightly. "Are you also going to moon worship?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously. "Yes," Su Qin said casually as he walked. Other than the middle-aged man who had some inner strength and could barely be considered a martial artist, the rest of the young men and women were just ordinary people. "That's good. We're on the way." The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and said in a friendly manner, "I'm a warrior from the nearby Qingyang town. These are the disciples that our town sent to moon worship this year." The middle-aged man blurted out everything he knew without hesitation. The middle-aged man's name was Hong Fei, and he was from Qingyang town outside the 100,000 mountains. According to him, the reason he entered the 100,000 mountains this time was to send disciples to moon worship. Moon worship was the national religion of Nanzhao, and its status was even higher than that of a king. Therefore, every year, a large number of Nanzhao citizens would send their children to moon worship. Once selected by moon worship and entered the saint sect, they would definitely soar to the sky. This was the purpose of the middle-aged man this time. He brought all the eligible young men and women in his town and sent them to moon worship. As long as one of them was selected, the impact on Qingyang town would be unprecedented. "You must be a martial artist who wants to visit the saint sect, right?" The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, glanced at Su Qin and asked tentatively. Su Qin's aura was restrained, and there was no difference between him and an ordinary person. But if he was an ordinary person, how would he dare to come to the 100,000 mountains? Therefore, in the eyes of the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, Su Qin must be a powerful martial artist. In fact, it was not rare for martial artists like Su Qin to appear in the 100,000 mountains. There were many of them every year, and their purpose was to visit the saint sect. Su Qin heard him and did not bother to answer. Seeing this, the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, became more and more convinced of his judgment. Su Qin must have a request for moon worship, so he came to the 100,000 mountains specifically to visit the saint sect. However, Su Qin did not speak, and the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, did not dare to continue talking. He led the young men and women behind him and followed Su Qin. "Let me tell you, when you enter the saint sect later, don't look around. If you disturb any of the saints, it will be a disaster for our Qingyang town," the middle-aged man warned the young men and women. "Uncle Hong, is moon worship that good?" At this moment, a young man with a strong head could not help but ask. "It's more than good." The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, shook his head and said, "A few years ago, a disciple of moon worship wanted to go to the capital. In the end, before the disciple arrived, the king and many ministers were already waiting outside the capital to welcome him. Tell me, is it good or not?" When the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, said this, the young man who asked the question immediately shrunk his head and did not dare to say another word. The other young men and women were also shocked. For them, the highest status person they had ever seen was the mayor of the town. As for the king of Nanzhao, he was a legendary figure. But now, it seemed that the so-called king of Nanzhao was nothing in front of the saint sect. Then what should we do? A beautiful young woman asked timidly. Do whatever the saint sect asks you to do. The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, said seriously, remember, don't have any ulterior motives. Got it. I'll remember it too. The young men and women quickly agreed. Consider yourself lucky. The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, suddenly thought of something and smiled. Recently, the saint sect has been worshipping the moon god, so the requirements for disciples have been relaxed. Otherwise, you won't even be able to enter the saint sect, let alone become a disciple. When the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, said this, his face was full of emotions. Worshipping the moon god? Su Qin, who was walking at a steady pace in front, was slightly moved. Before he came, he had read from the ancient books that moon worship would worship the moon god once every 10 years. Worshipping the moon god is the most solemn day of moon worship. On this day, all disciples will return to the saint sect. It's a good time to settle it once and for all, so that there won't be any revenge in the future. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. 4 hours later, after a long mountain road, Su Qin finally arrived outside the moon worship. At this time, Su Qin was at the top of a mountain, and in front of him was an iron chain that spanned across 2 mountains. As for the moon worship, it was located on the other side of the iron chain, a full 10 miles away. We're here. That's the moon worship. The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, let out a sigh of relief and pointed to the other side of the iron chain. What a spectacular sight. The young men and women opened their eyes wide and muttered to themselves. At this point, many boys and girls on the field could only vaguely see the towering moon worship temple standing on the top of the mountain 10 miles away. But even so, a majestic and desolate aura continued to rise, as if illuminating the 100,000 mountains. The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, was full of awe. He glanced at the boys and girls and whispered, we just need to wait here now. Remember, don't take a step forward. The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, warned with a serious expression. Yes. Several boys and girls subconsciously took a few steps back. Moon worship really knows how to choose a place. Su Qin's eyes were calm as he looked at moon worship. Moon worship was surrounded by cliffs on all sides. As long as they guard the only way, even if they are besieged by millions of troops, they will be safe. As for the martial artists, unless it is a group of upper realm martial artists who rush to the moon worship temple regardless of life and death, no matter how many ordinary martial artists there are, it will be useless. Because they can't touch moon worship at all. Su Qin thought as he opened, Eyes of Truth. Suddenly, in the moon worship 10 miles away, auras appeared one after another. These auras were strong or weak, similar to martial artists, but they also revealed other strange auras. The disciples of moon worship are not martial artists. They cultivate witchcraft and curses, using voodoo insects as the foundation to kill people invisibly. Su Qin looked at the auras in moon worship and thought silently. However, in the entire moon worship, only 2 auras have reached grade 1. It's nothing to worry about. Su Qin observed for a moment and had a general understanding of moon worship. But why don't I notice the aura of moon god? Su Qin frowned slightly. He looked at the entire moon worship with eyes of truth, but he didn't find the so-called moon god at all. In order to be foolproof, Su Qin continued to observe with eyes of truth for a while until he confirmed all the trump cards of moon worship. He shook his head slightly. Forget it. There's no need to waste time. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he took a step forward. Hong Fei, the middle-aged man not far away, was shocked when he saw this scene. He immediately dissuaded, Your Excellency, this is the Holy Moon Church. Our every move is under the watch of the Holy Moon Church. Please be cautious. The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, thought that Su Qin was impatient and wanted to follow the chain to the moon worship center. This behavior seemed normal, but in fact, it was a provocation to moon worship. The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, knew the rules of moon worship very well. No matter who it was, even if it was a king, they had to wait patiently. However, anyone who violated this rule would be hunted down by the entire moon worship. With the influence of the moon worship in Nanzhao, coupled with the strange and unpredictable witchcraft curses, anyone who was hunted down by them would die. However, the next moment, Under the incredulous gaze of the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, Suqin stretched out his right hand, slowly raised it, and pressed it toward the moon worship center from 10 miles away. In an instant, the wind on the top of the mountain seemed to stop, and a dark golden Buddha palm covered the world. Moon worship. In a majestic and tall temple, the moon worshippers and the elders sat cross-legged, looking silent as if they were troubled by something. A few years ago, our saintess fell in Chang'an of the Empire of Tang. At this time, the moon worshippers suddenly stood up, looked down at the elders, and said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of all the elders present trembled. A few years ago, the moon worship deliberately sent the saintess to Chang'an in order to set up a trap into the Empire of Tang. They wanted to plant a nail in the Li royal family. However, everyone, including the moon worshippers, didn't expect that the saintess not only failed to complete the mission of the saint sect, but also died in Chang'an City. Moreover, according to the white-haired old woman who came back from Chang'an City alive, the saintess died in a sword light that came from the sky. Not only did the saintess die, but even the most ancient venomous insect in the entire moon worship was also cut into nothingness. When this news reached the ears of the elders and the sect leader, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Although they didn't know who had cut the sword light, they knew very well that the other party was not someone that the moon worship could deal with. Even in the following years, the moon worship was trembling in fear, fearing that one day the other party would come to their door. Sect leader, why did you mention this? An elder couldn't help but ask. The other elders heard this and also looked at the moon worshippers. The saintess did fall in Chang'an City, but so what? According to what the white-haired old woman said at that time, the person who did it was at least a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. It was far from what the moon worship could deal with. The vitality of a peak grade 1 great grandmaster is enough to ignore all witchcraft curses. What I want to say is. The moon worshippers paused and continued, the saint sect is about to take revenge with their own hands. What? Many of the elders were puzzled. Revenge? How can the saint sect take revenge? The other party didn't even show their face and cut the most ancient venomous insect of the saint sect into nothingness. How can they take revenge? Just as the elders were in a state of shock and uncertainty, the moon worshippers said slowly, I have learned the will of the moon god. After this sacrifice, the moon god will manifest in the world. When these words came out, the faces of all the elders changed. The moon god will manifest in the world. This. Sect master, is what you said true? The voice of an elder trembled as he looked at the moon worshippers with great excitement. Of course. The moon worshippers nodded slightly, and their tone was also full of fanaticism. In the eyes of all the moon worship disciples, the moon god is invincible. As long as the moon god takes action, no one in the world can stop their moon worship. Ha 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 ha. With the protection of the moon god, why would the saint sect hide in Nanzhao? Yes, no matter who killed the saintess, just wait for death obediently. Sect master, it is better for the saint sect to start gathering disciples now. When the moon god manifests in the world, we will kill our way to Chang'an City and avenge the saintess. Many elders began to clamor. When the moon worshippers heard this, they waved their hands and said, it is only a matter of time before we kill our enemies. Soon, the saint sect will rule the world. Every word of the moon worshippers was filled with strong confidence. Just as the elders and the sect master were discussing how to torture the person who killed the saintess, suddenly, there was a commotion outside. What's going on? The moon worshippers frowned. The other elders also looked dissatisfied. They were just looking forward to the future, but they were interrupted. Let's go out and take a look. The moon worshippers faintly felt that something was wrong. They directly got up and walked out of the hall. The elders looked at each other and could only follow behind the sect master. However, when the moon worshippers walked out of the holy temple, they found that all the disciples were looking at the sky with incomparable horror. The moon worshippers and the elders suppressed the doubts in their hearts and raised their heads to look at the sky. The next moment, the moon worshippers saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw a glass Buddha palm that spanned across the void, blooming with endless pure light, exuding a posture that encompassed heaven and earth. The glass Buddha palm became bigger and bigger, as if it came from above the 9 heavens. A sacred, solemn, pure, and heavy aura instantly suppressed down. At this moment, the sky darkened. Outside the holy sanctum, the moon worshippers and the elders trembled as they stared in disbelief at the Buddha's palm that was slowly falling from the sky. What is that? The moon worshippers were shocked as they felt a terrifying pressure suddenly descending. Under this pressure, all the disciples in the holy sanctum couldn't help but kneel down, not daring to look directly at the Buddha's palm that was shrouding heaven and earth. Even the elders of the holy sanctum were forced to bend their backs. Only the moon worshippers and the other holy emissary were barely holding on. But it was obvious that with the continuous pressure of the dark golden Buddha's palm, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In the blink of an eye, the moon worshippers finally broke free from the shock. They realized that if they continued like this, they would be crushed by the Buddha's palm in a few seconds at most. Run! The moon worshippers' eyes were red as they frantically burned their blood essence. Even the life-venomous worm in their body was alarmed as it let out a sharp cry. Screech! A pale golden shadow of a venomous worm appeared behind the moon worshippers. Suddenly, the moon worshippers' aura began to soar as if there was no end to it. Crack! The moon worshippers stepped on the ground fiercely as their bodies turned into phantoms and leaped out of the holy sanctum. In addition to the moon worshippers, the other holy emissary also did the same. He desperately broke free from the pressure of the Buddha's palm and fled in the opposite direction of the moon worshippers. Whether it was the moon worshippers or the holy emissary, they didn't even think about the elders and other disciples of the holy sanctum. Because they knew very well in their hearts that under this glazed Buddha palm, the holy moon church was finished, completely and utterly finished. Want to run? Suqin, who was 10 miles away, saw this scene and shook his head slightly. He didn't care at all. His palm wasn't the real Buddha's palm. It was just a simulation of the concept. But even so, it wasn't something that any 9th-grade martial artist could resist. As expected, the moon worshippers and the other saint who had escaped suddenly realized that under the suppression of the glazed Buddha palm, even though they had broken free and regained their mobility, their speed was as slow as a tortoise's. According to their current speed, it would take them several days to escape from the moon worship. And in just a few days, not to mention a few days, even if it was just a few seconds, moon worship would be crushed several times by the glazed Buddha palm. No. Under the despairing gazes of the moon worshippers, the saint, and countless other disciples, the dark golden glazed Buddha palm came crashing down. At this moment, everything shattered. The entire moon worship temple collapsed and turned into dust, completely disappearing from the world. If someone were to look from a distance, they would find that a section of the mountain where the Holy Moon Church was located had been cut off, and on the mirror-like surface of the mountain, there was a faint imprint of a Buddha's palm that could penetrate heaven and earth. From beginning to end. From the leader of the moon worship sect to the many disciples, no one knew what had happened. It's over? Suqin's eyes were calm, and his thoughts were unruffled. Although the moon worship sect had a supreme status in Nanzhao, in fact, its actions were no different from those of the demon sect. Wantonly killing, using living beings as sacrifices to the moon god, these were as simple as drinking water and eating in the eyes of the moon worship sect. The Buddha's palm is powerful, but for me now, if I want to really use it, I'm afraid I'll need to use at least 60% of my true essence and divine will. Suqin roughly estimated in his mind. His palm just now was just a simulation of the real Buddha's palm, but Suqin also had a rough idea of how much energy he would need to use the Buddha's palm. At this moment, the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, who was about to persuade Suqin, stood there dumbfounded. The boys and girls next to him were also dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. They looked at Suqin and the moon worship sect that had been completely reduced to dust with terrified eyes. The saint sect. The saint sect is gone. The middle-aged man, Hong Fei's teeth were chattering, and he almost thought he was dreaming. The moon worship sect had dominated Nanzhao for hundreds of thousands of years. Even the lords of Nanzhao treated the disciples of the saint sect with respect. To some extent, moon worship sect could replace Nanzhao with just a thought. The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, would never have dreamed that the supreme moon worship sect in his eyes would one day be destroyed by a palm. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, stiffened. He looked at the figure not far away and stood there respectfully, not daring to have any thoughts. Because he knew in his heart that even a giant like the moon worship sect was like an ant in the hands of Su Qin, let alone them. You can go. Su Qin glanced at the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, and said casually. The middle-aged man, Hong Fei, was not a member of the moon worship sect. As for the boys and girls beside him, they did not have the time to join the saint sect. Although Su Qin can destroy the Holy Moon Church with a raise of his hand without frowning, he will not kill innocent people. Su Qin destroyed the moon worship sect because the moon worship sect provoked him first. Yes. Yes, we will go now. When the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, heard Su Qin's words, it was as if he had been granted amnesty. He immediately took the young boys and girls next to him and respectfully retreated. When they were some distance away from Su Qin, they fled without looking back. The middle-aged man suddenly had a thought in his mind. The moon worship sect has suppressed Nanzhao for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that it has been destroyed, the impact on Nanzhao is far-reaching. After the middle-aged man, Hong Fei, and the others left, Su Qin took another look at the mountain where the moon worship sect was originally located, and was ready to return to the empire of Tang. However, just then, Su Qin's expression changed slightly, and he released a huge amount of divine sense in an instant. Interesting. There was an inexplicable look on Su Qin's face, and he took a step forward and disappeared. When Su Qin reappeared, he was already standing on the mountain where the moon worship sect was originally located. Before the moon worship sect was destroyed, this position was a certain position deep in the holy temple. At this moment, not far from Su Qin, a jade statue about the height of a person stood there quietly. The jade statue is a woman. Her face is hazy and cannot be seen clearly. One can only vaguely recognize that there is a faint full moon mark on the jade statue's eyebrows. If it was an ordinary person, even a grade 1 great grandmaster, seeing this jade statue, although they would be surprised why the jade statue was so lifelike, they would not think much about it. After all, no matter how lifelike a jade statue is, it is just a jade statue. It has no life. At most, its value is a little higher, but for a martial artist, it is nothing at all. However, Su Qin took a closer look at the jade statue. After a while, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "You don't want to come out now, do you want me to do it? Why don't you come out now? Are you waiting for me to make a move?" Su Qin's voice rang out. At this time, there was no one around him, as if he was talking to the air. However, a moment later, the jade statue not far from Su Qin suddenly emitted a faint light, and then an illusory figure appeared. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." The illusory figure wore a palace dress and looked pure, but there was an indescribable charm in every part of her. White skin, graceful figure. Are you the moon god worshipped by the moon-worshipping cult? Su Qin looked at the illusory figure with interest. In Su Qin's eyes, the illusory figure in the palace dress was just a strand of divine sense of a certain martial arts legend, but it was different from the divine sense left in the jade pendant by the founder of the Empire of Tang. The other party was not without a master, but had her own consciousness. "Moon god, you flatter me." The figure in the palace dress sighed and said, "I just want to live. The world is unfair. Even if you become a martial arts legend, you can only live for 500 years, Shu Yuan. Once 500 years have passed, no matter how strong you are, you will disappear." At this point, the figure in the palace dress paused for a while and continued, "There is a way to live forever overseas, but it can only extend one's life by 1 or 200 years at most. If you want to live forever, you have to transcend the 9 heavens legends and become an earth immortal. Have you been overseas?" Su Qin looked at the figure in the palace dress and suddenly became interested. Originally, Su Qin planned to directly destroy the illusory figure and then return to the Emperor of Tang Palace as soon as possible. But seeing that the figure in the palace dress seemed to know something about overseas, he was not in a hurry for the time being. Anyway, the figure in the palace dress was right in front of him. With Su Qin's ability, even if she recovered to her peak, she might not be his opponent, let alone now when she was only left with a strand of divine sense. Since Su Qin attained the Arhat fruit, he had heard of overseas more than once, but he had not seen much specific information. It was as if to all martial arts legends or venerable Arhat, overseas was a taboo that they could not talk about. 300 years ago, I once crossed the sea. In the depths of the endless sea, the heaven and earth Xianxia was abundant. Compared to this continent, that place was like another world. As the beautiful figure in the palace dress spoke, she seemed to have fallen into some kind of memory. Unfortunately, even with the favorable environment in the depths of the endless ocean, the last land immortal that appeared was 1,000 years ago. Land immortal. Suqing's thoughts fluctuated. Earth immortal was the realm after martial arts legend. It was said that Earth immortals had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. They were indeed no different from real immortals. Do you mean that even overseas, there are no land immortals? Suqing asked. At least, that's what I understand. The beautiful figure in the palace dress shook her head and said, there are many experts in the sea, but no one knows about the immortals of the land. There aren't even any rumors about it. The beautiful figure in the palace dress sighed. I even began to doubt whether the so-called land immortal realm really exists. The last land immortal that appeared 1,000 years ago was probably just a rumor. The beautiful figure in the palace dress tone was filled with despair. Any martial artist who stepped into the martial arts legend realm was one in a billion. Since they were young, they had overcome all obstacles and swept the world, invincible for an era. But in the end, they were forcefully trapped in the martial arts legend realm, unable to move forward and facing death alone. One could imagine the torment. I see. Suqing was deep in thought. Although he had never been overseas, he guessed that what the beautiful figure in the palace dress said should be true. No matter how abundant the heaven and earth Xianxia was overseas, and no matter how many treasures there were, how could it compare to Suqing? Not to mention other things, just the primordial spirit liquid and blood bodhi alone were probably scarce overseas. But Suqing could eat them like candy every day. In addition to these two treasures, there were also a lot of other cultivation resources. But even so, Suqing was still stuck in the fourth heavenly layer for several years, let alone the overseas martial arts legends. Therefore, if there were martial artists overseas who surpassed Suqing, such as fifth heavenly layer or sixth heavenly layer legends, Suqing would believe it. After all, those who were close to the end of the Shoyuan and had lived for almost 500 years could indeed reach this realm. But if there were land immortals who were completely above the martial arts legends, Suqing would not believe it. Martial arts legends had a total of 500 years of Shoyuan, so how could they enter the land immortal realm? Of course, Suqing was an exception. Although Suqing was not a land immortal, he had the same Shoyuan as the land immortals and could live for 1,000 years. Fellow Taoist. Just as Suqing was thinking, the beautiful figure in the palace dress suddenly looked at Suqing with a soft and pitiful gaze. I have lost my physical body, and only a strand of my divine sense is left. I am alone and have no one to rely on, so I hope fellow Taoist can take me in. The beautiful figure in the palace dress voice was soft, and a trace of an extremely charming aura began to spread. Don't worry, although I am useless, I was once a martial arts legend, so I still know some things about martial arts cultivation. Moreover, before I fell, I hid the treasures I obtained in a certain place. As long as fellow Taoist agrees, I will give you all my treasures. The beautiful figure in the palace dress words were full of fatal temptation. No matter what, the beautiful figure in the palace dress was still a martial arts legend. Her understanding of martial arts cultivation was a priceless treasure for any martial arts 9th grade martial artist, and it could save them a lot of detours. Even in the eyes of martial arts legends of the same level, it was a great reference. As for the treasures of a lifetime, it was even more amazing. What did it mean to have the treasures of a martial arts legend? Oh? Is there such a good thing? A smile appeared on Suqing's face as he looked at the beautiful figure in the palace dress. Of course. The beautiful figure in the palace dress was already within 5 meters of Suqing without him noticing. As long as fellow Taoist. As the beautiful figure in the palace dress said this, her illusory figure suddenly blurred, and instantly turned into a stream of light, and rushed into Suqing's forehead. Ha 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 ha. You fell for my trick, didn't you? The beautiful figure in the palace dress voice rang in Suqing's ears, and there was a hint of pride in it. From beginning to end, the beautiful figure in the palace dress had never thought of asking Su Qin to take her in. Instead, she was prepared to take over Su Qin's body. If Su Qin had remained vigilant and not let the beautiful figure in the palace dress get within 5 meters of him, no matter how capable the beautiful figure in the palace dress was, she would not have been able to do anything to Su Qin. However, the beautiful figure in the palace dress first used the information she knew about overseas as bait, and pretended to be harmless to lower Su Qin's vigilance. Finally, she lured him with treasures and successfully got within 5 meters of Su Qin. At this point, the beautiful figure in the palace dress plan was already more than half complete. Although I'd been sleeping for hundreds of years, I'd been using offerings to nourish my divine sense. Coupled with the fortuitous encounter overseas, my divine sense is stable and indestructible. I can't possibly possess a martial artist who has just entered the myth realm. The beautiful figure in the palace dress thoughts spun rapidly, and she was full of confidence. In her opinion, Su Qin had not even been overseas, and should have just entered the martial arts legend realm. At most, he was hovering around the second heaven, and could not possibly resist the invasion of her divine sense. Once I successfully occupy this body and have the power to protect myself, I'll be able to act freely in some matters. When the beautiful figure in the palace dress thought of this, a hint of excitement rose in her heart. Although after occupying Su Qin's body, she would have to change from a woman to a man, but as long as she could survive, what was the price to pay? Buzz. The beautiful figure in the palace dress divine sense quickly surged into Su Qin's forehead, and then into his ancestral aperture. However, before the beautiful figure in the palace dress could make her next move, her eyes widened, and she looked at everything in front of her with incomparable shock. In the depths of the ancestral aperture, a giant golden Buddha stood quietly in the center of the world. It was infinitely huge, and its fingers touched the sky and the earth. It filled her vision, as if there was nothing more noble than it. The Buddha's light spread, illuminating the darkness and enveloping the void. This is? The figure in the palace dress trembled as she looked in disbelief at the giant golden Buddha in the depths of her ancestral aperture. The Buddha's light spread. Crack. Crack. The figure in the palace dress felt her divine sense collapsing and dissipating. It was as if just looking at the giant golden Buddha was something she could never bear. Impossible? The figure in the palace dress felt as if her heart had fallen into an abyss. She had once traveled overseas and saw a fifth heaven divine realm martial artist from afar. At that time, that fifth heaven divine realm martial artist was no different from heaven and earth to the figure in the palace dress, but now, the figure in the palace dress subconsciously compared that fifth heaven divine realm martial artist to the giant golden Buddha in front of her, but found that the two were not on the same level at all. For this giant golden Buddha that filled heaven and earth, let alone a mere fifth heaven divine realm martial artist, even a true earth divine realm martial artist was like an ant. I never thought that I would one day fall in the hands of such a great existence. Just as the figure in the palace dress had this thought, under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the figure maintained by her divine sense completely collapsed and disappeared. Outside, Su Qin touched his eyebrows as a strange look flashed across his face. He did not expect the figure in the palace dress to be so courageous that she dared to barge into his ancestral aperture with her divine sense and face the giant golden Buddha that symbolized the inheritance of the strongest divine skill, the Buddha's palm. One must know that even Su Qin was under great pressure when facing this giant golden Buddha. And this was under the premise that the giant golden Buddha recognized Su Qin as its master and would not harm Su Qin. As for the figure in the palace dress, if the figure in the palace dress turned around and ran, Su Qin might have to spend a moment to suppress her. But she barged into his ancestral aperture. It could only be said that she did not want to live anymore. On this trip, I've learned some news about the overseas world. Su Qin's mind entered the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows. He glanced at the golden Buddha that still seemed indestructible and eternal as he thought silently. After confirming that there was no Earth immortal powerhouse, Su Qin felt much more relaxed. To the overseas martial arts legends, becoming a terrestrial immortal was far out of their reach. In fact, it was basically a legend. However, in Su Qin's eyes, as long as they followed the prescribed order, it would take at most a few hundred years to achieve it. Compared to Su Qin's 1,000 years of Shouyuan's life, a few hundred years was not unacceptable. It was completely affordable. Right. I haven't signed in here yet. Suqin calmed himself down and suddenly thought. When he left Chang'an this time, he deliberately left a sign-in opportunity. He wanted to see if he could find a new sign-in location on the way. Unfortunately, Suqin walked all the way, especially after entering the 100,000 mountains. He slowed down almost to the extreme, but he still didn't find any other checkpoints. And now, this was the only place that Suqin hadn't signed in yet. If this place still didn't meet the conditions for signing in, Suqin could only rush back to the palace to sign in. System, sign in. Suqin paused for a moment and said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained Moon Forging Divine Technique. Moon Forging Divine Technique? Suqin's thoughts fluctuated. In the next moment, everything about the Moon Forging Divine Technique poured into Suqin's mind. It turned out to be a secret technique to stabilize divine sense. Suqin opened his eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. When he saw the beautiful figure in the palace dress just now, he was wondering why her divine sense was so stable. Now it seems that it was because of this secret technique. Good stuff. Suqin nodded slightly, joy appeared on his face. Although a peak grade 1 great grandmaster can condense divine sense, and when one reaches the realm of Venerable Arhat, their divine sense can condense into a substance and can easily kill people with divine sense, create illusions, and so on. But even among Venerable Arhat, there are differences in divine sense. The stronger and more stable the divine sense, the more helpful it is for one's own cultivation. Some legends even completely give up on physical cultivation and focus on divine sense breakthroughs. But the Moon Forging Divine Technique can stabilize Suqin's divine sense to a great extent. In the future, when Suqin encounters legends with extremely powerful divine sense, although he can't say that he can win against them in a competition of divine sense, at least he won't be suppressed by them. This is the advantage of having a stable divine sense. It's time to go. When I return to the Imperial Palace, I will cultivate this Moon Forging Divine Technique. Suqin took a step forward and disappeared, rushing towards the Chang'an Imperial Palace. Shortly after Suqin left. Half a day later, someone discovered that the moon worship had disappeared. The news spread. The whole of Nanzhao was shaken. For hundreds of years, the moon worship has been in Nanzhao, and its status is higher than that of the previous rulers. How could such a behemoth disappear just like that? At first, no one believed it and thought it was nonsense. But as time passed, more and more people returned from the 100,000 mountains and repeated this matter, and everyone was stunned. Especially in the original position of the moon worship, there was a huge handprint, as if the entire moon worship had been erased by the owner of this handprint. Suddenly, Nanzhao fell into a panic. That was the moon worship. How could it be erased just like that? If it was said that the other martial arts sects in the world joined forces to fight the moon worship for several days and nights, and finally destroyed the moon worship, it would be barely acceptable. But what was the truth? The moon worship disappeared silently, as if it had never appeared at all. Who on earth pressed that handprint? Who pressed it? I think it's a real immortal. I'm afraid only a real immortal can do this. Countless people in Nanzhao whispered, and their tone was full of awe. For them, the existence that could destroy the entire moon worship with a single palm was no different from immortal, even if it wasn't. Nanzhao. Nanzhao Lord looked anxious, and kept pacing back and forth. What should we do? What should we do? The sect leader has disappeared, the elders have disappeared, and everything of the saint has disappeared. Nanzhao Lord muttered to himself, and his face was full of fear. At this moment, one of the officials below suddenly stood up. Your Majesty, perhaps the disappearance of the Holy Church is not a bad thing for our Nanzhao. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many ministers on the scene changed slightly. If the moon worship still existed, no minister would dare to have such thoughts. But now that the saint had disappeared, from the moon worshippers to the disciples of the saint, no one had survived, and some thoughts were naturally born. For hundreds of thousands of years, the status of the moon worship in Nanzhao was so high that it could easily interfere with the replacement of the Lord. And now, the moon worship had disappeared, which was equivalent to a shackle on Nanzhao's body had disappeared with it. While Nanzhao was in a sensation, Su Qin had returned to the Emperor of Tang's palace. Su Qin naturally didn't know the impact of his destruction of moon worship on Nanzhao. Or, even if Su Qin knew, he wouldn't think too much about it. Nanzhao is located in the southwest. It is a small country. There is not even a grade 1 great grandmaster in the whole country. Even if the restriction of moon worship is gone, what can they do? After Su Qin returned to the imperial palace, he returned to his usual life. From the time Su Qin left, it had only been half a day. No one in the entire imperial palace thought that in this short period of time, Su Qin would travel tens of thousands of li, destroy the Holy Moon Church in Nanzhao, and then slowly return. At night, Su Qin sat cross-legged. Bits and pieces of information about the moon-forging divine technique flowed in his mind. Moon-forging divine technique is a divine sense secret technique that can stabilize Su Qin's divine sense to a great extent. Okay. Let's start. Su Qin closed his eyes, and a huge amount of divine sense began to brew in his body, constantly dispersing and reorganizing according to the method of moon-forging divine technique. If it was someone else, even a legend like Venerable Arhat, it would take a lot of time to fully comprehend this moon-forging divine technique, and even those with poor comprehension would not be able to get started at all. After all, moon-forging divine technique involves the forging of divine sense. If one is not sure that they have fully comprehended it, who would dare to mess around with their own divine sense? But Su Qin is different. After the system's infusion, his mastery of this divine sense secret technique has probably reached the level of the founder. Although it is his first time practicing it, he is very familiar with it. Wang. Under Su Qin's control, his huge divine sense suddenly spread out, turning into extremely small thoughts, and then these thoughts were recombined to construct a more stable divine sense. Under normal circumstances, Venerable Arhat's or martial arts legends' divine sense would be scattered, but the moon-forging divine sense could reassemble the scattered divine sense and unleash a power that far exceeded the original divine sense. It was just like charcoal and diamonds. They were obviously made of the same material, but because of the different structural combination, they showed two completely different forms. It was the same for divine will. However, compared to external substances, divine sense was much finer. The slightest carelessness could damage the foundation of divine sense, causing great hidden dangers. Even Su Qin wouldn't have dared to split his divine will like this without the moon-forging art. As his divine sense continued to reorganize, Su Qin felt that his mind was becoming clearer and clearer, and his thoughts were becoming more agile. It's about time. According to the description of the moon-forging divine art, I should have already mastered it. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Although my divine consciousness is much weaker now, its quality is much better than before. Su Qin was overjoyed. Moreover, the stability of my divine sense has also improved my cultivation speed a lot. Su Qin slightly nodded, his thoughts fluctuating. If a grade 1 great grandmaster wants to go further, he needs to transform his body, internal strength, and divine sense. Venerable Arhat and legends also pay attention to the body, true essence, and divine sense. Whether it is the Venerable Arhat who just entered the first heavenly layer or the Venerable Arhat who cultivated to the limit, the body, true essence, and divine sense are the three cornerstones of oneself, the most fundamental things. A strong body can nurture more divine sense. Similarly, a strong divine sense can counterattack the body and speed up the cultivation speed. At this moment, Su Qin was in a similar state. Next, I have to work hard and strive to reach the great Arhat realm as soon as possible. Su Qin calmed down and thought silently in his heart. The great Arhat realm is the realm after Venerable Arhat and is equivalent to the Earth Immortal. Of course, whether it is the great Arhat realm or the Earth Immortal realm, they are essentially different names for martial artists of the same level. In fact, the essence of the power controlled by the two is the same, similar to Venerable Arhat and legends. Next, Su Qin once again devoted himself to cultivation. Every day, except for cultivation and signing in, he hardly paid attention to anything else. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, occasionally brought his children to chat with Su Qin, letting Li Yuan and Li Wan get closer to Su Qin. Compared to other imperial family heirs, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was more willing to let his children get closer to Su Qin. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, has been on the throne for so many years and is used to people's cunning, but he still can't see any scheming in Su Qin. Only in front of Su Qin does the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, feel that he is not the emperor, but the poor scholar who had nothing. And since the last time Su Qin reminded the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, that the premise of removing the vassals is that he has enough confidence, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, has never mentioned the matter of removing the vassals in front of his subjects. Su Qin knew in his heart that the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was enduring. Enduring is not cowardice, nor is it admitting defeat, but for the future of the Empire of Tang. Li Si, who has lived 2 lives, naturally knows that the most effective way to remove the vassals is to implement the order of pushing grace. As long as the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, issued a decree to allow the vassals to divide their territories equally among their children. In this way, the territories of the vassals will be smaller and smaller. Although the overall situation will not change, it will fall into the hands of different people, and the power will be scattered, which will weaken the power of the vassals without bloodshed. However, the implementation of the order of pushing grace is based on the premise that the vassals are obedient. In other words, you have to let the vassals do what the order of pushing grace says. But now the problem the Empire of Tang is that the vassals are simply ignoring the imperial power. Let alone the order of pushing grace, even if the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, issued any decree, when it comes to the vassals' territories, it is as if there is no decree. Besides, the vassals are not fools. Every vassal has countless strategists under their command, and they can certainly guess the effect of the order of pushing grace on the vassals. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. During these 3 years, although the Empire of Tang is still restricted by the vassals in various places, on the whole, it shows a trend of prosperity. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, is bold and decisive, developing business, increasing taxes, and the silver in the treasury is enough. In addition, under the coaxing and pestering of Princess Li Wan, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, finally agreed to let her practice martial arts. In fact, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, does not want to see Li Wan step into martial arts. In the view of the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, every martial artist has not been polishing their body for decades, and their life is plain. Li Wan, as a princess, does not need to suffer this at all. On this day, in the right spring square, Su Qin is sitting cross-legged, and his breath is flowing endlessly, slowly but steadily rising. Suddenly, Su Qin's breath suddenly stopped, and the rising speed suddenly slowed down, and then calmed down after a while. And at this time, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally, it is complete. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and his face showed joy. Inside the right spring square, Su Qin slowly retracted his aura. Compared to my previous estimate of reaching the peak of the 4th heavenly layer, it's at least 1 to 2 years earlier. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. One must know that with Su Qin's current eyesight, even if his estimate was wrong, it would at most be half a month to a month, but now, it was a full year to 2 years earlier. It should be the moon-forging divine art that stabilized my divine sense and improved my cultivation speed. Su Qin speculated in his heart. Although he knew that stabilizing his divine sense was beneficial to his martial Dao cultivation when he practiced the moon-forging divine art, he didn't expect the improvement to be so great. That trip to Nanzhao was worth it, Yuan Tuan said. Su Qin nodded slightly, quite satisfied. Through the trip to Nanzhao, not only did he obtain this divine sense secret technique, but he also learned the specific level of the overseas martial artists. Since I've reached the peak, I should prepare to break through to the 5th heavenly layer. Su Qin slowly got up, walked out of the right spring square, and walked slowly along the shaded path. The East Palace was still as deserted as ever, but Su Qin had long been used to it, and even enjoyed it. For Su Qin, the power, beauty, and wealth of the secular world were all ephemeral, only his own strength was fundamental. It was the same in the Shaolin Temple, and it was the same in the palace of the Emperor of Tang. Otherwise, with Su Qin's ability, even if he wanted to sit on the dragon throne, it would be a matter of a thought. Who in the Empire of Tang could stop him? But the emperor was not someone who could be just because he wanted to. Throughout the 500 years of the Empire of Tang, except for the founding ancestor, almost all the emperors had no achievements in martial Dao. Even the founding ancestor only established the Empire of Tang after stepping into the realm of martial arts legend. Not only the Empire of Tang, but the emperors of all the countries in the world were similar. Why is this? A person's energy is limited. If one wants to achieve great achievements in martial Dao, they must invest a lot of energy, but the emperor couldn't do it. This was obviously in conflict with what Su Qin wanted. Su Qin walked in the East Palace unhurriedly, his thoughts empty. In the past 3 years, in addition to cultivation, Su Qin also signed in countless treasures. Although most places in the palace of the Emperor of Tang could only be signed once, there were still more than a dozen places where Su Qin could repeatedly fleece. For example, in front of the altar of the crop altar. In front of the Taiji Palace, he signed in and obtained the celestial being aura gazing technique. In front of Bright Jade Square, he signed in and used the 18 dragon subduing palms. Among them, the vermilion fruit was the most helpful to Su Qin. In terms of medicinal efficacy, the vermilion fruit was at least dozens of times better than the blood bodhi. Even Su Qin needed a week to barely digest one vermilion fruit. One had to know that ever since Su Qin's body underwent the 4th transformation and entered the Arhat realm, even if he absorbed the 9 revolutions whirling pill and glazed golden core, it only took a moment. But the vermilion fruit took a week, so one could imagine how terrifying its medicinal efficacy was. Unfortunately, I only signed in a few hundred vermilion fruits in 3 years. Su Qin shook his head slightly, feeling a little regretful. Originally, after signing in thousands of blood bodhi and thousands of drops of innate spirit liquid, he was prepared to use the sign-in opportunity on other things. But ever since he signed in the vermilion fruit, Su Qin's interest in the crop altar was reignited. There was also the secret technique, the celestial divination technique, which also made Su Qin very happy. The celestial divination technique can observe the qi of the world, similar to Su Qin's Eye of Truth. The difference is that the celestial divination technique is not a divine ability. Su Qin also discovered that if he combined the celestial divination technique with the Eye of Truth, he might be able to see half of the Empire of Tang at a glance. As for the 18 dragon subduing palms, it is an offensive internal divine art. With Su Qin's current strength, once he uses it, he might be able to summon 108 golden true dragons, sweeping through everything. Overall, the 18 dragon subduing palms is an average divine art. Among the countless divine arts and secret techniques that Su Qin has mastered, it can probably squeeze into the top 500. In addition to the above 3 items, Su Qin also received a large number of other treasures from signing in. There were cultivation techniques, secret techniques, medicinal pills, and spirit fruits. All of them were of great help to Su Qin. Su Qin slowly circled around the East Palace. When he returned to the right Spring Square again, he found that the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, had been waiting outside for a long time. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, saw Su Qin and waved his hand. After 3 years, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng's temperament has become much more dignified, and he has also aged a lot. White hair has already grown out of his temples. You're here? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Su Qin glanced at the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, and asked casually, "Have you encountered something troubling recently?" Although the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, has long been able to hide his emotions, how could he hide it from Su Qin? Some matters in the imperial court. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, shook his head, raised the wine pot in his left hand, and said with a smile, "Third brother, let's drink today." Okay. Su Qin did not refuse. Every time the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was faced with a major decision, he would come to Su Qin to drink. After the two drank a few cups, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, looked at Su Qin with envy. Sometimes I really envy third brother. He stands aloof from worldly affairs and is peaceful and carefree. Unlike me, although I am the emperor of a country, the taste. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, sighed with emotion. Su Qin heard this, his eyes calm, and he said nothing. Although he seemed to be at ease, how many people in the world could stay in one place for decades and do the same thing? Let's not talk about this. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, put down his wine cup and asked, "Third brother, Do you know what happened in Nanjiao 3 years ago? Nanjiao? Su Qin looked at the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng. That's right. Third brother, you don't go out, so you shouldn't know. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, suddenly thought of something and continued. The moon worship in Nanjiao was razed to the ground overnight, leaving behind a palm print that suppressed the entire mountain, tisk. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, paused and said with emotion, I always thought that there were no martial arts legends in this era, but now it seems that the palm print that destroyed the entire moon worship was probably left by a martial arts legend. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, knew about this more than 2 years ago, and he was extremely shocked and thought it was impossible. But as time passed, more and more information came to his ears, and he gradually accepted this fact. Su Qin heard this, glanced at the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, and did not say anything. Not only did he know, but he was also the one who left the palm print. I don't know, in my lifetime, if I can see the glory of a martial arts legend from afar. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, looked very longing. The Empire of Tang had been established for more than 500 years, and only Taizu was a martial arts legend. After Taizu, the strongest was only peak rank 1. As for this era, the Empire of Tang did not have a martial arts legend. Since Eunuch Zhao's death, there was not a single peak rank 1 in the entire palace of the Emperor of Tang. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Martial arts cultivation, in the early stage, can be piled up with resources, but in the later stage, especially the transformation of a grade 1 great grandmaster, external resources may be useful, but the most important part can only be relied on oneself. Soon, 2 hours passed. The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng got up and prepared to return to the Immortal Palace to deal with political affairs. The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng smiled as he looked at Su Qin and said, after chatting with the third brother today, I feel much less depressed. Su Qin shook his head and did not reply. The next day. In the Taiji Palace. Grab. The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the court. I am very grateful for the vassals guarding the border for the Empire of Tang. The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng did not beat around the bush and said directly. In the past 3 years, although the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng did not mention anything about removing the vassals, he had thought about it many times in his heart. In the end, the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng realized that directly removing the vassals was not advisable. It would easily cause turmoil in the Empire of Tang and the vassals to rebel. But directly removing the vassals was not an option, but indirectly removing the vassals kept appearing in the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng's mind. The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng spent 3 years and finally came up with a way to indirectly weaken the vassals' strength. In the Taiji Palace. The court officials listened to the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng's words and looked at each other, confused. A few years ago, they saw the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng fly into a rage and wanted to remove the vassals. But now, the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng was very moved by the vassals' actions. Just when the court officials were confused, the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng's words continued to ring. The vassals have worked hard and made great contributions, but they cannot be separated from the contributions of every child in the family. I have decided to pass down the order and allow the vassals to divide their fiefs to each child. The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng said slowly. As soon as these words came out, the court officials quieted down. A few of the courtiers thought quickly and quickly understood the purpose of Emperor Li Sheng's actions. It was nothing more than dividing the power of the kings in this way. It may not be seen in a short time, but in a long time, decades or hundreds of years will pass, and the disaster of the kings will inevitably be solved. Your Majesty, this is not appropriate. A court official immediately stood up and bowed to the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng and said, the Emperor's eldest son has priority in the succession of the vassals. If your Majesty abolishes this law, the vassals will be dissatisfied. This minister was sincerely thinking for the Tang Empire. Even he could understand the deeper meaning of Emperor Li Sheng's order, so how could the kings not understand? Don't worry, I'm just allowing it, not ordering it. If the vassals don't want to, they can refuse. The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng was very calm. Before today, he had thought everything clearly. After chatting with Su Qin for a while last night, the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng was more clear about what he was doing. His decree was an open conspiracy. The vassals could not implement it, but what about their children? Normally, after the death of the old vassal, the eldest son would inherit the position of the vassal. As for the other brothers of the eldest son, they would be left to fend for themselves. In this case, once the Emperor of Tang Lixing allowed the other children of the vassals to inherit the fiefs, it would inevitably cause division among the vassals. Except for the eldest son, the other children would spontaneously support the Emperor of Tang Lixing. I have made up my mind. You don't have to say any more. The Emperor of Tang Lixing saw that there were still courtiers who wanted to dissuade him, so he waved his hand and left the Taiji palace. At the same time, outside the East Palace, Su Qin's eyes were calm as he looked in the direction of the Taiji palace. In the end, he still came up with the decree of pushing grace. Su Qin shook his head slightly and sighed. Last night, Su Qin knew that the Emperor of Tang Lixing had something on his mind, so he paid a little attention to the other party today. Sure enough, the Emperor of Tang Lixing made a move today. However, although the decree of pushing grace could greatly solve the problem of the vassals, the Emperor of Tang Lixing made a mistake. The order is reversed. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. If the Emperor of Tang Lixing had already defeated all the vassals before implementing the decree of pushing grace, and they were all afraid of him, then implementing the decree of pushing grace would inevitably eliminate all future troubles and completely solve the problem of the vassals. But now, the most important premise had not been achieved, and implementing the decree of pushing grace at this time was tantamount to touching the bottom line of the vassals. Although Su Qin knew that the Emperor of Tang Lixing's action was inappropriate, he did not stop it. If the Emperor of Tang Lixing was assassinated, Su Qin might intervene, but when it came to national affairs, it was still up to the Emperor of Tang Lixing to make his own decisions. It's good to let him suffer. Su Qin turned and walked back to the East Palace. For a long time, the Emperor of Tang Lixing had been too smooth. Since he ascended the throne, the Emperor of Tang had paved everything for him, and Su Qin had secretly helped him clear the obstacles twice, which deterred the other countries, so everything went smoothly. Although the Emperor of Tang Lixing had done a lot of practical things, and the Empire of Tang was also thriving under his governance, but there were many things in this world that were not smooth sailing. Soon, as the Emperor of Tang Lixing's order spread throughout the territories of the 10 vassals, it caused a sensation among the children of the vassals. However, this sensation did not last long before it was suppressed by the vassals. Then, the 10 vassals gathered in a small town. This town did not belong to any of the vassals' territories, but it was close to the vassals' territories, so generally, when the vassals had something to discuss, they would choose to meet here. Haha. The Emperor of Tang in Chang'an City is quite bold, daring to meddle in the affairs of us vassals. The Fanyang king's eyes were cold as he glanced at the other 9 vassals and sneered. When the order of pushing grace was passed to their territories, these vassals realized that something was wrong, and when they noticed the eager gazes of their children, they were sure that it was the Emperor of Tang's doing. Humph. With just a few words, he can divide our territories and make brothers turn against each other. This the Emperor of Tang is not only bold, but also vicious. The Shuafeng king of Gojoseon also said, his tone full of coldness. As vassals, they were hereditary vassals, one generation of vassals, and the next generation of vassals. They were high and mighty, so they naturally did not want to see their descendants constantly divided and eventually become playthings in the hands of the Emperor of Tang. Then what should we do now? The Emperor of Tang has begun to destroy the foundation of U.S. vassals. Are you still going to do nothing? The Norland king asked. He wanted to know what the other vassals were thinking. Of course we won't be indifferent. The Fanyang king shook his head and said. Why don't we kill the Emperor of Tang? Since he's disobedient, we'll change the Emperor of Tang. The Jiannan king suddenly said. As soon as he said that, the other vassals were immediately tempted. However, the Shuafeng king of Gojoseon shook his head and said, so what if we kill him? Which of us vassals is not feared by the past the Emperor of Tang? Even if we kill this one, will the next one be obedient? Besides, the Emperor of Tang's palace should be overseen by some royal ancestor. It's not appropriate for us to assassinate the Emperor of Tang in his palace. The Shuafeng king of Gojoseon said softly. Whether it was the death of the two peak grade 1 great-grandmasters, Nanming King Wuyang and Yingjiao bowed outside the imperial city, or the inexplicable disappearance of Yi Guqing and Shimen Shueishui in the Emperor of Tang's palace, it all showed that there was a great terror in the Emperor of Tang's palace. The words of the Shuafang of Gojoseon made the other 9 vassals fall into silence. We can't do this, and we can't do that. Are we supposed to tolerate the Emperor of Tang's probing? The king of Fanyang frowned and said with dissatisfaction. The king of Norland suddenly looked at the Shuafang of Gojoseon and asked, the Shuafang of Gojoseon, since you said so, you must have a solution, right? I do have a solution. Hearing this, the Shuafang of Gojoseon smiled and looked at the other vassals. We can't kill the Emperor of Tang, but we can teach him a lesson. As long as we let the Emperor of Tang know that it is extremely difficult for him to do anything to us vassals. As soon as the Shuafang of Gojoseon finished speaking, the other vassals' eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed. What the Shuafang of Gojoseon said made a lot of sense. The Emperor of Tang had always been extremely hostile to the vassals. Killing the Emperor of Tang would not solve any problem at all. Only by making the Emperor of Tang retreat and completely give up the idea of being hostile to the vassals could the problem be solved fundamentally. But, how should we teach the Emperor of Tang a lesson? The provincial governor of Norland asked tentatively. The Shuafang of Gojoseon heard this and did not reply. Instead, he looked at the other vassals. Over the years, you must have some results from your infiltration of the imperial court. The Shuafang of Gojoseon's words made all the vassals' faces change. The vassals were in charge of their territories and lived a carefree life far away from the emperor. But the vassals were not fools. Any vassal with a little foresight would know how to rope in the ministers and use them as pawns in the imperial court. In this way, no matter what happened in the imperial court, they would be the first to know. Shuafang of Gojoseon, why are you asking this? The king of Norland said with great vigilance. The 10 vassals were not united and had some friction with each other. Otherwise, they would not have chosen this place to meet. And the ministers they roped in were top secrets of the vassals. If the news spread and the Emperor of Tang found out, they would be roped in for nothing. It's very simple. Use these pawns to teach the Emperor of Tang a lesson. The Shuafang of Gojoseon looked at the 9 vassals and said. Lesson? Please tell me more about it. The vassals looked at each other and asked when they heard this. Chang'an. Inside the palace. Taiji Palace. The Emperor of Gojoseon was in high spirits. Was of the to be in the vassal of Gojoseon. Mise of Goi the Emperor of S's of Sabas. Of Sub of Gojoseon at this moment. A minister stood up, bowed slightly, and said loudly, Your Majesty, the vassals are the foundation of the country. I hope your majesty will take back the imperial edict and no longer interfere with the succession of the vassals. After the minister finished speaking, he knelt on the ground and did not get up. The Emperor of Gojoseon Lixing frowned slightly. He had already expressed his determination some time ago, and now a minister stood up to persuade him. This was something that the Emperor of Gojoseon Lixing did not expect. Just when the Emperor of Gojoseon Lixing was about to reprimand the minister, another minister stood up, Your Majesty, the vassals are the foundation of the country. I hope your majesty will take back the imperial edict and no longer interfere with the succession of the vassals. The Emperor of Gojoseon Lixing frowned and looked at the second minister. Before the Emperor of Gojoseon Lixing spoke. Your Majesty, the vassals are the foundation of the country. I hope your majesty will take back the imperial edict and no longer interfere with the succession of the vassals. Your Majesty, the vassals are the foundation of the country. I hope your majesty will take back the imperial edict and no longer interfere with the succession of the vassals. More and more ministers stood up and persuaded the Emperor of Gojoseon Lixing. For a while. In the Taiji Palace. Nearly half of the ministers knelt down and begged the Emperor of Gojoseon Lixing to take back the imperial edict. Most of these kneeling ministers were 7th and 6th rank officials. They were usually very inconspicuous, but at this moment they all knelt together, and there was an inexplicable momentum. The rest of the ministers who did not kneel saw this scene, and their expressions changed slightly. You? The Emperor of Gojoseon Lixing's face was extremely ugly. At this moment, how could he not know that these ministers' behavior was hinted by the vassals from all over the country? The vassals were using this method to warn the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing that if he dared to interfere again, he would lose the throne. Good. You are really good. The emperor of Gojoseon Lixing suddenly stood up and glared at all the kneeling ministers. I promoted you, put you in an important position, and raised you, but you ran to the vassal side? The emperor of Gojoseon Lixing was furious and felt betrayed. Someone come. The prefect of the wonderful pen shop, take them down, take these people down for me. The emperor of Gojoseon Lixing said word by word. Suddenly, a large number of imperial guards swarmed in and escorted out all the officials who had tried to persuade him. And the court. After this happened, the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing naturally did not want to continue the court discussion. He waved his sleeves and left the Taiji Palace. In the Palace of Immortals, the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing sat on the dragon throne. Did I really do something wrong? The emperor of Gojoseon Lixing fell into self-doubt. If he was an incapable ruler, of course, he would not care about the opinions of his ministers, but the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing happened to be a wise ruler. He paid great attention to the thoughts of his ministers, but just now, the ministers in the court turned against him, which made the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing doubt his determination to remove the vassals. Was he really doing the right thing? A few days later, the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing fell ill in extreme self-doubt. Since the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing ascended the throne, for nearly 10 years, he had been conscientious and did not dare to have any negligence. Although there was no problem with his body, he had been under great mental pressure for a long time. The betrayal of the ministers was tantamount to the last straw that broke the camel's back. The emperor of Gojoseon Lixing had a mental breakdown. For a time, the palace was in chaos. Many ministers and Empress Su Yueyun gathered in the Palace of Immortals. After the imperial doctors checked the body of the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing, they frowned and did not dare to speak. None of the imperial doctors dared to promise that they could cure the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing. They did not even think of a way to ease the pain of the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing. Your Majesty. Empress Su Yueyun lay in front of the dragon throne, looking at the unconscious the emperor of Gojoseon Lixing, and wept. At the same time, the vassals who had been paying close attention to the changes in the court immediately learned of this. Ha 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 ha. You want to do something to us vassals? Wait another 100 years. The king of Norland sneered. The other 9 vassals did the same. The palace. Outside the Right Spring Square. Su Qin put his hands behind his back and scanned the Palace of Immortals with his powerful divine sense. A mental breakdown is not something that can be cured by ordinary medicine. Su Qin thought silently. The problem that the Emperor of Gojoseon was the various hidden dangers caused by a mental breakdown at the moment. If not treated in time, even if he survived, his vitality would be greatly damaged, and it would even affect Shu Yuan. Forget it. Su Qin sighed softly, took a step and disappeared. The next moment, outside the Palace of Immortals, Su Qin's figure appeared silently. Outside the Long Life Hall. Su Qin's eyes were calm as he prepared to enter the Long Life Hall. Stop, this is an important place in the palace. A eunuch stood in front of Su Qin and looked at Su Qin warily. However, before the eunuch could finish, he was interrupted. Little Da, step aside. This is the imperial uncle. The eunuch who often accompanied the Emperor of Tang changed his expression and immediately stopped the eunuch. Imperial uncle. The eunuch was confused, but since the eunuch had said so, he naturally did not dare to continue blocking Su Qin. Imperial uncle. The eunuch looked at Su Qin and said respectfully. Su Qin's expression did not change as he walked into the Long Life Hall unhurriedly. After Su Qin had completely entered the Long Life Hall, the eunuch who stopped Su Qin at first could not help but ask, Imperial uncle? How come I've never seen this imperial uncle before? The young eunuch said carefully. Humph. The eunuch glared at the eunuch. There are many things you don't know. If I hadn't stopped you just now, you would have made a big mistake. What? The eunuch was shocked. I'll only say it once. In the entire palace, the imperial uncle is one of the 10 people you can't afford to offend. Do you understand now? A hint of respect flashed in the eunuch's voice. He often followed the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, and naturally knew that in front of Su Qin, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, had never acted like an emperor. Moreover, only in front of Su Qin would the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, show a sincere smile. Based on this point alone, the eunuch knew that Su Qin was definitely one of the people that the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, valued the most. In addition, Su Qin was the Empress's elder brother and Prince Li Yuan's third uncle. With so many identities, even an ordinary noble would not be as good as Su Qin. Within the longevity hall, the ministers were silent, and the atmosphere was heavy. Third brother. Why are you here? When Empress Su Yuan saw Su Qin, she immediately stood up and wiped her tears. Third brother? Is he the third son of family Su? Many officials looked at Su Qin and began to discuss in low voices. As important officials of the imperial court, they naturally knew of Su Qin, who had always been holed up in the imperial palace. These officials had always been curious about Su Qin. They knew that given the relationship between the emperor and his family Su, as long as Su Qin said the word, regardless of whether it was entering the court as an official or becoming a general in the army, it was a matter of one word. Power and wealth were at their fingertips. But Su Qin did not. Instead, he stayed in the imperial palace for 10 years, and even rarely left the imperial palace. This made many officials wonder if there really was a saint in the world who did not care about fame and wealth. Su Qin walked to the dragon bed and glanced at the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng. At the moment, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was in a coma. His face was pale, and if it weren't for the occasional rise and fall of his chest, he would be no different from a dead man. All of you, leave. Su Qin said without looking at the officials. Hearing this, the officials' faces changed. It was not that they did not trust Su Qin, but if they all went out and something happened to the emperor, who would be responsible? Prince Li Yuan was still young and could not bear the heavy responsibility of the country. Only Empress Su Yuan was refreshed. Since Su Qin asked the others to go out, it meant that he had a way to save the Emperor of Tang. Su Yuan trusted Su Qin very much. If it weren't for Su Qin, she would probably still have qi in her body and could not give birth to a dragon child. Since the third brother asked us to go out, let's go out. Empress Su Yuan looked at the officials and said, Empress, this is against the rules. Some of the officials could not help but ask. Against the rules? Empress Su Yuan frowned and said coldly, if anything happens, I will take responsibility. Is this against the rules? This? The officials looked at each other and could only bow and say, yes. Soon, Su Yuan, the officials, eunuchs, and maids all left the Palace of Immortals and waited outside. For a moment only Su Qin, the Emperor of Tang, and Li Sheng were left in the huge Palace of Immortals. I asked you to wait. Why are you in such a hurry? Su Qin raised his right hand, and a trace of true essence entered the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng's body. In an instant, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng's body trembled, and his exhausted body suddenly began to recover quickly. Arhat's true essence had the effect of changing the body and cleansing the marrow. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng's body at this moment, withstanding a trace of Arhat's true essence, was like a sweet dew after a long drought. Even his pale face began to turn red. However, Su Qin did not stop. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, had a mental breakdown, not a physical one. The next moment, Su Qin stretched out his index finger and slowly pressed it between the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng's eyebrows. Clang! As if a bronze bell rang, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, felt himself suddenly awaken from a daze. This is? The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, suddenly opened his eyes. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, saw Su Qin and relaxed. A moment later, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, said weakly, it seems that third brother saved me. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, although unconscious, had a vague perception of the outside world and knew that Su Qin had come to save him. It's nothing. Su Qin shook his head slightly and looked at the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, and said, you've been on the throne for almost 10 years. Although you seem to be calm, in fact, you haven't suffered any setbacks. Third brother taught me a lesson. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, smiled bitterly. At this moment, he also realized where his problem was. Su Qin glanced at the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, and turned to walk out of the longevity hall. After Su Qin left, many ministers immediately rushed in. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, are you okay? When the ministers saw that the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, had woken up, they were so excited that they burst into tears. Empress Su Yuan's face was full of joy. Your Majesty, can we take a look at your body? At this moment, a royal doctor who looked very old-age said. Take a look. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, nodded slightly. A moment later, the royal doctor finished looking at the Emperor of Tang's body, and his face was full of disbelief. Impossible. How is this possible? Full of essence, qi, and spirit. How did this happen? The old-age royal doctor's face was full of shock. In his eyes, even if the Emperor of Tang woke up, it would take some time for him to recover. But at this moment, the Emperor of Tang's body and spirit couldn't be any better. What kind of medical skill is this? The old-age royal doctor was dumbfounded and in disbelief. After Su Qin saved the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, he returned to the right spring square again. It's about time. I can start breaking through. Su Qin sat cross-legged and made a decision in his heart. Since reaching level 4 complete a few months ago, Su Qin had been adjusting his state, and now it was about time. Thinking of this, Su Qin slowly closed his eyes, and the aura in his body began to rise and circulate. Half a day later, Su Qin's aura began to calm and contract, as if it was condensed to a point. Then, whoosh! A terrifying aura soared into the sky, almost breaking through the barrier of the heaven and earth great array in the right spring square. I've finally reached level 5. Su Qin opened his eyes, and his mind entered his body, carefully feeling the changes in his body. Not bad. After stepping into the 5th heaven, whether it's the physical body, true essence, or divine sense, they have all increased by several times. Su Qin nodded slightly, his thoughts fluctuating. The improvement from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven was not as qualitative as the breakthrough from the 3rd heaven to the 4th heaven, but it still made Su Qin very satisfied. After all, at his level, even the slightest bit of improvement was extremely difficult, let alone crossing over to the next realm. After the 5th heaven, it's the 6th heaven. As for the 7th heaven above the 6th heaven, it can be considered the true peak of the Venerable Arhat. Su Qin touched his chin, his thoughts wandering. According to what Su Qin learned from the moon worship's moon goddess, even in the depths of the endless ocean, the 7th heaven mythical realm was extremely rare. Even if they existed, they would pursue the illusory path of the land immortals and would not show their traces in front of outsiders. It's said that only by reaching the 7th heaven Arhat can there be hope of condensing a miniature domain. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. Whether it was the Venerable Arhat or the martial arts legends, the biggest difference between them and the martial arts 9 grades was the control of the power of heaven and earth. However, the power of heaven and earth was vast and boundless. Even the invincible 9th heaven Arhat could not control all of the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, the cultivation at the later stage of Arhat's level was to constantly compress and condense the power of heaven and earth that one controlled to form a miniature domain. The miniature domain might not be comparable to the power of heaven and earth in terms of range, but in terms of quality, it far surpassed the power of heaven and earth. However, to compress and condense the power of heaven and earth was tantamount to fighting against the heaven and earth. How difficult was that? Even the Venerable Arhat of the 7th heaven only had hope of condensing a miniature domain. As for whether one could successfully condense it, it depended on whether one's foundation was strong enough. The one who had a miniature domain must be the Venerable Arhat of the 7th heaven. However, the Venerable Arhat of the 7th heaven did not necessarily have a miniature domain. Forget it, it's too early for me to think about this. Su Qin shook his head and sighed. Now, he had just entered the 5th layer of Arhat. He was still some distance away from the 6th layer of heaven, not to mention the 7th layer of heaven. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, seems to be recovering well. Su Qin raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of the longevity temple. At this moment, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was leisurely eating the food prepared by the imperial chef. Obviously, he had recovered from the betrayal of his subjects. When Suqin saw this, a smile appeared on his face. The emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was Suqin's brother-in-law, but he was also the emperor of the Empire of Tang. For the sake of his younger sister, Su Yueyun, when the emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, was in mortal danger, Suqin would lend a helping hand. But in other matters, Suqin was not willing to interfere. Otherwise, whenever the emperor of Tang, Li Sheng was in trouble, Suqin would lend a hand. Then what was the point of cultivating? There were billions of living beings in the Empire of Tang, and there were so many big and small matters every day. If Suqin took care of everything, he would probably not be able to cultivate to the earth immortal realm even if he died of old age. Suqin stayed in the palace, and he valued the peace and quiet here. If he got involved in the political affairs of the Empire of Tang, wouldn't it be the opposite of him? Besides, Suqin had done enough for the emperor of Tang, Li Sheng. If it weren't for Suqin, the emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, would have died in the hands of assassins when he was in the family Su. Not to mention the rebellion of Prince Sun, which was also quelled by Suqin. Suqin saved the emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, 3 times, and even helped him ascend to the throne. This was enough to offset the fact that he was borrowing the sign-in from the imperial palace. For the next period of time I will go into seclusion to stabilize the 5th heavenly layer. Suqin's thoughts turned quickly, and he made a decision in his heart. During the seclusion, Suqin put a wisp of his mind on the family Su and the emperor of Tang to ensure that their lives would not be in danger. As for other things, he completely put them down. And just when Suqin began his seclusion, within the Empire of Tang, waves were brewing. Since the 10 kings secretly instigated their ministers to defect to the emperor of Tang, and after learning that the emperor of Tang fell ill, they became even more arrogant. The Jiannan king even mocked the emperor of Tang in public. When the emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, learned of this news, his expression did not change at all. Instead, he did what he should do. This move made the 10 kings feel that the emperor of Tang was admitting defeat. For a time, the power of the kings in the empire of Tang was monstrous. Time slowly passed by. 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. In these 2 years, the kings became more and more confident. The Anji king even asked the emperor of Tang for another piece of land. When this matter spread to the imperial court, it directly made all the civil and military officials indignant. The territories of the 10 vassal kings together accounted for nearly 1/5 of the entire territory of the Tang Empire. If they were to give out more land, wouldn't they have to give away half of the Tang Empire? Moreover, once this began, the kings would do it a second time and a third time. At that time, the Empire of Tang might have to change its name directly. However, at this time, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, ordered the Forbidden Army to directly fire all the spy strongholds from the 10 kings in Chang'an City. In addition, all the ministers who had a little relationship with the 10 kings, regardless of their official position, were arrested. It turned out, in these 2 years, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, did not do nothing. Instead, he secretly investigated all the spies and chess pieces arranged by the 10 kings in Chang'an City. Until today, when the 10 kings were most arrogant, he quickly took action and removed all the spies buried by the 10 kings in Chang'an City. And the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng's action was very successful. 2 years of forbearance in exchange for an outbreak, which directly stunned the 10 kings. It was still in the small town. The 10 kings gathered here again. What happened? Didn't the Emperor of Tang admit defeat? Why did I lose contact with all the spies I put in Chang'an overnight? The Jiannan king looked extremely ugly and almost roared out. You ask me, how do I know? The Hedong king also looked gloomy and impatient. He was still worried about the chess pieces he buried in Chang'an City. How could he pay attention to the Jiannan king's words? We've lost the trouble. Without the spies and spies, we kings are like blind men who know nothing about Chang'an City. The Fanyang king sighed and looked at the other kings. What should we do now? As expected, the Emperor of Tang is vicious. 2 years ago, when he fell ill because of anger, I was still wondering if it was true. Now, it seems that it was a deliberate fake news to make us lower our guard and reveal flaws. The Shuafang king of Gojoseon sighed softly. If the vassals also realized the seriousness of the matter, once the spies buried in Chang'an were removed, they would not be able to know anything about Chang'an. It was tantamount to having a knife hanging over their heads, and they did not know when it would fall. Just when these kings were at a loss, a voice suddenly sounded. It's very simple. You can directly rebel against the Emperor of Tang. It's very simple. You can directly rebel against the Emperor of Tang. As soon as these words came out, the 10 kings on the field were suddenly shocked. Who is it? The Shuofeng of Gojoseon looked dignified and kept looking around. The other 9 kings were the same, because the voice that suddenly sounded just now did not belong to any of them. Don't be afraid. I have no malice. At this time, a man in a white robe with an indifferent expression slowly walked out and stood in front of the 10 kings. Who are you? How do you know this place? The Shuofeng of Gojoseon looked at the indifferent man and said word by word. Only the 10 kings knew about this town, and it has long been surrounded by many of the king's subordinates and confidants, and no one is allowed to enter. The indifferent man was able to sneak in quietly. He is at least a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I am here to help you. The indifferent man showed a smile on his face and said, Help us? The 10 kings looked at each other, and their thoughts turned quickly. If it was someone else who dared to say this in front of the 10 kings, they would have already been taken down. But the indifferent man can appear here, in the hearts of the kings. His means are absolutely unfathomable, and he is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Such a powerhouse's words are naturally persuasive. Help us? How are you going to help us? The Shuofeng of Gojoseon was silent for a while and asked. It's very simple. The indifferent man looked at the Shuofeng of Gojoseon. The reason why you don't dare to rebel against the Emperor of Tang now is that you are worried about the Li royal ancestor in the Emperor of Tang's palace. The indifferent man paused and continued, but now, the ancestor in the Emperor of Tang's palace, just leave it to us. We. The Shuofeng of Gojoseon keenly grasped the word we in the indifferent man's words. How can we trust you? The Shuofeng of Gojoseon was very vigilant. Although he already had some guesses in his mind, he still wanted to know the exact answer. The Emperor of Tang's palace. Su Qin finally walked out of the right spring square. In these 2 years, not only have I stabilized my cultivation at the 5th heavenly layer, but I've also improved further. Even if I'm not at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, I'm not far from it. Su Qin walked unhurriedly through the eastern palace as he thought to himself happily. Let's see what happened in the past 2 years. Su Qin released his divine will, which swept across Chang'an City in an instant. The Emperor of Tang has finally learned to endure? Su Qin only needed to use his divine sense to roughly understand what had happened recently. It was nothing more than the Emperor of Tang removing all the spies and chess pieces of the vassals overnight. That's a qualified emperor. Su Qin nodded slightly. It was obvious that the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, had made rapid progress. At least, he knew when to endure and when to explode. Third uncle. You're out? At this time, Princess Li Wan saw Su Qin and immediately shouted loudly. In the past 2 years, Su Qin was either in seclusion or signing in. As for other things, he didn't care about them. Even if the Emperor of Tang came looking for him sometimes, he might not be able to see him. Third uncle. Princess Li Wan trotted to Su Qin, waved her fist, and said proudly, Third uncle, look, I'm already a rank 9 martial artist. If it was someone else in the palace, a rank 9 martial artist might not be worth mentioning, but Princess Li Wan wasn't even 10 years old. To be able to develop inner force and become a rank 9 martial artist at this age, in addition to the abundant martial arts resources in the palace, it was also because of Princess Li Wan's own talent and hard work. Not bad. Su Qin just came out of seclusion and was in a good mood. He said casually, if you have any questions about martial arts in the future, you can come to me. Really? Princess Li Wan's eyes suddenly widened. After chatting with Princess Li Wan for a while, Su Qin walked out of the East Palace and strolled around the palace. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I signed in at the ancestral temple. When Su Qin passed by the ancestral temple of the palace, he suddenly stopped and thought. Su Qin glanced at the guardian outside the ancestral temple and slowly walked to the front of the ancestral temple. System, sign in. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and he muttered in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received 9 Yao Bao. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. 9 Yao Bao? Su Qin's heart skipped a beat. He has signed in at the palace for more than 10 years, and most of the treasures he signed in were divine arts, pills, and spiritual kingdoms. Treasures like 9 Yao Bao that sound like a weapon are rare, and there are only a few hundred of them. I'll go back and take a look. After signing in, Su Qin's goal was achieved and he returned to the East Palace. In the right spring square, Su Qin sat cross-legged, his mind integrated into the system space. In a corner of the system space, an illusory bao made entirely of divine light slowly swayed. This is the 9 Yao Bao? Su Qin looked a little surprised. The 9 Yao Bao gave him the feeling that it didn't exist at all. Where's the arrow? Since it's a bao, why is there no arrow? Su Qin frowned and his mind began to slowly integrate into the 9 Yao Bao. In an instant, all kinds of information flooded into his mind. After a while, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. Using divine sense as a guide and world's essence chi as an arrow, the arrow will kill. This is the 9 Yao Bao? Su Qin's thoughts were fluctuating. According to the information in the 9 Yao Bao, one must at least have the divine sense of a venerable arhat to be able to pull the 9 Yao Bao. And the power displayed by the 9 Yao Bao depends on the user's divine sense. In other words, the stronger the divine sense, the power of the 9 Yao Bao will skyrocket without limit. This 9 Yao Bao has already transcended matter, it's completely a spiritual treasure. Su Qin looked amazed and muttered to himself. Whether it's the spirit or divine sense, they are all illusory and have no substance. Even if there is a spiritual secret technique like moon forging divine sense, Su Qin can roughly understand it. The Xiao booking, Xiao shutting, that the readers used to use before had already died. Now, they were basically using the mommy reading app. After all, at his level, he can barely see the reorganization and dispersion of the divine sense. Even if there is no moon forging divine sense, sooner or later, Su Qin will figure out other secret techniques to forge divine sense. It's just that this 9 Yao Bao. Until now, Su Qin still doesn't know what kind of material the 9 Yao Bao is made of. No matter what, the 9 Yao Bao is mine. Su Qin calmed down and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, now that the 9 Yao Bao has recognized him as its master, as long as Su Qin is willing, he can pull the bao at any time, and that's enough. Taiji Palace. The Emperor of Tangli Xing is discussing state affairs with the civil and military officials. Suddenly, at this moment, a forbidden army soldier hurried over and knelt on the ground with a plop. Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from the border. Speak. The Emperor of Tangli Xing's expression froze and said. Your Majesty, the 10 vassal kings suddenly joined forces and led an army of millions towards Chang'an. As soon as this came out, the Emperor of Tangli Xing's expression changed drastically. Shobij's opening sign in Buddha's palm, in the Taiji Palace. When they heard that the 10 kings were going to attack Chang'an with millions of troops, everyone was shocked. Many ministers did not expect that the 10 kings would dare to rebel like this. How is it possible? The Emperor of Tangli Xing was shocked and puzzled at the same time. In the past few years, he also had some understanding of the 10 kings. Grab. Although the 10 kings seemed to be united on the surface, in fact, there were many contradictions between them, and no one trusted each other. If the Emperor of Tangli Xing openly forced them, the 10 kings might join forces against a common enemy, but the Emperor of Tangli Xing did not force them too much. He just pulled out the spies that the kings had placed in Chang'an. Although it seemed to have a great impact on the kings, in fact, it did not hurt them. After all, the foundation of the kings was in their own fiefdoms. As long as the Emperor of Tangli Xing did not reach their fiefdoms, everything could be saved. Although the kings were ambitious, they did not dare to rebel openly, because it was equivalent to completely falling out with the Empire of Tang, and there was no room for maneuver. It would be good if they succeeded. What if they failed? The kings did not dare to gamble at all. What was the reason that made the vassal king so determined to rebel? The emperor of Tang Lixing subconsciously noticed that there was something wrong, but he could not figure it out. Your Majesty. What should we do now? At this time, a minister stood up and asked with a worried face. What should we do? The emperor of Tang Lixing suddenly stood up, and a trace of coldness appeared on his face. Since they want to fight, then I will fight with them. If the kings did not rebel, Lixing did not mind spending decades to slowly remove the king's wings and finally cut off the vassals. But now, the kings had already mobilized millions of troops and were about to attack Chang'an. The emperor of Tang Lixing had no other choice. If he flinched at this time, he would not only lose face for himself, but also the face of the Li royal family. Minister of War. The emperor of Tang, Lixing, turned his gaze to the minister of war. Your subject is here. The minister of war stepped forward and bowed. Assemble the army. The emperor of Tang, Lixing, said in a deep voice. As you command. The minister of war bowed. Oh, the triplets are here. Outside Right Spring Square. Third uncle. Princess Li Yuan stood there and shouted towards the Right Spring Square. Why are you here? Su Qin walked out, glanced at Princess Li Yuan, and asked casually. Didn't third uncle say that he could come over if he had any questions regarding martial arts? Princess Li Yuan blinked her big eyes and said pitifully, could it be that third uncle has forgotten? Okay, ask away. Su Qin shook his head. He didn't know where Princess Li Yuan learned to act like a spoiled child from. He remembered that his little sister Su Yuan didn't know how to do this. Right. Did Li Yuan learn martial arts? Su Qin asked. Li Yuan was the son of Lixing, the emperor of Tang, and the future crown prince. Unlike Princess Li Yuan, Li Yuan was very afraid of Su Qin. When he saw Su Qin, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Him? He has no interest in martial arts at all. I don't even want to talk to him. Princess Li Yuan shook her head like a little adult. Yesterday I beat him up and told him to fight with me for delicious food. Su Qin was speechless when he heard that. However, although Princess Li Yuan had just entered the 9th level, she had no problem beating up a child less than 10 years old like Li Yuan. Tell me about your doubts. Su Qin didn't continue to talk about other topics and said directly. Third uncle, every time I circulate my martial arts, I feel a little sluggish. I've asked a few eunuchs, but they don't know what's wrong. They just let me try a few more times. Princess Li Yuan looked at Su Qin expectantly. For as long as she could remember, Su Qin had always stayed in the Right Spring Square as if he had never left. Even her father respected Su Qin very much. He didn't see Su Qin as an ordinary person at all. Therefore, in Princess Li Yuan's heart, Su Qin should be a great expert. Try to circulate your martial arts now. Su Qin glanced at Princess Li Yuan. He had a rough idea of the reason, but he still let her circulate her martial arts for a while. Okay. Princess Li Yuan immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated her martial arts slowly. In less than a moment, Su Qin stopped her. You should change your cultivation technique. Su Qin said. The problem faced by Princess Li Yuan is that her cultivation technique is not compatible with her own physique. Of course, the incompatibility here is extremely slight. Even a grade 1 great grandmaster would find it difficult to detect. But in Su Qin's eyes, it's natural for him to see it. Huh? Change my cultivation technique. Princess Li Yuan was puzzled. The cultivation technique she cultivates is already the best cultivation technique in the entire palace of the Emperor of Tang. If she wants to change it, she really doesn't know which one to change. Wait a minute. Su Qin glanced at Princess Li Yuan and turned back to the Right Spring Square. Soon. Su Qin walked out, holding a piece of paper with wet ink in his hand. You can cultivate according to this. Su Qin asked casually. On the paper was a cultivation technique Su Qin has obtained in the past few years. Although it is not as good as the other cultivation techniques Su Qin obtained, it is the most suitable cultivation technique for Princess Li Yuan's physique. Princess Li Yuan took the paper and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. Although she is only a grade 9 martial artist, Princess Li Wan can faintly perceive that the cultivation technique Su Qing gave her seems to be much better than all the cultivation techniques in the imperial palace. Remember, on the path of martial arts, step by step is the most important. Don't be impatient. After Su Qing gave a few words of advice, he let Princess Li Wan go back. After Princess Li Wan left, Su Qing turned his eyes and looked in the direction of the border. The 10 vassal kings joined forces and sent millions of troops? Su Qing frowned slightly. Since the news came out in the morning, Chang'an City has been in a state of panic, and even people in the imperial palace are gossiping. At the same time, thousands of miles away from Chang'an City, millions of vassal kings' troops are camping here. And behind the army, the 10 vassal kings gathered in a military camp. My lord, we've already done as you said. When the army arrives at Chang'an City, the old monster in the imperial palace will be handed over to you. Jian Nanking looked at the indifferent man not far away, and his tone was slightly respectful. The other 9 vassal kings also showed respect when they heard this. If it weren't for the indifferent man revealing his identity, they would never dare to risk it all and rebel. The vassal kings are independent. Although they nominally listen to the orders of the Emperor of Tang, in fact, they are a country of China. Glory, wealth, power, and beauties, they can enjoy for generations. Under this premise, how could the vassal kings dare to take the risk of rebellion? But the benefits given by the indifferent man were too great, and the vassal kings felt that the rebellion would not fail, so they gambled everything. Don't worry. The indifferent man shook his head slightly. The indifferent man's performance was tantamount to giving the kings infinite confidence. At this moment, even if they were in the army, they began to talk and laugh. However, speaking of which, the Empire of Tang really has some heritage. There is an ancestor hidden in the imperial palace. If it weren't for Sir, we really wouldn't dare to rebel. Grab. A smile appeared on the Fanyang king's face as he said with emotion. Indeed, after all, the empire has been established for more than 500 years. The other kings felt the same way and kept nodding. When we arrive at Chang'an City, it will be fine if the Grand Master of the Tang Imperial Palace does not appear. But if he does, with my lord holding him back, we can let our million-strong army exhaust him to death. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on the biting king's face. In this world, martial artists are rampant, but the countries are still above martial artists. Why is this? Of course, it's because of the army. Under the legend realm, even if a peak grade 1 great grandmaster is trapped in an army of millions, they will be exhausted to death. Of course, no peak grade 1 great grandmaster will take the initiative to jump into an army of millions. With the terrifying speed of a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, if they want to escape, it is impossible for an army of millions to catch up. But the premise of all this is that there is no other peak grade 1 great grandmaster to stop them. If there is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, then with an army of millions, it will be a real inescapable net for any peak grade 1 great grandmaster. When we break through Chang'an City, I will personally cut off the Emperor of Tang's head and let him know that we kings are not at his mercy. The Jiannan king sneered. Okay. Have you thought about how to divide the country after destroying the Empire of Tang? At this time, the indifferent man suddenly said. Divide the country. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the 10 kings suddenly became fiery. Wasn't the reason why they risked rebellion for this moment? Sir, we have thought about it. When the time comes, we will divide the Empire of Tang equally. The king of Gojoseon's eyes flashed and said respectfully to the indifferent man. Oh? Equally? The indifferent man looked at the other vassals with a faint smile. If it was something else, they could split it equally. However, who wouldn't want to own the entire country? The Emperor of Tang's palace. Taiji Palace. Some soldiers brought in information from the front lines. There seems to be a grade 1 great grandmaster in the Qing coalition army? The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, glanced at him. And there's more than one? The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, looked extremely solemn. Although he had long guessed that there must be some reason for the sudden rebellion of the 10 kings, the biggest possibility was that they had some kind of confidence. However, the Emperor of Tang and Li Sheng did not expect that the other party's backing was actually more than one peak grade 1 great grandmaster. It must be known that even when the Emperor of Tang was alive, the only peak grade 1 great grandmaster in the Empire of Tang was eunuch Zhao. Order all troops to retreat and do not contact the other party. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Although this is equivalent to giving up part of the territory of the Empire of Tang and letting the Qing coalition army pressure the border, there is no other way. The other party has a grade 1 great grandmaster, coupled with an army of millions. Ordinary the Empire of Tang's army can't resist at all. In that case, why not gather all forces and fight to the death outside Chang'an City? Although the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, knows that there are powerhouses in the imperial palace, but since the kings dare to rebel, they must have expected this and even thought of a way. After all, it is no secret that the powerhouse in the Emperor of Tang's palace has taken action several times. Although the kings are ambitious, they are not fools. Before the rebellion, they must have weighed the pros and cons. After confirming that they have the confidence, they will start the rebellion. Right Spring Square. Empress Su Yuan's face was full of worry. Third brother, recently His Majesty has been unable to sleep because of the rebellion. Empress Su Yuan sighed softly. I also heard about this. Su Qin nodded slightly and said casually, but you don't have to worry, everything will be over soon. It will be over soon. Empress Su Yuan wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. Empress Su Yuan knows the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng very well. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, wouldn't be unable to sleep all night if he had the confidence? Third brother. I'm here to discuss something with you. Empress Su Yuan thought for a while and said carefully. What is it? Su Qin was slightly surprised. It was the first time he saw his little sister talk to him in such a tone. Tonight, can you take Wan and Yuan out of Chang'an City? Su Yuan's eyes were red. Leave Chang'an City? Su Qin immediately understood what Su Yuan was worried about. The 10 kings had millions of troops, and the situation of the Empire of Tang was not optimistic. If Chang'an City was finally breached, Su Qin could escape with Li Wan and Li Yuan. Don't worry. Su Qin smiled and said, go back and sleep, and everything will be fine when you wake up. I hope so. Empress Su Yuan sighed softly and said a few more words to Su Qin before leaving the Right Spring Square. After Su Yuan completely disappeared, Su Qin slowly walked out of the Right Spring Square and looked up in the direction of the king's army. Rebellion? Millions of troops? There was an inexplicable vortex slowly rotating in Su Qin's pupils. The Eye of Truth opened instantly and observed the Qi of heaven and earth. With the help of the celestial Qi refining technique, Su Qin could instantly see through half of the Empire of Tang. If the 10 kings stayed in their respective territories, I wouldn't bother to do anything. Su Qin looked calm. But now, you want to rebel? Su Qin's eyes were deep. Found you. Su Qin seemed to have found something and instantly locked onto a position thousands of miles away. Then, Su Qin took a step forward, stretched out his right hand, and slightly grasped the void. Layers of divine light gathered. In an instant, a bow-shaped void completely composed of divine light appeared in Su Qin's hand. The next moment, Su Qin held the bow in his right hand and put his left hand on the string. Bang! The bow was drawn to a full moon. Boom! The world's essence Qi within a few miles and dozens of miles suddenly became violent, forming a monstrous wave of world's essence Qi that continued to rush towards Su Qin. To be precise, it was converging towards the 9 Yao bow in Su Qin's hand. This scene was extremely shocking. A terrifying aura spread across dozens of miles in an instant. All the martial artists in the upper realm felt a great sense of oppression descending. That is? Outside the Imperial Palace Ancestral Temple, the temple keeper's face changed wildly. At this moment, he could almost feel that the world's essence Qi was completely out of control and was rushing towards the Imperial Palace. What the hell is going on? The temple keeper was shocked and trembled all over. Not only the temple keeper, but the dozens of grade 1 great grandmasters in the Imperial Palace were also terrified. At this moment, they seemed to be facing the true power of heaven and earth. And at this time, in front of the Right Spring Square, Su Qin held the nine yao bao in his right hand and pulled the bowstring with his left hand. Endless world's essence qi gathered and formed an illusory arrow on the nine yao bao. As soon as the arrow was formed, it quickly condensed from illusory to real. A trace of shocking killing intent lingered and collided on the arrow, bursting out countless flashes of light more terrifying than thunder and lightning. Inside the Long Life Temple, the Emperor of Tang Lixing was worried about the Qing coalition. At this moment, the Emperor of Tang Lixing suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. Although ordinary people can't detect the fluctuations of world's essence qi, with the violent gathering of world's essence qi, they will still feel a sense of oppression, as if they are being stared at by some prehistoric beast. What's going on? The Emperor of Tang Lixing looked surprised. Your Majesty. Eunuch Lu's figure instantly appeared in front of the Emperor of Tang Lixing, and said with a trembling voice, the world's essence qi is completely out of control. Eunuch Lu's tone showed great horror. As a grade 1 great grandmaster, Eunuch Lu is naturally very sensitive to the world's essence qi. However, at this moment, he found that the originally docile world's essence qi suddenly became violent. Surrounded by such world's essence qi, Eunuch Lu only felt that 90% of his strength was suppressed, and this suppression was gradually increasing. The world's essence qi suddenly gathered and became violent. For ordinary people, they may feel a little depressed and uneasy, but in the eyes of the martial artists in the upper realm who have been cleansed by the world's essence qi, it was tantamount to a natural disaster. Not only Eunuch Lu, but all the martial artists in the upper realm in Chang'an City were the same. At the same time, in front of the right spring square, Su Qin held the nine yao bao, and his eyes were deep. At this moment, the arrow on the nine yao bao has completely condensed into a solid entity. Phew! Absorb. The arrow was constantly breathing as if it had a life of its own, swallowing the world's essence qi from all directions. It's almost done. Su Qin narrowed his eyes and slowly adjusted the arrow, aiming at the position locked by eyes of truth and celestial gaze. Then, bang! Su Qin released the nine yao bao with his left hand. Wang! Like a stone thrown into a lake. The Navagraha arrow brimming with killing intent turned into a streak of resplendent divine light as it shot towards a certain location at an extremely terrifying speed. At this moment, whether it was the forbidden army and warriors in the imperial palace, or the countless commoners in Chang'an, they all saw an unforgettable scene. A beam of divine light shot up into the sky from the depths of the palace and then disappeared into the sky. Right spring square. Su Qin loosened his grip on the nine yao bao and stored it in the system storage. With the disappearance of the nine yao bao, the yuan qi of heaven and earth that had suddenly become violent also gradually calmed down. It spread in all directions and returned to a radius of dozens of miles. I didn't expect the nine yao bao to consume so much energy. If I shoot dozens of arrows in a row, won't I have to use up 10% of my divine will? Su Qin was amazed. The nine yao bao was a pure divine sense artifact. Pulling the nine yao bao didn't require physical strength or true yuan, only enough divine sense. I can feel that the arrow just now was not my limit. If I continue to accumulate power, the power of the arrow will increase infinitely, but at the same time, during the accumulation of power, the consumption of my divine consciousness will increase. Su Qin carefully experienced the feeling of pulling the bow just now. Su Qin even felt that if he accumulated power to the end and exhausted all of his divine will, the arrow he shot would definitely be able to look down on the martial arts legends. Except for the 7th level martial arts legends who had condensed a miniature territory, no other martial arts legends would be able to block this arrow. Of course, Su Qin wouldn't really try it. For any martial artist who had condensed their divine will, once their divine will was exhausted, their strength would be greatly reduced. Although Su Qin had all kinds of trump cards, and even if his divine will was exhausted, he still had other means, but he wouldn't put himself in danger. When I pulled the nine yao bao just now, the yuan qi of heaven and earth that gathered was completely forced? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Normally, the yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered by a heaven and earth array like the essence gathering paradise would be heavily filtered by the array. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was stable and could be absorbed by Su Qin. But the yuan qi of heaven and earth that was drawn by the nine yao bao just now was completely violent. The king's army. Reporting, the Empire of Tang's army has begun to retreat. They probably don't plan to come in contact with us. A soldier quickly walked in, knelt down on one knee, and reported respectfully. Retreated? Could it be that the Emperor of Tang is afraid? Hearing this, King Anyang sneered. The more the Emperor of Tang Lixing acted like this, the more guilty and uncertain he was. The Emperor of Tang's intention is probably to gather all of his forces and have a showdown with us outside Chang'an City. The Shuafeng of Gojoseon thought for a while and said with admiration in his voice. Even if he was standing on the opposite side, the Shuafeng of Gojoseon felt that the Emperor of Tang's choice was not wrong. Giving up a small part of his territory in exchange for the gathering of forces and increasing his chances of winning. It could be said that the Emperor of Tang had done everything he could. Unfortunately, the Shuafeng of Gojoseon sighed softly, looked at the indifferent man not far away, and said respectfully, with Lord here, the Emperor of Tang can only be defeated. As soon as he said this, a smile appeared on the faces of the other 9 kings. The indifferent man also smiled slightly and did not say anything. Just as the kings were thinking about how to divide the treasury of the Empire of Tang after taking down Chang'an City, another soldier hurriedly rushed in. Outside, something happened outside. The soldier's tone was hurried and revealed his fear. Something happened? King Jiannan frowned. At this moment, they were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of troops. What could happen? The Shuafeng of Gojoseon was also puzzled. In his view, with millions of troops protecting them, plus the indifferent man and other peak grade 1 beside them, they should be at their safest. How could something happen? Only the indifferent man's face changed. He directly got up and left the camp. Seeing this, the 10 kings looked at each other and also followed out. When the 10 kings walked out of the camp, they noticed a divine light faintly appearing at the end of the sky. Under the shocked eyes of the kings, the divine light continued to approach, getting bigger and bigger, and finally faintly formed the shape of a huge arrow, crossing thousands of miles and shooting over. Not good. The Shuafeng of Gojoseon's scalp exploded. Not only the Shuafeng of Gojoseon, but the indifferent man next to him also broke out in cold sweat. The next moment, the divine light transformed by the huge arrow arrived in an instant and completely covered the camp where the 10 kings were. No. At the moment when the divine light of the arrow shrouded, several roars faintly came from the military seal. In a trance, the aura of a peak grade 1 suddenly burst out. However, these auras only lasted for an instant. In fact, they did not even last for an instant before they were completely obliterated by the divine light that the huge arrow had turned into. Wherever the arrow passed, everything was annihilated under the violent power. The 10 kings didn't even have time to react and had already turned into nothingness. Silence. A deathly silence. The rest of the king's army stared blankly as the 10 kings were annihilated under the divine light. Their hearts suffered an unprecedented impact. The divine light that shot from the end of the heavenly canopy just now only covered the vicinity of the 10 kings. Therefore, even though tens of thousands of soldiers were affected, even more soldiers could only watch helplessly as their lords turned into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. No. This is impossible. Some soldiers' eyes were bloodshot, they couldn't believe it. They followed the kings to rebel, and they had already thought of what the worst outcome would be. But even if the rebellion failed in the end, they would have to go through a fierce battle. But now? What is this? They didn't even see the army of the Empire of Tang, and their kings were annihilated by a divine light. Countless soldiers rubbed their eyes fiercely, hoping that everything they saw just now was an illusion. However, it was a pity. As time went by, panic continued to spread, and these soldiers could only accept this result. It was real. All of this was real. They gambled everything, mobilized millions of troops, and wanted to rebel and change the world. But it was all over before it even started. Is it possible that the Li family of the Empire of Tang really got the mandate of heaven? Our rebellion will directly cause heaven to punish us? Some of the soldiers had completely broken down and yelled hysterically. In fact, it was not only the soldiers who had this idea. When countless people saw the divine light completely enveloping the 10 vassals, they subconsciously thought that other than the heavens, who else could emit such a divine light? Just when the army fell into chaos, more than a dozen Grade 1 Great Grandmasters came out from various parts of the army and began to calm the emotions of many soldiers. These Grade 1 Great Grandmasters were the trusted subordinates of the 10 kings. When the divine light appeared, they did not stay with the kings, but stayed in various parts of the army and took charge of the situation. Because of this, they managed to escape with their lives. Soon, after a few hours, the rest of the army finally calmed down. The reason why the 10 kings dared to rebel, in addition to finding a backer, was because of the millions of troops. These millions of troops were all carefully cultivated by the kings and were loyal to the 10 kings. Therefore, they were barely able to calm down under such changes. Otherwise, if it were any other army, in the face of such a scene, they would have already completely fled. What should we do now? In the temporary barracks built by the king's army, more than a dozen Grade 1 Great Grandmasters sat looking at each other with solemn expressions. What should we do? A middle-aged Grade 1 Great Grandmaster calmed down and looked in the direction of the divine light. Chang'an City. The Grade 1 Great Grandmaster's heart trembled. He is Deputy General of the Kingdom of Gojoseon's army. The other soldiers might have thought that the heavenly divine light was a punishment from heaven, but he clearly recognized that the heavenly divine light was coming from Chang'an. What does this mean? It means that this heavenly divine light. Are we still going to rebel? A Grade 1 Great Grandmaster couldn't help asking. When these words came out, a trace of bitterness flashed on the faces of the other Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. Rebel? What is there to rebel now? Even the kings are dead. Although they have temporarily pacified the army, there will definitely be problems after a long time. Currently, the king's army seems to have nearly 1 million troops, but in fact, it is extremely fragile. If there is any abnormality, it will face a complete collapse. Let's go back. Let's go back to the fief and wait for the new king to appear. A Grade 1 Great Grandmaster said. Yes. The situation is chaotic now, and the army is leaderless. If we continue to stay, it is very likely that we will be wiped out by the Empire of Tang. The Grade 1 Great Grandmasters immediately nodded in agreement. Only the Deputy General of the Kingdom of Gojoseon had a heavy heart. Going back now, waiting for the new king to succeed the throne, and then regrouping is a way. However, will the Empire of Tang give them a chance? And what is the attitude of the person who shot that heavenly divine light? At the same time, in the Taiji Palace, the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng and the courtiers were discussing the great changes that happened in Chang'an City not long ago. The world's essence qi within a radius of dozens of miles poured into Chang'an City in an instant. Even if it is now slowly dispersing, it still has a great impact. There is also the heavenly divine light that rose from the depths of the imperial palace, which made the Emperor of Tang Li Sheng worried. Suddenly, at this moment, a scout from the front line quickly walked into the Taiji Palace, knelt on one knee, and said loudly, "Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from the front line." Urgent report? The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng was shocked. It was no longer a secret that the vassal king was rebelling and mobilizing millions of troops. What kind of urgent news could there be? The rest of the courtiers were also uneasy. Speak. The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng glanced at the courtiers and said, the king's army has retreated." The scout was obviously in disbelief, but he still quickly said it. The king's army has retreated? The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He even thought that the king's army would come to the city, but he didn't expect the other party to retreat. It should be known that the rebellion of the 10 kings was tantamount to completely offending the Empire of Tang. Anyone can retreat, but the 10 kings can't. Because even if they retreat, the Empire of Tang will not allow the rebellious kings to continue to live. In this case, it is better to gather all the forces of the 10 kings and fight to the death with the Empire of Tang. The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng can think of this, so can the kings. The reason? The Emperor of Tang Li Sheng thought quickly and immediately asked. According to the intelligence, it is said that a divine light came from the sky and annihilated the 10 kings. The king's army of millions has no leader, so they chose to retreat. The scout braced himself and said. In fact, When he received this information, he also couldn't believe it, so he used the word said to describe it. Logically speaking, as an intelligent scout, the information he conveyed must be accurate, and it is absolutely impossible to use ambiguous words like said. Divine light? The Emperor of Tang Lixing only felt a roar in his mind. In a flash, the Emperor of Tang Lixing immediately thought of the divine light that soared into the sky from the depths of the palace not long ago. The time of the two was very close, and the Emperor of Tang just appeared in the palace, and the kings died there. That heavenly divine light was used to kill the 10 vassal kings? Thousands of miles away, killing the 10 kings in the midst of millions of troops? The Emperor of Tang Lixing swallowed and only felt like he was dreaming. If what he thought was true, then this kind of method was probably like that of a Buddha. Is there a real god hidden in the palace? The Emperor of Tang Lixing was inexplicably shocked. In the Taiji Palace. As the news of the fall of the 10 lords and the retreat of millions of troops spread, all the civil and military officials felt incredible. If it were not for the fact that the scout had already been verified and confirmed his identity before he could enter the palace, some officials would have suspected that he was a spy sent by the lords to confuse the vision of the Empire of Tang. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Some of the ministers heaved a sigh of relief. Since the army of the lords had retreated, at least Chang'an City was saved, and there was no need to face the situation of millions of troops under the city. Although many officials present had been prepared to live and die with the Empire of Tang, who would want to die if they could? Just when the officials in the court were full of joy and excitement, the Emperor of Tang Lixing suddenly stood up. Pass my order. The Emperor of Tang Lixing looked around and said word by word, mobilize the army and wipe out the fiefdoms of the 10 lords one by one. The Emperor of Tang Lixing was shocked by the real Buddha hidden in the palace, but at the same time, he also realized that now was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that the 10 lords were dead, their fiefdoms would inevitably be in chaos. The lords died too suddenly, and there was no time to transfer power. In this situation, even the eldest son of the lord would find it difficult to stabilize the situation in a short time. If at this time, the Empire of Tang swept the fiefdoms of the 10 lords in one fell swoop, together with the Emperor of Tang Lixing's order of pushing grace, they could definitely eliminate the eternal trouble and completely solve the problem of the lords. Yes, Your Majesty. The Minister of War quickly understood what the Emperor of Tang Lixing wanted to do. He immediately stood up and received the order to mobilize the troops. The army of the lords was defeated. The army of millions did not even see Chang'an City, and the 10 lords were turned into nothingness by a divine light from the sky. This news was spread to the world almost at lightning speed. In all the countries under the heavens, in the Jianghu and Wulin, everyone who knew of this matter was extremely shocked. In a bamboo forest, several figures were sitting cross-legged. Their eyes were leisurely and their auras were vast. They were all grade 1 great grandmasters. Why do you think the king's army was defeated? One of the azure-clothed old men asked while looking at the crowd. This? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. The defeat of the 10 kings of the Empire of Tang was too inexplicable. The army of the kings did not even fight with the army of the Empire of Tang before they were defeated. I heard that when the vassal army was thousands of miles away from Chang'an City, a divine light descended from the sky and destroyed 10 vassal kings in one fell swoop. As a result, the army had no leader and had to retreat. One of the middle-aged men frowned and continued, there are rumors outside that the Emperor of Tang's clan has obtained the mandate of heaven, and even the heavens are helping them. As soon as he said this, the remaining people looked at each other in bewilderment. The middle-aged man's words were simply too unbelievable. Hee. Mandate of heaven? Do you really believe this? The old man in blue shook his head and said slowly. Old Qing, do you mean that there is a hidden story? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he immediately asked. In fact, when he first learned about this matter, he also found it hard to believe. But apart from this reason, how else could the divine light that descended from the sky be explained? Is it possible that there is no divine light at all, and all this is fake news spread by the Empire of Tang and the vassal kings? A plump woman suddenly guessed. When the others heard this, they immediately nodded secretly. Indeed. They also felt that the divine light was too incredible. Perhaps the so-called divine light was completely fabricated, and all of them were deceived by the empire of Tang and the vassal kings. The divine light does exist. The old man in blue said. Old Qing, what is the hidden story? Just say it, don't keep us in suspense. The middle-aged man couldn't help but say. It is not a mandate of heaven, it is man-made. At this point, the old man in blue paused for a moment and continued, I have a good friend who passed by Chang'an City on the day the vassal kings were defeated. He saw with his own eyes a divine light that rose from the depths of the palace and disappeared. Then, 10 vassal kings died under the divine light that descended from the sky. The old man in blue's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Old Qing, do you mean that the divine light was cast by someone in the palace of the Emperor of Tang? And then crossed thousands of miles and killed 10 vassal kings in an army of millions? The plump woman only felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Compared to what the old man in blue said, she would rather believe that the Empire of Tang had the mandate of heaven. Old Qing, is what your good friend said true? The middle-aged man's expression was extremely serious as he immediately asked. Of course it is true. The old man in blue said affirmatively. Could it be that there is a martial arts legend in the palace of the Emperor of Tang? Someone took a deep breath and suddenly reacted and muttered to himself. They are all grade 1 great grandmasters. Of course, they know how difficult it is to kill 10 vassal kings in an army of millions of miles. Apart from a martial arts legend, they can't think of any other possibility. I'm afraid so. The old man in blue said slowly. That's a martial arts legend we're talking about. The rest of the people looked at each other, and a trace of horror flashed across their faces. Mangyuan Empire. The endless grassland. A tall man's eyes were calm as he stared at the vast sky. Although this tall man just stood there, it gave people the illusion that they were facing the heavens and earth. Imperial teacher. Something big has happened in the Central Plains. At this time a man quickly ran over. The 10 vassal kings of the Empire of Tang rebelled and commanded millions of troops, but thousands of miles away from Chang'an City, they were killed by a divine light that flew out from Chang'an City. The man said with a trembling voice. If he wasn't sure that the source of the information was true, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Oh? A martial arts legend? The tall man slowly looked away and whispered to himself. Imperial teacher, do you also think that the one in the Emperor of Tang's palace is a martial arts legend? The man's expression suddenly became ugly. There is a martial arts legend in the Emperor of Tang's palace, which is tantamount to a bolt from the blue for the Mangyuan Empire. Although more than 10 years ago, the Shaolin Temple also had Venerable Arhat, but the Shaolin Temple is a martial arts sect. Not to mention a martial arts legend, even if there were 2 or 3, at most, it would only increase the status of the Shaolin Temple in Jianghu. But it would have no impact on the world. Because for thousands of years, the Shaolin Temple has always been peaceful. They have no ambition. But the Empire of Tang is different. If a martial arts legend comes out of the Emperor of Tang's palace, it will inevitably have a profound impact on the situation of the world. Don't worry. The tall man shook his head and looked at the vast sky again. A martial arts legend. I will be one soon. Imperial Palace. Right Spring Square. Li Yuan and Li Wan stood in front of Su Qin. Third uncle, look, I brought him here. Li Wan glanced at Li Yuan, then turned to Su Qin to take credit. Third uncle. Sister, she bullied me. Li Yuan finally mustered up the courage to speak. Usually, he didn't even have the courage to speak in front of Su Qin. Now, Li Yuan had forced him into a corner. I bullied you? How did I bully you? Li Yuan glared fiercely at Li Yuan. Although she and Li Yuan were twins born at the same time, the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, and Empress Su Yueyun all treated Li Yuan as a younger brother. In fact, that was the case. Whether it was personality or other aspects, Li Yuan matured much later, and was often bullied by Li Yuan. Your sister bullied you because she practiced martial arts. Do you want to practice martial arts too? Su Qin glanced at Li Yuan and asked casually. Although Li Yuan's martial arts talent was far inferior to Li Yuan's, as a prince, learning martial arts for self-defense was not a problem. Practice martial arts? Li Yuan was shocked, then lowered his head and said, forget it, I don't like martial arts. If I have the time, I might as well read a few more books. Li Yuan had tried to practice martial arts a long time ago, but he had no interest in it. A few red-clothed eunuchs once helped him circulate his qi, but halfway through, Li Yuan fell asleep. For Li Yuan, martial arts was extremely boring. That's fine. Su Qin also saw that Li Yuan had no interest in martial arts, so he didn't mention it anymore. Perhaps for ordinary people, martial arts was the only way out. Only by becoming a martial artist could one become famous. But in the eyes of a prince like Li Yuan, martial arts was only one of his choices. Third uncle, I'll go first. The grand tutor is going to teach me something in the afternoon. Li Yuan carefully glanced at Li Yuan and probed. I know, go quickly. Su Qin waved his hand and smiled. Very soon. After Li Yuan left, Li Yuan blinked his eyes and snorted. You only know how to read books all day. What's so good about books? Right. Third uncle, I've been practicing a movement technique recently, but no matter how hard I try, I can't get started. Li Yuan suddenly said to Su Qin, looking distressed. Ever since the last time she followed Su Qin's instructions and learned the cultivation method, she was able to circulate her inner strength without any hindrance. Therefore, Li Yuan trusted Su Qin very much. Tell me about it. Su Qin said casually. Li Yuan's martial arts aptitude was pretty good, so he could figure out most of his doubts by himself after pondering for a while. Only when he really couldn't figure it out would he run over to Su Qin to ask. And Su Qin wouldn't refuse. For him, giving some pointers to Li Yuan was nothing. It was as easy as lifting a finger and saying a few words. A moment later, Li Yuan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and his footsteps were also changing, faintly creating a series of phantoms. Third uncle, I've gotten started. Li Yuan's little face was filled with joy. She had been thinking hard about this movement technique for half a month and couldn't make any progress. In the end, with a few pointers from Su Qin, she was suddenly enlightened. How could she not be happy? Third uncle, I feel that you're better than the eunuchs around father. Li Yuan sighed from the bottom of her heart. Su Qin just smiled and didn't say anything. Inside the longevity hall, the Emperor of Tang looked excited. Since he ordered the army to conquer the fiefdoms of the 10 kings some time ago, he had achieved great results. Without the control of the kings, the fiefdoms were all on their own. Facing the suppression of the army of the Empire of Tang, they were completely vulnerable. In a short period of time, 4 kings' fiefdoms fell back into the hands of the Empire of Tang. Although the remaining 6 fiefdoms were barely resisting, they couldn't hold on for long. Your Majesty is in a good mood today? Empress Su Yuan saw the expression on the Emperor of Tang's face and smiled. The disaster of the kings that has troubled the Empire of Tang for 500 years is about to be resolved. Of course, I'm happy, the Emperor of Tang, Li Xing replied. Why haven't I seen Wana recently? The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing seemed to have thought of something and asked. Wana. Su Yuan pursed her lips and smiled. Recently, she often went to the right spring square to look for third brother. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, nodded slightly. If it were anyone else, he would be worried that Li Yuan would go astray. But Su Qin, the Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, was absolutely assured. Others might approach Li Yuan with other motives and impure motives. But it was impossible for Su Qin. There's something I want to ask Yuner. The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, looked around and sent away the eunuchs and maids in the longevity hall. He lowered his voice and said. What is it? Su Yuan was curious. Yuner, you're familiar with the palace. Do you know which palaces are in that direction? The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing, pondered for a while, and suddenly pointed to a position near the southeast. On the day the king's army was defeated, outsiders only saw a divine light shoot up into the sky from the palace, but they didn't know the exact location. They only knew that the divine light came from the depths of the palace. But Li Xing was different. He was in the palace at that time and was very close. He could vaguely feel that the divine light seemed to come from the depths of the palace in the southeast direction. Over there. Although Su Yuan didn't know why Li Xing asked about this, he answered truthfully, there are more palaces in that direction. There are Chongwen Palace, Yichuan Palace, Wuda Palace, Fenghua Palace. Su Huiyun listed the names of dozens of palaces in a row, and finally said, and the East Palace where we used to live is also in that direction. I know. Li Xing thought for a while, remembered all the names of the palaces, and nodded. In the future, if there are maids and eunuchs patrolling and cleaning this place, tell them to be careful and be polite to everyone. Don't offend anyone. Li Xing reminded. Although he didn't know who was hiding in the palace and had saved the Empire of Tang many times. But since the other party didn't plan to show up, Li Xing could only try his best not to disturb the other party. Right Spring Square. Of course, Su Qin didn't know that the Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, had asked the maids and eunuchs to be careful here. At this moment, after he finished giving instructions to Li Wan, he strolled slowly in the palace. Time really flies. Su Qin walked unhurriedly, and occasionally saw the patrolling Forbidden Army, but he pretended not to see them. Where should I sign in today? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and he was a little troubled. If it was the Shaolin Temple, there were only 2 places in total, the Hidden Scripture Pavilion and the Bodhi Court, and he could just choose one. But in the palace, there were more than a dozen places where he could sign in repeatedly. The crop altar. Su Qin made a decision in his heart. In the years since he came to the palace, Su Qin had harvested countless spiritual fruits and spiritual liquids from the crop altar, and he had a good impression of it. Soon, Su Qin came to the crop altar. System, sign in. Su Qin said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received embryonic origin pill. P.S. Please give me monthly votes. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the embryonic origin pill. A mechanical and cold voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Embryonic origin pill? Su Qin raised his eyebrows. He had signed in at the crop altar so many times, but this was the first time he had received such a pill. Is it similar to the glazed golden pill and the 9 revolutions whirling pill of the Shaolin Temple? Su Qin guessed. The next moment, all kinds of information about the embryonic origin pill and its effects appeared in Su Qin's mind. After a moment, a trace of shock appeared in Su Qin's eyes. His mind quickly merged into the system space and looked at the embryonic origin pill that had just appeared in a corner. So this is the embryonic origin pill. Su Qin's mind, which was originally calm like an ancient well, fluctuated slightly. According to the information given by the system, the embryonic origin pill couldn't directly improve the physical body, true essence, or divine sense. To be precise, the embryonic origin pill wasn't a pill that increased cultivation. There were 2 kinds of medicinal effects. If a martial artist took it, it could greatly replenish their vitality. Replenishing vitality didn't extend one's life, but it could make up for the lost vitality. Although this medicinal effect was important, it wasn't like there weren't any similar pills in the world. What Su Qin really valued about the embryonic origin pill was its second medicinal effect, which was to strengthen one's foundation. What was the foundation? The foundation wasn't talent or aptitude, but its importance to a martial artist was no less than the first 2. A martial artist with a strong foundation could often defeat those of the same level and even fight those of a higher level. When breaking through, the risk would be slightly reduced. Even if the breakthrough failed in the end, there was still a chance to try again. Su Qin didn't know whether his foundation was strong or weak because ever since he was born, there had never been an opponent who could fight him head-on. But foundation was just like strength and cultivation. Naturally, the higher the better. No one would dislike it. It only took me 30 years to reach the 5th level of Arhat, completing a path that ordinary martial artists might not be able to complete in 400 or even 500 years. Although I don't know how my foundation is, it's very necessary to strengthen it with the embryonic origin pill. Su Qin's eyes were filled with joy. I'll take the embryonic pill when I get back. Su Qin made up his mind and immediately turned to leave. Right Spring Square. Su Qin sat cross-legged. In front of him, a pill that was faintly burning with illusory flames floated slowly. It was extremely mystical. It was the embryonic pill. If I didn't know the effects of the embryonic pill, I wouldn't have dared to take it. Su Qin sighed. The phenomenon caused by the origin embryo pill surpassed that of the lustrous golden pill. If it wasn't for the fact that the right spring square had Suqin set up layers of heaven and earth grade array to suppress everything, everyone in the palace would have noticed the phenomenon caused by the origin embryo pill. I wonder to what extent this embryonic pill can strengthen my aptitude. Suqin looked at the pill that was faintly burning with an illusory flame, his thoughts fluctuating. Immediately after, Suqin took a light breath and swallowed the embryonic essence pill that was floating in front of him. Boom! As soon as the embryonic essence pill entered his body, it quickly melted and turned into billowing illusory flames that spread to every part of Suqin's body. In just a few moments, Suqin's limbs, blood vessels, and flesh were filled with this illusory flame. This? Suqin's expression changed slightly. Even with his body that had undergone 4 metamorphoses, he still felt pain under the burning of the illusory flame. How terrifying was this? With Suqin's current body, even if he stood there and let ordinary martial arts legends attack him, he wouldn't be harmed at all. But now, the illusory flame that the embryonic essence pill had turned into was causing Suqin to feel pain. Is this the strengthening of the foundation? Suqin was deep in thought. With his strength, stopping the spreading of the illusory flame in his body was just a matter of thought, but Suqin didn't do it. Because he now had a vague understanding of the essence of strengthening the foundation. The foundation wasn't the physical body, nor was it the vital essence, nor was it the divine will. Strengthening the physical body, increasing the vital essence, and purifying the divine will was just an addition to the current foundation. For example, if you want to continue to make a tall building taller, you just need to build from the highest floor. But the foundation was different. It was equivalent to the foundation of a tall building. If you want to strengthen the foundation, you have to start from the very foundation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suqin sat cross-legged, his chest rising and falling slowly. Illusory flames were faintly burning on his body. This illusory flame didn't burn physical objects, but it was constantly polishing something that was also illusory in Suqin's body. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. The illusory flame burning on Suqin's body finally subsided and finally extinguished completely. The moment the illusory flame disappeared, a brand new aura emerged in Suqin's body, like bamboo shoots after a rain, exuding a vast and boundless aura. Whoosh! The blood in Suqin's body surged like a great river, surging endlessly. This was the manifestation of his physical body's improvement. After consuming the origin embryo pill, Suqin's physical body didn't reach the bottom line of the 5th transformation, but it was much stronger than usual. Apart from his physical body, Suqin's vital essence and even his divine will had increased by varying degrees. It's done? Suqin slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. After consuming the origin embryo pill, Suqin's strength was still at the 5th firmament. It didn't increase at all, but his physical body, vital essence, and divine will had increased by varying degrees. His physical body increased the most, followed by his vital essence. Not bad. All the suffering I suffered wasn't in vain. Suqin looked extremely satisfied. If he cultivated normally, he would need at least a year to achieve such an improvement. But now, he had completed it in a few hours. How could he not be satisfied? I've strengthened my foundation. Let's see if my cultivation speed has increased. With a thought, Suqin took out the connate spirit liquid, blood bodhi, vermilion fruit, and other spirit liquids and spirit fruits. The next moment, several drops of connate spirit liquid flowed into Suqin's mouth. After a while, several blood bodhi were swallowed. After a while, Suqin consumed a vermilion fruit. The night passed. Suqin opened his eyes and stood up slowly. Immediately, his entire body began to emit a heart-palpitating aura. The heaven and earth essence chi around Suqin seemed to have turned into a vast ocean, constantly rising and vibrating. As expected, my cultivation speed has also increased. Although it's not by much, it's enough to create a huge gap between me and others after hundreds of years of accumulation. Suqin let out a long sigh, looking overjoyed. According to his previous estimation, under the premise of consuming connate spirit liquid, blood bodhi, and other spirit liquids and spirit fruits, it would take him a few years to reach the peak of the fifth firmament. But now, it would take him 1 to 2 years. It's a pity. The effect of the embryonic origin pill is the greatest when taken for the first time. Suqin sat cross-legged, slowly converging his aura as he thought silently. The embryonic origin pill can strengthen the foundation, but it's not an endless strengthening. According to the system's information, the efficacy of the embryonic origin pill will be greatly reduced when taken for the second time, and it may even be completely ineffective if taken a few more times. Although Suqin was a little disappointed, he could accept it. The embryonic origin pill has already brought Suqin enough surprises, so what's there to be dissatisfied with? In the next period of time, I'll go to the crop altar to sign in a few more times to see if I can get a few more embryonic origin pills. Suqin touched his chin and made a decision in his heart. In any case, I'll take the embryonic origin pill until it has no effect before thinking about other things. At the same time, inside the Long Life Temple, the Emperor of Tang looked dignified as he looked at a piece of information in his hand and looked up at a figure standing below. This figure has ordinary facial features and would hardly attract anyone's attention if he mixed into a crowd, but at this moment, he appeared in the Long Life Temple. Obviously, he was valued by the Emperor of Tang. One must know that the Long Life Temple is the palace of the Emperor of Tang for generations. It is located in a relatively private place, and under normal circumstances, the Emperor of Tang will not call any of his subjects here. Is what you said true? The Emperor of Tang put down the information in his hand and solemnly said. Reporting to your majesty. This is what I learned from a concubine of the Jiannan king. After repeated confirmation, it should be true. This figure is called Jiang, who is now in charge of the intelligence agency of the Empire of Tang. He is someone that the Emperor of Tang can absolutely trust. A few years ago, when the 10 vassals rebelled against nearly half of the subjects in the imperial court, the Emperor of Tang realized that there was a problem with the intelligence agency of the Empire of Tang. After that, the Emperor of Tang personally re-established the intelligence agency of the Empire of Tang and appointed Jiang as the head of the intelligence agency. Over the years, Jiang did not disappoint the Emperor of Tang. Not only did she remove all the spies and chess pieces that the 10 vassals had planted in the Empire of Tang, but she also monitored the entire imperial court and even began to spread her intelligence network to all the countries in the world. Your Majesty, the reason why the 10 vassals dared to rebel was because they had the support of the Blood-Kill Gate. Jiang cupped his fists and said. Ever since the vassal king's million-strong army was defeated and retreated back to their respective territories, the Emperor of Tang ordered the army to raise the 10 feudal territories one by one. Now, the effect was obvious. The fiefs of 5 vassal kings had already fallen into the hands of the Emperor of Tang. The Jiannan king was one of the 5 vassal kings. This information that Jiang obtained precisely came from a certain concubine of the Jiannan king. According to this concubine, the Jiannan king had accidentally blurted it out one day when he was drunk, and she had kept it in mind. Blood-Kill Gate. The Emperor of Tang's face was a bit ugly. The Blood-Kill Gate was not a martial arts sect. It was more like an organization that lurked in the dark. Although it was not limited to the world, it had an extremely terrifying influence on all the countries in the world. It was said that when the Imperial Secret Service of Nanming was established, it was to resist the infiltration of the Blood-Kill Gate. Of course, the most important reason why the Blood-Kill Gate was free and unfettered until now and feared by all the countries was that more than 200 years ago, the Blood-Kill Gate had a martial arts legend. Although this martial arts legend had crossed the sea and disappeared 200 years ago, all the countries in the world still did not dare to act rashly. The Blood-Kill Gate dares to instigate the internal affairs of the Empire of Tang. How dare they? The Emperor of Tang suddenly stood up, his face full of anger. Although it seemed that the 10 vassals had been defeated and were about to be raised by the army of the Empire of Tang, the situation was very good. But all of this was based on the divine light that rushed out from the depths of the imperial palace. It was this divine light that directly turned the 10 vassals into nothingness, causing the morale of the million-strong army to drop to the bottom and not dare to fight again. On the surface, it seemed that the Empire of Tang had taken a big advantage. But what if there was no divine light? I'm afraid that the result would be different. Your Majesty, this matter needs to be cautious. Jiang saw the look on the Emperor of Tang's face and immediately advised. The Blood-Kill Gate secretly instigated the 10 vassals and schemed against the Emperor of Tang's family. It seemed that they had completely stood on the opposite side of the Empire of Tang. But in fact, the Empire of Tang could not touch the Blood-Kill Gate at present. Although the martial arts legend of the Blood-Kill Gate had crossed the sea and disappeared 200 years ago, the disappearance of the sea did not mean that he had fallen. The martial arts legend had Shou Yuan for 500 years. In other words, the martial arts legend of the Blood-Kill Gate was very likely still alive. If at this time, the Empire of Tang made a move against the Blood-Kill Gate, what if the martial arts legend came back? I know what to do. The Emperor of Tang gradually calmed down and sat back on the dragon throne. Everyone in the world believed that there was a martial arts legend in the palace of the Emperor of Tang, but the Emperor of Tang knew his own affairs. Although he also guessed that there was a martial arts legend hidden in the palace, he did not know who it was. Not only did he not know who it was, but the Emperor of Tang did not even know any information about the other party. Was it a man or a woman? How old was it? What was its relationship with the Empire of Tang? He did not know any of these. Therefore, the Emperor of Tang could occasionally pull a tiger's skin, but he did not dare to do too much because the Emperor of Tang was not sure if the existence hidden in the depths of the palace would make a move the next time the Empire of Tang faced a life-and-death crisis. What should we do now? The Emperor of Tang thought for a while and asked. Your Majesty, since the Blood-Kill Gate dares to secretly provoke the 10 kings, they must have another plan. The most important thing now is to stabilize the situation in the Empire of Tang and completely digest the fiefdoms of the 10 kings. Jiang saw that the Emperor of Tang had calmed down, and he was slightly relieved and immediately said. He was really worried that the Emperor of Tang would completely fall out with the Blood-Kill Gate in a rage. I know. The Emperor of Tang thought for a while and nodded. No matter how the Blood-Kill Gate instigated, as long as the Empire of Tang was impregnable, the Blood-Kill Gate could not do anything. At the same time, the fiefdom of the Palace of Gojosian. In a very hidden manner, the eldest sons of the remaining 5 kings gathered here. Now, as the army of the Empire of Tang continued to advance, 5 of the 10 kings were gone, and the remaining 5 were in danger and could fall at any time. At this moment, the eldest sons of the last 5 kings appeared here to discuss how to deal with the army of the Empire of Tang. Damn it, why does my father want to rebel? Can't he just enjoy power and beauties in his fiefdom? The eldest son of the Fanyang king could not help but whisper. If the 10 vassal kings had not rebelled, they would still be the eldest son of the first wife, living a life of drunken stupor. It's useless to talk about this now. Let's talk about what to do next. The eldest son of the Hedong king shook his head and said, the Empire of Tang has been established. If we don't make a decision, I'm afraid it will be too late. As soon as these words came out, the remaining 4 eldest sons of the kings were shocked. The eldest son of the Hedong king was right. Now their 5 fiefdoms could not hold for long. After a long time, the eldest son of the Pinglu king cautiously said, how about we surrender to the Empire of Tang? Surrender to the Empire of Tang? The expressions of the other sons of the vassal kings changed. At this point, the army of the Empire of Tang had already defeated the 10 princes. Instead of waiting for their fiefdoms to be broken, it was better to surrender. Maybe they could get half a life of wealth and wealth? Just when the prince's disciples were tempted, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Surrender? Others may live if they surrender. But as princes, you must die. A white-clothed man with a faint blood-red mark on his forehead walked out silently. You are? The faces of all the sons of the vassals changed greatly. Are you from the Blood-Kill Gate? Only the princes of the Shuafeng of Gojosian solemnly said. Blood-Kill Gate? The princes looked at each other with ugly faces. If it weren't for the Blood-Kill Gate, the 10 princes wouldn't have the courage to rebel. If they didn't rebel, today's situation wouldn't have happened. To some extent, most of the credit for their current situation was due to the Blood-Kill Gate. Yes. Under the gaze of the princes, the man with the bloody mark frankly admitted. What do you mean by what you just said? The princes of the Shuafeng of Gojoseon frowned and looked at the man with the bloody mark. What do I mean? The man with the bloody mark sneered, haven't you already guessed it in your heart? The rebellion will implicate the whole family. Maybe the Emperor of Tang will not kill everyone in order to smoothly take over the 10 fiefdoms, but as princes, do you think you can survive? The man with the bloody mark said with a trace of disdain on his face. Even an outsider like him could see it clearly. He knew that everyone had a way out, but the son of the first wife of the king absolutely did not. At most, they would die with dignity and be given a cup of poisoned wine. The words of the man with the bloody mark made the prince's disciples' hearts thump and their hands and feet turn cold. We can't beat them, and surrendering means death. Then what should we do now? The son of the first wife of the Fanyang prince spoke with deep despair. They did think of escaping, but the world was so big, where could they escape to? Perhaps as soon as he left his fief, his head would be chopped off by his subordinates and offered to the Emperor of Tang. Since you've come to us, you must have a plan. The son of the Shuafeng of Gojoseon stared at the man with the blood-colored mark and said in a deep voice. He. Hearing this, the man nodded slightly and said, in this rebellion, not only did the 10 kings suffer heavy losses, but my blood-kill gate also suffered heavy losses. In order to support the rebellion of the 10 kings, the blood-kill gate sent out 3 peak grade 1 experts, but in the end, they were buried under the heavenly divine light together with the 10 kings. This kind of loss, even for a huge organization like the Blood-Kill Gate that had produced a martial arts legend, was still very painful. Most importantly, the Empire of Tang would find out sooner or later that all of this was done by the Blood-Kill Gate. At that time, the Empire of Tang would definitely retaliate. If it were other countries, they might be afraid of the martial arts legend of the Blood-Kill Gate from 200 years ago and would not dare to make a move. But the Emperor of Tang now had a martial arts legend in his palace, so there was no need to worry about it. Therefore, the man with the blood-colored mark simply decided to go all out and make a last stand. The way is very simple. You can surrender. The man with the blood-colored mark glanced at the princes and said lightly. Surrender. The princes looked at each other with a puzzled face. Just now, the man with the blood-colored mark said that they would definitely die if they surrendered, but now he was asking them to surrender. I'm asking you to surrender, of course, it's a fake surrender. I will replace one of you and go to see the Emperor of Tang. When that time comes, I will personally kill the Emperor of Tang. The Emperor of Tang's death will inevitably plunge the Emperor of Tang into chaos, and naturally has no time to care about the kings. The man with the blood-colored mark slowly said. Assassinate the Emperor of Tang. The Shufang king's son's expression changed. There is a martial arts legend in the imperial palace of the Tang Empire. How did you assassinate under the nose of a martial arts legend? The other princes also looked at the man with the blood-colored mark. The plan of the man with the blood-colored mark seemed to be fine, but in fact, it was impossible to achieve. A martial arts legend? It's not like the Blood-Kill Gate has never had a martial arts legend. The man with the blood-colored mark shook his head and said, Don't worry, the means of the Blood-Kill Gate are not something you can imagine. Okay. Then let's do it. Seeing this, the Shufang king's son gritted his teeth and agreed. As the man with the blood-colored mark said, as princes, there was no way out. The Emperor of Tang's palace. Su Qin was strolling leisurely. Nowadays, in addition to signing in and cultivating, he occasionally gives pointers to Li Wan. This little girl's aptitude is good. Even if she is not as talented as Xianxia of the Shaolin Temple, her future achievements will not be low. At least, under the guidance of Su Qin, it will not be difficult for her to reach grade 1 Great Grandmaster. As for whether she can go further, it depends on her own fortune. Recently, I have been signing in at the crop altar, but there has been no sign of an origin pill. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he silently thought in his heart. However, although there was no sign of a second origin pill, Su Qin is not in a hurry. Anyway, he has a lot of time. If he can't sign in 1 year, then he will sign in 10 years. If he can't sign in 10 years, then he will sign in 100 years. At that time, even if Su Qin has not stepped into the realm of Great Arhat, he is not far away. Shouyuan has been extended again, so he is not in a hurry. At the same time, in the Taiji Palace, Your Majesty, there is news from the fiefdoms. The remaining 5 fiefdoms are willing to surrender, and their first sons are already on the way back to Chang'an. That's good. The Emperor of Tang, Li Xing's face was filled with joy. Time passed. Half a month later, the 5 first sons were successfully escorted to Chang'an. Your Majesty, several first sons of the kings want to see Your Majesty, saying that they have something important to say. The eunuch approached the Emperor of Tang and whispered. See me? The Emperor of Tang thought for a while and said, bring him up. Soon. The 5 first sons of the king slowly entered the imperial palace under the guidance of the eunuch and finally stopped outside the Long Life Temple. After the eunuch entered and asked, the 5 first sons of the kings were allowed to enter. The Emperor of Tang sat on the dragon throne and looked at the 5 first sons of the kings in prison clothes. What do you want to say to me? Your Majesty. This sinner has something important to report, about the Blood-Kill Gate. The first son of the king of Fanyang opened his mouth and took a step forward, wanting to speak more clearly. Blood-Kill Gate? The Emperor of Tang was shocked and was about to listen carefully. Suddenly. At this moment. The first son of the king of Fanyang suddenly turned into a blood-colored shadow and rushed towards the Emperor of Tang. Sure enough, you want to assassinate me. Seeing this, the Emperor of Tang did not panic at all, as if he had already expected it. Just that. The next moment. Whoosh. More than a dozen eunuchs in red appeared in front of the Emperor of Tang like lightning. Bang! A muffled sound of collision rang out. The figure that turned into a blood-colored shadow suddenly flew out. Failed? The blood-colored shadow turned back into the man with the blood-colored mark, and his expression was extremely ugly. He did not expect that the Emperor of Tang would be protected by more than a dozen Grade 1 Great Grandmasters at any time, and that they would react so quickly. Almost at the moment he attacked, they appeared. Dong dong dong. Outside the Long Life Temple. Suddenly, there was a lot of light footsteps. More than a dozen deputy commanders of the Forbidden Army who were also Grade 1 Great Grandmasters surrounded the Long Life Temple, cutting off any possibility of the man with the blood-colored mark escaping. This is troublesome. The man with the blood-colored mark fell into an abyss. Inside the Long Life Temple. The blood-colored man stared at the Emperor of Tang hiding behind more than a dozen red-clothed eunuchs and shuddered. He thought that the biggest risk of sneaking into the imperial palace was that he might be discovered by the legend. For this reason, the blood-colored man deliberately put on the Blood-Kill Gate headquarters treasure, the breath-concealing jade robe, to prevent being discovered by the legend. The breath-concealing jade robe was left by the legend of the Blood-Kill Gate 200 years ago. Wearing this jade robe can completely avoid the detection of other legends. And this is the blood-colored man's biggest reliance. In his view, as long as the legend in the imperial palace does not take action, the assassination of the Emperor of Tang should be a done deal. You already knew that I was going to assassinate you? The blood-colored man suddenly realized something and looked at the Emperor of Tang. This was the only possibility he could think of. Only in this way would the Emperor of Tang be vigilant in his heart and let the experts in the imperial palace hide in the dark. Once there is any situation, they will take action, resulting in the current situation. Yes. The Emperor of Tang heard the blood-colored man's words and nodded slightly. In fact, since the assassination attempt when the Emperor of Tang was still the crown prince, he has been very vigilant against assassination. Coupled with the fact that the Blood-Kill Gate added fuel to the fire of the rebellion of the 10 kings, this was even more so. One must know that the Blood-Kill Gate's favorite thing to do is assassination. Therefore, before the first son of the king entered the imperial palace, all the red-clothed eunuchs with Grade 1 strength were ordered to protect him in the dark, and more than a dozen Forbidden Army deputy commanders were stationed outside. Once there is any abnormality, they will lead the army to surround the Long Life Temple. The Emperor of Tang's arrangement can be said to be flawless. Even if the assassin is a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, with the protection of more than a dozen red-clothed eunuchs, they can delay for a while, enough for the Emperor of Tang to retreat. Then, with the army outside the temple encircling and suppressing, the peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster can be slowly killed. We originally thought that a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster would come to assassinate us, but you are not. The Emperor of Tang shook his head as if it was a pity. The difficulty of killing a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster and killing a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is completely different. Peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. The face of the man with the blood-colored mark stiffened. Even the Blood Kill Gate only had 4 peak Grade 1 experts. 3 of them had died under the heavenly divine light, and the remaining one had to guard the Blood Kill Gate's headquarters. It can be said that at present, the Blood Kill Gate does not have any peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. Do you want to surrender yourself, or do you want my people to do it? The Emperor of Tang looked at the man with the blood-colored mark who had an uncertain expression and asked. Surrender? The man with the blood-red mark stared straight at the Emperor of Tang and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. For hundreds of years, the disciples of my Blood Kill Gate have never surrendered. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the blood-colored mark disappeared from where he stood. Not good. More than a dozen red-clothed eunuchs saw this scene, and their expressions changed. They protected the Emperor of Tang behind them while constantly scanning the surroundings. At this moment, suddenly, a dull sound of fighting came from outside the Long Life Temple. He escaped? The red-clothed eunuchs looked at each other and did not go out to support. Their task was to protect the safety of Emperor Li Sheng. If they ran out rashly and jumped into the other party's plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain, and let Emperor Li Sheng fall into a trap, then they would really die. Besides, there are more than a dozen Forbidden Army deputy commanders outside the Long Life Temple. Coupled with the army, even if the assassin escapes, he will not last long. They only need to ensure the safety of the Emperor of Tang. At this time, outside the Long Life Temple, the man with the blood-colored mark looked at the more than a dozen Forbidden Army deputy commanders who faintly surrounded him. Damn it! The man with the blood-colored mark took a deep breath and felt that this time he might really die here. Die for me. One of the Forbidden Army deputy commanders took a step forward and slapped him with a palm. Rumble. This palm had the faint sound of wind and thunder. It was obviously very powerful. For a moment, the man with the blood-colored mark's expression changed. Crack! The man with the blood-colored mark once again turned into a shadow and barely dodged this palm. Suddenly, different Forbidden Army commanders who had been standing not far away suddenly attacked. Army Shattering Fist. This Forbidden Army commander had the strength of peak Grade 1. Under this punch, the air faintly trembled. Aha! You forced me to do this. Seeing this scene, the man with the blood-colored mark knew that he could not escape. The next moment, the blood-colored mark on the man's forehead suddenly exploded and turned into wisps of blood mist. Suddenly, the man with the blood-colored mark's strength soared and suddenly reached peak Grade 1. Bang! The Forbidden Army commander flew backward. After the man with the blood-colored mark repelled the Forbidden Army commander, he did not take the opportunity to kill him. Instead, he coldly glanced at the other dozen or so Forbidden Army deputy commanders and turned into a shadow again and disappeared. He used a forbidden technique. He can't run far. Pass down the order. Search the palace. Don't miss a single corner. The Forbidden Army commander quickly recovered and looked at the other dozen or so deputy commanders and said in a deep voice. At the same time, not far from the Palace of Immortals, in an extremely inconspicuous shadow, the man with the blood-colored mark stood there with a gloomy expression. I have to leave the palace as soon as possible. The man with the blood-colored mark suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Now the palace was like a tiger's den to him. He could be exposed at any time and then be surrounded again. There are a large number of Forbidden Army guarding the 4 imperial gates. In my current state, I will be discovered if I even get a little closer, let alone leave. The man with the blood-colored mark thought quickly as he tried to think of a way to survive. Is there anyone else who is a martial arts legend in the palace? The man with the blood-colored mark panicked. Logically speaking, with such a big commotion, even if he had the breath-holding jade robe, he should not be able to hide from the martial arts legend. However, since the martial arts legend had not made a move yet, the man with the blood-colored mark guessed that the other party might have left the palace. Thinking of this, the man with the blood-colored mark heaved a sigh of relief. Now I need to find a place where I won't be easily discovered and then recover. When the palace is less guarded, I will have a better chance of escaping. Although the man with the blood-colored mark wanted to leave the palace, he knew that he would not be able to do so in a short time. Where should I recover? The man with the blood-colored mark looked around and finally stopped in the direction of the East Palace. The Empire of Tang has not appointed a crown prince, so the East Palace is the most deserted. If I choose to recover there, it will work. Thinking of this, the man with the blood-colored mark once again turned into a shadow and quickly sneaked in the direction of the East Palace. As long as I get to the East Palace, I have a good chance of surviving. The man with the blood-colored mark had a strong desire in his heart, and for a time, he even sped up a lot. According to the intelligence of the Blood-Kill Gate, although the East Palace is deserted, the third brother of the current empress, Su Qin, lives there. If I can control this Su Qin, maybe I can sneak into the Emperor of Tang again and assassinate him. The more the man with the blood-colored mark thought, the brighter his eyes became. He suddenly realized that the East Palace was a treasure for him. It was not that the man with the blood-colored mark had never thought of controlling the empress or the prince, but with the character of the Emperor of Tang, these people would have been tightly protected. However, this Su Qin was not the closest to the Emperor of Tang, but they were not estranged either. This would give him a chance to make a move. Soon, the man with the blood-colored mark came to the right side of the East Palace. This is where Su Qin lives? The man with the blood-colored mark glanced around and stepped in without hesitation. However, the moment the man with the blood-colored mark entered the right side of the East Palace, he felt that the world had changed, as if he had come to a vast void. This is? The man with the blood-colored mark was dumbfounded. Then, before the man with the blood-colored mark could react, the world changed again. The man with the blood-colored mark came to a room. Was that an illusion? The man with the blood-colored mark blinked and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, but then he saw a man sitting cross-legged not far away, slowly looking at him with deep eyes. P.S. Looking for monthly votes, yeah inside the right spring square. The man with the blood-colored mark calmed himself down and quickly looked around. After making sure that there was no ambush, he set his eyes on the man sitting cross-legged not far away. He's Su Qin? The man with the blood-colored mark did not immediately make a move because he did not feel a trace of inner strength from Su Qin. The other party was an ordinary person who did not know martial arts. Facing an ordinary person, even if the man with the blood-colored mark had just used a forbidden technique and lost a lot of his strength, he did not think that there would be any threat. Just as the man with the blood-colored mark was finally able to put down his worries. However, he was suddenly startled. No. Something is very wrong. The man with the blood-colored mark's pupils shrank fiercely. He finally noticed the abnormality in this place. Silence. It was too quiet here. The man with the blood-colored mark had just tried to assassinate the Emperor of Tang and failed. Logically speaking, the palace should be full of forbidden army patrolling and searching. But now, the man with the blood-colored mark did not hear any sound. It was as if this place was completely isolated from the outside world. At this thought, the man with the blood-colored mark's face turned slightly pale. He vaguely felt that he should not have come to the Eastern Palace. Did you just assassinate the Emperor of Tang? At this time, Su Qin glanced at the man with the blood-colored mark and said casually. When the man with the blood-colored mark broke into the right spring square and fell into the heaven and earth array, Su Qin was alerted. Then Su Qin probed with his divine sense and enveloped the palace for a while. He roughly knew what had happened. No wonder you dared to come to the palace. So you're relying on the aura concealing treasure on you? Su Qin only glanced at the man with the blood-colored mark and noticed that the man was wearing an invisible, transparent, and faintly blood-colored cloth. To be honest, with the protection of this cloth, the man with the blood-colored mark's aura was almost invisible. If he encountered some martial artists who had just entered the martial arts legend level, he might be able to escape. Of course, it was limited to martial arts legends of the first heaven. Once faced against a martial arts legend of the second heaven, the effect of this piece of clothing would be greatly reduced. If faced against a martial arts legend of the second heaven, this piece of clothing could almost be ignored. As for Su Qin, Venerable Arhat, who was close to the fifth firmament perfected stage, the cloth on the man with the blood-colored mark had long lost its aura-concealing effect. Aura-concealing treasure? How did you know? The man's heart turned cold. One had to know that the breath-concealing jade robe he was wearing could fool a true martial arts legend, but in the end, it was seen through by Su Qin at a glance. How could this be possible? The more the man thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. In the blink of an eye, an incredible thought flashed through the man's mind. Could this man named Su Qin be the martial arts legend who was in charge of the imperial palace? Thinking of this, the man with the blood-colored mark began to tremble all over, and an unprecedented regret suddenly emerged in his heart. Even if he stayed in the Long Life Temple and fought with more than a dozen Grade 1 great grandmasters, it was far better than running in front of a martial arts legend. The man with the blood-colored mark suddenly had the illusion that he had just escaped from a wolf's den and entered a tiger's den. No. This was no longer a tiger's den. It was a dragon's den and a phoenix's den. Who are you? Su Qin glanced at the man with the blood-colored mark and asked. I am. The man with the blood-colored mark opened his mouth, and his expression immediately became respectful. If his guess was true, and Su Qin was really the martial arts legend who oversaw the palace, then he had no choice but to be respectful at this moment. Bloodkill Gate's current generation Blood Killer greets Senior. The man with the blood-colored mark bowed his head and said, not daring to look directly at Su Qin. Although in the eyes of the man with the blood-colored mark, Su Qin was very young and did not look as old as him. But if Su Qin was really a martial arts legend, then what was the point of his young appearance? For any martial arts legend, regaining one's youth and eternal youth was as simple as eating and drinking. Su Qin looks very young on the surface, but maybe he is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years? Bloodkill Gate? Blood Killer? Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. He had stayed in the palace for more than 10 years and had read all the ancient books collected in the palace. Naturally, he knew about the Bloodkill Gate. In today's world, the last martial arts legend came from the Bloodkill Gate. Since 200 years ago, when the martial arts legend of the Bloodkill Gate crossed the sea and disappeared, no martial arts legend was born in the world. Of course, Su Qin was an exception. As for the Blood Killer, he was the core disciple of the Bloodkill Gate and the future sect master of the Bloodkill Gate. The Bloodkill art cultivated by each generation of the Bloodkill Gate was passed down from the martial arts legend of the Bloodkill Gate 200 years ago. This time, my Bloodkill Gate has disturbed Senior and deserves to die. When I go back, I will definitely come to apologize. The man with the blood-colored mark bowed and said. He deliberately repeated the words Bloodkill Gate twice in order to make Su Qin a little afraid. After all, although the martial arts legend of the Bloodkill Gate crossed the sea and disappeared, he did not completely fall. If Su Qin had a little fear in his heart, then this would be his only chance of survival. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. You can die now. Su Qin raised his hand slightly and casually grabbed toward the void. In an instant, an invisible wave enveloped the entire right spring square. The air, the world chi, everything was frozen under this wave. The man with the blood-colored mark only felt that he was like a bug trapped in a deep lake. It was extremely difficult for him to move, let alone escape. Ah! A strong panic appeared on the man's face, but under the suppression of absolute strength, the man with the blood-colored mark could only watch himself die. Suddenly, just as the man with the blood-colored mark was about to be crushed, buzz! A blood-colored token on the man with the blood-colored mark suddenly emitted a bloody light. Then, a stalwart figure in a blood-colored robe with scarlet eyes emerged from the token. It's the ancestor. When the man with the blood-colored mark saw this scene, joy appeared on his face. The blood-colored token on his body was the identity certificate of each generation of the Bloodkill Gate. It was said that it was left by the martial arts legend of the Bloodkill Gate 200 years ago. The man with the blood-colored mark originally thought that this token was just a token, but now it seemed that there was a backup left by the martial arts legend of the Bloodkill Gate. You killed my disciple. As soon as the illusory figure in the blood-colored robe appeared, he looked at Su Qin, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Then, the illusory figure in the blood-colored robe saw Su Qin's right hand gently grasping the void. The next moment, the illusory figure in the blood-colored robe showed a look of disbelief. His entire body began to shatter and finally turned into nothingness. This is? When the man with the blood-colored mark saw this scene, he suddenly froze in place and couldn't believe it. Ancestral Master. The blood-colored man's heart was in turmoil. Originally, when the blood-colored token shone and drew out the phantom of the Blood-Kill Gate's mythical ancestral master, he still had hope in his heart. After all, although Su Qin was a martial arts legend, the ancestral master of the Blood-Kill Gate was also a martial arts legend. Although the mythical ancestral master that emerged from the token was not his real body, a mythical was still a mythical. Even if he could not match Su Qin, he could at least delay him for a while. With this moment, at least the blood-robed man had hope of escaping. However, the blood-colored man never dreamed that the mythical ancestral master of the Blood-Kill Gate could not even hold on for a moment in front of Su Qin. He turned into nothingness and disappeared. What kind of terrifying thing was this? Could it be that the martial arts legend of the Emperor of Tang's palace is not a beginner, but has already reached the depths of the martial arts legend realm? The blood-colored man only felt shocked and trembled, and despair appeared on his face. Although he was not a martial arts legend, the Blood-Kill Gate had records about martial arts legends. The martial arts legend realm was not comparable to the martial arts 9th grade. When one was at the martial arts 9th grade, one might advance by leaps and bounds because of a great opportunity. But for a martial arts legend, there was almost no shortcut. This was also the reason why all the martial arts legends of the past generations crossed the sea and disappeared. One was to pursue the aura of immortality that flashed and disappeared 800 years ago, and the other was to break through to a higher realm. In the eyes of all martial arts legends, the resources of the continent under their feet were barren, and there was no point in staying. Su Qin glanced at the blood-colored token, then waved his hand again, and the blood-colored man suddenly turned into nothingness and disappeared. This should be the means left by the martial arts legend of the Blood-Kill Gate. Su Qin's mind moved, and the blood-colored token suddenly floated up and fell into his hand. At this moment, dense cracks had already appeared on the blood-colored token, as if it would be completely shattered in the next moment. Divine sense still exists. It seems that the martial arts legend is still alive. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Su Qin had already used this method of placing divine sense countless times. It was precisely because of this that he was clear that all the divine sense he had split off came from himself. Once he died, these external divine wills would naturally dissipate like rootless duckweed. Since there was a manifestation of divine sense in the blood-colored token, it meant that the martial arts legend of the Blood-Kill Gate had not fallen. However, although Su Qin was sure of this, he wasn't worried at all. He had set up layers of heaven and earth great array in the right spring square, which could completely isolate one's aura. It was likely that the legend of the Blood-Kill Gate had not sensed the disappearance of his divine sense until now. Besides, Su Qin had roughly glanced at the legend of the Blood-Kill Gate's divine sense and had roughly guessed his strength. It was probably between the first heaven and the second heaven. Even if such a martial arts legend really came back for revenge, Su Qin would not care at all. This piece of clothing is magical. Su Qin waved his right hand and saw an invisible, transparent piece of clothing that faintly revealed the color of blood appear in front of him. It was the treasure of the Blood-Kill Gate, the breath-holding jade garment. Although this breath-holding jade garment had no effect on Su Qin and could at most deceive martial artists who had just entered the legend realm, it was already incredible. It seems to be made of special material? Su Qin carefully looked at the breath-holding jade garment with a thoughtful expression. Keep it, I can give it away in the future. Su Qin's mind moved, and this invisible and transparent piece of clothing quickly folded and fell into Su Qin's hand. Blood-Kill Gate? Su Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. The Blood-Kill Gate dared to sneak into the palace to assassinate the Emperor of Tang, which was already considered a provocation. Ever since Su Qin made a move and shot 10 kings from thousands of miles away with the 9 Yao Bao, who in the world didn't know that the Emperor of Tang's palace was under his protection? It seems that after a while, I will have to go to the Blood-Kill Gate headquarters. Su Qin slowly got up and thought silently in his heart. The next day, Su Qin slowly walked out of the right spring square and strolled around the palace unhurriedly. Unknowingly, Suqin came to the white jade square. Let's sign in here today. Suqin stopped and made a decision in his heart. During this period of time, he has been signing in at the crop altar, wanting to continue to sign in and get an embryonic origin pill, but unfortunately, he hasn't been able to do so. So Suqin decided to change places to adjust his mood. System, sign in. Suqin looked up at the white jade square and said silently in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique? Suqin's heart skipped a beat. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique is a divine technique for the physical body, but its effect is not to strengthen the physical body, but to increase strength. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique is divided into 13 layers. Each layer has the power of one dragon and one elephant. When cultivated to the highest 13th layer, one has the power of 13 dragons and 13 elephants. With a raise of the hand, one can destroy cities and lakes. From a certain point of view, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique is not like other divine techniques that are good at all aspects. The Dragon Elephant Prajna technique is just a divine technique of pure strength. Of course, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique is not without flaws. It is extremely difficult to cultivate, and many people even spend their entire lives at the first or second layer, rarely making progress. Of course, for Suqin, this flaw was no different than nothing. Under the infusion of the system, Suqin's comprehension of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique has probably reached the level of the founder. Coupled with various cultivation resources, such as blood bodhi, vermilion fruit, etc., Suqin is confident that he can cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique to the highest 13th layer in a short time. Not bad. Suqin's face lit up with joy. There are not many divine techniques that can have an effect on him now, and the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique happens to be one of them. I'll prepare to cultivate tonight and strive to cultivate to the 13th layer in 2 days. Inside the longevity hall, the commander of the Forbidden Army kneeled on one knee and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this general has searched the palace several times, but did not find any traces of the assassin." Did not find anything? The Emperor of Tang frowned slightly. He did not doubt the words of the Forbidden Army commander. If the commander of the Forbidden Army had joined forces with the assassin, he would have died long ago. Are there any clues at the 4 city gates? The Emperor of Tang immediately asked. In the Emperor of Tang's view, if the assassin from the Blood Kill Gate wants to leave, he can only do so through the 4 city gates. Your Majesty, the city gates have always been guarded by a large army, and several deputy commanders have been patrolling 24 hours a day. They did not find the assassin. The commander of the Forbidden Army lowered his head and said. When the Emperor of Tang heard this, a puzzled look appeared on his face. The assassin is not in the palace, nor did he leave through the 4 city gates. Could it be that he has completely disappeared? P.S. There are 2 more chapters, but the author needs to adjust his schedule. The remaining 2 chapters will be written at 6 o'clock in the morning and published before noon at the latest. This paragraph is free, inside the Long Life Temple. The Emperor of Tang was puzzled. In his view, the Blood Kill Gate assassin used a forbidden technique in order to get rid of the siege of more than a dozen Forbidden Army deputy commanders. At this time, the other party only has 2 choices. One is to desperately escape from the Imperial Palace. The other is to temporarily hide somewhere in the Imperial Palace to recuperate and wait for an opportunity to escape. But no matter what choice he makes, the other party must be in the Imperial Palace and can't just disappear into thin air. The Emperor of Tang is very confident in the Forbidden Army in the Imperial Palace. These Forbidden Army were left behind during the reign of the Emperor of Tang. Later, they were reformed by Li Sheng and can be said to be absolutely loyal. A Grade 1 Great Grandmaster falling into the Imperial Palace is like a fish in a net. It is absolutely impossible for him to leave quietly. Continue the search. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse. The Emperor of Tang pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, regarding the defense of the 4 sides gates, you can relax a little. Relax? The Forbidden Army commander heard this and did not understand for a long time. At this moment, the Blood Kill Gate assassin is still in the Imperial Palace. They should be strictly patrolling. How can they relax? Humph. He is trapped in the imperial palace and must be thinking about leaving at all times. In that case, I will give him a chance. The Emperor of Tang, Li Sheng, sneered and said slowly. So that's how it is. Your Majesty is wise. The Forbidden Army commander suddenly understood. The Emperor of Tang told him to relax, but he did not really relax. He deliberately exposed a flaw and led the other party to take the bait. Right. Send more people to patrol the East Palace. No matter where the Blood-Kill Gate assassin is, third brother must not have any problems. The Emperor of Tang seemed to have thought of something and solemnly said. As your Majesty commands. The Forbidden Army commander bowed and then slowly retreated. At the same time. Blood-Kill Gate headquarters. A gloomy man exuding killing intent sat on the throne. He was the current sect master of the Blood-Kill Gate and the last great grandmaster of the Blood-Kill Gate. Under the premise that the other 3 great grandmasters had fallen, he had to stay at the Blood-Kill Gate headquarters at all times to ensure that no accidents happened here. After all, for the past 200 years, the Blood-Kill Gate had relied on their own martial arts legend to almost reach out to the various countries. Although the various countries did not dare to retaliate because of fear, now that the Blood-Kill Gate had suffered heavy losses, there was no guarantee that the various countries would not have other thoughts. It's been such a long time, but there's still no news from Bloodslittle. Looks like she's failed. After a long time, the leader of the Blood-Kill Gate sighed and said slowly. He knew that the man with the blood-colored mark had gone to the Imperial Palace to assassinate the Emperor of Tang. He had even given the aura-restraining jade robe to the man with the blood-colored mark. As the most precious treasure of the Blood-Kill Gate, it was a relic left behind by the myth ancestor. Other than the Gate Master, no one could arbitrarily use it. Originally, the leader of the Blood-Kill Gate thought that by relying on the aura-restraining jade robe, the man with the blood-colored mark should be able to avoid the detection of the legend in the Imperial Palace and successfully assassinate the Emperor of Tang. As long as the Emperor of Tang dies, the Empire of Tang will be in chaos, and everything the Blood-Kill Gate has paid will be worth it. As for the legend in the Imperial Palace of the Emperor of Tang. In any case, the Blood-Kill Gate secretly instigated the kings, causing the legend to personally take action. Sending the kings and 3 Grade 1 great grandmasters of the Blood-Kill Gate thousands of miles away was tantamount to completely offending the legend. In this case, even if the Blood-Kill Gate did not assassinate the Emperor of Tang, the legend will not be able to reconcile with the Blood-Kill Gate. Sooner or later, he will take action. Sect Master, what should we do now? The 2 Blood-Kill Gate protectors next to him asked in a low voice. As protectors of the Blood-Kill Gate, although they are not Peak Grade 1, they are still Peak Grade 1. But at this time, the 2 protectors' voices became cautious. The 2 protectors were very clear that the Blood-Kill Gate Master is now extremely angry. If they say something wrong and annoy the Sect Master again, it will not be a good thing. What should we do? The Blood-Kill Gate Master bowed his head and thought for a while, then said in a hoarse voice, disperse the disciples and scatter them all over the world. This was also the last retreat for the Blood-Kill Gate Master daring to assassinate the Emperor of Tang. He knew that this move may completely anger the legend, but he still did it. Because as long as the disciples of the Blood-Kill Gate are scattered all over the world, the legend in the Imperial Palace can't do anything to the Blood-Kill Gate. Although the legend is invincible in the world, it is almost impossible to accurately target the disciples of the Blood-Kill Gate from the countless people in the world. Generally speaking, a martial artist who has just entered the legend realm can only cover a dozen miles at most. A dozen miles is big, but compared to the whole world, it is not worth mentioning. Unless the legend is willing to spend hundreds of years to travel to every corner of the world and use his divine sense to find the disciples of the Blood-Kill Gate. But this is the most impossible thing. The legend himself is just a 500-year-old Shuyuan. How can he pay such a high price to find trouble with the Blood-Kill Gate? Yes. The 2 Blood-Kill Gate protectors next to him revealed a worried look. The Blood-Kill Gate was forced to disperse the disciples, it was definitely the last moment. Sect Master, when can we gather the disciples again? One of the protectors couldn't help but ask. Soon. The Blood-Kill Gate Master shook his head and whispered. The legends of the past almost never stay on this continent for a long time. At most, 10 or 20 years later, they will cross the sea and go on the road to immortality. And the Bloodkill Gate can afford to wait for 10 or 20 years. The Emperor of Tang's Palace. Right Spring Square. Su Qin naturally didn't know that the Bloodkill Gate, which was feared by all countries, had taken the initiative to disperse the disciples before he even made a move. Perhaps even if Su Qin knew, he would laugh it off. The Bloodkill Gate Master's retreat may be useful to other legends, helping the Bloodkill Gate block the revenge of a legend. But in Su Qin's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. Other martial artists who have just entered the legend realm can only cover a dozen miles at most, but Su Qin is not new. He is the venerable Arhat who is close to the peak of the fifth heavenly layer. In addition, Su Qin has the Eye of Truth and the Celestial Divination technique. With these two secret techniques, Su Qin can completely see half of the Empire of Tang in an instant. In short, if Su Qin is really prepared to lock on every disciple of the Bloodkill Gate scattered in the world, it will only take a few days at most, not hundreds of years. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art. The power of 13 dragons and 13 elephants. Su Qin sat cross-legged, and the faint roar of an elephant and a dragon could be heard. If one looked carefully, they would find that the ore was flowing, sometimes condensing into a giant elephant that stepped on heaven and earth, and sometimes condensing into a golden dragon that roared to the sky. In the end, all the aura quickly converged and merged into Su Qin's body. The Dragon Elephant Prajna art is finally completed. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, and his face was full of joy. The Dragon Elephant Prajna art was a divine art that Su Qin obtained from signing in front of the White Jade Square in the palace 2 days ago. After cultivating to the 13th level, one would have the power of 13 dragons and 13 elephants. Generally speaking, even if an ordinary martial artist obtained this divine art, they would spend their entire life wandering around the first or second level at most. If their talent and opportunities were enough, they might be able to touch the 3rd or 4th level. But Su Qin only used 2 days to complete the journey that ordinary martial artists could not complete in their lifetime. The power of 13 dragons and 13 elephants, plus the strength of my original physical body, even if I don't use any divine sense or true essence, my physical body alone is enough to suppress an ordinary 4th heavenly layer legend. Su Qin felt the surging power in his body, and a smile appeared on his face. One should know that whether it was a martial arts legend or venerable Arhat, the most powerful and most commonly used method was always the power of heaven and earth. Su Qin could suppress an ordinary 4th heavenly layer legend with his physical strength, so one could imagine how powerful his physical body was. In addition, my physical body also has the true dragon aura that is constantly being nurtured. The more time passes, the stronger my physical body will become. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and his face showed a look of anticipation. In the early years, he obtained a wisp of true dragon aura from signing in outside the imperial mausoleum in the palace, which could nurture his physical body at any time. Although the improvement was not great in a short period of time, the advantage was that it was endless. After accumulating for many years, it was definitely very objective. In myths and legends, there were martial artists who broke through the void with their physical body. At that time, I thought it was just made up by later generations. The void is everywhere, but it can't be touched. How can one shatter it with the power of the physical body alone? But now it seems that if the physical body is really strong to the extreme, not to mention shattering the void, even shattering the entire world is nothing. Su Qin's expression was slightly emotional. Next, Su Qin returned to his usual life, signing in and cultivating every day. His life was very fulfilling. A year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Princess Liwan found Su Qin and said with a solemn face, "Third uncle, I feel like I'm about to break through." Break through? You've become a rank 8 martial artist? Su Qin sized up Liwan and nodded slightly. I got it. You can start breaking through now. I'll take a look for you. All right. Hearing this, Liwan immediately began to break through in a hurry. Generally speaking, it was extremely important for a martial artist to break through a bottleneck. They would usually find an absolutely safe place to break through by themselves and not allow anyone to disturb them. This was because when a cultivator was breaking through, their entire body's aura and mind would fuse into their body, so they would not be on guard against the outside world. At this time, if there was an outsider present, it was equivalent to controlling this martial artist's life and death. And the fact that Li Wan had broken through in front of Su Qin without any hesitation meant that he had absolute trust in Su Qin. Very soon, the inner force in Li Wan's body circulated and faintly condensed into one. Su Qin casually glanced and knew that Li Wan's breakthrough was not a big problem. In fact, with the guidance of Su Qin, a fifth heaven venerable arhat, and the supply of martial arts resources from the entire royal family, if Li Wan had an accident breaking through to rank 8 martial artist, there would probably be no rank 8 martial artists in the world. As expected. A moment later, Li Wan's aura began to calm down. Third uncle. I've broken through? Li Wan opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Qin with a face full of joy. Almost. You're now rank 8, Su Qin said. After receiving Su Qin's acknowledgement, Li Wan was obviously happier. His eyes were smiling into the shape of a crescent moon. In the future, I must become a powerful martial artist and protect the empire of Tang from being bullied by others. Li Wan waved his small fists, his face full of fighting spirit. Su Qin said from the side, if you want to protect the empire of Tang, you need at least peak grade 1 strength. Can you do it? When these words came out, Li Wan was obviously hit, and his small face immediately sank. A peak grade 1 great grandmaster is an existence that is about to reach the end of the 9th grade martial Dao. Looking at the world, there are only a few of them. But for Li Wan, who has just entered grade 8 and has not even completely crossed the lower realm, peak grade 1 great grandmaster is too far away. One must know that martial Dao cultivation is more difficult the further one goes. The lower 3 realms and middle 3 realms can be pushed up with resources, but the upper 3 realms, especially between grade 1 great grandmaster and peak grade 1 great grandmaster, resources are not enough. As for the final peak grade 1 to legend or arhat, luck is even more needed. If your luck is not enough and you cannot grasp the chi between heaven and earth, even if you are grade 1 great perfection, you will be trapped in this realm. In the past, if Su Qin had not resisted the power of heaven and earth with his own strength, it would have been impossible for him to grasp the chi so quickly and break through to venerable arhat. At the same time, inside the Long Life Temple, the Emperor of Tang Lixing frowned. It's been a year. It's been a year, why hasn't the Blood Kill Gate assassin been found yet? The Emperor of Tang Lixing kept pacing back and forth, thinking quickly. During this year, the Emperor of Tang Lixing tried various ways to attract the Blood Kill Gate assassin, such as opening the 4 gates, transferring the Forbidden Army from the Imperial Palace, and even using himself as bait. But the result was no result at all. It was as if the Blood Kill Gate assassin really disappeared into thin air. Your Majesty, could it be that person who made a move? The Forbidden Army commander next to him said cautiously. That person? The Emperor of Tang was silent. The Emperor of Tang naturally knew who that person referred to by the Forbidden Army commander. I heard that as early as a year ago, the Blood Kill Gate dismissed their inner disciples. Obviously, the Blood Kill Gate master was afraid. The Forbidden Army commander seemed to think of something and whispered, in other words, the Blood Kill Gate has confirmed that the assassin's assassination failed and died in the Imperial Palace. I see. The Emperor of Tang pondered for a while and nodded slightly. In truth, he had already thought of this idea before the Imperial Army commander had even voiced it. Because the Blood Kill Gate assassin disappeared too thoroughly. The Emperor of Tang could not think of any other possibility except that someone took action and killed him secretly. Whether the assassin is alive or dead, the patrols in the Imperial Palace cannot be lax. The Emperor of Tang glanced at the Forbidden Army commander and said, As you wish. The Forbidden Army commander respectfully left the Palace of Immortals. Outside the Right Spring Square, Su Qin sent off Li Wan and turned to enter the Right Spring Square. In a year, I have reached the peak of the 5th heaven. It's time to prepare for the breakthrough. Su Qin sat cross-legged and thought silently in his heart. His breakthrough was not comparable to Li Wan's breakthrough from the 9th heaven to the 8th heaven. Every breakthrough of Venerable Arhat involved the physical body, divine sense, and true essence, and could not be careless in the slightest. Even Suqin had to wait until everything was safe before he began to break through. In the right spring square, Suqin sat cross-legged, his thoughts fluctuating. After entering the 6th heavenly layer, with my current cultivation speed, I can enter the 7th heavenly layer in at most 10 years. Grab. Suqin thought leisurely. Whether it's venerable arhat or a legend, once they reach the 7th heavenly layer, it means that they have truly set foot on the peak of this realm. After the 7th heavenly layer, my cultivation speed will inevitably slow down again. Maybe I should prepare for the future? Suqin's eyes were deep. When he first entered the realm of venerable arhat, he felt that his cultivation speed was not as fast as before. If it weren't for the glazed golden core and other holy pills from the Bodhi cord in time, Suqin would still be wandering around the 1st and 2nd heavenly layer, and at most, he would start to touch the 3rd heavenly layer. After coming to the imperial palace, Suqin received innate spirit liquid, blood Bodhi, vermilion fruit, and other spirit liquids and spirit fruits, which once again increased his cultivation speed. In this way, he could reach the 5th heavenly layer in just over 10 years. Suqin can already imagine that when he becomes the 7th heavenly layer arhat, whether it's innate spirit liquid or blood Bodhi vermilion fruit, the effect on him will definitely be greatly reduced. This is not to say that innate spirit liquid and blood Bodhi vermilion fruit are not good, but Suqin's level has increased. When you have 10 copper coins, every 10 copper coins increase your wealth will double, and you will be overjoyed. But when you have 10,000 copper coins, if you increase your wealth by 10 copper coins, I'm afraid you won't notice it if you're not careful. In the following time, Suqin continued to enter the state of signing in and cultivating. In addition, he would occasionally give advice to Li Wan. And during this period, the Emperor of Tang finally integrated the fiefdoms of the 10 kings and firmly held these fiefdoms in his hands. At this time, the Emperor of Tang finally fell into a daze, not knowing whether to continue to implement the order of pushing grace. When the 10 kings still existed, the Emperor of Tang needed to push the Edict of Grace to provoke the disciples of the kings to be hostile to each other. But now, even the top 10 fiefdoms had fallen into the hands of the Emperor of Tang. They had completely returned to the control of the Empire of Tang. Was there still a need to continue implementing the order of pushing grace? The Emperor of Tang tossed and turned in bed for several nights before he finally ran out of the right spring square with a wine pot in his hand. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang waved his hand and shouted. Suqin walked out of the right spring square and glanced at the Emperor of Tang. He immediately knew what had happened. Third brother. What do you think I should do? The Emperor of Tang and Suqin sat facing each other and told Suqin about the difficulties they had encountered. Who do you plan to give the top 10 fiefdoms to in the future? Suqin did not answer the Emperor of Tang's question first. Instead, he asked, who do you want to give the top 10 fiefdoms to? The Emperor of Tang was lost in thought. Indeed, this problem really needed to be considered. The top 10 fiefdoms were located at the border of the Empire of Tang. The purpose of their establishment was to resist the invasion of other countries. It was impossible for there to be no one in charge of the overall situation for such a long time. The Emperor of Tang thought for a long time and looked at Suqin and asked tentatively, I plan to choose a few disciples of the royal family to manage them. Disciples of the royal family? Suqin smiled and said casually, aren't you afraid that they will also rebel one day? As soon as he said this, the Emperor of Tang's expression changed. Since the establishment of the Empire of Tang, there had been a rule that no disciple of the royal family was allowed to hold military power. The purpose of establishing this rule was to prevent internal strife in the royal family. If the Emperor of Tang really took the initiative to hand over the top 10 fiefdoms to the disciples of the royal family, he was afraid that he would be the second vassal king. Then I will send a few loyal subjects to manage them. The Emperor of Tang was silent for a long time this time and said, subjects? Loyal and devoted? Suqin shook his head and said lightly, how long can you guarantee their loyalty? 10 years? 20 years? Or 30 years? Even if the subjects you send are loyal for a lifetime, what about their next generation? How can they be loyal to the fiefdoms? The Emperor of Tang heard this and frowned. Then I will order that the position of vassal king cannot be inherited through father and son? The Emperor of Tang said in a deep voice. Su Qin raised his head slightly and looked out of the right spring square. People are selfish. If they have a rich life, of course, they hope that their descendants will have a rich life. I see. I think too much. After a long time, the Emperor of Tang sighed softly. If we look at the long term, no one can compare to the third brother. The Emperor of Tang looked at Su Qin with eyes full of sincere admiration. Whether it was him or the civil and military officials, they only saw the Empire of Tang, but Su Qin saw the Empire of Tang thousands of years later. Third brother, do you want to enter the court as an official? As long as you are willing, the position of Prime Minister will be yours, third brother. The Emperor of Tang thought of something and said seriously. The power of the Prime Minister was so great that it could even replace the Emperor to exercise the imperial power. As early as 200 years ago, it was abolished by the Emperor of Tang. However, the Emperor of Tang was willing to re-establish the position of Prime Minister for Su Qin, which showed how much he valued Su Qin. There's no need. I'm used to being an idle person. Su Qin refused without even thinking about it. If he was interested in power, would he have stayed in the palace for more than 10 years with the strength of Venerable Arhat? Since third brother is unwilling, then forget it. The Emperor of Tang sighed softly, as if he had expected it. Over the years, it was not the first time that the Emperor of Tang had invited Su Qin, but every time, he was refused without hesitation. Sometimes, the Emperor of Tang really wondered if Su Qin was the kind of saint who valued power over nothing. Except for saints, who could resist the temptation of being the prime minister? The two chatted for a while and soon talked about Chang'an, the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties. Speaking of which, the Empire of Tang has been passed down for more than 500 years. When Taizu accidentally established the Empire of Tang, I'm afraid he didn't expect it to exist for so long. The Emperor of Tang shook his head and sighed. Accident? Yes. Su Qin raised his eyebrows and looked at the Emperor of Tang. What accident? I forgot, third brother, you don't know about this. The Emperor of Tang saw Su Qin's reaction and immediately said, I don't know if it's true or not. It's all from the mouth of the old people in the palace. There aren't even any relevant books. When Emperor Lixing said this, he paused for a while and lowered his voice. I heard that the great ancestor never thought of establishing a country at all. Never thought of establishing a country? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. He vaguely felt that he was about to come into contact with a big secret. In fact, as early as when Su Qin learned that Taizu of the Empire of Tang was a martial arts legend, there was a doubt in his mind. Why would a martial arts legend want to establish a country? For his descendants? If Taizu of the Empire of Tang really wanted his descendants to pass down the legacy for generations, he would never choose to establish a country. Instead, he would establish a family or simply a martial arts sect in the world. A century-old empire, a 1,000-year-old family. Throughout history, almost no dynasty had lasted for more than 1,000 years, but often some families had lasted for more than 1,000 years. And a martial arts sect like the Shaolin Temple had been passed down for thousands of years. If Taizu of the Empire of Tang had been the emperor at the beginning, then it would be fine. But the Empire of Tang's Taizu had clearly established the Empire of Tang after becoming a martial arts legend. Just as Su Qin was thinking. The Emperor of Tang's voice slowly came. It is said that the reason why Taizu established the Empire of Tang was because he discovered a secret in Chang'an. Chang'an City? Some secret? Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly. That's right. The Emperor of Tang nodded slightly and said, but I think it should be fake. Chang'an City is big, but if there really is a secret, how can it be hidden for 500 years? The Emperor of Tang said matter-of-factly. For more than 500 years, the outer city of Chang'an City had been rebuilt many times. If there were any secrets, they would have been exposed long ago. As for the inner city, although it had always been the same, as the residence of the royal family, there must be an army patrolling and guarding at all times. In this case, there was no secret. I see. Su Qin's expression didn't change. After a while, the Emperor of Tang returned to the Palace of Immortals. After the Emperor of Tang left completely, Suqin slowly got up, took a step, and disappeared. At the same time, thousands of feet high in the sky, Suqin stood in the air and looked down at the entire Chang'an city. Whether it was the venerable Arhat or the martial arts legends, even if they were only at the first heaven, they could ride the wind and fly freely. Let alone Suqin, who was at the peak of the fifth heaven. The secret of Chang'an City? I'd like to see what the secret of Chang'an City is. With a thought, Suqin's huge divine thought quickly spread out and covered the entire Chang'an City in an instant. At this moment, any action of the millions of people in Chang'an City fell into Suqin's mind. It was as if he had turned his palm over and saw everything. Although Suqin had lived in the palace for so many years, he would scan Chang'an City with his divine thought every once in a while. But it was the first time for him to be so careful. Buzz. The terrifying divine thought quickly spread to every corner of Chang'an City like running water. No? Suqin frowned. The next moment, the divine thought condensed again and began to spread slowly underground. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. Finally, 2,500 meters below the ground of Chang'an City, Suqin's divine thoughts suddenly sensed a strange aura. This is? Devil Qi? Suqin narrowed his eyes. Suqin had seen this kind of devil Qi in many places, such as the Devil Suppression Tower in the Shaolin Temple and the Devil Lord who had killed his way into Shaolin. However, Suqin did not expect that he would find this kind of devil Qi under Chang'an, the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, compared to the demon-suppressing pagoda and the demon master, this strand of demon Qi underground was even purer. To be precise, although the two were both demon Qi, they were as different as heaven and earth. Just like Arhat's true essence and rank 9 inner strength. Interesting. Suqin continued to probe the ground with his divine sense. Finally, 3,000 meters underground, Suqin suddenly discovered a magnificent palace through his telepathic thoughts. This majestic palace occupied an area of several miles. It was empty, but there was a black well in the center. And the strands of devil Qi were spreading out from this black well. When Suqin saw this scene, his figure disappeared again. After a while, in front of the majestic palace 3,000 meters underground, Suqin's figure quietly appeared. It's so deep underground, I'm afraid that even a peak grade 1 great grandmaster would find it difficult to come in. Suqin glanced at the majestic palace and thought silently in his heart. That black well. Suqin thought for a moment and walked towards the center of the palace unhurriedly. He had already scanned the inside and outside of the palace with his divine sense. Except for the black well in the center, everything else was normal. Soon, Suqin came in front of a stone tablet that was 10 meters high. There were many characters engraved on the stone tablet, all of which were written in ancient characters that were thousands of years old. They were obscure and difficult to understand, but this was not difficult for Suqin. As early as in the Shaolin Temple, he had read the entire scripture pavilion, including the evolution of the characters. The appearance of the devils well connected to the cave world, and countless devils poured into the world. The world was in chaos. Fortunately, the devil's well could only accommodate devils below the myth realm. After the bloody struggle of countless ancestors, the devil's well was finally sealed by the imperial dynasty, blocking the passage between the cave world and the world. Ancient characters flashed one by one, letting Suqin know the cause and effect. According to the stone tablet, a large number of devils suddenly appeared in the world thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. And these devils came from this devil's well. On the other side of the devil's well was the cave world, which was the real world of the devil race. It seems that the level of this cave world is very high, at least much higher than this continent. Suqin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. According to the records on the stone tablet, thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, that era should have been the era of martial artists, and there were more than 10 myths in the world. In the wonderful book garden. But in the end, they were still directly crippled by the devils who poured out of the devil's well. It should be known that the devil's well could only accommodate devils below the myth realm. In other words, the humans at that time were only facing a group of first-grade devils at most. And under the premise of at least 10 myths, the humans were still defeated. One could imagine how ferocious the cave world under the Devil's Well was. No wonder Chang'an City is the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties. It turns out that with Chang'an City as the center, the imperial dynasty's dragon's luck can barely seal the Devil's Well. Su Qin thought silently. At this moment, he probably figured out why the Empire of Tang's founder wanted to establish a country. It was nothing more than worrying about losing the suppression of the imperial dynasty's dragon's luck, causing the seal to loosen, and finally, devils to enter the world. Keep reading. Su Qin slowly looked at the stone tablet. The records on the ancient tablet, in addition to introducing the horror of the Devil's Well, also talked about the cave world connected to the Devil's Well. Since the devils in the cave world could come up through the Devil's Well, then the people above could naturally enter the cave world through the Devil's Well. During the fight against the Devil Clan, many martial arts legends had sneaked into the underground Devil's Den, only to find that the world connected to the Devil's Well was far superior to this continent in terms of scale and high-level combat power. And in the cave world, a civilization similar to that of the human race had also developed, and in the vast area, there were powerful countries one after another. All the myths who had entered the cave world concluded that the mushroom demon cave world had existed for at least 100,000 years, or even more. After discovering this, the myths who had sneaked in were scared out of their wits and quickly returned, and then sealed the Devil's Well with the imperial dynasty's dragon's luck, completely cutting off the connection with the cave world. Su Qin had a rough idea of what happened next. The invasion of the devils directly crippled the martial artists of this continent, and even a few myths had fallen. The remaining myths either hid or disappeared. Time? At least 100,000 years? Su Qin's eyes lit up when he saw this. At least 100,000 years? How much Dao accumulation would there be after such a long time? Su Qin's heart skipped a beat. Just now, he was worried about whether his cultivation speed would slow down after he stepped into the 7th heaven of Arhat, and whether he should sign in somewhere else. Grab. But now, the appearance of the underground cave world made Su Qin feel like there was a glimmer of hope. For others, the underground cave world is filled with devil chi, and it's not suitable for venerable Arhat to live in. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. This was also the reason why the legends who sneaked into the underground cave world escaped. In addition to realizing the power of the underground cave world, they also realized that it would be difficult for them to survive there. Although legends have reached the level of Chi Eater, the premise is that there is enough world's essence Chi to absorb. But there is probably no such thing as world's essence Chi in the underground cave world. But I'm different. As early as when I was in the Shaolin Temple, I signed in and obtained the Devil Buddha Golden Body, and the most terrifying thing about the Devil Buddha Golden Body is that it can transform devil Chi into one's own true essence without any damage. Su Qin's eyes became brighter and brighter. With the Devil Buddha Golden Body, the underground cave world was probably no different from the outside world for Su Qin. As long as Su Qin was willing, he could transform his true essence into devil Chi and easily disguise himself as a myth realm great demon. Not bad, but there's no hurry now. Wait until I break through and reach the 6th heaven. Su Qin took a deep look at the majestic palace, turned around, and left. Imperial Palace. In the right Spring Square. Su Qin sat cross-legged. I originally wanted to break through in a few days. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and the true essence in his body slowly circulated. Su Qin stretched out his right hand, and an extremely exquisite jade gourd suddenly appeared in front of him. Gulp. Su Qin pulled out the cork of the jade gourd and poured the liquid into his mouth. If other martial arts legends saw how Su Qin treated the extremely precious primordial spiritual liquid by pouring it down his throat, they would probably be so jealous that their eyes would turn red. The primordial spirit liquid was condensed from heaven and earth and was extremely rare. Ordinary martial arts legends might not be able to find a few drops even after spending decades or centuries. In the end, when it came to Su Qin, he was actually absorbing it by the bottle. Wang. As the large mouthful of innate spirit liquid entered his body, Su Qin's body suddenly emitted a rumbling sound as a large amount of true essence continuously converged and contracted, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. However, Su Qin was still not satisfied. He picked up the jade gourd again and poured all the primordial spirit liquid into his mouth. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the innate spirit liquid turned into an endless amount of heaven and earth yuan qi, filling every part of Suqing's body. Whoosh. Suck. In the next moment, the past Amitabha Sutra circulated madly, ceaselessly absorbing the natural spirit liquid and transforming it into extremely pure true essence that continued to flow through his meridians. A few hours later, Suqing's body began to glow, illuminating the surroundings and setting off Suqing vaguely, making him look like a real immortal god that could not be looked at directly and could not be guessed. Not enough. Suqing frowned slightly and waved his hand slightly. Suddenly, at least a dozen red fruits flew out and fell into Suqing's mouth. Boom. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The massive amount of spirit qi gathered by dozens of red fruits was enough to cause an ordinary martial arts legend to explode in an instant. However, at this moment, Suqing stood still and continued to absorb the spirit qi of the red fruits. In the blink of an eye, the aura in Suqing's body skyrocketed like a great river, filling up the void and suppressing everything. Swoosh! Is this the 6th level of heaven? Suqing slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hands as he muttered to himself. At this moment, Suqing could feel that his body was filled with a power that could destroy the world. Of course, Suqing knew that this was an illusion. Not to mention the 6th level of heaven Arhat, even the 9th level of heaven Arhat was far from being able to destroy the world. However, even if he could not destroy the world, it was more than enough to destroy the entire Chang'an city. If the 6th level of heaven is so powerful, how powerful would the 7th level of heaven be? As for the last earth immortal, what kind of existence would it be? Suqing was fascinated. However, although Suqing was very emotional, he did not forget about the important matter. Let's go to the underground palace again. Suqing's mind moved, and when he appeared again, he was at the entrance of the majestic underground palace. Next, Suqing walked towards the black well in the center with ease. Soon, Suqing stood in front of the black well. On the surface of the black well, there was a faint golden aura that sealed the well tightly. The moment Suqing saw the golden aura, he recognized that it should be the power of the dynasty's draconic providence. If it weren't for the suppression of the dynasty's draconic providence, this place would have been occupied by the demon race long ago, and Suqing wouldn't have been able to discover it at all. I can feel that this dynasty's draconic providence doesn't reject me, and as long as I want to, I can easily pass through the seal of the dynasty's draconic providence. Suqing touched his chin. Could it be because of the true dragon qi in my body? Suqing guessed in his heart, but he was more than half sure. Although he had signed in a lot of Emperor Path cultivation techniques in the past few years, he hadn't cultivated much. In his entire body, only the true dragon qi had something to do with the dynasty's draconic providence. And I also faintly feel that there seems to be a living creature on the other side of the well. Could it be that there are demons guarding over there? Suqing's eyes were thoughtful. Although he realized that there were demons on the other side of the well, Suqing wasn't afraid at all. With his current strength, even in the underground cave world, he was definitely considered a powerhouse. And the aura of the demons that Suqing felt wasn't even in the upper realm. At most, it was lingering in the middle realm. Let's lure them over first. Suqing's thoughts fluctuated, and he suddenly made a decision. Immediately afterward, Suqing raised his right hand and slowly touched the dynasty's draconic providence above the devil's well. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the dynasty's draconic providence that had sealed the devil's well tightly. Walala! A large amount of terrifying demonic qi gushed out crazily. At the same time, a wild laughter came from the depths of the devil's well. Ha 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 ha! The seal has loosened, delicious human world, this demon is coming. Two demonic shadows jumped out of the gap in an instant, looking extremely excited. I heard from several lords that the flesh and blood of the human world has a great effect on our demonic arts. This time, we can give it a try. Yes, only we know about the seal here, and we can completely occupy this entrance alone. After the two demonic shadows jumped out, they were talking with anticipation. Huh? This place? One of the demonic shadows saw the majestic hall around them and was slightly taken aback. That is? The other demonic shadow suddenly saw a man not far away looking at them with calm eyes. Human? However, before the two demonic shadows could react, they saw the man with calm eyes slowly stretch out his right hand and slightly grab towards them. Rumble. The two demonic shadows only felt that the world was collapsing. Everywhere they looked, the palm that was slowly grabbing them was getting bigger and bigger, filling their vision. End of chapter 157. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.